Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
An inexplicable emotion filled Nailanjia's heart when she saw Little White's innocent gaze. She embraced her gently before jumping away. The great sovereign rushed toward the pair. Nailanjia let go of Little White before throwing three egg-shaped objects the size of a melon. The great sovereign's pupils constricted as a horrifying aura burst out of the three egg-shaped objects flying toward him. Horrified, he attempted to retreat, but alas, it was already too late for him to retreat. Boom! Three mushroom clouds shot up into the sky, and a terrifying shockwave swept across the battlefield. The great sovereign was obliterated by the combined power of the three explosions. He failed to even shriek as he was reduced to ashes. The mushroom clouds emitted pulsing waves of scorching heat that battered the yin-yang symbol beneath Nailanjia and Little White's feet. The symbol soon became translucent once more. Clearly, the yin-yang symbol was about to get snuffed out. Fortunately, Little White restored it instantly with a wave of her tiny claw. The vortex of profound energy that Little White had summoned with a wave of her tiny claw restored Nailanjia's energy. Nailanjia felt immensely grateful to Little White. She would have been a liability on this battlefield if it weren't for her. It was no wonder Ye Guan had described Little White as a mobile healing spring. Meanwhile, the eternal civilization cultivators were beyond stupefied. A powerful great sovereign had just been obliterated right in front of their eyes. The divine sovereigns of the eternal civilization felt like they were dreaming. At the same time, they cast perplexed gazes at the Nailanjia and Little White pair in the distance. Just what were they throwing, and why were they so terrifying? The eternal civilization cultivators faltered and became hesitant in their approach, which brought the battle to a lull. Ye Guan and his group were at a huge disadvantage in numbers, but Slaughter One and White Skirt Destiny were extremely powerful. They were capable of mowing down Great Destiny sovereigns in swathes. The Great Destiny sovereigns of the Eternal Civilization were fearful of them, so they didn't dare to fight the two in a head-on confrontation. They maintained a safe distance from them while attacking them with long-range attacks. Regardless, they were still under a lot of pressure. They didn't dare to be negligent for even a brief moment, as the two women were capable of exploiting that fleeting gap to reap their lives. Unfortunately, Ye Guan and his group were still struggling, as there were too many enemies for them to handle. Just then, Jing Chen turned to Ye Guan and grinned. "Every supreme elite of the Guanxian universe is here, no?" he asked. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he pointed out. "So you sent men to attack the Guanxian universe while we're fighting here?" Jing Chen was briefly surprised by Ye Guan's astuteness, but he quickly recovered and said, "1,000 sorcerers should already be there." Ye Guan turned to look at Nanjing. Nanjing calmly said, "Don't worry." Ye Guan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Senior An seemed to have a contingency plan for everything. However, Ye Guan was a bit confused as well. How come he had never noticed her contingency plan? Meanwhile, Jing Chen felt a sense of unease upon seeing Nanjing's reaction. The Guanxian universe had seemed weak at first impression, but they actually had so many supreme elites behind the scenes. To make matters worse, each of them seemed more powerful than the last. Jing Chen couldn't help but get worried that perhaps the Guanxian universe had more supreme elites lurking in the shadows. Zhan Shi walked up to Jing Chen and whispered, "We have more people, so there's no need for us to drag this out. If we all attack together, we can surely overpower them." Jing Chen nodded. The Guanxian universe's supreme elites were extremely formidable, but there were only a handful of them. Jing Chen turned to Nailanjia and Little White before pointing at them and shouting, "Take them down first." 10 great sovereigns rushed toward Nailanjia and Little White. 10 great sovereigns? Ye Guan's expression turned solemn. He was just about to rush over when he saw Nanjing standing next to him. Nanjing's expression was as calm as a placid lake with nary a hint of panic. Arya was completely unfazed as well. Ye Guan instantly calmed down upon seeing their composure. Nanjing suddenly said, "Take care." She then transformed into a streak of light that rushed toward the distant Great Time sovereigns. There were dozens of them, but she was not afraid. A martial goddess would grow stronger in the face of adversity, and she was a martial goddess. The Great Time sovereigns didn't dare to underestimate her, and they quickly dispersed to fight her strategically. Mu Nian cast her gaze on Ye Guan and smiled. "You better be careful," she said before turning into a streak of sword light that fleeted across the battlefield. The cultivators of the eternal civilization in the distance turned solemn upon seeing Mu Nian making a beeline for them. They didn't dare underestimate the Guanxian universe's supreme elites. For some reason, the overwhelming odds against the Guanxian universe's supreme elites seemed unable to discourage them. Instead, they were growing stronger in the face of the overwhelming odds rather than the other way around. Zhuang Weiren made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan. She remained quiet as she turned around and joined the fray. Sky Maiden walked up to Ye Guan. She examined him from top to bottom before saying, "You're really more handsome than your grandfather." With that, she turned around and charged at the Eternal Civilization's supreme elites. Arya calmly licked her candied hawthorn while staring at Ye Guan. Ye Guan hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can you merge with me?" Arya shook her head decisively and said, "Merging with you will weaken me. Ye Guan's expression stiffened. Arya was really ruthless with her words. Arya was still licking her candied hawthorn as she mumbled, "If you find yourself in trouble later, just call out for your granny Arya here. I'll immediately come over and help you." With that, she turned around and gave the nearby opposing great sovereign an awesome knuckle sandwich. Left all alone, Ye Guan started trembling with a pale expression. Granny Arya? Considering the age gap between them, there wasn't anything wrong with it. Ye Guan suddenly recalled something, prompting him to turn around and look at Naelanjia and Little White. 10 great sovereigns were flying toward them, and Naelanjia responded by hurling 5 bombs at the same time. Boom! 5 mushroom clouds took to the starry skies before converging into one supermassive mushroom cloud. The explosion created a terrifying shockwave that made the entire stretch of starry sky tremble violently. The 10 great sovereigns were forced to retreat. Ye Guan was stupefied. He couldn't help but question his mother's motive for leaving such dangerous items behind. The yin-yang symbol at Naelanjia's feet flickered, seemingly about to vanish. Little White waved her tiny paw, and the yin-yang symbol instantly stabilized. The group of great sovereigns was beyond stupefied, but they soon discovered the reason Naelanjia could keep on hurling those terrifying spiritual artifacts without any care in the world. It was all because of the yin-yang symbol beneath her. Jing Chen was busy fighting White Skirt Destiny and Slaughter, but it only took him one glance at the yin-yang symbol to discover that it was vital to Naelanjia. "Hurry up and take down that spirit progenitor," he roared. The faces of the 10 great sovereigns became extremely ugly. Naelanjia and Little White seemed to be the weakest on the battlefield, but Naelanjia's spiritual artifacts were extremely powerful. They were easy to dodge, but their range was expansive. In a nutshell, none of them dared to face her head-on. Regardless, they knew that they had to do something soon. The strongest among the group said, "There's no way she has an infinite number of those spiritual artifacts. I'm sure she's about to run out, so we just have to let her use them up." The 9 great sovereigns nodded in agreement, and they rushed toward Naelanjia once more. Naelanjia took out 3 large bombs, but a worried glint fleeted across her eyes. Still, she threw them out. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening explosions echoed, and they gave birth to 3 massive mushroom clouds. The starry sky trembled violently, and the 10 great sovereigns were once again blasted away. However, their eyes were filled with glee. The worried glint in Naelanjia's eyes earlier didn't escape their eyes, and they concluded that even if Naelanjia still had more of those powerful one-time use spiritual artifacts, it was only a matter of time before she ran out of them. Naelanjia's brows deeply furrowed. Her eyes were shining in determination, but there was a barely imperceptible glint of nervousness amidst that determination. Unfortunately for her, the great sovereign's senses were too sharp, and they saw through Naelanjia's emotions. They sneered to themselves and were convinced that she was finally going to run out of bombs. In the end, Naelanjia reluctantly took out 3 egg-shaped objects the size of a watermelon. Boom! The cataclysmic explosion obliterated the fleshly bodies of the 2 great sovereigns unlucky enough to be at the forefront of the charge. The rest were blasted away and were left with varying degrees of injuries. The 10 great sovereigns looked at each other in shock. The egg-shaped objects looked harmless, but they were strong enough to harm great sovereigns. To make matters worse, they contained a special energy capable of restraining great sovereigns. The strongest among the group of great sovereigns stared deeply at Naelanjia in the distance. Naelanjia clenched her hands tightly with an extremely solemn look, and her clenched hands were trembling ever so slightly. The great sovereigns exchanged glances, and the strongest among them spoke in a deep voice. She must have run out of those things. Now's the time. Attack. He decisively rushed toward Naelanjia. The great sovereigns behind him followed him closely, and they surrounded Naelanjia in the blink of an eye. They prepared their techniques and were about to unleash them upon Naelanjia. However, she suddenly whipped out 3 large bombs. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, and the great sovereigns were helplessly flung back. They cut sorry figures in midair as they flew at least a few kilometers away. 2 of them had their fleshly bodies annihilated, leaving them in their soul forms. The group of great sovereigns were both shocked and furious. She still had more? They glared at Naelanjia in the distance and saw that she was beyond pallid. Her figure swayed unsteadily, and she felt like a small deer being chased by cheetahs. Anxiety and fear were evident in her eyes as she looked around frantically, seemingly asking for help. Little White saw that and blinked in utter confusion. Naelanjia transmitted her voice to Little White. "I'm pretending to be scared. You should do it, too." "Pretend?" Little White blinked innocently for a few moments before suddenly letting out a shriek with her tiny claws covering her eyes. Afterward, she rolled backward and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. 1-2, the strongest great sovereign in the group cried out, "They're just pretending." The faces of the other great sovereigns turned ugly. They could finally tell that Naelanjia and Little White were putting on a show. In other words, Naelanjia still had more of those spiritual artifacts. The great sovereigns felt wronged. The egg-shaped spiritual artifacts were just too powerful for them to handle. Their cover was blown, so Naelanjia patted Little White and said, "That's enough." Little White blinked and waved her tiny claws as if saying, "My acting was convincing, right?" Looking at the cute and silly Little White in front of her, Naelanjia found her irresistible. She picked up Little White and looked at the great sovereigns in the distance. "Are you coming? I have millions of them, so come here and get a taste of them." "Millions?" The strongest great sovereign in the group stared with narrowed eyes at Naelanjia. "Are you trying to scare us?" he asked. "I'm not lying, I really have millions of them," Naelanjia insisted. However, the great sovereign sneered, I don't think so. Nalan Jia fell silent. She found it so absurd that she had no idea what to say. It seemed that the world had always been like this. Sometimes, people wouldn't believe someone whenever they were telling the truth. It was as if people had the tendency to only believe in themselves sometimes. The great sovereign became more certain of his deduction upon seeing Nalan Jia's silence. It seems that I'm right. Come on. Let's go and attack her together, he roared and rushed toward Nalan Jia. The other great sovereigns followed his lead. Nalan Jia remained quiet in the face of so many great sovereigns. Just as they were a few meters away from Nalan Jia, she took out 3 large bombs and hurled them at the oncoming great sovereigns. Boom, 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 3 mushroom clouds bloomed to life, blasting the 10 great sovereigns away. 2 of them sustained severe injuries, and they were reduced to nothing but their soul forms. To make matters worse, those whose fleshly bodies had already been annihilated suffered severe injuries to their souls. The powerful explosions attracted everyone's attention. Jing Chen was particularly shocked, and his blood started boiling when he saw that Nalan Jia and Little White were still alive. They still haven't taken them down? Jing Chen roared, that woman is a paltry Dao immortal, and that spirit progenitor is just paperweight. What's taking you so long to take them down? The 10 great sovereigns wore solemn expressions. The strongest great sovereign in the group spoke in a deep voice, Lord Jing Chen, this woman has too many powerful spiritual artifacts. We can't even get close to her. Jing Chen angrily retorted, the incompetent truly knows how to find excuses. The strongest great sovereign in the group was furious, and he roared, what the fuck? I'm not doing this anymore, then? Screw you, idiot. With that, he turned around and disappeared into the distant horizon. He was still a mighty great sovereign, so how could he withstand getting scolded in the middle of a battle? Jing Chen's face alternated between blue and green as he stewed in his own fury. However, he quickly realized that the other great sovereigns on the battlefield were staring at him with hostile looks. It seemed like they were reminding Jing Chen that their loyalty was with the eternal sovereign rather than with him. Jing Chen immediately calmed down. He had almost turned everyone on him, so he hurriedly spoke to assuage everyone's fury. She has been throwing those spiritual artifacts left and right, she must be running out of them now. However, the great sovereigns chasing after Nalan Jia no longer cared about Jing Chen. They retreated to the side. They dared not approach Nalan Jia. What if she had more of those spiritual artifacts? Jing Chen's face darkened at the sight, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Just then, a terrifying sword light erupted from the distance. Several great destiny sovereigns were blasted away by the sword light. Jing Chen swiftly shifted his gaze to the right, where White Skirt Destiny and Slaughter were fighting the great destiny sovereigns of the eternal civilization side. For some reason, the 2 women were growing stronger with each passing moment. Meanwhile, the divine sovereigns on their side hadn't been able to do anything so far, and it was all because they knew that approaching the 2 women was like signing their own death warrant. Even Jing Chen was afraid of the 2 women. Just then, Jing Chen realized something, and he turned around to charge toward Nalan Jia and Little White. In response, Nalan Jia hurled 3 egg-shaped objects the size of watermelon. Boom! Jing Chen was blasted away. As he steadied himself, he looked down at his right hand and saw that it had become translucent. To make matters worse, a mysterious energy was corroding his fleshy body. Jing Chen waved his right hand and dispersed the mysterious energy. Then, he glared at Nalan Jia and Little White with a serious expression. Nalan Jia opened her palm, revealing 2 large bombs. She stared quietly at Jing Chen. Jing Chen's expression darkened at the sight. Was it true that she had millions of those egg-shaped spiritual artifacts? Jing Chen. Zhan Shi suddenly shouted, that woman is just a Dao immortal, and the spirit progenitor next to her is nothing but paperweight on this battlefield. Can you take care of them soon? Zhan Shi was struggling against Nanjing's relentless attacks. Jing Chen's face became as dark as the bottom of a pot. He knew that he had to show results soon. He had to take down the woman and the spirit progenitor. His plan was to capture them and use them as hostages. The woman was the queen of the Guanxian universe, so she was definitely worth a lot. With that in mind, Jing Chen opened his palm. A black token took to the sky, and it erupted into a column of terrifying dark light. A powerful aura churned from the column of dark light, and a black-robed man slowly walked out of the column. He was a great destiny sovereign. Jing Chen said in a deep voice, Gu Ziyuoshi, I appreciate your help. Gu Ziyuoshi took a deep breath and turned to look at White Skirt Destiny and Slaughter. He was just about to make a move when Jing Chen suddenly pointed at Nalan Jia in the distance and shouted, take them down first. Gu Ziyuoshi turned to look at Nalan Jia and Little White. Why are they so weak? Asked Gu Ziyuoshi. Gu Ziyuoshi, do not underestimate them, Jing Chen warned. The woman is carrying an unknown number of incredibly powerful one-time use spiritual artifacts, so you have to be careful. Gu Ziyuoshi chuckled lightly before throwing a punch toward Nalan Jia and Little White. Boom! A single punch shattered a chunk of the starry sky, and a colossal fist imprint flew toward Nalan Jia and Little White. Nalan Jia's eyes narrowed. She opened her palms and hurled 3 large bombs. Boom! 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 The 3 powerful explosions successfully shattered the colossal fist imprint, but Gu Ziyuoshi wasn't done just yet. He casually threw another punch, creating another fist imprint that disintegrated the mushroom clouds. Boom! The yin-yang symbol beneath Nalan Jia and Little White erupted into a dazzling light that stopped the fist imprint, but it soon grew dim. Little White waved her tiny paw, restoring the array in the blink of an eye. What a formidable array, Guziuoshi remarked. A glint of astonishment shone in his eyes, but it was soon replaced by curiosity. He was curious about how many punches the array could take, so he took a stance and sent out a flurry of punches. Naelanjia and Little White felt like they were in a torrential downpour of fist imprints. The spacetime around them was obliterated, and the yin-yang symbol beneath their feet quivered violently as if it were a boat in the middle of a tempestuous storm in the boundless sea. Little White waved her claws frantically to restore the array, but there were too many punches. Guziuoshi's relentless assault outpaced her. Swoosh! A streak of sword light flew across the battlefield and rushed toward Guziuoshi just before the yin-yang symbol was torn apart. Guziuoshi's eyes narrowed, and he turned to punch the oncoming sword light. Boom! A dazzling light erupted as the sword light shattered into innumerable light fragments. Ye Guan quickly retreated and stood beside Naelanjia and Little White. Crackle! He glared at Guziuoshi as the power of lightning tribulation crackled around him. Guziuoshi looked down at Ye Guan and exclaimed, "You're just a Deo Immortal." Ye Guan didn't bother responding. He transformed into a streak of sword light and slashed out toward Guziuoshi. Interesting, Guziuoshi said with a cold smile. He balled his hand into a fist and punched out. Rumble! A punch capable of annihilating worlds swept toward Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan remained undeterred. He retracted his sword and took a stance before slashing out once more. Heaven Rend Quick Draw 70 stacks 1. Boom! The collision created a cataclysmic explosion. Ye Guan was blasted away, but Guziuoshi's fist imprint had shattered. Guziuoshi was taken aback, and he muttered, "What a formidable sword intent." Ye Guan wiped the blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. His expression was grave as he cast his gaze on Guziuoshi. Guziuoshi was clearly stronger than the average Great Destiny Sovereign. "Help him, Little White," a voice echoed throughout the battlefield. Little White blinked and turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan hurriedly said, "No, no, no, there's no need." He was scared of Little White's help. However, Little White ignored his feelings and flew toward him. Her tiny claw pulled out a black talisman and slapped it on Ye Guan's shoulder. Boom! Ye Guan's aura skyrocketed, and he reached the time immortal realm in the proverbial blink of an eye. However, Little White wasn't done just yet. She pressed her claw on Ye Guan's glabella. Boom! Ye Guan's aura surged crazily until he reached the divine sovereign realm. Ye Guan reeled from shock, but Little White suddenly embraced Ye Guan's head with both of her claws and began massaging his temples. A vortex of spiritual energy converged on Ye Guan's head and spread throughout his fleshly body. Boom! Ye Guan reached the great sovereign realm with a powerful explosion. "I've become a great sovereign?" Ye Guan's mind went blank. "Really?" Little White extended her claw, and a crimson ancient copper shield materialized in front of her. She attached it around Ye Guan's left arm, and Ye Guan could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations of a familiar demonic beast from the shield. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Arya in the distance and saw that the shield looked similar to Arya's horns. Was she a part of the materials used to create this shield? Ye Guan pondered, but Little White wasn't quite done just yet. She pointed out with her tiny claws and a resonant sword hum echoed from the depths of the starry sky. Hum! A dazzling beam of sword light rushed from the depths of the starry sky toward Ye Guan. When the dazzling beam of sword light dissipated, Ye Guan was astonished to find the Qingxian sword floating in front of him. Little White then unceremoniously shoved the Qingxian sword into Ye Guan's right hand. Ye Guan was beyond stupefied as he stood rooted in shock. He couldn't quite believe that he was now equipped with the hardest shield and the sharpest sword throughout the vast expanse. It appears that Ye Guan can stack Heaven Rend's sword art 70 times in one move, and he can also emblazon them with his sword Deo 70 times? Ye Guan was in a daze. His realm had been forcefully catapulted to the great sovereign realm. In addition, he was now holding the Qingxian sword. It was his father's sword, and Little White had somehow managed to summon it. Gazing at the Qingxian sword and the crimson ancient copper shield in his hands, Ye Guan fell silent. He felt somewhat uneasy about relying on tools. Deep down, he resisted the idea. He preferred confronting challenges with his own strength, avoiding any semblance of being a privileged individual dependent on his parents. Guziuoshi chuckled and said, "A boost to the great sovereign realm, plus 2 divine items. Well, it's fine. This way, people won't accuse me of bullying the weak. Come here, then." With that, he threw a punch at Ye Guan in mid. Boom! A colossal fist imprint descended, and every inch of spacetime it touched would crumble into nothingness. Ye Guan instinctively stomped forward with his right foot, transforming into a streak of sword light that rushed to meet the fist imprint. Ye Guan's sword clashed with the oncoming fist imprint. The fist imprint shattered, and the sword light continued on its trajectory toward Guziuoshi. Jingxin's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Ye Guan really overpowered Guziuoshi's fist imprint with a single sword strike? Guziuoshi was also taken aback, but Ye Guan wasn't going to wait for him to recover from his shock. He closed in and slashed out. In response, Guziuoshi sent another punch. Boom! Ye Guan's sword shattered Guziuoshi's fist imprint, and Guziuoshi's right arm was sent flying. Ye Guan was stunned, but he quickly regained his composure and slashed out toward Guziuoshi. Guziuoshi's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't dare to confront Ye Guan head-on. He jumped back and retreated a few kilometers away. Slash! Ye Guan's sword struck nothing but space-time, tearing it apart. Ye Guan looked down in astonishment at the Qingxian sword in his hand. How come it was so strong? Guziuoshi stared intently at the Qingxian sword in Ye Guan's hand, His eyes were filled with dread as he cried out, "What kind of sword is that?" Ye Guan replied, "It's my father's sword." With that, he turned into a streak of sword light and rushed toward Guziuoshi. Guziuoshi's pupils constricted. He no longer underestimated Ye Guan. He opened his left hand and balled it into a fist. In an instant, a myriad of fist imprints manifested and surged toward Ye Guan like a tumultuous tidal wave. Ye Guan didn't dare to underestimate the fist imprints. He sheathed his sword and raised the ancient copper shield in his left hand to defend himself. Bang! Ye Guan managed to stand his ground. The endless fist intense pounded against the crimson ancient copper shield, and the space-time around him shrieked miserably as it was torn apart, but he remained unmoving. Soon, the fist imprints vanished. Ye Guan and the crimson ancient copper shield remained unscathed. Guziuoshi froze in disbelief at the unbelievable sight. Ye Guan was also stupefied. He looked down at the crimson ancient copper shield in his hand in shock. "This thing is a bit too hard," Ye Guan exclaimed inwardly. If he had to nitpick, it would be the fact that the Qingxian sword consumed too much profound energy. Despite his high cultivation base, the Qingxian sword still managed to exhaust his profound energy. Just then, Little White suddenly flew onto his shoulder. Ye Guan was about to speak, but Little White's claws wrapped around his head. A vortex of spiritual energy surged into him, and a white mark appeared on his glabella. Little White then patted Ye Guan's shoulder with her tiny claws and pointed at the distant Guziuoshi. She clenched her tiny claw tightly and sent a punch toward Guziuoshi. Clearly, she wanted Ye Guan to beat Guziuoshi up. Ye Guan nodded. He suddenly transformed into a streak of sword light that sped toward Guziuoshi. Guziuoshi's eyes narrowed. He opened his left hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. He took a stance and dashed toward Ye Guan, leaving a trail of dazzling light. He had decided to confront Ye Guan head-on. A fierce light filled Guziuoshi's eyes, and he was outraged at the fact that he was facing a young man whose strength had come from unorthodox methods such as secret techniques and divine items. Guziuoshi firmly believed that those things were a bunch of nonsense. True strength could only be achieved without relying on those things. Guziuoshi's spear collided with the Qingxian sword, and it shattered. Ye Guan's sword continued to advance, making a beeline for Guziuoshi's face. Guziuoshi was shocked, and he quickly jumped backward. The jump propelled him a kilometer away from Ye Guan, but a pool of blood had settled where Guziuoshi had been standing earlier. Ye Guan looked up at Guziuoshi and saw that blood was dripping down his glabella. Shockingly, his fleshly body had been reduced to nothingness in that brief exchange, leaving him in his fragile soul form. Jing Chen was stupefied, and he cast an incredulous look at the Qingxian sword in Ye Guan's hand. What kind of sword was that? How come a lone sword had elevated Ye Guan's strength to the extent that he had become akin to a monster? Guziuoshi was completely dumbfounded as well. The sword had destroyed his fleshy body in an instant. If he had reacted even a beat later, his soul would have been destroyed as well. The sword was shockingly strong. Meanwhile, Ye Guan's profound energy plummeted to zero after the attack, but the mark on his glabella lit up, pumping him with fresh spiritual energy that replenished his profound energy. Ye Guan immediately turned to Little White. He had to admit that he had grossly underestimated Little White. She didn't know how to fight, but she was the best support any cultivator could have in battle. Her abilities were just incredible. Ye Guan finally understood why Seniorin had told Little White to help him. Little White was terrifying when she wasn't playing around. Ye Guan focused his attention on Guziuoshi again. He felt completely confident of killing Guziuoshi with the Qingxian sword in his hand. He felt invincible, and this was the same feeling that would fill his heart with the path sword in hand. Guziuoshi's expression turned ugly. However, his expression changed after recalling something. He whipped around to stare at Jing Chen and yelled, "Go, do it." Jing Chen was stunned, but he reacted quickly and rushed toward Nailanjia and Little White. Jing Chen knew that Guziuoshi wouldn't be able to do much against Ye Guan at this point. Jing Chen had to capture the spirit progenitor and Nailanjia. Ye Guan frowned and turned around. Little White blinked and stretched her claws to the sky. Moments later, a crimson sword descended from the skies. Rumble! The entire starry sky transformed into a sea of blood. Jing Chen immediately came to a halt and cast a horrified gaze at Little White. The crimson sword had instilled a primal fear in him, and he didn't dare to move at all. Meanwhile, Little White soon grasped the crimson sword, and she waved it around while squeaking. The sword carved beautiful arcs in the air, and the crimson sword lights it emitted tore every inch of space-time in their way as they flew in all directions. Just then, Little White pointed the sword at Jing Chen and yelled, "Boom!" Swoosh! A crimson beam of sword energy rushed toward Jing Chen like a torrent of water. Jing Chen's face changed drastically. He waved his sleeve, and a mysterious force burst out of his robe. Boom! The crimson beam of sword energy was blocked, and Jing Chen was stunned to discover that the sword energy wasn't that strong. Jing Chen did a double take at the crimson sword in Little White's hand. The sword had instilled a primal fear in him, just like the sword in Ye Guan's hand, but the spirit progenitor couldn't wield it properly. Jing Chen's gaze turned cold. Before he could make a move, however, a shrill cry echoed next to him. Jing Chen turned and saw Guziuoshi pinned in place by the sword in Ye Guan's hand, and Ye Guan's sword was frantically devouring Guziuoshi's soul. Guziuoshi is dead. Jing Chen was dumbfounded. However, he decisively looked away and rushed toward Little White. "I'm going to catch that spirit progenitor first." Little White blinked and hurled the crimson sword toward Jing Chen before running away. Jing Chen was delighted. He burst into uproarious laughter before reaching out to grab the crimson sword. However, the crimson sword suddenly erupted into a beam of sword energy that rushed toward Jing Chen, but it missed. Boom! Cold sweat dripped down Jing Chen's forehead. If he had been leaning even in the slightest to the left, he would have perished just now. Meanwhile, Ye Guan sheathed the Qingxian sword. The sword had become even more powerful after devouring Gu Ziuoshi's soul. Overall, he judged it to be a great sword. Ye Guan grinned in satisfaction. The Qingxian sword was amazing, and he wanted to have this kind of sword for himself in the future. Of course, he was well aware that a sword's strength depended on the swordsman rather than the sword itself. In other words, the sword was incredible because his father was incredible. Ye Guan slowly turned toward Jing Chen. He was just about to attack when a deafening boom echoed in the spacetime above them. A spacetime rift had been torn open, and Ye Guan looked up to find a tall, burly man walking out of the rift. He was clad in a golden battle armor with a golden axe on his shoulder. A domineering aura wafted off of him, and every step he took would shake the spacetime around him. Jing Chen sighed in relief upon seeing the man. Battle Sovereign, he cried out in excitement. The Battle Sovereign was one of the 4 strongest sovereigns of the Eternal Civilization. The Battle Sovereign had lost only twice so far. His first defeat was to the Eternal Sovereign, and his second defeat was to the Great Deist Brushmaster. Most importantly, the Battle Sovereign lived for the sake of nothing else but to battle. Ye Guan's face darkened upon seeing the Battle Sovereign. 2 cultivators on the same cultivation base wouldn't necessarily be equal in strength. Take Gu Ziuoshi, for example, he was much stronger than a typical Great Destiny Sovereign. Of course, the main reason Ye Guan managed to kill him was that Gu Ziuoshi had underestimated Ye Guan. Gu Ziuoshi tried to face his Qingxian sword head-on, which caused the destruction of his fleshly body. Without his fleshly body, he became too weak against Ye Guan. To make matters worse, the Qingxian sword could restrain anyone's soul or even annihilate it. Ye Guan would have had a hard time defeating him. Jing Chen immediately heaved a sigh of relief when the Battle Sovereign appeared. The Battle Sovereign had finally broken through the seal. He thought that they could defeat the Guanxian universe by outnumbering it, but the Guanxian universe's supreme elites were too powerful, way more powerful than he had expected. They were simply too strong. And Nanjing swung her spear, forcing the Great Destiny Sovereigns around her to retreat. Her figure flashed, and she appeared right next to Ye Guan. She looked at the Battle Sovereign and said, "Let me fight him." "No, I'm going to fight him," Ye Guan replied. And Nanjing turned to look at him and asked, "Are you sure?" Ye Guan nodded. And Nanjing stared at him and said, "You might not necessarily be his match, even with your divine items." Ye Guan smiled and insisted, "I want to give it a try." After a few moments, Nanjing relented and nodded. "Go ahead." With that, she stood to the side, allowing Ye Guan to do as he wished. Nalan Jia's eyes flashed in worry at the sight. The Battle Sovereign's aura was terrifying enough in her eyes. Ye Guan had become a great sovereign, but it was temporary. Ye Guan still had a long way to go if he wanted to become a true great sovereign. Ye Guan could feel how worried Nalan Jia was for him, so he turned to look at her and said, "Don't worry. I'll admit defeat if I really can't beat him." Ye Guan had never been worried about losing battles. He knew that he wasn't invincible just yet, so there was no shame for him to concede defeat. If he ended up losing after a fair and square fight, what was there for him to be embarrassed about? Being a sore loser would be more embarrassing. He slowly walked up to the Battle Sovereign. Though there was 1,000 meters of distance between them, he could still feel the Battle Sovereign's powerful battle intent. Ye Guan was slightly taken aback. He had no idea that a person's battle intent could become so strong. Of course, the fact had ignited his fighting spirit. It was time for a fierce battle. He took a deep breath, and his eyes turned ferocious. He had become a little arrogant after he became a great sovereign. He knew that he was getting ahead of himself, but he really wanted to fight with someone who could be considered truly strong. To him, this was an opportunity to fulfill that wish. Jing Chen frowned when he saw Ye Guan walking towards the Battle Sovereign. He couldn't help but admit that the young man was indeed a heaven-defying monstrous talent. He'd be one of the most talented youngsters even in the era of the Eternal Civilization. But, fighting the Battle Sovereign? He was overestimating himself. Regardless, Jing Chen didn't dare to look down on Ye Guan at all, as Ye Guan had brought him enough surprises. The Battle Sovereign stared calmly at Ye Guan. No, he stared indifferently at Ye Guan. The Battle Sovereign had only been defeated by the Eternal Sovereign and the Great Deist Brushmaster. Everyone else aside from the Eternal Sovereign and the Great Deist Brushmaster was a mere ant in his eyes. The Battle Sovereign's gaze landed on the Qingshan sword and the ancient copper shield in Ye Guan's hands. Swoosh! Ye Guan abruptly disappeared. He had decided to make the first move. Ye Guan appeared right in front of the Battle Sovereign, and he slashed downward with his sword. Heaven rend quick draw 100 stacks. The attack created a powerful explosion that reduced the spacetime 50 meters around Ye Guan into dust. It was his first attack, but he had already given it his all. He knew that he wouldn't have many chances to attack someone as strong as the Battle Sovereign. In the face of Ye Guan's attack, the Battle Sovereign remained calm. When the Qingshan sword was just inches away from his head, he flicked his wrist, and the giant axe in his hand flew upward. Boom! An incomparably terrifying battle intent pervaded the skies. Bam! The sword light radiating from Ye Guan's attack was shattered, and the powerful battle intent blasted him at least 10 kilometers away. There was another loud explosion as he came to a halt, and Ye Guan was stupefied to find that the space-time behind him had completely collapsed. Fresh blood trickled down the corner of his lips, and he glanced at the ancient shield wrapped around his arm. If it weren't for the shield, he would have been crippled or perhaps even killed. The shield had absorbed at least 90% of the Battle Sovereign's attack. The Battle Sovereign looked down at the axe in his hands and saw a tiny scratch on it. The Battle Sovereign frowned. He knew that the Qingxian sword wasn't an ordinary sword, but he didn't expect it to be capable of scratching his battle axe. In addition, Ye Guan's shield had also managed to take the brunt of his attack. Ye Guan wiped away the blood trickling down his mouth and vanished. With a sword in hand, he rushed toward the Battle Sovereign and slashed out unbeatable. The attack annihilated layers of space-time, and Ye Guan had given it his all once more. This attack was Ye Guan's strongest attack ever since he had chosen to become a swordsman. The Battle Sovereign swung his axe, and a chunk of the starry sky was annihilated. His powerful battle intent forced the weaker cultivators on the battlefield to retreat at least a few kilometers away. Everyone's faces changed upon seeing the Battle Sovereign's attack. Bam! A kaleidoscope of sword lights erupted, and a figure was blasted away. It was Ye Guan. He flew for 100 kilometers before he finally managed to stop. The moment he came to a halt, he saw that he had annihilated every inch of space-time in his way, and the space-time behind him had become pitch black. Meanwhile, blood trickled down his lips non-stop. And Nanjing and the others frowned. Arya was about to rush forward, but Nalanjia stopped her. Nalanjia stared at Ye Guan and clenched her fists tightly. However, she had faith in Ye Guan, so her eyes held not even a trace of worry. Ye Guan wasn't a reckless fool. There had to be a reason behind his decision to fight the Battle Sovereign himself, and Nalanjia had chosen to believe in whatever reason he had in mind. Arya hesitated for a while and turned to look at Nanjing. Nanjing gently shook her head. She also had faith in Ye Guan. Arya nodded. She then took out a stick of candied hawthorn and started licking it. Meanwhile, Jing Chen heaved another sigh of relief. Ye Guan was definitely not the Battle Sovereign's match, even though he was a heaven-defying monstrous talent. Perhaps he would become the Battle Sovereign's match one day once he became a great Destiny Sovereign himself, but right now, he was too weak to compare to the Battle Sovereign. However, Ye Guan had no plans of giving up just yet. Under everyone's gazes, he stumped with his right foot and transformed into a ray of sword light that rushed toward the Battle Sovereign. He still wants to fight. Jing Chen frowned. The Battle Sovereign stared deeply at Ye Guan before raising his axe and swinging it down. A powerful aura came to life, and it was akin to a violent volcano. The aura blasted Ye Guan away, and the slash itself had split space-time in half. Ye Guan quickly raised his shield. Bam! The huge axe collided with the ancient copper shield. The shield trembled violently, and the impact sent Ye Guan flying. The space-time all around them was in a vicious cycle of annihilation and repair, creating an extremely terrifying scene. When Ye Guan finally stopped in his tracks, he coughed a mouthful of blood. His fleshly body was riddled with cracks, but the ancient copper shield was still completely intact. There wasn't even a dent in it. The cultivators of the Eternal Civilization stared in shock at the ancient copper shield, and they couldn't quite believe that it had managed to withstand the Battle Sovereign's attack, which seemed capable of annihilating multiple worlds at once. The shield was ridiculously strong. Jing Chen glared at Ye Guan. The young man had an abundance of spiritual treasures and spiritual artifacts. Clearly, the Guanxian universe was indeed quite wealthy. The Battle Sovereign frowned. He also didn't expect that Ye Guan's shield was sturdy enough to withstand 2 attacks from him. It was a great piece of equipment. The Battle Sovereign's gaze turned fiery. His strength would reach the next level if he had such a shield. He used to have a shield as well, but the great Daoist Brushmaster had shattered it during their battle. Fortunately, Ye Guan's ancient copper shield seemed to have been made just for him. Having made up his mind, the Battle Sovereign took one step forward, and his powerful battle intent swept toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan slowly closed his eyes in the face of the powerful battle intent. It hadn't been that long since the fight had started, but he had already discovered 2 flaws in himself. His battle and killing intent were horrendously weak. There were 2 motives behind why he had chosen to attack first. First of all, he wanted to experience the strength of someone who could be considered truly powerful. It was fine even if he lost to his opponent, as the fight itself would become a lesson for him. Secondly, he wanted to know the nature of battle intent, and he had just finally understood its nature. His fight against the Battle Sovereign had told him the true nature of battle intent: fight till the last breath. My battle intent will remain alive so long as I'm alive. Try and beat me to death, but I'll never stop fighting till my last breath. Ye Guan's eyes abruptly opened, and he opened both of his palms as well. Boom! A terrifying sword intent rushed to the skies. Tribulation lightning sword intent. Soon, another intent was born under everyone's shocked gazes. Battle intent? Everyone froze in shock. He was enlightened to battle intent mid-battle? Sovereign. In addition, the battle intent was born from his sword intent. A battle sword intent. Ye Guan's sword intent surged crazily and went through a qualitative change. A tribulation lightning sword intent coupled with a battle sword intent? Ye Guan's sword intent had reached yet another peak. The Battle Sovereign frowned deeply upon seeing that Ye Guan had gotten enlightened to battle intent. He was truly caught off guard by the fact that the young man had used his battle intent to get enlightened to battle intent. He glared at Ye Guan, and without beating around the bush, he leaped forward and slashed downward with his golden battle axe. Swing! The surroundings were torn apart. A force strong enough to destroy an entire world rushed toward Ye Guan. The surroundings crumbled as the golden axe tore it apart. Ye Guan looked up and laughed heartily. He stumped with his right foot and transformed into a ray of sword light before rushing to the skies. I'll fight. Even if I can't beat the battle sovereign, I'm still going to fight. His battle intent became even stronger than before as his sword collided with the battle sovereign's golden axe. Boom! An explosion of sword light occurred, sending sword lights in all directions. Ye Guan plummeted to the ground. The battle sovereign was about to attack once more, but he flinched and looked down at the battle axe in his hand. A few moments later, an audible crack echoed as the axe scattered into ashes. The battle sovereign was stunned. The eternal civilization cultivators froze. The battle sovereign's axe, shattered? Everyone's faces were soon filled with disbelief. The battle sovereign's golden axe was an unranked divine item. It had been countless battles, but it had remained sturdy despite that. Clearly, it wasn't just an ordinary unranked divine item. However, a young swordsman had actually shattered it. Everyone from the eternal civilization stared at the sword in Ye Guan's hands. They knew the extent of Ye Guan's strength and knew that he couldn't have destroyed the golden axe with his own power. The crux of the matter had to be the sword. What kind of sword was it? The cultivators of the eternal civilization were shocked and curious at the same time. They couldn't help but think that Ye Guan's sword was even more powerful than unranked divine items. Jing Chen glared at Ye Guan, and his expression became increasingly gloomy as he thought to himself, this young man is seriously full of surprises. The battle sovereign turned his attention to Ye Guan. More accurately, he was looking at the sword in Ye Guan's hands. What a great sword, he exclaimed. Then, he took one step forward and punched. Boom! A fist imprint emblazoned with a terrifying battle intent descended toward Ye Guan. Unafraid, Ye Guan's figure blurred. He turned into a ray of golden light and took to the skies, slashing out with his sword at the fist imprint. Let's get this over and done with. Boom! The sword light shattered, and Ye Guan was blasted away. The moment he flew out, the battle sovereign rushed forward and sent another punch. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he slashed out fiercely. Heaven rend 100 stacks. He had decided to face the fist imprint head-on. Boom! Ye Guan flew as if he were a kite with its strings cut, but his attack had managed to force the battle sovereign to come to a halt. The battle sovereign looked down at his right hand and saw that many cracks had formed on it. Blood oozed out of the cracks. The cultivators of the eternal civilization became gloomy at the sight. They knew the extent of the battle sovereign's strength. He was second only to the eternal sovereign. It was true that he had just shattered his seal, but he was still someone that even a great destiny sovereign would struggle to fight. However, a young swordsman had actually injured him. Ye Guan was just a great sovereign, an ordinary great sovereign. In addition, his cultivation base was just temporary. How terrifying would he become once he became a true great sovereign? The cultivators of the eternal civilization frowned at the thought. He's too talented? The battle sovereign furrowed his brows when he looked at Ye Guan. He had just realized that even though Ye Guan was injured, he was recovering so quickly that his injuries could be considered scratches at best. It had to be his Dao imprint and the divine tree of nature? In other words, the battle sovereign had to defeat Ye Guan in one punch, or Ye Guan would always be at his peak condition. The battle sovereign fell silent. He was finally convinced that external tools were great. He initially believed that external tools were just smoke and mirrors, they couldn't represent a cultivator's true strength, but perhaps his belief had stemmed from the fact that his spiritual artifacts at the time were lacking in quality. The young swordsman in front of him had both quality and quantity. It was quite ridiculous, even in his eyes. The battle sovereign emptied his mind, his right hand trembled, and his injuries quickly recovered. He cast his gaze upon Ye Guan in the distance and clenched his right fist. Boom! A myriad strands of his battle intent converged on the palm of his hand. At the same time, the spacetime within a radius of 100 kilometers began to tremble violently. The battle sovereign was about to unleash a martial skill. Ye Guan's expression turned solemn. The battle sovereign had finally decided to confront him with all his might rather than just his fists and axe. Ye Guan seemed to have thought of something, and he used his Qingxian sword to hit the ancient copper shield. Screech! A shrill noise echoed as a faint scratch appeared on the shield, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ye Guan was shocked at the Qingxian sword's sharpness and the toughness of Arya's horns. It seemed that only the ancient copper shield was sturdy enough to withstand the Qingxian sword. The sharpest sword and the sturdiest shield? Just then, the battle sovereign let out a roar and sent a punch toward Ye Guan. Terrifying battle intent surged like a tide toward Ye Guan, and the surrounding spacetime was annihilated in an instant. The powerful battle intent forced the nearby cultivators to retreat. They didn't dare to challenge such a strong battle intent. A long-range attack? Ye Guan frowned. A long-range attack meant he couldn't easily counterattack. He lifted the ancient copper shield and placed it in front of him. He had decided to make the shield take the brunt of the oncoming attack. Boom! Ye Guan was blasted away by the terrifying wave of battle intent. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled more than 10 kilometers. Ye Guan looked up and was astonished to find the battle sovereign charging at him. The battle sovereign threw a fist that landed on Ye Guan's ancient copper shield. Bam! Ye Guan was once again sent flying backward together with the ancient copper shield. Before he could even stop, the battle sovereign appeared in front of him once again and threw out another punch. However, Ye Guan suddenly retracted his shield and slashed out with his sword. The battle sovereign narrowed his eyes and retracted his fist. His figure trembled, and he retreated backward, leaving a blurry trail. However, it seemed that Ye Guan had expected the Battle Sovereign's retreat, as he immediately rushed forward and slashed out with his sword once again. The Battle Sovereign retreated some more. Swing! Ye Guan's attack struck empty air, and the space-time where the Battle Sovereign previously stood took the impact of his attack. Ye Guan cast his gaze upon the distant Battle Sovereign. His expression was extremely gloomy. He realized that if the Battle Sovereign didn't fight him head-on, he couldn't injure the Battle Sovereign at all. The Battle Sovereign was much faster than him, after all. Clearly, there was still a huge gap between him and the Battle Sovereign, even though he was currently a great sovereign. The Battle Sovereign stared back at Ye Guan with a deep frown. He could feel a headache coming on as he thought about having to deal with Ye Guan. Ye Guan had the sharpest sword and the strongest shield. His recovery rate was also terrifying. The Battle Sovereign felt slightly helpless. If he were at his peak condition, Ye Guan would have perished long ago, but right now, Ye Guan rushed to the Battle Sovereign with an excited look on his face. He charged forward and thrust his sword toward the Battle Sovereign. The Battle Sovereign's figure flashed as he retreated backward, wanting to increase the distance between them. Bam! Ye Guan's sword had missed once again. Swoosh! The Battle Sovereign suddenly appeared right in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan immediately felt a terrifying pressure weighing down on him. He hurriedly raised his shield to block the oncoming attack. Bam! Ye Guan staggered backward, but the Battle Sovereign wasn't done just yet as he flickered next to Ye Guan. Shocked, Ye Guan quickly raised his shield, but his expression changed drastically. He whipped around, but the moment he did, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Bam! Ye Guan flew away, and a hand grabbed the ancient copper shield wrapped around his arm. The hand belonged to the Battle Sovereign, and he was trying to snatch the ancient copper shield away from Ye Guan. Ye Guan let go of the ancient copper shield and charged forward with his sword. The Battle Sovereign didn't dare to take the attack head-on and let go of the ancient copper shield to retreat rapidly. Ye Guan's expression was dark as he stared at the Battle Sovereign. He had almost lost his shield to the latter. The Battle Sovereign stared back at him, and without beating around the bush, he suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. He was incredibly fast, and like a ghost, he reappeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan suddenly whipped around and thrust his sword forward. Shwick! An afterimage dispersed into smoke, and the Battle Sovereign reappeared 1,000 meters away from Ye Guan. The Battle Sovereign's expression was solemn. Ye Guan had just predicted his movement. Soon, his eyes narrowed as he exclaimed, "So you're a martial god as well." Ye Guan didn't reply. He charged at the Battle Sovereign and slashed out with his sword, a sword move emblazoned with unbeatable. The Battle Sovereign had learned from a hard lesson. He dared not face Ye Guan's attacks head-on. Ye Guan's sword was just too sharp for him to withstand. He retreated, creating distance between himself and Ye Guan. However, when Ye Guan was about to unleash another sword attack, the Battle Sovereign suddenly disappeared. Thousands of afterimages surrounded Ye Guan in an instant, and they were incredibly fast. Ye Guan couldn't tell which one of them was the Battle Sovereign's true body. Taking one step forward, Ye Guan activated his sword domain. The afterimages started to slow down as Ye Guan's domain expanded and engulfed them. The next moment, however, his sword domain abruptly shattered. His sword domain had lasted for only an instant, but it had allowed him to find the Battle Sovereign's true body. He turned around and lunged forward with his sword. Boom! The Battle Sovereign retreated. Ye Guan didn't give chase and just stared at him silently. Jing Chen suddenly said, "Ye Guan, you're being protected by a whole bunch of divine equipment. Where's the fun in that?" Ye Guan glanced at him and asked, "Why don't you suppress your cultivation base and fight with me one-on-one?" Jing Chen's face turned ugly. He wasn't even confident that he could beat Ye Guan even with his entire cultivation base, so how could he defeat Ye Guan with a suppressed cultivation base? Ye Guan cast a contemptuous gaze at Jing Chen and said, "Your cultivation base is much higher than mine, but you want me to take off my equipment. You're even more shameless than." Ye Guan caught himself in time. Otherwise, his father would give him a beatdown. Haha, a hearty peal of laughter echoed as a terrifying aura surged from the depths of the starry sky. Battle Sovereign, you are actually struggling to deal with mere ants? How embarrassing. A space-time rift was torn open, and a middle-aged man walked out of it. Jing Chen shouted with delight, "Demon Sovereign." The Demon Sovereign was here. The Demon Sovereign was one of the foremost powerful great sovereigns under the Eternal Sovereign. The Demon Sovereign was rebellious by nature, and his Deo was considered unorthodox, or rather, demonic. Out of the four most powerful great sovereigns, his temper was the hottest, but he was the strongest as well. In terms of strength, he was second only to the Battle Sovereign when he was at his peak, and he was the third strongest throughout the Eternal Civilization during its heyday. The Battle Sovereign stared quietly at the Demon Sovereign. The Demon Sovereign looked at Ye Guan and the others from the Guanxian universe. His face was full of disdain as he said, "They're just a bunch of ants. How are they worthy of being a threat to the Eternal Civilization?" The Battle Sovereign glanced at him and said, "Don't be reckless." "Reckless?" the Demon Sovereign asked. He then grinned and said, "The great deist Brushmaster is no longer around. Who else can go against our Eternal Civilization? I guess you're still recovering from the injury you sustained many years ago, so it's understandable that you're finding it difficult to deal with these ants here. Step aside, then. Let me do it." The Demon Sovereign glanced at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you that Ye Guan?" Ye Guan nodded and asked, "Who are you?" The Demon Sovereign replied, "I'm the Demon Sovereign. Have you heard of me before?" "No, but..." Ye Guan shook his head and asked, "Are you strong?" The demon sovereign laughed and said, "As long as the great deist brushmaster and the first sovereign aren't around, I'm invincible." Invincible? Do you get it? Huh. A soft cry echoed in everyone's ears, prompting them to look up at the starry sky. A white-robed swordsman came to a halt as he flew across the starry sky of a distant vast expanse. He turned around, and his gaze seemed to ignore the concept of distance as he stared at something. The blue-robed man next to him asked, "Brother Unfettered, what's wrong?" The white-robed swordsman replied, "Someone just said they're invincible." The blue-robed man shook his head and said, "It's probably just another insignificant ant. Don't bother yourself with them." The white-robed man hesitated for a while before saying, "I think it's better if I just go there and take a look. I have to make them stop saying that they're invincible, or else I'll get too annoyed to do anything else." The blue-robed man had yet to reply, but the white-robed swordsman had already become a ray of sword light, speeding into the distance. The blue-robed man was stunned speechless upon seeing the unfettered swordsman leave. Brother Unfettered has become a bit obsessive with invincibility. To think that he's killing anyone daring enough to claim that they're invincible? Ye Guan looked at the demon sovereign with a gloomy expression. The demon sovereign's aura was significantly stronger than the battle sovereign's aura. In other words, the demon sovereign was at his peak condition, unlike the battle sovereign. With that in mind, Ye Guan decided not to fight. He had already profited from his fight against the battle sovereign, and it was time to call it a day. He could continue and try to fight the demon sovereign, but what if he ended up dying? Ye Guan retreated to stand beside Arya and in Nanjing. Little White extended her claws, and the Qingxian sword flew to her. Ye Guan hurriedly tightened his grip on the ancient copper shield. Little White blinked before pointing her tiny claw at Ye Guan's shield and pointing at herself afterward. She was obviously trying to tell Ye Guan that the ancient copper shield was hers. After a few moments of hesitation, Ye Guan said, "Lend it to me for a while." Little White's eyes widened, and she stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. Ye Guan was slightly guilty. "Well, I'll return it to you once we're done here, okay?" Little White blinked again, thinking about his offer. Ye Guan quickly added, "I'll return it to you. I swear on my father's name." Swoosh! Little White rushed over to Ye Guan and tugged at the ancient copper shield with her tiny claws. Ye Guan's expression froze. What the fuck? What kind of person is my father? Is he really unreliable to the point that he'd even violate an oath? Ye Guan felt helpless and could only give the shield back to Little White. He was not going to try and rob her. In fact, he dared not do something like that because he would just get beaten up. After all, he was still too weak compared to his relatives. Sigh, he sighed to himself. He was truly too weak. The demon sovereign glanced at Ye Guan before he laughed heartily and said, "Why don't all of you come at me at the same time?" At the same time? Ye Guan froze. So he's that arrogant? A Nanjing glanced at him and flicked her wrist. A spear appeared in her hand, and she took a stance, ready to attack. However, something strange happened all of a sudden. Boom! A mysterious aura made a beeline for them. No, for the demon sovereign. Everyone was shocked. Who's coming? The cultivators of the eternal civilization were puzzled, and they wondered if reinforcements were coming. They looked at Jing Chen, but he looked as puzzled as them. The aura was completely unfamiliar to him. Are they from the Guanxian universe? Jing Chen's face darkened upon seeing the strange expressions on a Nanjing and the rest. A Nanjing and the others glanced at each other, surprised. They didn't expect that he would come here. Among them, only Ye Guan looked lost. He had no idea who was coming. The demon sovereign laughed out loud and said, "Finally, a slightly bigger ant has come. The rest of you, please wait here and don't interfere. I'll take their head and come back with it soon." He turned into a ray of black light and rushed to the depths of the starry sky. The battle sovereign frowned. He felt that the mysterious aura wasn't simple at all. He wanted to warn the demon sovereign, but then he remembered how hot-tempered the demon sovereign was. If he went up to warn him, an altercation would probably break out between them. Hence, he decided not to do anything. The demon sovereign finally came to a halt. He put his right hand behind him and waited silently, his face full of unconcealed arrogance. A space-time rift was torn open in front of him, and a swordsman slowly walked out of the rift. He was wearing a white, long robe with a sheathed longsword in his left hand. His pace seemed unhurried and carefree. He was a swordsman, but he didn't have an overbearing aura. Actually, he seemed pretty easygoing. The demon sovereign frowned. The white-robed swordsman emitted not even the slightest trace of profound energy, making him appear as though he were immortal. I can't feel his cultivation base? The demon sovereign was slightly puzzled, and he began to feel wary. The white-robed swordsman before him seemed to be a formidable opponent. The white-robed swordsman examined the demon sovereign from top to bottom before asking, "Were you the one who claimed invincibility?" "Yes, that's me." The demon sovereign chuckled and said, "Why? Unhappy?" The white-robed swordsman replied, "Not really, I was just afraid that you were just bragging." Haha. The demon sovereign guffawed and said, "Don't worry, I'm truly invincible." "I hope so." The white-robed swordsman nodded and said, "I'm going to attack now." The demon sovereign opened his arms. "Come and try to kill me, then." The white-robed swordsman froze a little, seemingly hesitant. He just wanted to spar with the demon sovereign, he didn't have to kill the latter. In addition, he hadn't come all the way here to kill someone. "Please, try to kill me," the demon sovereign urged. He cackled maniacally, and a terrifying wave of demonic energy pervaded the starry sky around them. The surrounding space-time also quivered violently. Domineering? The demon sovereign seemed unashamed about showing how domineering and ferocious he was, but it wasn't strange at all. He was strong, so he had the right to be domineering and ferocious. He also had enough confidence. After all, he had only suffered defeat twice in his whole life. So what if the white-robed swordsman looked formidable? Without the great deist brush master, he was pretty much invincible in this world. Invincible? The demon sovereign laughed madly and transformed into a ray of demonic light that shot toward the white-robed swordsman. He had decided to make the first move, and he had decided to go all out. The white-robed swordsman drew his sword and slashed out. Swing! The demonic energy that had pervaded the starry sky around them vanished in an instant. The demon sovereign's attack also scattered and dispersed like smoke as a sword light pierced his forehead, immobilizing him. The demon sovereign's eyes widened, and he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His mind went blank. Who am I? What the fuck happened to me? Did he just suppress me in an instant? The demon sovereign was shocked. The white-robed swordsman looked extremely disappointed as he said, I should have listened to Brother Yang. He had traveled millions of miles just for an ant? Irritated, the white-robed swordsman couldn't help but say, how dare you say that you're invincible when you're so weak? The demon sovereign couldn't speak as he trembled, not out of fury but out of fear. He was terrified out of his wits. He was a great destiny sovereign, and his overall prowess was higher than some cosmic spirits, but he was suppressed in the blink of an eye. Just who is he? The demon sovereign cast a trembling gaze upon the white-robed swordsman. The white-robed swordsman gave one final glance at the demon sovereign before turning around to leave. He could kill the demon sovereign with just a single thought, so the latter's life didn't really matter to him. The demon sovereign was just too weak, and he felt like he would trample on an ant if he were to kill the demon sovereign. Humans usually wouldn't go out of their way to stomp an ant to death, right? The demon sovereign saw that the white-robed swordsman was leaving, so he hurriedly called out to stop him. You're from the Guanxian universe, aren't you? The Guanxian universe? The white-robed swordsman stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the demon sovereign. Are you an enemy of the Guanxian universe? He asked. The demon sovereign was quiet. The white-robed swordsman muttered, my brother had established the Guanxian universe, and since you are an enemy of the Guanxian universe. The white-robed swordsman slashed out with his sword, erasing the demon sovereign from this world. The white-robed swordsman shook his head slightly and muttered to no one in particular, why are these liars even claiming that they're invincible? Many years had passed, but only that person from the true universe was actually strong enough to stand against him. Unfortunately, she was in the middle of suppressing a universe tribulation, so he couldn't fight her. What a pity. The plain-skirt lady was there, but she wasn't in a mood to fight. She was having the time of her life in Milky Way. Sigh. He sighed to himself and muttered, it is lonely to be invincible. He turned around to leave, but he suddenly thought of something and decided to observe the battlefield below him. He hesitated for a little while, but he eventually decided to stay behind and see what was going on. He had to make sure that the descendant of his brother Yang was doing fine. Everyone craned their necks to look up at the starry sky. They waited, and waited, but the demon sovereign didn't return. The cultivators of the eternal civilization frowned. How fierce was their battle that it was taking so long? Meanwhile, Nanjing and the rest were calm. They already knew what would happen upon sensing the white-robed swordsman's aura. All of a sudden, Qinger wearing a white skirt appeared next to Ye Guan. Let's go back to the Guanxian universe. And Ye Guan was surprised. Did something happen to the Guanxian universe? Nothing happened to it. Qinger smiled and explained, there are people there to stop the eternal civilization from even approaching it. Ye Guan wanted to say something. However, Qinger interrupted him and said, you're not strong enough yet, so if you stay here, Qinger stopped mid-sentence. After a while, she said, the Guanxian universe needs someone to take charge of the overall situation, so the three of you should return. She was referring to Nailin, Little White, and Ye Guan. Ye Guan understood what his aunt was trying to tell him. He was strong, but his strength was temporary. His cultivation base was actually starting to drop. After all, his current cultivation base was the result of a secret technique. The side effects of the secret technique weren't that dangerous, but maintaining the boosted state for an extended period of time would take a great toll on Ye Guan's body and soul. Ye Guan also admitted that he would only be a burden if he were to stay here. Of course, it also applied to Nailin and Little White. Nailin had many powerful divine items, but she was too weak to use them properly, even with Little White's help. Qin Guan was the only one capable of using those items properly, and she wouldn't dare to use them casually, as they were too strong enough to inadvertently harm allied troops. Ye Guan immediately got ready to leave with Nailin and Little White. They would become the main targets of the enemies if they were to stay here, so they had to leave to relieve Nanjing and the others of the burden of protecting them. But before they could leave, however, a chuckle echoed from the periphery of the starry sky. Thinking of leaving? Boom! A massive chunk of the starry sky burst into flames, and the governing laws of nature around the starry sky were slowly getting annihilated. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. Who's here? The Eternal Sovereign? Ye Guan's expression became unusually solemn. The newcomer's aura was even stronger than the battle sovereign. White Skirt Qinger pulled Ye Guan behind her and smiled before saying, don't be afraid. Auntie's here, so no one can bully you. Warmth filled Ye Guan's heart. He thought he had reached the pinnacle of life upon inheriting the family assets. Little did he know that he would have to face challenges every day. His life had become so fast-paced that it was stressful and exhausting. Fortunately, the young family members and his aunts were there to help him when he needed it. As the formidable aura started to materialize, the starry sky started to crumble. The starry sky here couldn't withstand the newcomer's power. Ye Guan stared into the distance, his expression extremely serious. Could it be the Eternal Sovereign? Ye Guan swept his gaze across the starry sky, and he caught a glimpse of a man approaching them. The man wore plain silk clothes and a simple crown. His eyes were a peculiar crimson color. The green ancient scroll in his arms seemed out of place, considering his burly figure. Ye Guan frowned. The newcomer wasn't the Eternal Sovereign. A thought jumped to his head, and he turned to look at Jing Chen, only to see them all filled with puzzlement. Ye Guan was shocked. Even the elites of the Eternal Civilization were unfamiliar with the man. The Battle Sovereign mirrored his confusion, staring at the stranger with a furrowed brow. Clearly, nobody knew the man's identity. High above in the starry sky, the unfettered swordsman glanced briefly at the newcomer before shaking his head with a hint of disdain. Too weak. The man's gaze fell on Ye Guan. He smiled and asked, "Are you Ye Guan?" Ye Guan responded carefully, "Who might you be?" The man chuckled and replied, "Shen Yujin. Ever heard of me?" Ye Guan shook his head. Shen Yujin continued with a light-hearted tone of voice, "Not surprising. We're not exactly from the same era." Curious, Ye Guan asked, "You're not part of the Eternal Civilization?" Shen Yujin replied, "No." Perplexed, Ye Guan asked, "Then why are you here?" Shen Yujin stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, "I heard that the Dao imprint of the great Daoist brush master is on you. Is it true? He's here for the Dao imprint?" Ye Guan cast a deep gaze upon Shen Yujin before replying, "Yes, it is indeed on me." Shen Yujin smiled blandly and asked, "Can you give it to me?" Ye Guan pondered briefly before asking, "If I refuse, are you going to take it forcefully?" Shen Yujin burst into hearty laughter. "What do you think?" Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "You're not from the Eternal Civilization, so you should be an elite from a different civilization. I think we can work together." Shen Yujin was stunned. He then chuckled and asked, "You want us to work together?" Ye Guan stared at Shen Yujin, saying, "If you feel that cooperating with me would be an insult or that the Guanxian universe is not qualified to collaborate with you, then I can only tell you to make your move." Shen Yujin's gaze didn't leave Ye Guan as the smile on his lips faded away. Ye Guan added, "Forgive my bluntness, but I don't have a good impression of elites from the civilizations of the past eras." Why? Because each and every single one of you is arrogant, or rather, foolish. Like the clan leader of the Heaven-Seizing clan, Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao. Young Master Ye, a roar echoed from the starry sky. Ye Guan turned and saw a middle-aged man. He was none other than Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao. Ye Guan was astonished. Why is he here? Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao stared at Ye Guan and said, "Speaking ill of others behind their backs is not what a gentleman does." Ye Guan was speechless, but he quickly replied, "Speaking ill of others behind their backs is indeed a bad habit, but I wasn't lying." Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao's face turned ugly. He then transmitted, "Young Master Ye, we're enemies, but I respect you and your aunt. Respecting one's opponent is respecting oneself, don't you think so?" Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao before saying, "All right, I'll give Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao a face and won't use you as an example." Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao visibly relaxed. He cupped his fist and said, "Thank you." His presence here was certainly not a coincidence. Upon learning about the conflict between the Eternal Civilization and the Guanxian universe, he threw everything aside and rushed over here. As an elite from the Divine Dao Civilization era, he once followed the great Daoist brush master, so he knew a lot about the Eternal Sovereign, so he rushed over in excitement. However, he didn't think that Ye Guan would backstab him. What the heck? Wasn't that defamation? Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao couldn't take it and decided to step out of the shadows to speak. In the end, he truly cared a lot about his reputation. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao seemed to have realized something as he transmitted, "Shen Yujin is a cosmic spirit from the early days of the Divine Dao Civilization. His strength is beyond great destiny sovereigns. The great Daoist brush master suppressed him because he wanted to reset the universe. He wasn't showing any weaknesses here. He just felt that he had to repay Ye Guan for his decision to respect the former. It wasn't a display of weakness, and he certainly wasn't going to surrender to Ye Guan." Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao repeated in his mind. Ye Guan glanced at Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao before turning to Shen Yujin, saying, "I know that you were an extraordinary figure in the era of the Divine Dao Civilization. Now that you've emerged and the great Daoist brush master is not around, you definitely have great confidence in yourself. You probably think that you're invincible here, against someone like me without strength, background, and..." Smack. Ye Guan's speech was interrupted by a Nanjing smacking his head. "Watch your words," she snapped. Ye Guan smiled wryly before continuing. "In other words, I'm sure you aren't taking anyone here seriously because it hasn't been that long since you've emerged, but I have a suggestion. You should investigate me first before making a move against me and becoming an enemy of the Guanxian universe. You'd best investigate the Guanxian universe as well." Ye Guan sighed once he was done, but he was inwardly cursing. He couldn't believe that he was getting worried about the villain. His current lifestyle was indeed extremely exhausting. Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Dao was quiet upon hearing Ye Guan's words. His attitude had been similar to the Eternal Sovereign and Shen Yujin the moment he had reincarnated. He truly thought that he was invincible, as the great deist brush master had gone missing. A prideful individual would have to face great calamities. He had suffered the consequences of his own arrogance, which almost led to the extermination of his own clan. He even almost lost his life. Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao sighed deeply, and he cast a resentful gaze at Ye Guan upon recalling something. If Ye Guan had said these words to him back then, given his unparalleled wisdom, he would surely have listened to Ye Guan. His plight was all Ye Guan's fault. He had such a powerful background, but he had chosen to hide it, which made Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao think that he was an easy pick. Shen Yujin chuckled upon hearing Ye Guan's words. I understand what you're trying to say. You are saying that Guanxian universe is very strong, and you have people supporting you, right? Ye Guan was quiet. Shen Yujin erupted into a peal of uproarious laughter before saying, I admit that what you said makes sense. When making enemies, one should indeed investigate the target's strength and background beforehand to avoid provoking someone invincible and bringing about one's own demise, but... No, wait, I want to say the same thing to you. Do you even know who I am? Shen Yujin pointed at himself and said, Do you know how strong I am? Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao's brows furrowed, and he glanced at Shen Yujin with disbelief. He had never encountered such a dumbass throughout his life. Ye Guan sighed at Shen Yujin's words. He sounded helpless as he said, You villains are truly reckless. Can you guys stop being so reckless? I'm getting really exhausted just dealing with you guys. Ye Guan felt like he could finally understand why his father had become the king of relying on others. He had no choice but to become the king of relying on others because of the villains with the same mindset as Shen Yujin. Ye Guan no longer bothered with Shen Yujin and retreated behind Nanjing and his two aunts. Shen Yujin's eyes narrowed, and a cold light shimmered in his eyes. Meanwhile, White Skirt Chinger ruffled Ye Guan's head and said with a smile, Little one, the majority of people in this world are arrogant. They're like frogs in a well that knows nothing of the boundless sea. They're ignorant people in a closed loop where they think they're invincible. She wanted to show you her strength by conducting a slaughter in front of you. It is a great way for you to remain humble throughout your journey. Since she's your goal, you will be constantly reminded of just how insignificant you are compared to her, which will be the fuel that will motivate you to continue your arduous journey. It's the best way to shatter the closed loop where you've been living the whole time so that you will become capable of consistently overcoming yourself and going beyond your limits. Ye Guan pondered for quite a while before saying, I understand. White Skirt Chinger glanced at Shen Yujin before saying, You shouldn't even bother to speak reasonably with such people, especially when they harbor hostility toward you. You should think about how you can kill them rather than how you can squeeze your way out of the pinch with words. Oftentimes, the blade of the sword is more effective than words, and attempting to talk reasonably with them might not be as effective as hitting them once. Once you've hit them, they'll understand what you're trying to say. Your plain-skirt aunt is well aware of this, so she never bothers about talking reasonably with such people. Of course, she doesn't even allow them to speak in the first place. Ye Guan nodded and replied, I understand. White Skirt Chinger smiled and asked, Want to see me go on a killing spree? Ye Guan was stunned, but he quickly nodded. White Skirt Chinger gently ruffled Ye Guan's hair and replied, I'm not as strong as your Aunt King Kaio or your plain skirt aunt, and I need to use external tools. I don't really like to use them, but I can make an exception today for you. She then looked up and opened her right hand. Please lend me a sword, seniors, she said with a smile. Hum? A resonant sword hum echoed across the starry sky, and a sword landed in White Skirt Chinger's hands. The path sword? Ye Guan was stupefied. He didn't expect the path sword to come here. Swoosh, swoosh. The Qingxian sword and the sword precursor flew out of Little White and hovered in front of White Skirt Chinger. The three swords had gathered, allowing White Skirt Chinger to choose one of them to wield. 3 swords to choose from? Ye Guan was surprised. The swords were his plain skirt aunt's path sword, his father's Qingxian sword, and his grandfather's sword precursor. Clearly, his plain skirt aunt, his father, and his grandfather were willing to lend their swords to White Skirt Chinger. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at White Skirt Chinger. It seemed that she was on good terms with all of them. When Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao saw the path sword, his face turned ugly, and his eyes started trembling in fear. The path sword was the sword that had struck the heaven seizing world and annihilated it. He couldn't help but feel terrified upon seeing it again. In addition, the other 2 swords seemed as terrifying as the path sword. Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao glanced at Ye Guan, thinking, his background is extraordinary. White Skirt Chinger swept her gaze across the 3 swords in front of her. She smiled lightly and stretched out her hand to stroke the 3 swords. In the end, her hand gripped the path sword. The path sword trembled slightly as if responding to her. White Skirt Chinger turned to look at Shen Yujin not far away. Shen Yujin smiled lightly and was about to speak when White Skirt Chinger vanished. Sword light fleeted across the air as space-time was directly torn apart. Shen Yujin's eyes narrowed sharply, and fear gripped his heart. He had noticed White Skirt Chinger while he was on the way here, but she wasn't emitting any aura, so Shen Yujin wasn't sure of her strength. However, he instantly realized that he had underestimated her when he saw her drawing her sword. Unfortunately, there was no turning back for him. He had already shown them his cards, so retreating here would be a humiliation he couldn't afford to stomach. Shen Yujin roared and clenched his right fist. He unleashed a punch emblazoned with a myriad of runes. The starry sky was instantly set ablaze. The space-time of the starry sky was scorched until everything went quiet. Shen Yujin didn't dare to be careless. He went all out. However, the runes that had emblazoned his fist were annihilated as the path sword swept across them. The path sword obliterated every rune, and then the path sword's swing became a thrust, piercing Shen Yujin's forehead. Boom! Shen Yujin was immobilized. Every onlooker was petrified as well. Shen Yujin was a cosmic spirit from the era of the divine Dao civilization, but the lady in the white skirt had defeated her with just one sword move. Every elite from the eternal civilization was visibly shaken, and they hastily retreated from Ye Guan and his allies. Jing Chen stared in astonishment at white skirt Qing'er in the distance. Even the battle sovereign showed unprecedented seriousness in his gaze. He was convinced that he couldn't block the lady in the white skirt's sword move even if he were at his peak. The lady in the white skirt was strong, but the sword in her hand was even stronger. Ye Guan's heart was filled with astonishment as he gazed at white skirt Qing'er in the distance. The power of the path sword in her hands was completely different from when he wielded it. Clearly, the strength of a sword would vary depending on the strength of its wielder. Ye Guan clenched his fists as his blood started boiling. He silently vowed to work even harder. One day, he wanted to make a sword as strong as the path sword. White skirt Qing'er looked at Shen Yujin in front of her. She turned to look at Ye Guan and smiled. "Kid, come over here." Ye Guan hurriedly went over to white skirt Qing'er. White skirt Qing'er smiled faintly and said, "Now you can talk reasonably with him." After a moment of thought, Ye Guan shook his head and said, "I think there's no need to do so. Young master Ye." Shen Yujin hurriedly said, "Spare me, and I'm going to serve the Guanxian universe under your command." Shen Yujin was afraid of death, and he also knew the consequences of an uncompromising mindset. The result of his stubbornness was getting sealed for millions of years. He had cried a lot over those millions of years, regretting his decision to remain stubborn against the great Daoist Brushmaster. He had just escaped from confinement, so he didn't want to die just like this. He didn't want to die when he had just regained his freedom after millions of years. Hearing Shen Yujin's words, Ye Guan sighed inwardly. White skirt Qing'er was right, a beatdown was sometimes more effective than words. If one were stronger than the other, the latter would beg you to talk reasonably with them. White skirt Qing'er turned to look at Ye Guan, seeking his opinion. Ye Guan decisively said, "Kill him." White skirt Qing'er's lips curled slightly, and there was a hint of approval in her eyes. As the ruler of the Guanxian universe, kindness could be fatal, as his enemies would certainly exploit it. Shen Yujin's face turned fierce, and he roared, "If you're not going to let me live, I'm going to drag you down with me." His words had yet to finish echoing when his aura surged crazily. The terrifying undulations indicated only one thing: he had decided to self-destruct. Snap! White skirt Qing'er snapped her fingers. The path sword trembled violently, and there was a loud explosion as the path sword annihilated Shen Yujin. He failed to let out even a scream as the path sword obliterated both his fleshly body and soul, denying him the chance to reincarnate. Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao sighed softly. How foolish! He should have remained low profile and enjoyed his freedom. After all, he had just been unsealed after millions of years. How foolish of him to come here and seek his own death. Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao suddenly felt that he was quite fortunate. It was a good thing that he had escaped decisively and as fast as he could. Otherwise, he would have suffered the same fate as Shen Yujin. Meanwhile, the cultivators of the eternal civilization wore ugly expressions at the terrifying sight that they had just witnessed. Shen Yujin was a cosmic spirit, but he had been destroyed just like that. They finally realized that they had grossly underestimated the Guanxian universe. Jingchen's face changed drastically upon realizing something. He suddenly turned towards the direction of the Guanxian universe. He had sent more than 1,000 sorcerers to the Guanxian universe for an ambush, so how come things were so quiet? Were they still alive? How about the demon sovereign? The unfettered swordsman looked down at Ye Guan below. He smiled lightly before transforming into a streak of sword light that disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. White skirt Qing'er, Slaughter, and An Nanjing looked up briefly at the starry sky. Soon, white skirt Qing'er opened her palm, and the path sword returned to her hand. She shook her head and smiled while looking down at the sword in her hand. Powerful external tools like the path sword had to be reserved for emergencies. It would be dangerous to use them frequently, as it would make one overestimate themselves until they eventually lose their own path. Divine transcendence? They were so close to it, they just needed one step, but it was an extremely difficult step to take. Plain skirt Destiny had become a god in the hearts of everyone, including the sword master. To destroy her image of a god in their hearts, they had to confront themselves first. White skirt Qing'er sighed, and then she turned toward Jing Chen and the others in the distance. They shuddered, and before Jing Chen could give the command, they turned around and ran as fast as they could. A fight was just impossible at this point. In addition, the experts of the Guanxian universe were truly exceptional, and they seemed to be capable of growing stronger the longer the battle. Especially the lady in the white skirt. It was absurd how she had single-handedly disposed of a cosmic spirit in a single sword move. Jingchen's expression turned ugly at the arbitrary retreat of his subordinates. He contemplated leaving behind some harsh words but decided against it. It would be his end if the enemies decided to chase after them out of fury. Jingchen turned around and ran. White skirt Qing'er didn't bother to chase after them. She opened her palm, and the path sword took to the skies, disappearing into the starry sky. The Qingxian sword and the sword precursor also vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Ye Guan glanced at the sky and asked, how is Plainskirt Ant doing in Milky Way? White Skirt Chinger blinked and replied, I don't know. Ye Guan sighed. White Skirt Chinger added, but we'll find out soon enough. Ye Guan was surprised. Are you going to Milky Way, too? White Skirt Chinger nodded. Brother is there, so we want to go there, too. I see. Ye Guan nodded. White Skirt Chinger smiled lightly and said, of course, we won't go there soon. The Eternal Sovereign is strong, and he's in the process of unsealing supreme elites from ancient eras, so we've decided to stay here with you until the crisis has passed. Ye Guan muttered, thank you. White Skirt Chinger shook her head. We're family, why say thank you? Ye Guan grinned and replied, all right, no more thank yous in the future. Sounds great. White Skirt Chinger chuckled. She smiled lightly and asked, by the way, you're technically from Milky Way as well, so have you ever thought about going there? You have many relatives there, and your mother's clan, the Qin clan, is there. Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, let's see when the opportunity arises. White Skirt Chinger nodded lightly and said, okay. Ye Guan smiled, but he suddenly recalled something and asked anxiously, and, the Guanxian universe? Don't worry, a Nanjing chimed in, the Guanxian universe is being protected. Ye Guan was curious. By who? A Nanjing remained silent. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile and didn't dare to ask further. He was wary of Seniorin, as she would really beat him up if he ever angered her. You should take little Jia and the others back first, Mu Nian Nian said to White Skirt Chinger. White Skirt Chinger nodded and led little Jia away along with the others. Mu Nian Nian looked at Ye Guan and said, the eternal civilization won't give up. The Eternal Sovereign is extremely arrogant. Well, he does have the justification to be arrogant. Anyway, in your opinion, what should we do now? Asked Mu Nian Nian. Ye Guan said seriously, please enlighten me, Aunt. Mu Nian Nian smiled and said, you really are a sweet talker. Actually, we should be more careful of the true universe, said Mu Nian Nian. She then turned to look at Ye Guan and said, the mysterious woman inside you isn't with you anymore. Has she shown her true colors? Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. Mu Nian Nian asked, it's related to the universe tribulation, right? Ye Guan was somewhat surprised. How do you know? I guessed. Mu Nian Nian smiled and continued. She wants you to take on the universe tribulation, right? Ye Guan nodded once again. What a scheming vixen. Mu Nian Nian remarked coldly. Ye Guan asked in a deep voice, can my father take on the universe tribulation? Mu Nian Nian looked at Ye Guan. Your father has taken that step to divine transcendence, but he still couldn't kill the true god. The true god hasn't been able to extinguish the universe tribulation as well, so what do you think? Ye Guan's expression was calm. Mu Nian Nian whispered, the five-dimensional universe has encountered this universe tribulation as well, but it is trivial compared to the universe tribulation of the true universe. It has accumulated a horrifying amount of power after being suppressed for so long, so it has become unimaginably terrifying. Still, the true god and your father can destroy it. However, destroying the universe tribulation means rebuilding the true universe and the all worlds from scratch. Is there really no other solution? Asked Ye Guan. There is a solution. Mu Nian Nian stared straight at Ye Guan and said, suppress it. The true god has been doing it for quite a while now, though. Ye Guan sighed softly. Mu Nian Nian explained, that woman does not want you to take over the task of suppressing the universe tribulation. She wants you to provoke it and have the people behind you suppress it for you. Ye Guan sighed once again. It seemed that all the solutions to address the universe tribulation were just band-aid solutions. He finally knew why his father didn't go and challenge the true god again. I think you two should talk, Mu Nian Nian said. Puzzled, Ye Guan asked, what do you mean? Mu Nian Nian shook her head and pointed to the right. Ye Guan followed her gaze and saw a young woman standing in the distance. The adjudication sword master. Ye Guan froze in surprise. She's always been here, and it seems that she's Mu Nian Nian caught herself in time and shook her head. She then turned around and left without saying anything. The adjudication sword master turned around to leave, but a space-time rift manifested in front of her, and Ye Guan walked out of it. The adjudication sword master stopped walking and stared at Ye Guan silently as he walked up to her. Ye Guan sounded excited as he exclaimed, Saijing. Saijing? The adjudication sword was astonished. Ye Guan had always addressed her formally as Lady Adjudication Sword Master, so she couldn't help but be astonished that he had addressed her so casually. Ye Guan laughed and exclaimed once again, Saijing. What? As always, Saijing's reply was as cold as a 1,000-year-old icy cavern. However, Ye Guan had already gotten used to her cold replies. Did you come here to help me? Asked Ye Guan. Saijing's expression was indifferent as she said, as if. Ye Guan grinned but stayed silent. Saijing's eyebrows raised, and she asked, why are you smiling? I'm just happy to see you here, Ye Guan replied. Saijing looked at him. After a while, she looked away and shook her head. She turned around to leave, but Ye Guan pulled her arm. She turned and glared at him. What are you pulling me back for? She asked. Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, Saijing, can we talk? What is there for us to talk about? Asked Saijing while glaring at him. Ye Guan had many things to say, but he didn't know how to start. I'm from the true universe, and you're from Guanxian universe. The only thing we can talk about is how to destroy the other, said Saijing. Then why did you save me over and over again? Asked Ye Guan. Saijing said fiercely, because I want to end you myself. That's a lie. Ye Guan shook his head and retorted, otherwise, I would have died long ago. Saijing shook her head and didn't say anything in response. She also had many things she wanted to say, but she wasn't sure how to start. Ye Guan was from the Guanxian universe, and she was supposed to kill him, but for some reason, she didn't want to see him die. Her emotions were like a tangled web, she was conflicted and found it agonizing. The adjudication sword master then said, I'm leaving. She turned around to leave, but Ye Guan didn't let go of her arm. The adjudication sword master met Ye Guan's gaze. Ye Guan stared intently at her ice-cold visage and gently brushed her cheek with his right hand. She didn't resist his touch, but she asked, do you know what you're doing? Ye Guan grinned. Do you know what I felt when you were about to leave just now? The adjudication sword master was quiet. I felt like a failure, Ye Guan confessed. The adjudication sword master frowned slightly. Ye Guan explained, you've saved me multiple times now, and you've done it, even though you're from the true universe. I know you must have been torn between saving me and killing me, especially when the former means that you will stand on the opposite side of your sister. Ye Guan revealed a self-deprecating smile and said, you've always been so unwaveringly devoted to me, but what about me? I've been playing dumb, pretending not to know, not even daring to say that I like you. The adjudication sword master flinched, and her heart started to pound madly against her chest. Her voice was trembling, and even her pupils quivered violently as she stared at Ye Guan and muttered, do you even know what you're saying? It doesn't matter whether you like me or not. Ye Guan stared at her and said earnestly, I like you. The adjudication sword master quivered, and a strange feeling rose in her heart. What do you like about me? She shook her head and said, you're from the Guanxian universe, and I'm from the true universe. Have you forgotten that we're enemies? Are we going to stage some melodramatic play in the future? Ye Guan was about to speak, but she continued. You won't betray the Guanxian universe for me, and I won't betray the true universe as well as my elder sister for you, so, what am I even saying? The adjudication sword master frowned deeply and explained, I never said I like you too. She had just allowed her thoughts to get the better of her. The adjudication sword master glared at Ye Guan with a mix of embarrassment and anger. This scoundrel of a man was truly cunning. Ye Guan was stunned by the adjudication sword master's tirade. However, her embarrassed visage had also taken him by surprise. The adjudication sword master's cheeks were adorned with faint blush, and even though her overall demeanor was icy, it carried an inexplicable charm that captivated him. Seeing Ye Guan staring at her with infatuation, the blush on the adjudication sword master's cheeks deepened a bit. She glared fiercely at Ye Guan and scolded, what are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll stab you to death. Ye Guan tightened his grip on the adjudication sword master's arm and muttered, you're really beautiful. The adjudication sword master was stunned. She avoided Ye Guan's gentle gaze and muttered, what's the point of telling me that? Ye Guan held the adjudication sword master's hand and whispered, I've been avoiding it. I hadn't been able to face you because I've been thinking of you as part of the true universe, as the adjudication sword master. We're enemies. We've always been enemies, and we're going to keep on being enemies. A fight to the death is our fate, and we cannot escape that fate, the adjudication sword master said. Just then, Ye Guan bent down and kissed her on the lips. Books had taught Ye Guan that it was sometimes unnecessary to talk reasonably with women, and it was highly recommended not to argue with them. If there were issues between a man and a woman, the man should just kiss her. The adjudication sword master's figure stiffened, and her mind went blank. When she came to her senses, she instinctively wanted to resist, but she felt as though her entire body was made out of jelly. She couldn't resist at all. Ye Guan was a bit nervous. It was his first time stealing a kiss. Fortunately, it seemed that all men had the ability to adapt quickly during intimate moments. Ye Guan felt that the adjudication sword master had gone soft in his arms, and his heart started going wild. No, it was actually his hands. His hands were about to dance all over the adjudication sword master's slender figure. Humph! A cold snort abruptly echoed from the side. The adjudication sword master's face instantly changed, and a powerful sword aura burst out of her, blasting Ye Guan a few meters away. Ye Guan recovered quickly from his astonishment and followed the adjudication sword master's gaze. The adjudication sword master was staring at Sero wearing a long pale yellow dress. Ye Guan's expression soured, and he felt horrible. Why did she show up now of all times? The adjudication sword master's expression was a hodgepodge of embarrassment and fury. She was embarrassed that her sister had seen her during that, and she was furious at Ye Guan. She glared at Ye Guan, and her gaze looked like it was sharp enough to kill. Sero swept her gaze across the two and sneered, how scandalous. So what? The adjudication sword master glared coldly at Sero. It's none of your business. Sero smirked, saying nothing. Ye Guan started walking toward the adjudication sword master. As he approached, the adjudication sword master drew her sword and pointed it at him before stammering, why you, don't come any closer. I'm going to stab you if you do. Ye Guan stood his ground and called her bluff. The adjudication sword master's cheeks flushed red. Ye Guan smiled softly and said, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. I was just so happy to see you that I was struck by this overwhelming urge to kiss you. I don't know what happened to me. Perhaps it's because you're so beautiful. No, I think it's because I really like you. Sero's eyes widened in disbelief at Ye Guan's sudden confession. What? Since when and how did this scoundrel become a smooth talker? The adjudication sword master's fierce gaze softened upon hearing Ye Guan's words. She looked at the slightly nervous and uneasy Ye Guan and relented. She lowered her sword and muttered, "Just don't be so disrespectful next time." Saro's expression froze, and she stared wide-eyed at the adjudication sword master. Is she the same Saijing that I know? Is she really that Saijing? Oh, no. Saro realized that the clueless girl had truly fallen for Ye Guan. Otherwise, she would have gotten mad upon getting kissed from out of nowhere. However, the opposite had just happened. This is a complete disaster? No? Saro was determined not to let Saijing fall deeper in love with him. Having made up her mind, Saro hurriedly said, "Saijing, this scoundrel isn't what you think he is. He's really despicable. He's just playing with your feelings. I've followed him for so long, and I know his personality well. He has many flaws, really." The adjudication sword master glanced at Saro and asked, "What are those flaws?" Saro wanted to say something, but she found herself at a loss for words. Flaws? What are Ye Guan's flaws? She couldn't come up with anything on the spot. She had been following Ye Guan for a long time, so she knew that he had a great personality. He was also humble despite his powerful background, and he was also quite a hard worker. He also stood out as a positive influence among his peers, so he was flawless in Saro's eyes. Still, Saro knew that she had to nitpick here, so she said, "He's quite fickle in relationships, and he's attracted to many women. He fits Big Sister's description of golden retriever man, and he can't even take care of his women." The adjudication sword master turned to look at Ye Guan. "Can't take care of my women? Are you talking about Ba1? Ye Guan asked. Ba1? Saro froze upon realizing that she had messed up. The adjudication sword master frowned. "Lady Saro, others liking me is their business, and I can't stop them from liking me. However, I have to admit that I genuinely like Ba1, just as I like Saijing. Of course, I had no idea at the time that I was just dancing on your palm." Ye Guan shook his head with a smile and said, "Lady Saro, you've created a trap targeting my emotions and good intentions. It's a trap I couldn't have avoided, so you really are a genius. I concede. I can't outsmart you." The adjudication sword master glared coldly at Saro and said, "How despicable." Saro remained silent. She wanted to say something more, but Ye Guan suddenly walked up to her. Saro looked at him silently. Ye Guan spoke earnestly, "Lady Saro, you've been with me from the start of my journey. You've helped me a lot, and you've even saved me a few times. I've always respected you, and I've always thought of you as my tutor. Even now, I've never said anything bad about you to others. So." Ye Guan shook his head slightly and asked, "Must you speak ill of me to Saijing?" Saro stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan continued, "I know you're helping your big sister, and that's the reason behind your scheme against me. However, Lady Saro, I'm sure you know just what kind of a person I am. You've treated me well, so if you were in trouble and needed my help, you could have just called my name. Do you really think that I would have stood by and allowed you to face such adversity by yourself? I understand that the universe tribulation is extremely dangerous, and it concerns the fate of the vast expanse, but you should have just talked to me about it. I respected you a lot, and I would have asked my relatives to help you." Ye Guan shook his head once again. His gaze seemed melancholic as he said, "All you needed to do was say one word, and I, Ye Guan, would have gone all out to help you because I truly respected you, and I considered you as family." Saro clenched her fists tightly, and her pupils quivered as she stared at Ye Guan. She truly didn't expect that she had such a high position in Ye Guan's heart. No, she hadn't even considered it. After hearing what Ye Guan said, the adjudication sword master glanced at him with a complicated look in her eyes. This man is really pitiful. Saro was simply too mean? The adjudication sword master turned around and glared at her. Meanwhile, Saro remained silent. She wanted to retort, but she had nothing to say because she knew that he wasn't lying. He spoke every word from his heart. Even though this man was not very well-mannered when he spoke sometimes, he would not engage in such lowly tricks of verbal deception. At this moment, however, she was slightly hoping that this young man would become a little more cunning with her. However, Ye Guan no longer cared about Saro. He walked up to the adjudication sword master and took her hand, saying, "I suddenly thought of an idea. If you become the true universe's ruler and have a baby with me, the ruler of the Guanxian universe, then The adjudication sword master glared at him angrily and pinched his palm tightly. The cold look on her face was coupled with a little anger and shyness as she said, "Do you want to die? Why would you say such things all of a sudden? If you say such things again, I'll stab you to death." "Don't laugh, I'm not joking, I'm serious." Saro stared at Ye Guan, not saying a word. Ye Guan smiled at the adjudication sword master's conflicting expressions. He cast a serious gaze at her and said, "No matter what happens in the future, I'm going to tell you how I feel today. I like you. It doesn't matter whether you like me or not." Then, he turned and hopped onto his sword before disappearing beyond the horizon. The adjudication sword master seemed to be in a trance as she watched him leave. After a while, she smiled. No matter what would happen between them in the future, she was happy that he had confessed his feelings for her. She disliked people who liked to beat around the bush. If one liked someone, one should tell them. If one hated someone, one should tell them as well. In her opinion, people should be more straightforward. Saro suddenly asked, "Did your relationship start at the Eternal Secret Realm?" The adjudication sword master retracted her thoughts and turned to look at Saro. "Is it any of your business?" she said. Saro sounded serious as she said, Saijing, I know that you do not agree with what Sisho and I have done, but I have to remind you that having feelings for someone will end up hurting you the most. Okay, you like him but don't be in a rush. Wait a bit longer. Saijing shook her head and said, Saro, I know what you're trying to say, but I feel that people should live more freely. If we want to love someone, we should just go for it. Even if I have to meet him in combat one day, I don't think it'll be a big deal. Saro stared at her and asked, you love him, too? No, I hate him. Saijing replied before turning around to leave. Saro was silent for quite a while before she turned around and left as well. Somewhere in the starry sky, Sovereign Heaven Seizing Deo was staring into the depths of the starry sky in silence. Heaven Seizing Lai was standing next to him. They were the only two powerhouses left in the Heaven Seizing clan. Heaven Seizing Lai had a complicated expression on his face as he said, I did not think that the Guanxian universe had so many mysterious supreme elites behind the scenes. Sovereign Heaven Seizing Deo nodded slightly and sighed. Heaven Seizing Lai sighed as well, feeling extremely conflicted inside. He knew that there was no way for the Heaven Seizing clan to avenge itself anymore. The Guanxian universe was not to be provoked. Sovereign Heaven Seizing Deo suddenly said, countless imprints are starting to shatter because of the great Daoist Brush Master's disappearance. Those boundary imprints are weakening as well. Sovereign Heaven Seizing Deo shook his head and continued. We should bring our clansmen somewhere else. Heaven Seizing Lai asked in a low voice, Clan leader, will the world soon be plunged into chaos? Sovereign Heaven Seizing Deo calmly replied, it's already in chaos. He tilted his head up and looked at the skies. In a soft voice, he added, why do I feel even weaker even though I have gone through another cycle of reincarnation? Eternal world. Jing Chen and the rest remained scared even after they had returned to the eternal world. They truly didn't expect that the supreme elites of the Guanxian universe would be so terrified. They were almost annihilated. Jing Chen's face was incomparably gloomy, as he was the commander in charge of the mission. His plan was to eliminate the Guanxian universe's supreme elites before taking over the Guanxian universe. Then, he would use their power to deal with the true universe. However, the true prowess of the Guanxian universe's supreme elites had caught him off guard. They were so much stronger than he had imagined. That lady in the white skirt was especially terrifying. She had killed a cosmic spirit in one sword move. Zhan Shi appeared beside Jing Chen. In a low voice, he said, out of 1,000 great sorcerers that were sent to the Guanxian universe, only half of them managed to return. Jing Chen's eyes narrowed, and he turned to look at Zhan Shi. Half. Zhan Shi nodded, and his expression turned extremely sour. Jing Chen was silent for a few moments before asking, where is the first sovereign? They were not in a position to go against the Guanxian universe, so they wanted the Eternal Sovereign to make a move, as he was the only one strong enough to resolve all these issues. Zhan Shi replied, he's currently heading to the Divine Ruins. Jing Chen's eyes narrowed, and he said, Divine Dao Civilization. All right, I want you to tell the first sovereign about the result of our mission. Upon returning to the Guanxian universe, Ye Guan immediately went into closed-door cultivation. His fight against the battle sovereign had enlightened him to many things, especially the integration of battle intent into his sword intent. He felt like his worldview had been expanded, and he realized that his sword intent was actually quite flexible. Ye Guan decided that he would incorporate his Tribulation Lightning sword intent, Martial God intent, and battle intent into his sword intent to make full use of each intent. Ye Guan opened his hand, and his three intents took to the skies. They soon converged above his head. Moments later, they merged with a loud explosion, and the surrounding space-time quivered violently. His sword intent had gotten drastically stronger. Ye Guan smiled, but his smile soon vanished upon realizing that the convergence of three swords intents into one had consumed a ton of profound energy. Ye Guan pointed out with his fingers, and the three intents transformed into a sword. The sword was around 36 inches in length, and it seemed to be made out of myriad motes of light that resembled the starry sky. Ye Guan had just created a whole new sword intent? Ye Guan smiled before swinging it ahead of him. The sword tore the spacetime in front of him as lightning crackled around Ye Guan. Ye Guan closed his eyes, and the sword intent in his hand soon dissipated. Ye Guan assessed his strength and realized that he was as strong as great time sovereigns. He could probably fight weaker Great Destiny Sovereigns without any help, but he still couldn't fight powerful Great Destiny Sovereigns like the Battle Sovereign. His cultivation base was still too low for him to fight the Battle Sovereign. He took a deep breath and told himself that he had to work even harder. He stopped complaining even though his opponents were only getting stronger and stronger. He knew that his grumblings wouldn't resolve his issues after all. Furthermore, his father had left behind a powerful group to assist him. In fact, he was the weakest among his relatives here. Therefore, Ye Guan decided to work even harder. He had to become a great sovereign so that he could confidently beat all the other great sovereigns. Just then, a lady walked up to him. Ye Guan retracted his thoughts and turned to find Mu Nian Nian. Ye Guan quickly bowed to greet her. Aunt Mu. Mu Nian Nian smiled and asked, have you broken through? I haven't made any progress with my cultivation base, but... Ye Guan replied, my sword Dao has improved. Mu Nian Nian nodded and said, what plans do you have for the future? Do you have any suggestions, Aunt? He asked. Mu Nian Nian said, I do have a few thoughts that I'll share with you. I'll tell you my thoughts first, and if you don't agree with them, we can just work it out verbally. All right. How are things between you and the adjudication sword master? Ye Guan froze. He was confused as to why Aunt Mew had brought that up. Mew Nian added, come on, tell me. Ye Guan thought for a few moments before saying, she has saved me many times before, so we. Ye Guan trailed off and went silent. Mew Nian naturally understood what the situation was. She smiled and then said, since she has feelings for you, let's set aside the matters between the Guanxian universe and the true universe for now. Let's deal with the eternal civilization first. There are two ways you can deal with them, but you can only choose one. Ye Guan asked, what are the two ways? First of all, you can engage in a battle of wits and dissuade the eternal sovereign from attacking the Guanxian universe. Of course, it's going to be challenging because the three swords, the true god, and the great deist brushmaster aren't here, which the eternal sovereign is practically unbeatable. Ye Guan was silent. Back then, the adjudication sword master had gone against the eternal sovereign and was completely suppressed by the latter. At that time, the eternal sovereign had recovered just around 30% of his strength. Mew Nian asked, do you know what the second way is? Ye Guan looked at her and said, let my aunt deal with them. The corners of Mew Nian's lips curled up. How quick-wit. Ye Guan fell silent. Mew Nian smiled and explained, the eternal sovereign is definitely not a match for your aunt, but there's a huge problem. Every time she makes a move, the more you'll think of her as invincible. Your invincible sword Dao faith will collapse at this rate. Ye Guan clenched his fists. It was true. He was cultivating the invincible sword Dao, but every time he had an insurmountable issue in front of him, he would always call his aunt for help. Invincible sword Dao? More like invincible aunt. In addition, Mew Nian continued, what are you going to do if she's not around to respond to your call for help? Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, Aunt Mew, I understand what you're trying to say. I don't want you to become the king of relying on others. If you keep on calling your aunt for help, why are we even here when you can just ask her for help and let her resolve every single difficult issue you're facing? I agree. Ye Guan nodded and said, I'm going to rely on myself, then. Actually, we are not here just to help you. We're also helping ourselves here. Our goal is to shatter our constraints and take that step into divine transcendence. It's all for the sake of reaching new heights. Divine transcendence, is that a cultivation realm? Well, it's not really a realm, but you can just think of it as a realm for you to understand it. In my opinion, though, divine transcendence means you've eliminated every indecisiveness, fear, and despair in your heart. You've become capable of achieving the impossible, and that is exactly what divine transcendence is. It's just like what we're going through right now. Our opponent is the eternal sovereign, and he's extremely strong, so we're going to feel hopeless if you call your aunt for help, and she kills him in one sword move. We're going to start doubting the reason we started cultivating in the first place. It'll feel meaningless because why are we even striving for greater heights when they've already been occupied? Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, Aunt Mew, I know what you're trying to say. Rest assured, I will start relying on myself from now on. His Aunt Mew was weighing the pros and cons of his choices for him, and she phrased it delicately. She had even used herself as an example so that his pride wouldn't get wounded. Mew Nian smiled. She could tell that Ye Guan wasn't lying when he said that he truly understood what he was trying to say. You're indeed as smart as your father, she remarked. Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, just give me time, and I can beat the eternal sovereign. Believe me, I can really do it. I believe you. Mew Nian nodded and said, since you need time, we're going to buy you time. I'll listen to you, Aunt Mew. Then, let's give the eternal sovereign a surprise. Ye Guan was about to ask questions when Anu suddenly appeared in front of them. Chief Anu bowed deeply and started his report. Chief Anu had yet to finish his report, but Ye Guan's face was already as dark as the bottom of a kettle, and even Mew Nian was frowning. Soro had departed for the eternal world. Ye Guan's face darkened. She was definitely up to something. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to visit the eternal world. Mew Nian suddenly said, let's just ignore her. Ye Guan turned to look at Mew Nian. Seeing the confusion on Ye Guan's face, Mew Nian decided to explain, there are two important things that we have to do first before anything else. Aunt Mew, what are your plans? As far as we know, the eternal sovereign is currently at the divine ruins. He's in the middle of unsealing those whom the great deist brushmaster had sealed during the divine Dao civilization era. In return, they would have to do his bidding for an unknown amount of time. For example, that cosmic spirit, Shen Yujin, was it? Anyway, the eternal sovereign had unsealed him on the condition that he would serve the eternal civilization. If we can unseal those people, why can't we do the same? Ye Guan asked, I have the great deist brushmaster's Dao imprint, so I can definitely unseal those people much faster than him. Yep, that's right. Mew Nian said with a smile. You're really clever. She was getting more and more fond of Ye Guan the more she talked to him. He had truly inherited his parents' intelligence. The second thing is for me to become even stronger, I reckon. Ye Guan asked. Yes. Mew Nian nodded and said, your sword Dao is good enough, but your cultivation base and fleshly body are too weak. We have to think of a way to help you improve those two as soon as possible. For that, we'll go to the divine ruins. All right. Ye Guan nodded. We're not going there by ourselves, Mew Nian said and shattered a talisman. The spacetime a few meters away from Ye Guan caved in, and a spacetime rift was created. Soon, a girl walked out of the rift in a hurry. The girl was Arya, and Little White was sitting on her shoulder. Ye Guan was stunned upon seeing them. They're going to be really helpful, Mu Nian said with a smile. As usual, Arya was eating a candied hawthorn. She paused to look at Ye Guan and said, "You should always bring us with you whenever you go out to play. Do you understand?" Little White pointed at herself and Arya with her claws. Ye Guan smiled wryly and agreed. Okay. Mu Nian saw that and smiled. "Let's go," she said. Moments later, the four vanished into thin air. Nalan Jia, Li Banzi, and Nanjing, and quite a few supreme elites were protecting the Guanxian universe at the moment, so Ye Guan wasn't worried about it at all. In fact, he was more worried about himself than the Guanxian universe. After all, he was the weakest of them all. Meanwhile, Yan had gone somewhere else to train. Ye Guan had no idea where she was at the moment, but he learned that Yan had decided to seek refuge with some of their relatives. Ye Guan started to get a bit curious if he had more powerful relatives. Siro was sitting opposite Jing Chen. The Eternal Sovereign was not around, so Jing Chen was still overseeing all the matters in the Eternal World in the meantime. Zhan Shi was present, and he was staring quietly at Siro. They didn't dare to underestimate the true universe. The true universe was stronger than the Guanxian universe, after all. Siro smiled and said, "I heard that the Eternal Civilization's attack on the Guanxian universe has failed. Is it true?" Zhan Shi and Jing Chen's faces darkened. Jing Chen said in a cold voice, "Lady Siro, did you come here to gloat?" Siro laughed and said, "I'm not that free to do something like that. I'm here with the goal to establish an alliance with the Eternal Civilization." "An alliance?" Zhan Shi and Jing Chen frowned. Siro explained, "The two of you must have investigated the true universe and the Guanxian universe. You should know then that there's a huge enmity between both our universes, and we've been fighting for millions of years. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so I think that we should establish an alliance for the sake of defeating a common enemy. What do you guys think?" Jing Chen and Zhan Shi exchanged looks. They had indeed investigated the true universe and the Guanxian universe, and they came to realize that both universes were each other's arch-nemesis. There was even this huge battle between them that had concluded recently. Jing Chen asked in a low voice, "Lady Siro, how do you propose that we work together?" The Eternal Civilization had sustained heavy losses this time. It wasn't a bad thing to work together with the true universe. Siro said in a serious tone, "The strongest person in the Guanxian universe is that plain-skirt lady from Milky Way. She killed a great destiny sovereign with just a mere glance in the chaotic star world. Anyway, have you guys investigated her yet?" Jing Chen nodded, and his expression was solemn as she said, "Yes, but we don't know exactly just how strong she is. However, we've sent people to Milky Way, and we should hear from them soon. She's the strongest supreme elite of the Guanxian universe," Siro said. Jing Chen looked at her, bewildered. "The strongest?" "Yes." Siro nodded and said, "She's extremely strong. Our investigations told us that she's a cosmic spirit born during a distant era." "Cosmic spirit?" Jing Chen's expression turned heavy as he remarked, "No wonder she's so strong. I didn't think that the Guanxian universe actually has a cosmic spirit among their ranks." "What about this?" Siro said, "The true universe will deal with the plain-skirt lady and your eternal civilization will deal with the Guanxian universe." Jing Chen and Zhan Shi looked at each other, slightly shocked. "The plain-skirt lady is too strong," Siro explained. "I reckon that we have to send out at least 10 great destiny sovereigns and 10 great time sovereigns to kill her. The eternal civilization's losses must have been huge, so I think it's better if you give that role to the true universe." Jing Chen frowned, and he quickly made a counteroffer. "Lady Siro, how about you let us deal with her, and the true universe will deal with the Guanxian universe?" Siro frowned. "That's right, Lady Siro," Zhan Shi quickly added, "the eternal civilization has many supreme elites, but our overall numbers still can't compare to your true universe. I think we're better suited to deal with the plain-skirt lady." Siro fell silent, and her expression turned ugly. Zhan Shi and Jing Chen scoffed in their hearts. "The true universe is truly devious, leaving us to fight more people. She's shameless, too. She actually dared to make such a request." Siro said in a low voice, "The plain-skirt lady is truly strong. You won't be able to kill her with a small number of supreme elites. I truly believe that it is better for the true universe to deal with her. This suggestion is for your own good." "Lady Siro," Jing Chen said, "that woman must be extremely strong, but it's not like the eternal civilization has a shortage of supreme elites. Rest assured, we'll bring her head to you, you just have to agree to our suggestion." Siro's face turned gloomy. Obviously, she didn't want to give up. She wanted to say something, but Jing Chen continued. "Lady Siro, you keep objecting to my words. Is it perhaps because you have an ulterior motive?" "What?" Siro was furious. "Do you really think that I'm that kind of person? I'm here to represent the true universe, and we're sincere in our proposal. How dare you accuse us of having an ulterior motive? You can doubt the true universe, but you should not doubt my character." Jing Chen scoffed at Siro's remark, but he didn't say anything in response. Siro continued in a cold voice, "Fine. Let the true universe deal with the Guanxian universe, and the eternal civilization can deal with the plain-skirt lady, but let me remind you again that she is extremely strong, and you can't defeat her with numbers. If you want to kill her, you'd better give it your all. Send all your supreme elites out and strive to kill her with a single blow." "You didn't have to say that, Lady Siro," Jing Chen replied. "How about the true universe? Are you really confident that you can defeat the Guanxian universe?" Siro chuckled and asked, "Do we look weak in your eyes?" Jing Chen said in a low voice, "I didn't mean it that way. It's just that the Guanxian universe has quite a few supreme elites, and they're pretty strong. You don't have to worry about that. We're more worried about the plain skirt lady than the Guanxian universe. The sword that the woman in the white skirt had wielded against you on that day was her sword. It belongs to her. Do you know the identity of that sword? Zhanshi and Jing Chen shook their heads. The sword's name is the Path Sword, and it was forged by the great Daoist Brushmaster. Jing Chen was shocked. The great Daoist Brushmaster. Yes. And that's exactly why it's so strong. Does that mean she's weaker than the great Daoist Brushmaster? Of course, how could there be anyone stronger than the great Daoist Brushmaster? I guess that makes sense. She's nowhere near as powerful as the great Daoist Brushmaster, but we shouldn't underestimate her, especially that sword of hers. Tell your men who are on their way to Milky Way to be careful of that sword. Jing Chen calmly said, Lady Saro, rest assured. We'll definitely kill the plain skirt lady. In that case, I wish us a pleasant cooperation, then. Farewell, Saro said before turning around to leave. She had yet to exit the Great Hall when Jing Chen suddenly called out to her and asked, when do we make our move? What's the point in delaying such matters? Saro laughed and said, do it now. She opened her hand, and a map appeared in front of both of them. Teleportation hubs connected to Milky Way are marked on this map. The true universe built those teleportation hubs, and the eternal civilization may use them free of charge from now on. After saying that, she turned around once more and disappeared. Jing Chen and Zhanshi frowned. Zhanshi asked, what do you think? Was she sincere? Jing Chen's eyes narrowed. Things had developed so fast that it was suspicious. Just then, an old man appeared in the Great Hall. He bowed deeply and said, I've just received news that the true universe has started mobilizing their forces. Their destination is the Suhen battlefield. They've even mobilized their Divine Dusk Guards and their expedition army. Zhanshi and Jing Chen stared at each other for a while. Jing Chen eventually remarked, it seems they were sincere. Zhanshi nodded and said, the true universe's enmity against the Guanxian universe runs deep, so it makes sense that they want to annihilate the Guanxian universe as soon as possible. Since that's the case. Zhanshi trailed off and stared deeply at Jing Chen. Jing Chen got the hint and shouted, pass down my orders. Summon all of our supreme elites. They must head to Milky Way and kill the plain skirt lady. Zhanshi's expression changed. All of our supreme elites? He asked, sounding shocked. Jing Chen stood up, his right hand slowly clenching into a fist as he said in a cold voice, we've been suffering nothing but defeat against the Guanxian universe, and why do you think it's happening? It's because we've never seen them as a worthy opponent. Are we really going to keep on underestimating them? Zhanshi fell silent. Just like what Jing Chen had said, the eternal civilization had indeed underestimated the Guanxian universe. No, to be more precise, they had never regarded them with any importance, and this was what had caused them to suffer heavy losses. However, Zhanshi was a rather cautious man, so he didn't feel quite comfortable with the idea. Why don't we wait for the first sovereign to return before we make a decision? Jing Chen calmly replied, what do you think the true universe will do if we don't make a move? They will surely think that we lack the courage to fight the Guanxian universe again. Once they think that way, do you really think they're still going to work with us? Zhanshi frowned. Jing Chen continued. The true universe is launching a full-scale attack on the Guanxian universe, and it is commendable for them to do such a thing for the sake of our alliance. If we can't hold up our end of the deal and kill the plain skirt lady, wouldn't we become a laughingstock? Zhanshi remained silent, unable to retort. Jing Chen looked at him and added, I know what you're worried about. That plain skirt lady must be extremely strong. However, there has to be a limit to her strength. Let's say she can fight against 10 supreme elites at the same time. Do you really think that she can do the same against 100 or even 1,000? Zhanshi contemplated for a few moments before he nodded and said, to be safe, we should bring the battle sovereign along. Jing Chen smiled and agreed, that goes without saying. Let's go, Zhanshi said. The two of them disappeared from the Great Hall. Jing Chen was a go-getter, and he would always make a move the moment he made up his mind. The supreme elites of the eternal world were mobilized, and they headed straight for Milky Way. Of course, he remained cautious. He was afraid that the true universe had tricked them, so he sent a few people to monitor the true universe. He was only reassured upon receiving reports that the true universe had sent many of their troops to the Suhen battlefield, and they had even activated quite a few ancient arrays. Saro was sitting on a chair while looking down at the Suhen battlefield. Left Counselor Feng Qi was sitting down next to her. An old man suddenly appeared next to them. He bowed slightly and whispered. Saro nodded and said, got it. The old man bowed and left. Left Counselor Feng Qi turned to look at Saro, saying, Saro, the eternal civilization has sent out all of their supreme elites to kill the plain skirt lady. Saro smiled and said, they're quite bold, indeed. Left Counselor Feng Qi was slightly puzzled. Aren't we going to let the both of them wear each other out? Saro stared quietly at the Guanxian universe's star field silently. Left Counselor Feng Qi wanted to say something else, but Saro spoke, keep on sending our men here, but none of them are to make a move without my orders. Then, she got up and turned around to leave. Left Counselor Feng Qi frowned. Who on earth is Saro trying to help here? She no longer knew. Ye Guan traveled on his sword with Mu Nian and Arya next to him. Arya's outfit was quite unique. She was wearing a white shirt with cute, colorful pictures paired with light blue jeans. She was wearing a pair of flip-flops, which made her appear casual and cool. As usual, she was still holding a stick of candied hawthorn, and she would sometimes let Little White take a lick of the candy. Mu Nian suddenly said, there has been news from the Guanxian universe. The true universe has sent out countless strong fighters to the Suhan battlefield, but they haven't launched any attacks just yet. Ye Guan frowned and asked, what are they trying to do? Mu Nian replied, I don't know, but from the looks of it, it seems like they don't intend on attacking. If they wanted to attack, they wouldn't have made such a big ruckus. They must be up to something, but don't worry too much about it. Lady An and the rest are around to take care of things. Ye Guan nodded lightly, and the three of them continued on their journey. After a while, Ye Guan seemed to have thought of something and walked up to Arya. He reached out to Little White and patted her head. Little White seemed confused as she stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan carried her and searched her fur, but he didn't find anything. Little White looked at him, her face still full of confusion. She then took out a stick of candied hawthorn and handed it to him. Ye Guan hesitated for a little while before asking, can I borrow that shield to play around with for a bit? He coveted the shield, as it was an extremely powerful divine item. Little White quickly shook her head. Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, I promise I'll return it. Little White waved her tiny paws in a frenetic way. Ye Guan looked at her, puzzled. Then, he looked at Arya. Arya licked her candied hawthorn and explained, she said that your father has borrowed many things from her, and he hasn't returned any of them yet. Ye Guan froze and went silent. Goodness, my father actually did something like that? What kind of a monster is he? Ye Xian had completely ruined their family's reputation by borrowing items without returning them. Just then, Little White extended her tiny claw towards Ye Guan and turned it upside down. Ye Guan looked at Arya. Arya explained, your father said that his son would return what he owed. Ye Guan's face immediately darkened. Fuck, he's too much. I'm still his son, so how come he had the stomach to do something like that to me? Arya pressed down Little White's tiny claw and said, this grandson of mine is poor, so he can't afford to return them. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Grandson. Lady Arya was really starting to treat him as her grandson. However, he was his senior, so he couldn't really refute her words. In addition, Arya had referred to his grandfather as brother, while she had addressed his father as Little Xian. Little White glanced sideways at Ye Guan. As if she had thought of something, she suddenly took his storage ring, but she shook her head upon examining it. She was obviously unimpressed by his items. Ye Guan could only chuckle bitterly. Little Jia, Little White, and Arya were the only ones daring enough to call him poor. Just then, Little White waved her tiny claws, and Ye Guan's Dao imprint, as well as his lightning imprint, flew out of his glabella. She can control my imprints? Ye Guan was shocked. Little White played around with the Dao imprint and the lightning imprint for a moment before she nodded and put them away. Clearly, she thought the two imprints were good enough for her. Ye Guan quickly cried out, Little White, those are mine. Little White blinked. She pointed her tiny claw at Ye Guan and pointed it at herself. Ye Guan looked at Arya. Arya proceeded to explain, everything you have is yours, while everything she has only belongs to her. Ye Guan's face darkened. Why is Little White acting like a bandit? Where did she learn to act this way? Little White chuckled. It seemed that she had no intention of returning what she had snatched from Ye Guan. Little White, you can't take what belongs to him, Arya said, he's our grandson, and we're his seniors, so we must take care of him. Do you understand? Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Arya was getting more and more comfortable calling him grandson. Little White hesitated a little when she heard what Arya said. A few moments later, she returned the Dao imprint and the lightning imprint. She also felt that it wasn't appropriate to snatch Ye Guan's items, considering how she was his senior. Ye Guan cast a contemptuous gaze at the Dao imprint and the lightning imprint. These two bastards did not even resist and willingly went over to Little White. He then turned to Little White. She was licking her candied hawthorn at the moment. He suddenly came up with an idea. What if he borrowed something from her and told her that his son would return what he had owed? Before he could do anything, however, Mu Nian spoke, we'll soon be at the Divine Ruins. Aunt Mu, are you familiar with this place? Asked Ye Guan. Mu Nian smiled and replied, I don't know much about this place, but I do know that it has many supreme elites from the Divine Dao civilization. The majority of them were suppressed here. The supreme elites during the Great Daoist Brushmaster's era. Ye Guan asked. Mu Nian nodded and explained, the Great Daoist Brushmaster had overthrown the Eternal Civilization, but the order he had established had clashed against the vested interests of many supreme elites. Hence, the people who once followed him rose up against him, and the Great Daoist Brushmaster responded by suppressing them. The Eternal Sovereign's goal is to unseal those people in the condition that they would serve him for a while. Ye Guan was slightly puzzled, and he asked, how come the Great Daoist Brushmaster didn't just kill them back then? I don't know, Mu Nian replied. Ye Guan fell silent. We're here to visit the Supreme Sword Sect, said Mu Nian. The Supreme Sword Sect? Ye Guan asked. Yes. Mu Nian nodded and explained, they were one of the two strongest sects during the era of the Divine Dao civilization. The Great Daoist Brushmaster once wielded them as one of his most powerful weapons. However, the first-generation sect master of the Supreme Sword Sect ended up rebelling against the Great Daoist Brushmaster, and a fierce battle ensued. In the end, they were defeated, and the top-tier swordsmen of the sect were subsequently suppressed. Actually, if there had been no internal strife during the early days of the divine Dao civilization, it wouldn't have been easy for the true god to defeat them. The internal strife had weakened the divine Dao civilization to the brink of destruction, and the true god's war on them was the final nail in the coffin. Something must have fueled those internal strifes, Ye Guan pointed out. It must be a difference in their ideologies, Mu Nian said with a smile. She stared deeply at Ye Guan before continuing. One could live forever during the era before the great Daoist Brush Master's divine Dao civilization. Every living creature could cultivate to immortality. In other words, a cultivator can keep extending their lifespan with breakthroughs. It can be said that they were sacrificing the vast expanse in exchange for their lifespan. The great Daoist Brush Master took over and established the cycle of life and death, and it created an uproar. Think about it. Would you be happy if someone were to put a deadline on your life when you could have lived forever? Ye Guan shook his head. Mu Nian nodded quietly before continuing. The vast expanse was chaotic without order before the era of the great Daoist Brush Master's divine Dao civilization. After he rose to power, he started establishing order and rules. Living beings could no longer demand anything they wanted from the universe without paying a price. He also created and established the concepts of destiny, fate, and reincarnation using the Great Dao. He restrained everyone and shackled them with the chains of order. Mu Nian went silent before shaking her head and saying, his actions had angered many people. No wonder he got beaten up, Ye Guan said. Mu Nian chuckled and asked, what do you think about what he did? Was it wrong, or was it right? Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, it's a great thing for the vast expanse that must have been struggling to keep up with the resource consumption of so many cultivators. However, I was sure that the cultivators at the time were outraged. If the choice were in your hands, what would you do? Ye Guan froze and went silent. Would you follow the eternal civilization's path or the great Daoist Brush Master's path? Asked Mu Nian. Ye Guan remained silent at the question. Mu Nian smiled and said, it's about time for you to start thinking about it. Great Daoist Brush Master? Ye Guan remained silent. He had crossed paths with the great Daoist Brush Master a few times, and he had a good impression of the latter. He didn't come at Ye Guan with the ferocity of Sovereign Heaven seizing Dao or the Eternal Sovereign. In fact, he seemed pretty easygoing. Of course, such people are often the most terrifying. After contemplating for a while, Ye Guan said, I can't evaluate him right now. Mu Nian looked at Ye Guan and asked, are you talking about the great Daoist Brush Master? Ye Guan nodded and said seriously, the great Dao he advocates is bad for all living beings but beneficial to the vast expanse. If all living beings continue to take without restraint, the universe will sooner or later not be able to bear it. In the end, if the vast expanse is destroyed, all living beings will die along with it. However, I would resist him as well. After all, it involves my own vested interests. Mu Nian nodded with a smile and pointed out, you haven't answered my question. If you were to become the new king of an era, what would you do? Ye Guan thought for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. He was the king of the Guanxian universe, but Nalan Jia and Li Banzi were the de facto leaders of the Guanxian universe. He had no idea how to manage an entire universe, so he had never really considered what kind of path he would take if he were to become the king of the vast expanse. Of course, he agreed with Mu Nian's words that it was about time he started thinking about it. Mu Nian smiled and said, it's okay, there's no rush. Aunt Mu, aren't you the chief of the Guanxian Academy's Heavenly Dao? Yes, I am. Mu Nian nodded. Why did you ask? Do you want to know what I think of the great Daoist Brush Master's methods? Ye Guan nodded and said, yes. Mu Nian looked up at the starry sky and chuckled. I want order and rules. With order and rules, the vast expanse can develop in a sustainable way, and everyone's lifespan will eventually become even longer in time. Ye Guan stared deeply at Mu Nian, but he remained silent. He understood what she was saying. She supported the great Daoist Brush Master's actions, and it made sense, as without the great Daoist Brush Master, the vast expanse would have been on its last legs long ago. The great Daoist Brush Master's order is still around. The true god had decided to use his system, and the Guanxian universe followed suit, Mu Nian said. Yes, I noticed that. Ye Guan nodded. Mu Nian made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and asked, what do you think of the true god? Ye Guan shook his head. I am not familiar enough with her to respond to that. Mu Nian smiled. Fair enough. Just then, Arya suddenly said, Little Guan, have you ever been to the Milky Way? Ye Guan shook his head and replied, no. Next time, come with us, said Arya. I'll treat you to that wine from year 82. Ye Guan was puzzled. Year 82? And there is an abundance of girls dancing in revealing outfits there. They're pretty good dancers, too, Arya added. Little White nodded vigorously and even waved her tiny claws. Mu Nian shook her head with a smile. These two troublemakers truly love the Milky Way. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. Revealing outfits. Arya nodded. I think the Milky Way is a good place to train. I'll bring you to those places, so you just have to come with us to the Milky Way. Ye Guan looked confused. Those places. Arya smirked, but she didn't say anything in response. Ye Guan was speechless. Those places? Could it be? He made a sidelong glance at Arya, suspecting that a Nanjing had forbidden her from going there. She was most likely persuading him to go, hoping that she could go with him. The Milky Way? Ye Guan was looking forward to his journey there, as it was the hometown of his mother, aunt, and his father. Strictly speaking, he was also from the Milky Way. Sensing that Ye Guan was intrigued, Arya seized the opportunity and said, "You'll become much more powerful if you train at the Milky Way." Ye Guan looked at Arya and asked, "How so?" Arya earnestly said, "The Milky Way is a world of temptations, and it is easy to temper your heart there. With your talent, your sword cultivation realm will definitely improve by leaps and bounds if you head there. The great Daoist Brush Master used to be at the Milky Way. Little White and I even know where he lived. He once lived in Xianzhou, and it's a place with an abundance of treasures." Arya glanced at Little White and signaled at her with her eyes. Little White shook her head innocently, indicating that Arya was lying. However, she immediately realized her mistake and nodded. Arya rolled her eyes in frustration. Ye Guan stared deeply at Arya and Little White. These two troublemakers were definitely up to something. Ye Guan suddenly turned to Mu Nian upon recalling something. "Aunt Mu, have you ever been to the Milky Way?" he asked. Mu Nian shook her head and replied, "No, but I might go there soon. I heard it's a fun place. I guess I'll go there too once there's a chance to do so." Ye Guan laughed. "Remember to bring us along. We'll take you to the Boundless Club." Arya chimed in. "Boundless Club?" Ye Guan looked at Arya, puzzled. Arya eagerly said, "Bring us along, and you'll have a lot of fun. Otherwise." She clenched her hands, making her intentions quite clear. Little White also waved her tiny claws. Ye Guan chuckled and said, "Sure, we'll go together when the time comes. That's my grandson," Arya exclaimed with a grin. Ye Guan almost keeled over upon hearing that. Mu Nian's shoulders started quivering, but no sound could be heard from her. Clearly, she was desperately suppressing her laughter upon seeing Ye Guan's face, which looked as dark as the bottom of a kettle. Before long, the three arrived at a silent starry region. Mu Nian gazed into the distance. There was a magnificent-looking ancient gate that spanned a few kilometers across the starry sky. Ye Guan asked, "Is that it?" Mu Nian nodded. The trio approached the gate, finding a corpse lying in front of it. Mu Nian briefly examined the corpse and said, "Probably a gatekeeper who got taken out." Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "Didn't they say that the Eternal Sovereign is here?" "Yes, he's here," Mu Nian said with a smile, scared. Ye Guan laughed heartily and replied, "I'm not even scared of my aunt, so why would I be scared of him?" Mu Nian blinked and said, "Since you're not scared, then I'm not scared. When the time comes, you can have a one-on-one with the Eternal Sovereign. Arya, Little White, and I will cheer for you. What do you think? You're not afraid, right?" Ye Guan's expression froze. Does she really want me to challenge the Eternal Sovereign by himself when I'm still too weak? Yes, I'm not scared of him, but it doesn't mean that I can defeat him. Mu Nian chuckled at Ye Guan's dark expression and said, "Let's go." She led Arya and Ye Guan into the massive gate. Moments later, the trio appeared in the middle of a sea. Ye Guan looked around and found that the sea seemed endless. He saw a tiny dot in the distance and squinted his eyes. It was an island, and there was a sword floating above it. "You're looking at the Supreme Sword Sect," Mu Nian said. Ye Guan nodded. Just then, Little White suddenly waved her tiny claws. Ye Guan looked at Little White in puzzlement. Rumble? Ye Guan had yet to even start deducing what she was doing when the sea around them abruptly boiled over, and a golden light emerged from the depths. The golden light turned into a beam of light that landed gently in front of Little White. The golden light dispersed, and a golden ring appeared. The ring was emitting a mysterious light. Clearly, it was an extraordinary item. Little White inspected the golden ring and pointed at it with her tiny claw. The golden ring vibrated violently and burst into a column of golden light that took to the sky. The golden ring then expanded and reached several 100,000 times its original size to seemingly tower over everything. Ye Guan felt an extremely oppressive force boring down on him, and he felt as though he was being suppressed by a domain. Ye Guan was shocked, and he looked at the golden ring with a solemn gaze. It had to be an unranked divine item. Little White waved her tiny claws, and the golden ring returned to her. She put it away with a massive grin. Ye Guan hesitated for a moment and muttered, "Little White, that golden ring." Little White pointed at herself with her tiny claw. Ye Guan looked at Arya. Arya calmly said, "That ring belongs to her." Ye Guan fell silent. This is absurd. It hadn't even been that long since they arrived here, but Little White had already gotten herself an unranked divine item. Little White's ability to seek treasures had also caught Ye Guan by surprise, and he was stupefied to see more and more divine items jumping out of the sea to land in front of her. This is incredible." Ye Guan was in awe. Mu Nian chuckled and said, "Let's go." Ye Guan stared deeply at Little White. He had to find a way to borrow some of her divine items, especially that ancient copper shield. Soon, they arrived in front of the island in the distance earlier. The island housed a huge mountain with hundreds of palaces on its summit. Every palace had a sword floating above it. Supreme Sword Sect? Ye Guan's expression became a bit solemn. He could feel a terrifying sword intent on the island before him. The sword intent was an amalgamation of the sword intents of the ancient swords in front of him. Their masters had been too powerful, so the sword intent of their masters had managed to withstand the passage of time to remain effective even after millions of years. "The Supreme Sword Sect is quite extraordinary," Mu Nian said. Ye Guan nodded. "Indeed. Let's go inside," Mu Nian said with a smile. The three walked up the green stone steps in front of them, and they soon found themselves heading toward a grand hall. The Supreme Sword Sect was huge, and the green stone steps were a few hundred meters tall. Each step was several meters wide, and there were ancient statues on both sides of each step, standing like guards. Every ancient statue had a sword on its back. Ye Guan took his time looking around. The entire Supreme Sword Sect was magnificent, but it was desolate. Soon, the trio arrived in front of the Grand Hall. The doors of the Grand Hall were tightly closed, and he was about to open the doors when he suddenly stopped. He turned toward Mu Nian Nian, obviously asking for her opinion. Mu Nian Nian smiled and remained silent. Ye Guan's face turned serious, there might be danger ahead. Just then, a bellow echoed from the Great Hall, "Get lost." Buzz! A terrifying sword intent swept toward the trio. Ye Guan was astonished. Mu Nian Nian waved her sleeve, and a sword intent shot out to hit the oncoming sword intent. The voice from the Great Hall sounded surprised, "A swordsman. We've heard that the swordsmanship of the Supreme Sword Sect was the peak swordsmanship during the Divine Dao Civilization's era. I've brought my junior here with me, and he's here to ask you for pointers. We want to see whether what we've heard was a mere rumor or not," Mu Nian Nian said with a smile. Ye Guan stared in confusion at Mu Nian Nian. Mu Nian Nian blinked and said, "Go and act arrogant." Ye Guan hesitated, but he quickly made up his mind and turned to the Great Hall. "I'm invincible, and I'm here to prove that once again. Come at me," he roared. Ye Guan noticed Mu Nian Nian's expression, and he hesitated before asking, "Is it too much?" Mu Nian Nian smiled lightly and asked, "What do you think?" Ye Guan awkwardly chuckled and said, "I'm just going to follow your lead, Aunt Mu. Then get ready to face the consequences." Mu Nian Nian teased. Ye Guan's expression stiffened. The doors of the Grand Hall swung wide open. A sword emerged from beyond the doors, and it made a beeline for Ye Guan. The powerful aura of the sword suppressed Ye Guan, sealing off any escape routes. Ye Guan was taken aback. The sword was incredibly powerful, and it radiated fluctuations comparable to a great destiny sovereign. Not daring to underestimate the sword, Ye Guan stepped forward and thrust his own sword forward. It was a sword thrust emblazoned with a brand new invincible sword intent derived from 3 distinct intents. Bang! The clash of the two swords resulted in a dazzling display of light. Ye Guan was forced to retreat, and he ended up a few hundred meters away. As he stopped, Ye Guan glanced at his slightly numb right hand. Raising his head, he saw an elderly figure slowly approaching him. The old man wore a simple robe, and he had a head full of white hair. Despite his aged appearance, his eyes gleamed with vitality, exuding a sharp and compelling aura. He was a swordsman at the Great Destiny Sovereign Realm. The old man walked up and opened his palm. A sword gracefully landed in his hand. He fixed his gaze on Ye Guan and asked, "You're invincible." Ye Guan glanced at Mu Nian Nian, but she looked away. Ye Guan couldn't help but smile wryly. He had walked right into a trap. The old man continued walking toward Ye Guan, and each of his steps was accompanied by a powerful sword force that came crashing down toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan furrowed his brow. Taking a step forward, a surge of sword intent burst out of him. Kaboom! When Ye Guan's sword intent came into contact with the old man's sword force, his sword intent vibrated violently, but it didn't shatter. The old man was momentarily stunned, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He lightly tapped the ground with his right foot and turned into a streak of sword light that rushed toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's sword intent was instantly dispersed, and the old man's sword reached Ye Guan in the blink of an eye. Ye Guan decisively slashed out, beheading Heaven's Sword Art 1. Hum! The resonant hum of a sword echoed throughout the heavens. Bang! Both Ye Guan and the old man were forced to retreat. Ye Guan retreated for a few kilometers before coming to a stop, while the old man didn't go farther than the entrance of the Great Hall. The old man was shocked. He hadn't expected that the young swordsman would be so strong. To think that Ye Guan had managed to force him back despite the massive gap between their cultivation realms. Were cultivators of this era all monsters like him? Ye Guan's expression was grim. He glanced at his right arm and saw that it had cracked. He sighed to himself and was convinced that there was still a huge gap between himself and a great destiny sovereign. "Young man, take another move from me," said the white-haired old man. As his words fell, he transformed into a streak of sword light that took to the sky. 100-meter-long sword energy seemed to tear the world apart as it descended toward Ye Guan. Mu Nian Nian frowned. The old man had gone all out. Ye Guan's expression became incredibly grim. The fluctuations of the oncoming colossal sword energy were terrifying, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he turned into a streak of sword light that rushed toward the colossal sword energy. Boom! Sword energy suddenly erupted from up above. Ye Guan plummeted and landed harshly on the ground. Bang! The ground caved in from the impact. However, the old man didn't make another move. He flew back to the entrance of the Grand Hall, holding a sword in his hand. He watched Ye Guan in the distance with eyes full of admiration. The invincible sword Dao. Ephemeral transcendence realm, how incredible. In the distance, Ye Guan slowly walked out from a pile of debris. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then looked toward the white-haired old man in the distance. He cupped his fist and said, "Thank you for sparing me, senior." The white-haired old man smiled. "I did not spare you, young man. Your swordsmanship is incredible." Ye Guan smiled as well and asked, "Senior, was that your sword technique?" "Indeed." The white-haired old man chuckled and explained, "I created it myself, and it's called Heaven's Under Pinnacle. What do you think of it?" "That was incredible, senior." Ye Guan muttered in awe. He suddenly bowed and said, Senior, I have an earnest request. The white-haired old man looked somewhat surprised. Oh, Ye Guan said seriously, I wish to learn that sword technique from you. The white-haired old man raised an eyebrow. You want to learn my sword technique? Ye Guan nodded and said, would you be willing to teach me? The white-haired old man was visibly delighted. He grinned and said, my sword technique pales in comparison to yours, so why do you want to learn mine? I want to learn it to understand your will, said Ye Guan. My will. The white-haired old man suddenly became intrigued. Ye Guan smiled and explained, yes, your move just now contained a rebellious spirit of incomparable sharpness. It contained a will wishing to challenge those invincible. You've made me realize that this is how a swordsman should be. The white-haired old man burst into uproarious laughter and said, you've piqued my interest, young man. All right, let's bring this inside. Come with me. Mu Nianyan's lips curled slightly upon seeing that. She cast a gaze full of approval at Ye Guan. She brought Ye Guan here, hoping that he would be able to seize the opportunities here. Of course, everything would still be up to him in the end. Arya glanced at Ye Guan before turning to whisper to Little White. This grandson is quite good at flattery. Be careful, and don't let him deceive you. Of course, it's fine to give him a few carrots once in a while. He's still our grandson, so we have to treat him right. Little White stared at Ye Guan's departing back and nodded. Both Arya and Little White were truly treating Ye Guan as their grandson. Ye Guan noticed that Mu Nian wasn't following him. He was a bit puzzled and was about to start asking questions when Mu Nian smiled at him and urged, go ahead, go by yourself. Ye Guan hesitated for a moment before nodding and walking away. Soon, he found himself in a spacious hall. The statue of a middle-aged man holding a sword was in the middle of the hall. Ye Guan walked up to the white-haired old man and bowed. Senior. The white-haired old man didn't bother beating around the bush and asked, are you here for the inheritance of the Supreme Sword Sect? Senior, to be honest, I'm here for something else, Ye Guan confessed. Oh, the white-haired old man was curious. What did you come here for? Ye Guan opened his palm, and the Dao imprint appeared in his hand. Looking at the Dao imprint in Ye Guan's hand, the white-haired old man squinted his eyes and remarked, the great Daoist brush master's Dao imprint. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. The white-haired old man looked at Ye Guan and pointed out, although you have the Dao imprint, there's no divine Dao destiny aura on you. In other words, you're not the chosen one. How strange, how come you have the Dao imprint when you're not the chosen one? Yes, I'm not on his side. Ye Guan nodded. The white-haired old man asked, what do you want to do? Ye Guan sounded serious as he replied, I heard that the great Daoist brush master has sealed many of your sect's supreme elites. I'm here to unseal them. Is that so? The white-haired old man smiled and asked, and the condition is to become your servants. Ye Guan smiled and shook his head. You're mistaken, senior. The white-haired old man was taken aback. Ye Guan continued, you don't need to serve me. I'm just hoping that you'd teach me that sword technique earlier. The white-haired old man stared at Ye Guan and asked doubtfully, just that. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the Dao imprint slowly floated toward the white-haired old man. Senior, you can borrow the Dao imprint. With this, I believe you can break the seals. However, the white-haired old man didn't take the Dao imprint. Instead, he stared into Ye Guan's eyes, trying to determine whether the young man was being truthful or not. Ye Guan met his gaze confidently. After a while, the white-haired old man burst into laughter and said, young man, you are truly interesting. You're much more interesting than the Eternal Sovereign. Ha ha ha. Ye Guan was a bit surprised. The Eternal Sovereign has been here. The white-haired old man nodded. He visited us not too long ago. He said that as long as our Supreme Sword Sect is willing to pledge allegiance to him, he'll help us break free. Ye Guan pointed out. You refused. The white-haired old man sneered. Our sword sect has always been unyielding. How can we become someone else's lapdogs for the sake of survival? We would rather die than submit. Ye Guan fell silent. He knew that most swordsmen were prideful to the extreme. It was a double-edged trait that could be admirable but also stubborn. Young man, the white-haired old man asked, are you truly willing to lend me the Dao imprint? Ye Guan nodded. Of course. The white-haired old man stared at Ye Guan. You're not going to ask for anything else aside from what you've mentioned. Ye Guan smiled and said, I guess I also want to establish friendly ties between myself and your section. The white-haired old man was momentarily taken aback. He burst into laughter and exclaimed, ha ha ha, friendly ties is it, then? Young man, I'll establish friendly ties with you on behalf of the Supreme Sword Sect. The white-haired old man snatched the Dao imprint out of midair and activated it. A mysterious force roiled from the grand hall. Boom! The skies outside changed colors, and the ground trembled as a great Dao rune manifested in the dome of heaven. The Dao imprint flew out of the great hall and merged with the great Dao rune. Rumble! The great Dao rune trembled before exploding into a myriad of light fragments. Hum! A resonant sword hum echoed from the depths of the earth, and every single sword throughout the entire region let out the same hum at the same time. Ye Guan turned to look outside, and his expression stiffened upon sensing the presence of quite a few great destiny sovereigns. The Supreme Sword Sect was reborn? The white-haired old man's figure suddenly became blurry and ethereal. Ye Guan was stunned. The white-haired old man smiled but remained silent. When he disappeared, Ye Guan looked up and saw the same white-haired old man standing in the dome of heaven. Clearly, the white-haired old man up above was the true body? The white-haired old man closed his eyes and muttered, Supreme Sword Sect. Hum? A shrill sword hum echoed from underground as powerful auras took to the skies from beneath the ground. Ye Guan walked out of the grand hall while staring at the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man opened his palm and stared quietly at the Dao imprint in his palm. He looked like he had zero intentions of returning it. Ye Guan stared quietly at the white-haired old man. He knew that he had made a gamble, and he was aware of its risks. 1 Vila, previously translated as beheading heaven's sword art. This term has been retconned for consistency purposes. I'm changing the terms manually in over a dozen chapters, so I might miss some. Please do tag me in our Discord channel if you see a stray beheading heaven's sword art somewhere. Thank you so much. Was he about to lose? Ye Guan wasn't sure, but he knew that losing meant more than just giving up the Dao imprint. It also meant that he would have another powerful enemy, the entire Supreme Sword Sect. 6 great destiny sovereigns were already standing around the white-haired old man. Furthermore, the white-haired old man was emitting energy fluctuations stronger than most great destiny sovereigns. In other words, the Supreme Sword Sect had to be on par with the Eternal Civilization. More and more formidable swordsmen gathered around the white-haired old man. 7 great destiny sovereigns arrived, and there were more than 20 ordinary great sovereigns. The weakest among them were divine sovereigns. One had to be a divine sovereign at the very least to withstand being sealed for millions of years. Soon, more than 1,000 divine sovereigns arrived, and they were all swordsmen. The white-haired old man smiled at Ye Guan and opened his palm. The Dao imprint returned to Ye Guan. Ye Guan grinned. I won. The white-haired old man suddenly appeared in front of Ye Guan. He smiled and asked, young friend, were you not afraid that I'll steal your Dao imprint? Ye Guan laughed and said, Senior, you're not that kind of person. The white-haired old man looked at Ye Guan and asked, how can you be so sure? Ye Guan replied, you would rather die than submit, so how can someone like you do something so disgraceful? Ha ha ha, the white-haired old man laughed heartily and said, young friend, it is truly unfortunate that you've already chosen your sword Dao. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind taking you in as my direct disciple and letting you become the sect master of the Supreme Sword Sect. Ye Guan smiled without saying anything. The white-haired old man opened his palm, and an ancient scroll floated over to Ye Guan. Young friend, this scroll contains the core sword art inheritance of my section. I hope it will be of help to your swordsmanship. He could tell that Ye Guan wanted the sword art inheritance not because he wanted to become the sect master of the Supreme Sword Sect. He simply wanted to learn its complexities and hopefully integrate it into his own swordsmanship. Ye Guan put the ancient scroll away and cupped his fist. Thank you, senior. The white-haired old man was truly impressed, but he also found it a pity. He was pleasantly surprised to see such a talented young man, but it was a pity that the young man had already found his sword Dao. From his years of experience, a swordsman finding their own sword Dao at a young age usually meant that the swordsman in question already had a master. In Ye Guan's case, he definitely had a master and a strong one at that. I'm taking my leave, then, senior, Ye Guan said with a cupped fist. Wait. The white-haired old man opened his palm once again. A sword case flew out from a distant hall and landed gently in the white-haired old man's hand. He handed the sword case to Ye Guan and said, it's yours, young friend. Ye Guan observed the sword case. The sword case's color seemed as dark as the abyss, and it was covered in countless tiny, inscrutable runes. Every single stroke that made up the runes exuded a dim golden glow that squirmed as though it was alive. 2 tiny characters were inscribed on the sword case: Divine Evil. Senior. Ye Guan said, sounding dumbfounded. The white-haired old man laughed heartily and said, you don't have to be so formal to me. I'm older than you, so you can just call me Big Brother. Big Brother? Ye Guan was stunned, and he wasn't the only one. The Supreme Sword Sect elites were surprised as well. Noting Ye Guan's silence, the white-haired old man snorted and asked, what? You aren't willing to call me Big Brother? Of course, I'm willing. Ye Guan exclaimed and cupped his fist before saying, Big Brother, my name is Ye Guan, and I'm the Academy Master of the Guanshan Universe's Guanshan Academy. The white-haired old man boisterously laughed before introducing himself. My name is Nan Yuntian, and I'm the Deputy Sect Master of the Supreme Sword Sect. I became the Supreme Sword Sect's overseer after our Sect Master's death. The sword case in your hand is my sect's divine treasure. It contains 6 unranked divine artifacts, all of which are swords. You were using swords made out of sword energy during our fight earlier, and it seems that you are in need of a real sword, so I decided to give that sword case to you. 6 unranked divine artifacts. Ye Guan's expression changed, and he was about to refuse the offer. However, Nan Yuntian shook his head and said, don't refuse. It's my heartfelt gesture of gratitude. Hearing that, Ye Guan had no choice but to nod. Thank you, Big Brother. That's my line. Nan Yuntian chuckled and said, if you hadn't been willing to help, the Supreme Sword Sect would have remained sealed for eternity. Ye Guan smiled and said, it's fate. What great fate it is, then. Nan Yuntian let out a peal of uproarious laughter and said, you don't have to thank me, brother Ye. From now on, your matters are the matters of my Supreme Sword Sect. If you need anything, let me know. My Supreme Sword Sect is going to stand with you even if you were to go against the great Daoist Brushmaster. Nan Yuntian took out a command token and handed it over to Ye Guan. Crush it, and we will rush to your aid, regardless of your enemy. Ye Guan was moved. Big Brother, thank you. As I said, you don't have to thank me, brother Ye. Nan Yuntian replied with a smile. Ye Guan put the command token away. Just then, Mu Nianian appeared with Little White and Arya by her side. She looked at Ye Guan and said, "We still have somewhere else to go." Ye Guan nodded. He then turned to look at Nan Yuntian and saluted. "Big brother, if you need anything to rebuild the Supreme Sword Sect, just tell me, and my Guanxian universe will spare no expense to help." "Sounds great." Nan Yuntian grinned. "Farewell, then, big brother." Ye Guan smiled before turning around to leave. Once Ye Guan was no longer around, an old man walked up to Nan Yuntian and spoke in a deep voice, "Sect Master, are you wondering why I was treating that young man so kindly?" The old man nodded. Nan Yuntian swept his gaze across the great destiny sovereigns nearby and explained, "First of all, he unsealed us. It is only natural to show gratitude toward your benefactor. In fact, even kowtowing to a benefactor wouldn't be strange." The others remained silent. Nan Yuntian added, "Secondly, what do you think of him?" The old man replied in a deep voice, "His talent is extraordinary." Nan Yuntian asked again, "Anything else?" The old man cast a puzzled gaze at Nan Yuntian. "Have you not seen his cultivation base?" Nan Yuntian asked. "He's only a Deo Immortal Realm cultivator, but he was strong enough to fight against great destiny sovereigns. His talent is definitely extraordinary, but do you really think that all he has is his talent? Don't forget that he also has the great Deist Brush Master's Deo imprint for some reason." The old man's eyes flashed coldly as he muttered, "He's related to the great Deist Brush Master." "Fool!" Nan Yuntian roared. He swept his gaze across the great destiny sovereigns in front of him and saw that everyone's expression had turned cold. He glared at them and continued, "Let's ignore the possibility that he's related to the great Deist Brush Master, but does it really matter if he is a relative of the great Deist Brush Master? Are we going to kill him because of something he couldn't control, or are we going to kill the great Deist Brush Master himself?" Everyone didn't speak. Nan Yuntian sighed and said, "Even when we were at our peak, we were too weak to fight against the great Deist Brush Master. How do you think we would fare against him right now?" Everyone was gloomy at the harsh reality. The Supreme Sword Sect truly believed that they could go toe-to-toe with the master of the great Deo Brush and went all out against him. However, reality was cruel to them. Nan Yuntian continued, "I suggest we stay humble even if he's a relative of the great Deist Brush Master. We are too weak to act arrogantly. Fortunately, he doesn't have any trace of the divine Deo destiny aura on him, so I don't think he's related to the great Deist Brush Master. However, it is indeed intriguing how he has the Deo imprint, even though he has no traces of divine Deo destiny aura." Just then, a middle-aged man next to him said, "His identity isn't so simple. The two people next to him just now were strong enough to make me feel a sense of crisis. In addition, the white-furred animal we saw earlier was a spirit progenitor." A spirit progenitor? Everyone's expression changed. A spirit progenitor was extremely rare, and they were highly sought after regardless of the era. Nan Yuntian nodded. His expression was complicated as he swept his gaze across the members of the Supreme Sword Sect standing in front of him. "The times have changed. Our sect can have our pride and confidence, but we must be smart. I know what you're thinking. I'm sure you feel proud now that you've been unsealed. Without the great Deist Brush Master, you must be thinking that you're impossible to beat, right?" The crowd was quiet, but Nan Yuntian's words had hit the mark. During the era of the divine Deo civilization, they were among the most formidable powerhouses. Now that they had broken free from the seal and the great Deist Brush Master was no more, who was strong enough to defeat them? Nan Yuntian sneered at them and said, "Why did the Supreme Sword Sect meet that disaster back then? It was because of our arrogance. Our arrogance made us lose sight of ourselves. It has been millions of years since then, but we're still going to meet the same disaster if we remain arrogant." With that, he turned to look at the depths of the starry sky and muttered, "Every generation is full of talents, and I don't want you to underestimate the people of this era. Right now, we have to develop quietly and steadily, all the while building great connections with decent people." The middle-aged man nodded lightly and said, "Sect Master's words are wise. Do you have high expectations for that young man?" The young man's background must be extraordinary, and in addition to his monstrous strength and heaven-defying talent, he's also smart with exceedingly high comprehension. Nan Yuntian smiled and said, "He's also courageous to the extent that he even dared to gamble with that Deo imprint. He's far from ordinary, and it is our sect's great fortune to have established friendly ties with him." "Are we gambling as well?" the middle-aged man asked. Nan Yuntian nodded and explained, "The Supreme Sword Sect has just been unsealed, and our foundations aren't exactly stable just yet. To ensure stable development, we need allies. I like the young man's character, and I'm willing to form a good relationship with him. As for that eternal sovereign..." Nan Yuntian's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "He was acting like was superior to us from the very beginning as if he was bestowing favors upon us. I will not pledge allegiance to him even if it means getting sealed once again." The elites of the Supreme Sword Sect nodded one after another. Their opinion of Ye Guan was incomparably better compared to their opinion of the eternal sovereign. Ye Guan truly respected the Supreme Sword Sect. He had unsealed them without asking for their subservience in return. He was a good person? From now on. Nan Yuntian trailed off. He swept his gaze across the elites of the Supreme Sword Sect and said, "Don't allow our disciples to leave the sect in the meantime. You must restrain them and prevent them from causing trouble outside. We've just broken the seal on the sect, so we're unfamiliar with this era. A slight mistake can lead to a great disaster. Restrain them well." Everyone should keep a low profile as well and be humble. Everyone nodded in understanding. They had already made a grave mistake, and if they refused to learn from their mistake, then it meant that they deserved the disaster that had befallen them. After leaving the Supreme Sword Sect, Ye Guan and the others headed north. On the way, Mu Nian smiled at Ye Guan and remarked, quite bold, huh? Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. It was all because Aunt Mu and Miss Area are with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to take the risk. One needed a strong hand to gamble. Ye Guan was well aware of that, and he made sure to gamble only when he had a high chance of winning it. If it weren't for that mindset and the fact that he had a strong hand, he would have lost today's gamble. Upon hearing Ye Guan's words, Mu Nian's eyes showed a sense of appreciation. This little brat knows himself well. Compared to the sword master, Ye Guan wasn't in any way less smart. The difference was in the fact that the intelligence of this brat was more intrinsic and subtle, while the sword master was more straightforward. Ye Guan turned to glance in the direction of the Supreme Sword Sect and said, we gained quite a lot this time. Mu Nian nodded. The Supreme Sword Sect is indeed formidable, especially their sect master. He's not weaker than the battle sovereign. Of course, we have to be powerful as well. Otherwise, our alliances would be superficial. I understand. Ye Guan nodded. He naturally understood that the other party's friendliness was not solely due to his innate strength and talent. They had to have considered his background as well. Nan Yuntian had to consider many different aspects when dealing with matters. After all, the fate of the Supreme Sword Sect was in his hands. Mu Nian suddenly came to a halt and said, go ahead and assimilate what you've obtained from the Supreme Sword Sect. Okay. Ye Guan nodded and sat cross-legged in the air. He opened his hand, and an ancient scroll appeared in his hand. Just as he opened the scroll, a sword light burst out and struck his glabella. Boom! A deluge of information entered Ye Guan's mind. The ancient scroll contained extension knowledge about the experience and the sword daos of the Supreme Sword Sect ancestors. There were also quite a few powerful sword arts, and they were all incredibly powerful. Ye Guan was extremely delighted, and he felt as if he had just found an oasis while he was dying of thirst in the middle of the desert. The information contained in the ancient scroll was useful to him, as he lacked experience the most. His current understanding of his swordsmanship wasn't exactly the deepest, and the experience of the Supreme Sword Sect ancestors would make up for his lack of experience. Gradually, Ye Guan shifted from excitement to shock because he discovered that the swordsmen of the Divine Dao civilization were extremely formidable. Some of them even had sword techniques that instilled fear in Ye Guan's heart. The swordsmen of that era were splendid, and many different sword styles flourished. Through the ancient scroll, Ye Guan felt as if he had traveled to the brilliant era of the Divine Dao civilization. The great Daoist Brush Master was the strongest of that era, but the swordsmen were also dazzling figures in their own right. Mu Nian could see Ye Guan's excitement, and she knew that this young man's strength would improve by leaps and bounds. Ye Guan was the most extraordinary talent she had ever seen. He had truly inherited the extraordinary talents of his parents. The only regret was that he had recognized his roots too early. If he had spent more time in the world by himself and tempered his will through a variety of hardships, his will would have been more solid. Ye Guan's life was extremely fast-paced at the moment, and he often dealt with supreme elites with cultivation bases above him. It was a lifestyle with its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantages were the fact that because Ye Guan's enemies were too strong, he was extremely thirsty for knowledge. Mu Nian understood that it was all for the sake of becoming even stronger, but she was worried that it might lead to impatience. Impatience made waste, after all. Arya licked her candied hawthorn while staring at Ye Guan. Miss Nian, Little White says that there's a treasure on the right. Mu Nian looked at Little White. Little White grinned and pointed somewhere with an excited face. Mu Nian smiled and said, we should wait for your grandson. Once he's done, we'll go there together. How about that? Little White blinked. She glanced at Ye Guan before nodding. After about an hour, Ye Guan slowly opened his eyes, and two strands of sword light emblazoned with lightning flashed briefly in his eyes. Ye Guan stood up slowly and waved his sleeves. A faint sword intent rippled out of his sleeve. In the distance, space-time rippled forcefully. Mu Nian smiled at Ye Guan and asked, how was it? Ye Guan sounded serious as he replied, it was a great harvest. Although he hadn't made any breakthroughs, his mind was now filled with a myriad of sword principles, allowing him to draw inspiration from them. Of course, he had no intentions of following someone else's path. His goal was to assimilate those experiences and turn them into his own. He wanted to go beyond the ephemeral transcendence realm. Unfortunately, it was easier said than done. However, Ye Guan was in no hurry, and his plan was to take it one step at a time. As if sensing Ye Guan's thoughts, Mu Nian smiled and asked, do you know what's after the ephemeral transcendence realm? Ye Guan hurriedly inquired, what is it? Mu Nian revealed a mysterious smile and said, not telling you, but you'll find out when the time comes. Ye Guan smiled wryly. You've already embarked on your own Dao, and you already have your own swordsmanship, so even though you can learn and draw inspiration from the Dao of the other swordsmen, you must not follow their footsteps. Mu Nian reminded, you have to make sure that what you'll learn from them won't make any impact on your own sword principles and beliefs. Of course, it's unlikely, considering what kind of a person you are, but it's always better to err on the side of caution. Ye Guan nodded and smiled. I understand. Mu Nian smiled. Let's go to the Dao sect. The Dao sect? Ye Guan cast a curious gaze at Mu Nian Nian. Mu Nian Nian saw that and explained, the Dao sect is one of the two major sects during the divine Dao civilization era. The Dao sect was a supporter of the great Daoist brush master, but they eventually stood up against him and were suppressed like the supreme sword sect. Ye Guan shook his head, smiling. It seems that the great Daoist brush master has truly angered everyone back then. It's not strange. Mu Nian Nian nodded. They had just defeated the eternal civilization and were about to share the fruits of their victory when the great Daoist brush master appeared to establish order, imposing constraints on everyone. Some even said that his actions at that time were more excessive than the eternal civilization, especially since the great Daoist brush master had stripped them of their immortality. Unfortunately for them, a single stroke of the great Dao brush was enough for the great Daoist brush master to deal with them. Mu Nian Nian shook her head and smiled before continuing. Anyone would stand up to such tyranny, so it really isn't strange at all. Ye Guan nodded. The great Daoist brush master had definitely faced widespread opposition back then. Mu Nian Nian added, if it weren't for the true god, the great Daoist brush master would have succeeded in his goal. Even if the powerful cultivators of that era had joined forces, they would still find it difficult to contend with the great Daoist brush master. The true god? Sai Jing's big sister. Ye Guan was curious. What kind of woman was she? He wasn't exactly aware of her personality, and all he knew about her was what he had extrapolated from the reviews he had written on those books as well as the True God's books, which were quite explicit. The writing was impressive, and he had read quite a bit of the tamer ones. It's about time we move, Mu Nian Nian said. Let's go. Ye Guan snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. Just then, Little White stopped them. She waved her tiny paw and pointed it at somewhere. Ye Guan blinked and asked, there's a treasure there. Little White vigorously nodded. Ye Guan became curious. Any treasure that could catch Little White's attention had to be extremely valuable. Mu Nian Nian smiled and said, let's go on a treasure hunt, then. Little White nodded. She turned into a white light and headed to the right. Ye Guan and the others followed closely behind her. Soon, Little White led them deep into a mountain valley. Little White headed downward, and the others quickly followed along. Little White soon found herself in front of a massive canyon. Ye Guan looked down and saw nothing. Little White flicked her claw. Swoosh! In the depths of the vast canyon, a terrifying aura erupted and took to the sky. The earth split open, and a palace slowly ascended. Ye Guan was stunned by the sight, while Little White was extremely excited. Soon, the entire palace was revealed. It was enormous, spanning several kilometers, and tens of thousands of towering stone pillars were supporting it. Each stone pillar looked majestic and imposing. The image of fierce and monstrous beasts was carved on every pillar, and Ye Guan had never seen those beasts before. Ye Guan turned to Mu Nian Nian. Mu Nian Nian shook her head and said, I'm not really that familiar with the divine Dao civilization. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Little White. Little White flicked her tiny paw. Boom! The palace shook violently as if an explosion had occurred within the palace. It seemed like something was about to escape from the palace, but the stone pillars around and beneath the palace came to life and roared at the same time. A terrifying aura surged toward the palace, and another explosion soon occurred inside the palace. Ye Guan was shocked, but he quickly saw through what was going on. The stone pillars had to be suppressing something. Little White turned to look at Arya. She nudged Arya with her tiny paw. Arya took a step forward with her candied hawthorn in hand and roared, get lost. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed, shaking Ye Guan's eardrums. The beasts on the stone pillars revealed expressions of fear as they trembled in awe. Arya seemed unfazed as she continued licking her candied hawthorn. Ye Guan was stupefied as he stared at Arya. Bloodline suppression? Clearly, Arya was capable of suppressing demonic beasts and beasts weaker than her. It made sense, considering her strength. Swoosh! A black beam of light suddenly rushed out of the palace. When the black light dissipated, a fist-sized black bead appeared before everyone. Little White flew to the bead. She tapped it with her tiny paw, and she grinned before storing it away. Ye Guan stared deeply at Little White, and he suddenly came up with a plan. Bahaha! A peal of uproarious laughter echoed from the depths of the palace. Ye Guan directed a shocked gaze at the palace. A horrifying aura had emerged from the palace, and the boisterous laughter pierced Ye Guan's ears once more. Bahaha! 30 million years? I've laid low for 30 million years before finally becoming strong enough. The Sword Master, that shameless bastard must be dead by now. Bahaha! The Sword Master? Ye Guan was stunned. He's from my father's generation? Ye Guan turned to Mu Nian Nian, but she looked confused as well. The voice was only slightly familiar to her. A middle-aged man slowly walked out of the palace. He was dressed in a wide black robe, with long hair flowing down his shoulders. He had a wild grin on his lips. Mu Nian Nian was stunned upon seeing him, and she blurted out, it's you. The middle-aged man turned to Mu Nian Nian up above and exclaimed, it's you? Ye Guan asked, Aunt Mu, who is he? He's Ba Wang, replied Mu Nian Nian with a smile. She stared deeply at the middle-aged man and exclaimed, so you were here all this while, Ba Wang. Ba Wang was one of the Sword Master's subordinates, but he had fled at the start of the Great War many years ago. No one knew where he went, so Mu Nian Nian never thought that she would meet him here. And from his words just now, it seemed that he had been waiting here for around 30 million years now, which was an absurd amount of time to stay in one place. He was a man of patience, no, the king of patience. Ba Wang hurriedly asked, Lady Nian, is the sword master still around? Nian smiled and replied, no, he's not around anymore. A complex light flashed in Ba Wang's eyes. So he failed to defeat the true universe. He muttered. Nian added, he was successful in taking that step. Ba Wang raised his head in disbelief. He has achieved divine transcendence. Nian nodded. Yes. Ba Wang sighed and muttered, I never thought he'd actually take that step, how impressive. Nian asked, have you been here all this while? Ba Wang nodded. During the Great War between the True Universe and the Guanxian Universe was at a disadvantage. He decided to slip away upon realizing that the Guanxian Universe was losing. He had stumbled upon this place, obtained an inheritance, and chose to cultivate here diligently. Over the years, he dared not leave because he had betrayed both the True Universe and the Guanxian Universe. In other words, he would meet a terrible fate if he were to venture out prematurely. Thus, he decided to focus on practicing cultivation until he was strong enough. Ba Wang was worried that the sword master would hold a grudge against him. Ba Wang, congratulations on your breakthrough. Nian said with a smile. Ba Wang was about to speak when his eyes landed on Ye Guan. Upon seeing Ye Guan's features, he froze and stammered, he, who is he? Nian smiled and teased, guess. Ba Wang immediately knelt down with a plop. Young master, please accept my greetings, he said solemnly. Ye Guan was stunned speechless. Ba Wang suddenly wept and exclaimed, young master, I've committed a great sin. Ye Guan stared quietly at Ba Wang. Ba Wang's heart sank at Ye Guan's silence. It seemed that he couldn't trick the young master, so he decided to confess. Young master, I was afraid of dying back then, so I decided to run away. Please punish me. Ye Guan looked at Ba Wang before asking, you're a cosmic spirit. Ba Wang nodded. Yes. Ye Guan looked at Nian. Nian smiled at him and said, you decide. Ye Guan turned to Ba Wang and smiled at him. You can leave. Ba Wang froze. He looked like he couldn't believe his ears. Ye Guan explained, it's normal to be afraid of death, and everyone is scared of dying. Ba Wang's expression was complicated, but Ye Guan was right. He was indeed afraid of dying. His top priority had always been his survival. For him, survival was more important than anything. Ye Guan suddenly asked, Ba Wang, where are we? Ba Wang hurriedly said, we're in the sect grounds of a sect that existed during the Divine Dao civilization. It's called the Exotic Beasts Sect, and they specialize in raising exotic beasts. I obtained an ancient inheritance from them, so I decided to stay here and cultivate until I eventually became a great destiny sovereign. Exotic Beast Sect. Ye Guan nodded. Ba Wang suddenly asked, young master, you've seen the stone pillars, right? Ye Guan turned to the stone pillars where images of ferocious-looking beasts were carved. Ba Wang explained, every beast depiction on the pillar is a real beast, and they're currently being sealed. However, you can control them with the beast orb. The beast orb? Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Little White. She blinked and opened her tiny paw. The beast orb appeared in her paw. Ye Guan smiled and asked, can you lend it to me? Little White nodded and gently blew on the beast orb. The beast orb flew to Ye Guan, who extended his palm to catch it. After observing it for a while, he then looked at Little White and asked, can I just have it? Little White blinked, but she didn't wave her tiny paws. Ye Guan took out a string of candied hawthorns and offered them to Little White. She hesitated for a moment before raising both of her tiny claws. Ye Guan pulled out another string of candied hawthorns. Little White grinned at the sight. She put away the candied hawthorns before patting the beast orb with her paw. The beast orb trembled slightly before turning into a beam of dark light that melted into Ye Guan's glabella. Swoosh! A powerful aura erupted from Ye Guan. Soon, he felt the presence of countless sealed beasts, and the beast orb served as an intermediary, allowing him to control every single sealed beast. Awaken! Ye Guan roared, and the Dao imprint flew out of his glabella. It trembled violently before taking off to the skies. A great Dao rune appeared in the dome of heaven, and it shattered when the Dao imprint collided with it. Boom! The stone pillars trembled. Soon, frightening beasts emerged from every stone pillar, and they all took to the skies. Thousands of beasts quickly pervaded the airspace and blotted out the sun. Their presence alone was enough to crumble mountains. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed as he swept his gaze across the group of beasts. There were 3 beasts at the level of a great destiny sovereign, 12 at the level of an ordinary great sovereign, and over 1,000 of them were at the level of a divine sovereign. The remaining beasts were at the level of a time immortal realm cultivator. They weren't as strong as the elites of the Supreme Sword Sect, but they couldn't be underestimated. Just then, a beast appeared in front of Ye Guan. It stared at him and spoke, human, return that beast orb to our exotic beast sect. Ye Guan didn't respond. Instead, he looked at Little White. Little White blinked, and then she looked at Arya. Arya pulled out a candied hawthorn and took a step forward before letting out a roar. Boom! A terrifying beast-like aura burst out of her. The expressions of the surrounding beasts changed drastically, and they all recoiled in fear. Their eyes were full of dread as they glanced at Arya. Arya swept her gaze across the beasts and said, fine, I'll return it to you. However, I have to seal you again. The beasts were afraid, but displeasure fleeted across their faces at Arya's remark. The leader of the beasts spoke in a deep voice, we cannot submit to a human. Clearly, they were looking down on Ye Guan. Killing intent flashed in Arya's eyes at the leader's remark. Does my grandson need you to submit? She asked and threw a punch. The beast leader was caught off guard, and it had no choice but to face the punch. Boom! A mighty collision occurred in midair, and everyone watched as the great Destiny Sovereign beast was blasted away by Arya's punch. It flew thousands of meters before it managed to stop. Before it could even stabilize itself, Arya threw another punch. Boom! A shrill cry echoed as the beast flew like a shooting star across the sky. Arya proceeded to rush to the beast and give it a good beating. The other beasts exchanged looks, and their faces were marred with fear as they retreated. The beast started begging for mercy, as Arya's beating had pushed it to the brink of death. At this rate, it was definitely going to die if Arya didn't stop beating it. Fortunately, Arya stopped. The other beasts looked at Arya with fear in their eyes. Arya turned around and glanced at the beasts before saying, "If you don't want to submit to my grandson, that's fine. You can go back to your seal and stay there." A beast comparable to a great Destiny Sovereign cultivator suddenly flew to Ye Guan and bowed deeply toward him, saying, "I, Zhen Mang, am willing to serve you, master." Ye Guan smiled and said, "All right, you're their leader from now on." Zhen Mang was delighted. "I appreciate your grace, master." The other beasts looked at each other, hesitating. When Zhen Mang saw that, he roared, "What's up with the hesitation?" He was glaring at the other beasts, but Ba Wang was in the periphery of his vision. "My god, what is that energy fluctuation? Isn't that unique to cosmic spirits? He must be a cosmic spirit? There's no doubt about it. Following this young man means becoming the follower of that cosmic spirit, right? We're going to lead a great life from now on. Why are these dumbass even hesitating? We need a ton of spiritual energy to recover our strength, as we've just been unsealed. Becoming the followers of a cosmic spirit means we'll never run out of spiritual energy. It's like having a never-ending rice bowl, no, a never-ending iron rice bowl." Some beasts noticed the strange light in Zhen Mang's eyes. They glanced at Ba Wang and deduced Zhen Mang's thoughts. They then bowed in a hurry, as if afraid that Ye Guan would change his mind. Ye Guan smiled while staring at Arya and Little White. He realized that the two were the best reinforcements, the ultimate support team. Ye Guan emerged from his train of thought and swept his gaze across the beasts in front of him. He was suddenly in a dilemma. How could he take care of so many powerful beasts? Zhen Mang deduced Ye Guan's thoughts and hurriedly said, "We can stay in the beast orb, but we need a lot of spiritual energy." "Ah, you don't need to worry about running out of spiritual energy," Ye Guan said with a smile. "Go ahead and stay inside the beast orb." "Okay," Zhen Mang exclaimed, delighted. He wasted no time and entered the beast orb. The remaining beasts followed closely behind him. Ye Guan inserted quite a few spiritual cores into the beast orb before putting it away. Swoosh! An old man in black suddenly appeared in front of him. The black-robed old man said, "Young master, we just received news that the cultivators of the eternal civilization are rushing toward the Milky Way. They'll reach the Milky Way in just a few days." Ye Guan frowned and asked, "Why?" The black-robed old man replied, "To kill your plain-skirt aunt." Ye Guan froze and went silent. The black-robed old man hesitated before asking, "Should we assist her?" Ye Guan had no idea what to say. One, it seems cosmic spirit isn't a cultivation base. It seems to be something similar to Little White, like how she's a spirit progenitor. I reckon it's a state of being, which means you can be a cosmic spirit with a cultivation base of great Destiny Sovereign, or Time Immortal realm. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. "Let's better assist myself first." The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment and then said, "Young master, the eternal civilization went all out, bringing their powerful sorcerers with them. They mean business." Ye Guan was stunned. He truly didn't expect that the entire eternal civilization would go to the Milky Way to assassinate his plain-skirt aunt. Who told them to do that? Upon recalling something, Ye Guan frowned and asked, "Has the true universe launched an attack on us?" The black-robed old man shook his head. "So far, they haven't taken action yet, even though they've sent their powerhouses to the Suhen battlefield. Actually, we're quite baffled by their actions as well." Ye Guan pondered over it in silence. It was definitely not a coincidence that the eternal civilization and the true universe had taken action at the same time. Could this be the machinations of that evil woman Sero? The eternal civilization was unaware of his plain-skirt aunt's true powers, but Sero was different. She had to have done something that resulted in the eternal civilization targeting his aunt. Ye Guan shook his head. He truly couldn't quite see through the scheming Sero. The black-robed old man suddenly said, "Young master, are we really not going to help your aunt?" The elders of the Guanxian Academy weren't aware of Plainskirt Destiny's true strength, and all they knew was that she was Ye Guan's aunt. Chief Yu knew that Plainskirt Destiny was extremely powerful, but he didn't know the full extent of the latter's strength. Ye Guan smiled wryly and said, "Let's mourn for them." The black-robed old man was confused. "You can leave," said Ye Guan. "Tell Yu to keep an eye on the true universe." He was warier of the true universe than the eternal civilization, especially since the true universe was under Sero's lead at the moment. The black-robed old man bowed and turned around to leave. Ye Guan asked, "Did the eternal sovereign join them?" The black-robed old man shook his head and replied, "No." Ye Guan was slightly disappointed. Why did he not go? In the end, Ye Guan could only shake his head and say, "You may leave." The black-robed old man bowed before leaving. Ye Guan looked at Ba Wang. Seeing Ye Guan's gaze, Ba Wang became somewhat nervous. His actions weren't that big of a deal in his eyes, as he had done it for the sake of his survival, but it was a big deal in the eyes of the Guanxian universe. After all, he had fled the battlefield and abandoned the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan said, "You can leave." Ba Wang was stunned. He was surprised that the young master had decided to let him go so easily. Ye Guan couldn't be bothered to explain. He turned to Mu Nian and said, "Aunt Mu, let's go." Mu Nian made a sidelong glance at Ba Wang before saying, "All right." With that, they disappeared into the distant horizon, leaving only trails of dazzling lights in their wake. Ba Wang breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and grinned. "I've become a great destiny sovereign, so it should be okay for me to be a bit more arrogant than usual. How about I greet those old friends of mine first? Ha ha ha." He turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Ye Guan and his group were heading to the Dao sect. Mu Nian glanced at Ye Guan and smiled. "How was it?" Ye Guan smiled and said, "I gained a lot." He then glanced at Little White and smiled. Little White was too scary. He finally understood why the Eternal Civilization had coveted Little White upon hearing that she was a spirit progenitor. She looked so adorable that she seemed harmless, but she was strong. In addition, it was fun to have Little White around. Little White grinned at Ye Guan and waved her tiny paw at him. A stick of candied hawthorn appeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan laughed heartily and started eating the candied hawthorn. Mu Nian said, "I wonder how many cultivators the Eternal Sovereign has recruited." Ye Guan spoke in a deep voice, "Aunt Mu, I'm quite worried about that. I think the Eternal Sovereign's appearance will cause the collapse of the universe's order. The great deist Brushmaster isn't around after all, and the true God is suppressing the universe tribulation of her true universe." "You're wrong," Mu Nian said. She shook her head and added, "It has already collapsed." Ye Guan was shocked. Mu Nian chuckled lightly. "The Eternal Sovereign's goal is the collapse of the universe's order? He's not like the true God at all. The true God managed to defeat the great deist Brushmaster, but she didn't overturn the order that he had established. She maintained his order and didn't mess with the reincarnation cycles. However, the Eternal Sovereign is different. His goal is to completely overturn the existing order and bring back the Eternal Civilization's glory. He wants the vast expanse to become like the Eternal Civilization, an era with neither rules nor order." Ye Guan fell into deep contemplation. "Of course, we don't have to worry about the universe's order for now. We should focus on the Eternal Sovereign. He cannot be underestimated at all, so we have to focus all of our attention on him," said Mu Nian. Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. Mu Nian suddenly asked, "Do you have the confidence to face the Eternal Sovereign on your own?" Ye Guan was stunned. Mu Nian looked at Ye Guan and smiled without saying anything. Ye Guan finally responded, "I need time." Ye Guan knew that he would lose if he were to face the Eternal Sovereign right now. He wasn't some kind of divine being capable of performing miracles. He would lose without a shadow of a doubt. Mu Nian blinked and asked, "How much time are we talking about here?" "Give me 10 years, Ye Guan said, sounding solemn. "You wish," said Mu Nian with a smile. She shook her head, and she sounded serious as she added, "You're not his match, but it's exactly because he's extremely powerful that you have to face him. He's going to become your whetstone." "How much time are you going to give me, Aunt?" asked Ye Guan. Mu Nian replied, 3 years. 3 years? Ye Guan nodded. "Sure." "Oh." Mu Nian was intrigued. "So you're confident." Ye Guan chuckled and said, "If I were a lone cultivator, I wouldn't dare to face the Eternal Sovereign, even if you gave me 100 years. However, I'm not alone. I have money, connections, and abundant resources. I'm destined to move faster than others." Mu Nian smiled. "Your father was right to let you wander for a while back then. If Ye Guan had started with the guidance of the Sword Master and Qin Guan, he would have been undoubtedly stronger than he was at the moment, but his mindset would have been markedly different. After all, it was something his parents couldn't give him, but they were extremely important to a cultivator. 3 years. Ye Guan suddenly recalled his 1-year deal with Saijing. "Are we still going to fight? My future is indeed stormy." Just then, Mu Nian said, "We're here." Ye Guan snapped out of his thoughts and looked into the distance. At the end of his line of sight, there was an isolated mountain towering 1,000 meters high. It pierced the clouds and was surrounded by steep and precipitous cliffs. Dozens of ancient temples were on top of the mountain. They were staring at none other than the Dao sect. Ye Guan started moving when Mu Nian suddenly said, "Are you not concerned that the Eternal Sovereign will find out that you're here?" Ye Guan smiled and replied, "He won't know that I'm here." Mu Nian cast an intrigued gaze at Ye Guan and asked, "How come?" Ye Guan calmly said, "Our Guanxian universe pays a lot of attention to the Eternal Sovereign. Therefore, we are always keeping an eye on his movements. However, the Eternal Sovereign is arrogant and self-centered, and he thinks he's invincible because the great deist Brushmaster isn't here. In fact, I don't think he even considers the true God as a threat, despite the fact that the true God had actually vanquished the great deist Brushmaster. He's that arrogant." Ye Guan paused to stare at Mu Nian. "Isn't that the reason you brought me here, Aunt?" Ye Guan pointed out. Mu Nian was stupefied, and she realized right there and then that she still ended up underestimating Ye Guan. The seemingly honest and straightforward fellow was actually a cunning fox inside. No wonder he managed to outsmart the tiny pagoda, forcing the latter to reveal his identity earlier than planned. Mu Nian was convinced that most people wouldn't be able to deal with Ye Guan. Mu Nian took a moment to compose herself before saying, "Let's go." The 3 of them arrived at the top of the mountain. The first thing that caught their eyes was a huge stone gate. The gate was about 100 meters wide, supported on both sides by 2 stone pillars towering to a height of 100 meters each. 2 characters written in a dark gold script were carved on the gate Dao sect. Ye Guan looked past the stone gate and saw a flight of stone steps that stretched for several kilometers. A magnificent hall was at the end of the stone steps. The entire mountain was eerily silent, emphasizing its desolation. Go in, Mu Nian urged. Ye Guan looked at Mu Nian and asked, Aunt Mu, are you not going in with me? Mu Nian smiled. You go? I trust you. Ye Guan was speechless. You trust me, but I don't trust myself. He had become powerful, but he knew that he was about to deal with creatures millions of years old, and they were all at least at the level of a great sovereign realm cultivator. Ye Guan inwardly lampooned. Life's really hard. My enemies are getting stronger and stronger. Hurry up and enter. Mu Nian urged once more. Ye Guan nodded and started walking toward the stone steps. Mu Nian stared at Ye Guan's departing back with an amused and enigmatic smile. After entering the stone gate, Ye Guan walked up the blue stone steps until he reached the magnificent hall. However, he didn't step inside the hall. Mu Nian clearly wanted to test him, and Ye Guan felt that there was something fishy going on based on her decision to stay outside, even though they had come here together. Ye Guan stared deeply at the empty hall and felt his anxiety rise. He hesitated briefly before saying, Senior, come out and let's talk. There was no response. Senior, I'm going to leave if you don't come out. Ye Guan exclaimed. He waited for a while and didn't receive any response. Having made up his mind, he turned around to leave. Something was off here, and he decided to err on the side of caution. Boom! A terrifying undulation burst from the hall and suppressed Ye Guan. A mysterious force then dragged him into the hall. It happened so fast that by the time Ye Guan realized what was going on, he was already in midair. Stupefied, he created a sword made out of sword energy and slashed out. Boom! However, the sword made out of sword energy shattered upon making contact with the mysterious force. Ye Guan's expression changed abruptly. He was about to draw his real sword, but he was already inside the hall. Arya frowned. She bent her knees and was about to jump and take action when Mu Nian raised her hand and stopped her. Arya looked at Mu Nian. Mu Nian smiled and said, It's okay. Arya nodded. She knew that Mu Nian wouldn't harm Ye Guan, so she decided to trust her. Ye Guan found himself facing a woman. The woman was dressed in red, and she had a head full of silver hair. Her beauty was otherworldly, and her eyes glittered like stars in the night sky. Ye Guan had encountered many stunning women, but the woman in front of him was so beautiful that he was at a loss for words. The woman asked, Am I pretty? Ye Guan nodded almost immediately. The woman's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying pressure bore down on Ye Guan. Ye Guan felt as though 1,000 mountains had landed on his shoulders, and he found himself struggling to breathe. Despite that, he remained steadfast and stared right into the woman's eyes. Senior, is there any harm in speaking the truth? The woman examined Ye Guan from top to bottom, and a sinister smile soon suffused her lips. Neither humble nor arrogant, but you're quite audacious, she said. Ye Guan adjusted his clothes and spoke seriously, Senior, I'm here to establish friendly ties with the Dao sect. Swoosh! The Dao imprint burst out of Ye Guan's glabella. The woman's eyes narrowed, and a light green light glimmered briefly in her starry eyes. Friendly ties, she asked. Ye Guan nodded. The woman stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan couldn't deduce whether she was happy or angry. Have you met the great Daoist brush master? She asked. Ye Guan nodded. The woman examined the Dao imprint for a moment, and then she looked at Ye Guan before asking, Why did he give you the Dao imprint? Ye Guan replied, He didn't give it to me directly. He gave it to someone else, and I snatched it from them. However, he didn't tell me to return it when we met sometime later. The woman's piercing gaze seemed to be trying to uncover the truth. Unfazed, Ye Guan met her gaze and said, Senior, to be honest, I'm an enemy of the Eternal Sovereign. My intentions were not entirely pure when I told you that I was here to establish friendly ties. While I genuinely want to establish friendly ties with the Dao sect, I'm also hoping that your sect will lend me a helping hand in the future. The woman revealed an ambiguous smile and asked, What if my Dao sect refuses to help you? Ye Guan pondered for a moment before replying, That's fine. You just don't have to become one of my enemies. The woman chuckled and asked, What if we become your enemies as soon as you leave? Ye Guan shook his head slightly and replied, That's a possibility, but I prefer to think positively. Of course, it's also a gamble if Dao sect has any decency. If you choose to be shameless like my dad if you choose to be shameless, then there's nothing I can do about it. Ye Guan felt a bit embarrassed. It was still better not to speak ill of his father. In addition, he believed that his father wasn't really that bad. He was actually a decent person. The woman smiled subtly and asked, What if I take your Dao imprint away from you? Ye Guan calmly replied, If you like it, then you can take it. It's just a Dao imprint. The woman blinked before snatching the Dao imprint out of midair and putting it away. Ye Guan's face immediately darkened. Damn it! I was joking when I said that it was just a Dao imprint, and you actually proceeded to snatch it from me? You actually chose to be shameless. The woman revealed a cheeky grin and asked, Why? Can't bear to part with it. Of course, I can't. Ye Guan lampooned inwardly, but he was silent on the outside. He truly didn't expect that someone could be so shameless. What happened to the pride and arrogance of the strong? Why does it seem like she doesn't have it? The woman laughed, and her breasts shook with her laughter, looking like they were about to spill out of her robe. Regardless of whether you mean it or not, I don't care. I'm going to take it away. Ye Guan chuckled bitterly, feeling helpless. This woman was stunning and extremely powerful, but she was shameless. The woman stared deeply at Ye Guan and smiled. What's your name? Ye Guan responded, Ye Guan. The woman nodded lightly. You were bold enough to offer me the Dao imprint in exchange for establishing friendly ties with our Dao sect. In recognition of your generosity and boldness, we shall not stand on ceremony, we accept your grace. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. The woman had mentioned Ye Guan's generosity and boldness, but she hadn't mentioned anything about offering something from their side. The woman blinked and asked, Young Master Ye, do you have any other matters? Ye Guan smiled and replied, No. Since you have taken the Dao imprint, getting out should be easy. In that case, I will take my leave. After saying that, he cupped his fist and turned around to leave. The woman watched Ye Guan with a seemingly ambiguous smile, showing no intention to stop him. Ye Guan, on the other hand, did not slow down and quickly left the hall, disappearing into the distance. The woman was stunned upon seeing that. She truly didn't expect that Ye Guan would actually leave. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. There was nothing he could do about it. The woman had chosen to become shameless and had snatched his Dao imprint. Ye Guan felt like slapping himself. He vowed to no longer take that kind of risk again. Mu Nian walked up to Ye Guan and asked, How did it go? Ye Guan chuckled bitterly and told her everything. Upon hearing Ye Guan's story, Mu Nian laughed until tears rolled down her cheeks. Arya glanced at Ye Guan and said, So you just gave her the Dao imprint? Ye Guan laughed sheepishly without saying anything. Arya shook her head and remarked, How did the Ying family produce such a generous child? Little White blinked her eyes and flew over to Ye Guan. She touched his face with her tiny paw, and she looked puzzled, finding it somewhat difficult to understand why he wasn't as shameless as his father. Mu Nian laughed and said, You've inherited everything, but unfortunately, you didn't inherit your dad's shamelessness. I wonder whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Little White was thrilled upon hearing Mu Nian's remark. She waved her tiny paws frantically, and she got more and more excited by the second. Ye Guan cast a puzzled gaze at Arya. Arya calmly said, She said your father was a delinquent borrower. He was like a tiger borrowing a pig. He knows how to borrow, but he doesn't know how to return what he had borrowed. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. Now he understood why Little White was somewhat wary of him. It turned out the issue lay with his father. His father was truly a delinquent borrower. Mu Nian ruffled Little White's fur and looked at Ye Guan. Did you really give the Dao imprint to the woman? Ye Guan smiled. If she really wants it, then it's hers. Mu Nian was about to speak when the magnificent hall on the summit of the mountain in front of them trembled violently. Soon, a great Dao rune appeared above the hall. The Dao imprint shot to the sky and collided with the rune. Boom! The great Dao rune shattered. Moments later, a woman slowly walked out of the hall. Her aura surged crazily, and her powerful presence elicited a variety of colors to flash wildly in the skies. Ye Guan's expression changed. The woman was stronger than the average Great Destiny Sovereign. Mu Nian stared at the woman without saying a word. Ye Guan was also staring at the woman. The woman was wearing a light white robe adorned with picturesque landscapes, so her robe resembled a beautiful landscape painting rather than clothing. Having just broken free from the seal, she was all smiles. Her smile came from her heart, and it was as refreshing as the gentle spring breeze. The woman stretched, and her voluminous mounds popped out of her robe for everyone to see. Her breasts looked dense and strong enough to hold up the heavens. Ye Guan was shocked, but he didn't dare to keep staring at them. The woman looked around and found Ye Guan at the foot of the mountain. She revealed an enigmatic smile and shouted, Young Master Ye. As soon as the words were spoken, Ye Guan felt a fragrant breeze. In the next moment, the woman appeared in front of him. Ye Guan said, Congratulations, miss. The woman laughed, I have to thank you for your generosity. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how much longer I would be sealed. At this point, Mu Nian suddenly asked, Miss, were you sealed by the great Daoist Brushmaster? The woman looked at Mu Nian and smiled, Yes. Mu Nian nodded slightly, Do you think he can seal you again? The woman squinted her eyes without saying a word. Mu Nian stared at the woman and said with a smile, Miss, you have just gained something, so don't be pretentious. This little guy is kind-hearted and straightforward, but he's not a fool. Since you are smart, you should understand what I mean, right? The woman glanced at Mu Nian and Arya before smiling. Please don't be angry. Yuejia, am not someone who doesn't know what's good for me. I just found him interesting and wanted to tease him. With that, she looked at Ye Guan and said, Young Master Ye, I've decided to repay you for your grace. Mu Nian laughed and asked, With your body? Ye Guan felt embarrassed and quickly said, Aunt Mu. Mu Nian stared at Ye Guan and said, Your father is shameless, but you didn't inherit his shamelessness. Especially his shameless methods when dealing with women. If you had even 1/10 of your father's prowess. Mu Nian seemed to have remembered something, and she hurriedly shook her before correcting herself. No, your father was just passionate. The issue is that he's extremely passionate. Ye Guan awkwardly smiled, not daring to respond. He knew that Aunt Mu's identity was quite special, and even if his father were here, he probably wouldn't dare to say much. As for himself, I'm just going to be obedient and listen to her. I'm a member of the Yang family, anyway. The woman grinned and asked, with my body. She stared at Ye Guan from top to bottom before flashing a seductive smile. Young Master Ye looks fine and is extremely talented. He also has a special background. If he so wishes, then I don't mind repaying him with my body. She winked at Ye Guan, and her alluring gestures were capable of making anyone's heart skip a beat. Vixen. Arya roared and punched out. The woman's face changed, and she waved her sleeve. Boom! Yuejia was forced back to the entrance of the main hall. After stopping, she stared at Arya in shock. How strong? Arya glared at Yuejia and said, just because you have a big chest doesn't mean that I'm afraid to fight you. Your big chest doesn't scare me at all. Yuejia smiled and then looked at Ye Guan with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The young man's background was indeed quite extraordinary. Yuejia said, Young Master Ye, to thank you for lending a hand, I've decided to repay you by taking you to the Dao Palace and giving you treasures. Ye Guan furrowed his brows and asked, Dao Palace? Yuejia nodded, yes. Ye Guan glanced around and asked, isn't this the Dao Palace? Yuejia smiled, of course not. The Dao Palace is buried deep underground, sealed for tens of millions of years. All the treasures of the entire Dao sect are in this underground palace. Ye Guan turned to look at Little White, as she knew best if there were treasures or not. Suddenly, Little White flew to the ground, placing her little paw on the ground. After a moment, her eyes lit up, and then she made a gesture. Boom! A rumbling noise echoed deep underground, and it felt as if something was about to burst out. Yuejia was stunned. She didn't think the adorable little creature would turn out to be a spirit progenitor. The rumbling noises continued, but there were no changes at all. Little White's tiny brows furrowed. Yuejia laughed. This Dao Palace is a seal that the great Daoist brush master left behind. The thing inside will not come out. Little White blinked before looking at Arya and Mu Nian. However, Mu Nian nodded at Ye Guan. Ye Guan thought for a moment and then looked at Yuejia. Senior Yuejia, shall we go to the Dao Palace? He asked. Yuejia smiled, of course, but only the two of us. Ye Guan frowned. Yuejia spoke earnestly, Young Master Ye, the Dao Palace is where all the treasures of our Dao sect are buried. If I bring this spirit progenitor in, she might take away all the divine items of our Dao sect, so I cannot bring her with us. Little White was furious at the remark. She pulled out an egg-shaped object bigger than a watermelon and decisively reached out for the button. Ye Guan's face changed dramatically. He was about to step back, but Mu Nian stopped Little White. Little White hugged Mu Nian's head and rubbed against her while pointing angrily at Yuejia. Leave Little White behind? Ye Guan wouldn't agree with that idea. He was about to speak when Mu Nian smiled and said, you all can go ahead. Ye Guan looked at Mu Nian in confusion. Mu Nian smiled. Go with Lady Yuejia. Ye Guan was still about to say something, but Mu Nian said, let's go somewhere else to walk around. We'll come back to you later. Be careful. With that, she disappeared with Arya and Little White. Ye Guan was still puzzled as he stared at the distant horizon. Yuejia glanced at the horizon and smiled. Young Master Ye, let's go, she said. She didn't even wait for Ye Guan's reply before taking off to the sky. Arya looked down at Ye Guan and said, Lady Nian, that woman is a cunning vixen, and I think she's going to scheme against Ye Guan. Mu Nian nodded. I know. Then why did you let Ye Guan follow her? Are you not afraid that he'll get tricked? Arya asked, sounding confused. Mu Nian smiled lightly and said, don't underestimate him just because he's much more reserved than his father. His mind is sharp, and he's really quick-witted. That woman isn't a good person, but she can't manipulate him that easily. Arya nodded and said, indeed, I noticed that he has been staring at Little White every day. I'm sure he's thinking of ways to borrow things from Little White. In other words, I also can't say that he's a good grandson. Mu Nian smiled, and she was about to speak when she suddenly frowned. Arya saw that and asked, what's wrong? Mu Nian said, the true universe is sending more and more supreme elites. We have to go back and reinforce the Guanxian universe. Arya looked down at Ye Guan and hesitated. But that brat. Someone's protecting him. Mu Nian replied. She waved her hand, and they vanished as if they had never been here in the first place. Led by Yuejia, the both of them arrived deep underground. It was dark, and they could barely see anything. The air was thin, and an oppressive feeling filled the air, making it hard to breathe. They walked along a small tunnel, and they soon found themselves standing in front of a stone door. Yuejia pushed the stone door open, revealing a magnificent underground palace. The palace was extremely big, spanning thousands of meters in length and width. There were also many towers and pavilions around the palace. The entire palace was pitch black, and the deathly silence made the eerie atmosphere even more eerie. The surroundings were incredibly gloomy, and the palace resembled a ghost town. Yuejia's eyes gleamed in an unusual light as she stared at the palace, her eyes. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at her, but he didn't say a word. Yuejia opened her hand, and a flame manifested over her palm. It then took to the skies, and the surrounding temperature skyrocketed. At the same time, the light radiating from the flame illuminated the entire palace as if it were daytime. Ye Guan stared at the palace's main gate and saw two words written on an ancient-looking plaque, Dao Palace. Yuejia opened her other hand, and the Dao imprint appeared over her palm before flying to the sky. A great Dao rune appeared above the palace as if it were responding to the Dao imprint's presence. Yuejia looked at the great Dao symbol and shouted, "Go!" The Dao imprint flew and struck the great Dao rune. Bam! The great Dao rune was shattered, and it transformed into countless energy fragments that scattered in all directions. A tremor ran through the palace as strands of mysterious energy began to radiate in all directions. The corners of Yuejia's lips curled up into a smile. Young Lord Ye, the seal has been lifted, she said. She then opened her again, and the Dao imprint returned to her hand. She extended it over to Ye Guan and said, "Here, take it back." Ye Guan put the Dao imprint away. Yuejia blinked and said, "You don't look surprised at all." Ye Guan replied, "I knew you're not that kind of person. What makes you think?" Intuition. Yuejia was stunned. She then burst into uproarious laughter, and she laughed so hard that her mounds trembled along with her peals of laughter. Ye Guan had to look away, but inside, he was astonished. Yuejia was the biggest woman he had ever seen. Does she not feel tired carrying such heavy weights all the time? Yuejia soon stopped laughing, and she examined Ye Guan from top to bottom before saying, "Young Lord Ye, let me give you a piece of advice. You shouldn't haphazardly test the nature of others, especially human nature. This Dao imprint is more valuable than you think, and even I am tempted by it. This Dao imprint is capable of breaking all seals, which means you'll have a myriad of possibilities for the taking so long as you have this Dao imprint." Ye Guan smiled and asked, "Then why did you not take it for yourself?" Yuejia asked back, "Why did you give that Dao imprint to me?" Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "It's because I never had any doubts about your character. I knew that you wouldn't take it away." Yuejia giggled. Her laughter sounded like the jingle of bells. Moments later, she cast an amused gaze at Ye Guan and said, "Let's go." Ye Guan nodded, and the two of them started walking toward the palace. There wasn't anyone else here aside from the two of them, and the stillness of the underground made the air feel eerie. Soon, the two arrived at a great hall. Their expressions changed drastically upon stepping into the great hall. Their cultivation bases had been suppressed. Ye Guan was particularly shocked, as he felt like he was back in the eternal secret realm. The two took a few steps backward, but their backs collided with an invisible wall. Ye Guan took out the Dao imprint to no avail. The Dao imprint is useless here because this seal doesn't belong to the great Daoist brush master, a voice echoed from out of nowhere. Ye Guan and Yuejia turned and found a woman sitting cross-legged. The woman was wearing a long robe, her face was pale, and her hair was disheveled. She looked pitiful, but the glint in her eyes was as cold as a 1,000-year-old icy cavern. The old woman stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, "You're acquainted with the great Daoist brush master?" Ye Guan nodded. "I've had the chance to meet him once." The old woman's eyes narrowed, and she asked, "You've met him once? Senior, are you trying to ask me if I'm the chosen one?" Ye Guan said. He then shrugged and continued, "I don't have even the tiniest trace of divine Dao destiny aura on me. Yes, I can see that. However, you possess his Dao imprint." "This is unusual," replied the old woman. Ye Guan smiled and explained, "I got this Dao imprint by chance." Yuejia patted him on the shoulder, looking slightly upset as she chided him, "Why are you giving her information?" Ye Guan calmly replied, "It's important to make more friends than enemies." Yuejia wanted to say something, but the old woman suddenly looked at her. The old woman raised her hand, and an invisible energy abruptly bore down on Yuejia. Boom! Yuejia felt as if there were thousands of mountains pressing down on her. Her breathing stifled, and she keeled over, but the invisible energy didn't allow her to fall to the ground. Yuejia's expression was that of extreme shock as she stared at the old woman. "Senior!" Ye Guan exclaimed. The old woman retracted her right hand, and the terrifying energy weighing down on Yuejia vanished. She finally collapsed to the ground. The old woman glanced at Ye Guan and said, "I stopped on your account." Ye Guan ran over to help Yuejia up. His face drained of blood when he realized that the connection between Yuejia's soul and her fleshly body had greatly weakened. If the old woman had retracted her hand even a second later, Yuejia's soul would have been disconnected from her fleshly body. The old woman's gaze landed on Ye Guan once again. "I'm really curious. If you're not the chosen one, why is the Dao imprint with you?" Ye Guan shook his head to indicate that he had no idea and explained, "Senior, I really don't know why I have this Dao imprint. I only stumbled upon it, and he didn't tell me to return it to me when we met. Of course, I also don't know why." The old woman stared at Ye Guan for quite a while before closing her eyes. Ye Guan sounded concerned and worried as she asked, "Are you okay?" Yuejia glared at the old woman and seethed, "If we were outside. If we were outside, even 10 of you wouldn't be my match," the old woman interrupted calmly. Ye Guan was stunned because he was well aware of Yuejia's prowess. She was a terrifying existence with prowess exceeding the average great destiny sovereign, and the old woman claimed that she was stronger than Yuejia? There could only be one explanation. "Senior, are you a cosmic spirit?" Ye Guan asked. The old woman was surprised. "You're quick-wit." Ye Guan was silent, but he was inwardly taken aback. He had met his fair share of cosmic spirits before, such as the Yin spirit. However, the Yin spirit couldn't even defeat the adjudication sword master. Meanwhile, the great destiny sovereigns Ye Guan had encountered so far had been formidable. Ye Guan's experience had led him to believe that cosmic spirits were inferior to great destiny sovereigns, but clearly, he had been mistaken all this while. Cosmic spirits were stronger than great destiny sovereigns, but exceptional great destiny sovereigns could still deal with them. The old woman closed her eyes again, seemingly contemplating something. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before asking, "Senior, was it the great Daoist brush master who suppressed you and sealed you in here?" The old woman shook her head and said, no, it was someone else. Ye Guan was curious. Who could suppress her aside from the great Daoist Brushmaster? The old woman saw through Ye Guan's thoughts and asked, are you familiar with the words true God? The true God? Ye Guan was visibly shocked as he exclaimed, it was her. The old woman's eyes flashed coldly as she asked, you know her? No, I don't know her in person, said Ye Guan with a shake of his head. But I know the true universe. The old woman clenched her fists tightly as her expression became frosty. However, a hint of delight flickered in her eyes. Senior, why does it seem like your cultivation isn't under suppression? You're right, it's not. But why are we being suppressed? Because you guys are too weak. Ye Guan froze and went silent. The old woman looked at both of them with bright eyes, but she did not say anything. Ye Guan was starting to get wary, and his expression changed upon realizing something. The old woman saw that and chuckled. Have you guessed it? Ye Guan's expression turned sour as he pointed out. This seal was indeed left behind by True God, but this seal does not have the ability to seal cultivation bases. You're the one suppressing our cultivation. Ha ha ha, spot on. The old woman laughed heartily, and she revealed a sinister smile. You're very clever. Ye Guan glared at her and said, you asked me so many questions just now just so you could find out if I were working for True God or the Great Daoist Master, right? The old woman chuckled and said, you're not a cosmic spirit, despite your overall prowess, so there's no way you're working for the True God one. I was worried that you might be the Chosen One. The Chosen One has the protection of Divine Dao Destiny Aura. Even if I were somehow successful in taking over your body, the Great Daoist Brushmaster would never let me go. Thankfully, you're not the Chosen One. Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, I'm indeed not the Chosen One, but I am the one with destiny too. The one with destiny? The old woman asked, sounding confused. Never mind. Ye Guan shook his head. I've lost. Do whatever you want with me. Ye Guan had vowed not to rely on his aunt, and a real man would keep his word. No hurry, there's no hurry, the old woman chuckled and said, you're the first living human being that I've encountered in millions of years, so there's no harm in chatting a bit longer. Ye Guan replied calmly, antagonists often meet their end due to excessive talking. Are you sure you want to keep chatting with me? Haha. The old woman burst into laughter and said, meet their end due to excessive talking? What you just said is true, but do you know who I am? Ye Guan shook his head. The vast expanse has given birth to a myriad of cosmic spirits since time immemorial. The old woman started talking. There are 9 supreme cosmic spirits among the countless cosmic spirits. Back then, they were known as the 9 gods, and the true god was one of them. She killed 6 of the 9 gods, leaving only 2 aside for herself. I'm one of the surviving 3 gods. The old woman got up slowly, and she started emitting an inscrutable, mysterious force. She closed her eyes and continued. I have devoured the reincarnation cycles of tens of thousands of civilizations and endured thousands of tribulations. I was invincible, and I lost only twice in my life. Once to the true god and once to the great Daoist Brushmaster. We're in a different era now, Ye Guan said. I feel that everyone should keep a low profile. It doesn't matter even if you're a god. Pfft. The old woman burst into and exclaimed, you know nothing about my power. Then, she looked at Ye Guan and asked, you said you're one with destiny. Ye Guan nodded. Is that so? The old woman stared deeply at him and said, what if I want to kill you? What will she do to me? Ye Guan's expression changed, and he muttered, you don't have to kill me. The old woman sneered, destiny, how interesting. Someone was actually daring enough to claim that their destiny itself. What an ignoramus. It's so ridiculous I actually feel like laughing. Rumble? A low rumble echoed from out of nowhere, and an illusory face suddenly manifested in the air. The face belonged to none other than the plain-skirt lady. The plain-skirt lady's eyes were devoid of emotion as she stared at the old woman. Who do you think you are? She asked indifferently. However, Ye Guan could feel it. He could feel that she was furious. Ye Guan judiciously decided to remain silent. 1. This reinforces the footnote in chapter 370, 2 referring to plain skirt destiny, but the old woman doesn't know that? Led by Yuejia, the both of them arrived deep underground. It was dark, and they could barely see anything. The air was thin, and an oppressive feeling filled the air, making it hard to breathe. They walked along a small tunnel, and they soon found themselves standing in front of a stone door. Yuejia pushed the stone door open, revealing a magnificent underground palace. The palace was extremely big, spanning thousands of meters in length and width. There were also many towers and pavilions around the palace. The entire palace was pitch black, and the deathly silence made the eerie atmosphere even more eerie. The surroundings were incredibly gloomy, and the palace resembled a ghost town. Yuejia's eyes gleamed in an unusual light as she stared at the palace, her eyes. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at her, but he didn't say a word. Yuejia opened her hand, and a flame manifested over her palm. It then took to the skies, and the surrounding temperature skyrocketed. At the same time, the light radiating from the flame illuminated the entire palace as if it were daytime. Ye Guan stared at the palace's main gate and saw 2 words written on an ancient-looking plaque, Dao Palace. Yuejia opened her other hand, and the Dao imprint appeared over her palm before flying to the sky. A great Dao rune appeared above the palace as if it were responding to the Dao imprint's presence. Yuejia looked at the great Dao symbol and shouted, go. The Dao imprint flew and struck the great Dao rune. Bam! The great Dao rune was shattered, and it transformed into countless energy fragments that scattered in all directions. A tremor ran through the palace as strands of mysterious energy began to radiate in all directions. The corners of Yuejia's lips curled up into a smile. Young Lord Ye, the seal has been lifted, she said. She then opened her again, and the Dao imprint returned to her hand. She extended it over to Ye Guan and said, "Here, take it back." Ye Guan put the Dao imprint away. Yuejia blinked and said, "You don't look surprised at all." Ye Guan replied, "I knew you're not that kind of person. What makes you think?" Intuition. Yuejia was stunned. She then burst into uproarious laughter, and she laughed so hard that her mounds trembled along with her peals of laughter. Ye Guan had to look away, but inside, he was astonished. Yuejia was the biggest woman he had ever seen. Does she not feel tired carrying such heavy weights all the time? Yuejia soon stopped laughing, and she examined Ye Guan from top to bottom before saying, "Young Lord Ye, let me give you a piece of advice. You shouldn't haphazardly test the nature of others, especially human nature. This Dao imprint is more valuable than you think, and even I am tempted by it. This Dao imprint is capable of breaking all seals, which means you'll have a myriad of possibilities for the taking so long as you have this Dao imprint." Ye Guan smiled and asked, "Then why did you not take it for yourself?" Yuejia asked back, "Why did you give that Dao imprint to me?" Ye Guan sounded serious as he said, "It's because I never had any doubts about your character. I knew that you wouldn't take it away." Yuejia giggled. Her laughter sounded like the jingle of bells. Moments later, she cast an amused gaze at Ye Guan and said, "Let's go." Ye Guan nodded, and the two of them started walking toward the palace. There wasn't anyone else here aside from the two of them, and the stillness of the underground made the air feel eerie. Soon, the two arrived at a great hall. Their expressions changed drastically upon stepping into the great hall. Their cultivation bases had been suppressed. Ye Guan was particularly shocked, as he felt like he was back in the eternal secret realm. The two took a few steps backward, but their backs collided with an invisible wall. Ye Guan took out the Dao imprint to no avail. "The Dao imprint is useless here because this seal doesn't belong to the great Daoist brush master," a voice echoed from out of nowhere. Ye Guan and Yuejia turned and found a woman sitting cross-legged. The woman was wearing a long robe, her face was pale, and her hair was disheveled. She looked pitiful, but the glint in her eyes was as cold as a 1,000-year-old icy cavern. The old woman stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, "You're acquainted with the great Daoist brush master?" Ye Guan nodded. "I've had the chance to meet him once." The old woman's eyes narrowed, and she asked, "You've met him once? Senior, are you trying to ask me if I'm the chosen one?" Ye Guan said. He then shrugged and continued, "I don't have even the tiniest trace of divine Dao destiny aura on me." "Yes, I can see that. However, you possess his Dao imprint." "This is unusual," replied the old woman. Ye Guan smiled and explained, "I got this Dao imprint by chance." Yuejia patted him on the shoulder, looking slightly upset as she chided him, "Why are you giving her information?" Ye Guan calmly replied, "It's important to make more friends than enemies." Yuejia wanted to say something, but the old woman suddenly looked at her. The old woman raised her hand, and an invisible energy abruptly bore down on Yuejia. Boom! Yuejia felt as if there were thousands of mountains pressing down on her. Her breathing stifled, and she keeled over, but the invisible energy didn't allow her to fall to the ground. Yuejia's expression was that of extreme shock as she stared at the old woman. "Senior!" Ye Guan exclaimed. The old woman retracted her right hand, and the terrifying energy weighing down on Yuejia vanished. She finally collapsed to the ground. The old woman glanced at Ye Guan and said, "I stopped on your account." Ye Guan ran over to help Yuejia up. His face drained of blood when he realized that the connection between Yuejia's soul and her fleshly body had greatly weakened. If the old woman had retracted her hand even a second later, Yuejia's soul would have been disconnected from her fleshly body. The old woman's gaze landed on Ye Guan once again. "I'm really curious. If you're not the chosen one, why is the Dao imprint with you?" Ye Guan shook his head to indicate that he had no idea and explained, "Senior, I really don't know why I have this Dao imprint. I only stumbled upon it, and he didn't tell me to return it to me when we met. Of course, I also don't know why." The old woman stared at Ye Guan for quite a while before closing her eyes. Ye Guan sounded concerned and worried as she asked, "Are you okay?" Yuejia glared at the old woman and seethed, "If we were outside. If we were outside, even 10 of you wouldn't be my match," the old woman interrupted calmly. Ye Guan was stunned because he was well aware of Yuejia's prowess. She was a terrifying existence with prowess exceeding the average Great Destiny Sovereign, and the old woman claimed that she was stronger than Yuejia? There could only be one explanation. "Senior, are you a cosmic spirit?" Ye Guan asked. The old woman was surprised. "You're quick-wit." Ye Guan was silent, but he was inwardly taken aback. He had met his fair share of cosmic spirits before, such as the Yin spirit. However, the Yin spirit couldn't even defeat the adjudication sword master. Meanwhile, the great destiny sovereigns Ye Guan had encountered so far had been formidable. Ye Guan's experience had led him to believe that cosmic spirits were inferior to great destiny sovereigns, but clearly, he had been mistaken all this while. Cosmic spirits were stronger than great destiny sovereigns, but exceptional great destiny sovereigns could still deal with them. The old woman closed her eyes again, seemingly contemplating something. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before asking, "Senior, was it the great Daoist brush master who suppressed you and sealed you in here?" The old woman shook her head and said, "No, it was someone else." Ye Guan was curious. Who could suppress her aside from the great Daoist brush master? The old woman saw through Ye Guan's thoughts and asked, "Are you familiar with the words true God?" "The true God?" Ye Guan was visibly shocked as he exclaimed, "It was her." The old woman's eyes flashed coldly as she asked, "You know her?" "No, I don't know her in person," said Ye Guan with a shake of his head. "But I know the true universe." The old woman clenched her fists tightly as her expression became frosty. However, a hint of delight flickered in her eyes. "Senior, why does it seem like your cultivation isn't under suppression?" "You're right, it's not. But why are we being suppressed?" "Because you guys are too weak." Ye Guan froze and went silent. The old woman looked at both of them with bright eyes, but she did not say anything. Ye Guan was starting to get wary, and his expression changed upon realizing something. The old woman saw that and chuckled. "Have you guessed it?" Ye Guan's expression turned sour as he pointed out. This seal was indeed left behind by True God, but this seal does not have the ability to seal cultivation bases. You're the one suppressing our cultivation. Ha ha ha, spot on. The old woman laughed heartily, and she revealed a sinister smile. "You're very clever." Ye Guan glared at her and said, "You asked me so many questions just now just so you could find out if I were working for True God or the Great Deist Master, right?" The old woman chuckled and said, "You're not a cosmic spirit, despite your overall prowess, so there's no way you're working for the True God one. I was worried that you might be the Chosen One. The Chosen One has the protection of Divine Deo Destiny Aura. Even if I were somehow successful in taking over your body, the Great Deist Brush Master would never let me go. Thankfully, you're not the Chosen One." Ye Guan nodded slightly and said, "I'm indeed not the Chosen One, but I am the one with destiny too. The one with destiny?" the old woman asked, sounding confused. "Never mind." Ye Guan shook his head. "I've lost. Do whatever you want with me." Ye Guan had vowed not to rely on his aunt, and a real man would keep his word. "No hurry, there's no hurry," the old woman chuckled and said, "You're the first living human being that I've encountered in millions of years, so there's no harm in chatting a bit longer." Ye Guan replied calmly, "Antagonists often meet their end due to excessive talking. Are you sure you want to keep chatting with me?" "Haha." The old woman burst into laughter and said, "Meet their end due to excessive talking? What you just said is true, but do you know who I am?" Ye Guan shook his head. "The vast expanse has given birth to a myriad of cosmic spirits since time immemorial." The old woman started talking. "There are 9 supreme cosmic spirits among the countless cosmic spirits. Back then, they were known as the 9 gods, and the true god was one of them. She killed 6 of the 9 gods, leaving only 2 aside for herself. I'm one of the surviving 3 gods." The old woman got up slowly, and she started emitting an inscrutable, mysterious force. She closed her eyes and continued, "I have devoured the reincarnation cycles of tens of thousands of civilizations and endured thousands of tribulations. I was invincible, and I lost only twice in my life. Once to the true god and once to the great deist brush master. We're in a different era now," Ye Guan said. "I feel that everyone should keep a low profile. It doesn't matter even if you're a god." "Pfft." The old woman burst into and exclaimed, "You know nothing about my power." Then, she looked at Ye Guan and asked, "You said you're one with destiny?" Ye Guan nodded. "Is that so?" The old woman stared deeply at him and said, "What if I want to kill you? What will she do to me?" Ye Guan's expression changed, and he muttered, "You don't have to kill me." The old woman sneered, "Destiny, how interesting. Someone was actually daring enough to claim that they're destiny itself. What an ignoramus. It's so ridiculous I actually feel like laughing." Rumble? A low rumble echoed from out of nowhere, and an illusory face suddenly manifested in the air. The face belonged to none other than the plain-skirt lady. The plain-skirt lady's eyes were devoid of emotion as she stared at the old woman. "Who do you think you are?" she asked indifferently. However, Ye Guan could feel it. He could feel that she was furious. Ye Guan judiciously decided to remain silent. 1. This reinforces the footnote in chapter 370, 2 referring to plain-skirt destiny, but the old woman doesn't know that? Ye Guan was both astonished and happy at the same time to see his plain-skirt aunt. He truly didn't expect that she would come here. Of course, he wasn't shocked that she was here, as he had already guessed this outcome when the old woman started talking about destiny. One could talk about anyone else aside from not plain-skirt destiny? The old woman's expression changed upon seeing plain-skirt destiny. She never thought that someone would be able to come here. She opened her palm and was about to attack her when a sword fell from the sky toward her. Swing! The sword pierced the old woman's head and pinned her to the ground. The old woman stared wide-eyed at the plain-skirt lady, and her heart was inundated by waves of shock. She stared at the plain-skirt lady as if she were a ghost. Her eyes were filled with fear, and her voice trembled as she stammered, "Why you?" The plain-skirt lady looked down at the old woman as if she were staring at an ant. "He's with me. Do you have a problem with that?" she asked coldly. Ye Guan was touched. Meanwhile, the old woman couldn't recover from the shock, and her shock grew when she realized that she had been suppressed in just one move. She couldn't quite comprehend it. After all, she was one of the true universe's 9 gods. As she said before, in her entire life, she had only lost to True God and the Great Deist Brush Master. However, she failed to resist even a single sword attack from a lady who had come out of nowhere. To make matters worse, the plain-skirt lady's true body wasn't here, and they were only staring at her avatar. She lost to a mere avatar? Yuejia was also in disbelief. The old woman was a cosmic spirit, and she was stronger than great destiny sovereigns. However, she actually lost in just one exchange? Yuejia stared at the illusory face with both trepidation and curiosity. Who is she? The plain-skirt lady turned to look at Ye Guan. Ye Guan smiled and greeted, "Aunt. Next time, don't make me take action against such a weak opponent. I want you to either avoid trouble altogether or go all out and offend everyone." Ye Guan could only smile sheepishly at that remark. The plain-skirt lady turned around to leave, but she came to a halt, seemingly recalling something. She reached out for something, and a space-time rift was torn open. Her hand plunged into that rift, and when she pulled it out, there was a watermelon in her hand. She threw it to Ye Guan and said, "Try it." Ye Guan caught the watermelon. He hesitated briefly before taking a bite. The watermelon was sweet and juicy. "Does it taste good?" asked the plain-skirt lady. Ye Guan nodded and replied, "Yes. I planted it," said the plain-skirt lady. Ye Guan was surprised. "Aunt has been planting watermelons?" The plain-skirt lady turned around to leave. "Aunt." Ye Guan hurriedly cried out, "Can I visit you and father at Milky Way?" "Sure," the plain-skirt lady said with a nod. "Why not?" She then looked at the old woman and said, "You really are way too weak." She then disappeared without waiting for the old woman's reply. The old woman looked as if her soul had left her body. Too weak? She was a dignified cosmic spirit, and yet someone had told her that she was too weak. Her heart was filled with hopelessness and despair. The plain-skirt lady was so strong that the old woman didn't even dare to resist her. The old woman sighed, and there was a bitter expression on her face. If she had known that things would turn out that way, she wouldn't have said what she said earlier. She had basically dug her own grave and had no choice but to jump into it. The old woman turned to look at Ye Guan and begged, "Little friend, can you let me go? I can give you all of my personal treasures and the treasures of the Dao sect in return." "Idiot." Ye Guan shook his head and said, "I can still take them all even when you're dead." Shwick. The path sword lodged in the old woman's head vibrated, and it pulled itself out of the old woman's head, annihilating her soul on the way before taking off to the skies. Ye Guan opened his hand, and a storage ring floated toward him. The storage ring contained 5 billion spiritual cores, spiritual artifacts, cultivation methods, and much more. What caught Ye Guan's attention the most was the 5 billion spiritual cores, and he was overjoyed at the discovery, as he needed money the most. He had been spending a ton of money to refine an ancient divine puppet, and his expenditure had been so costly that even the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was struggling to fund him. Of course, it wasn't like the Immortal Treasures Pavilion's pockets were shallow. They were funding the training of new troops against the true universe as well, so Ye Guan was in need of money, even though the Immortal Treasures Pavilion was supporting him. Ye Guan reckoned that the 5 billion spiritual cores in his storage ring would alleviate some of the pressure on the Immortal Treasures Pavilion. He put the storage ring away, and he seemed to be thinking of something when he looked at Yuejia tending to her injuries. The seal had shattered, as the old woman had perished. "Lady Yuejia, I'm off," Ye Guan said. "I hope we'll meet again in the future." With that, he turned around to leave. "Wait." Yuejia cried out. Ye Guan stopped and stared at her. "That lady just now," Yuejia muttered, "was she your aunt?" Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. Yuejia was stunned. Moments later, she said, "Young Lord Ye, you've taken everything from my Dao sect." "Lady Yuejia." Ye Guan interrupted. He shook his head and said, "I know you're not from this Dao sect." Puzzlement fleeted across Yuejia's eyes as she asked, "How did you know that?" "I'm really curious as to who you really are," Ye Guan asked. "Why don't you take a guess, young Lord Ye?" Ye Guan shook his head and turned around to leave. "Guess? I didn't come here to waste my time." Yuejia quickly stood up and walked up to him. "Young Lord Ye, I don't want any of the spiritual cores, I just want one thing. Do you think you can give that to me?" Ye Guan decisively shook his head. Yuejia was furious. She glared at Ye Guan with bloodshot eyes and chided, "How come you're so heartless? I wasn't that useful during the encounter just now, but I still brought you here. How come you're so mean as to deprive me of what I need?" Tears welled up in Yuejia's eyes as she spoke, and there was a hint of shyness in her pitiful appearance, which made her look incredibly beautiful. Her visage was capable of stirring up a sense of sympathy in just about anyone. However, Ye Guan's gaze turned cold. "Lady Yuejia, what's up with the acting?" he asked. Yuejia's expression stiffened when she saw how cold Ye Guan had become. "Lady Yuejia, I believed I was straightforward with you when we first met. I just wanted to establish friendly ties with you. It'll be great if we become friends, and even if we don't become friends, I don't want us to fight each other as enemies. I know you've been pulling all sorts of tricks on me, and you've been doing it since we met. So, what's up with the acting? Are you looking down on me, or are you looking down on yourself?" Yuejia's expression returned to normal, and she stared quietly at Ye Guan. "Let me guess," Ye Guan continued and said, "apart from coveting over a certain divine item in this Dao sect, you also have other motives. For example, you tried to befriend me, but you're actually trying to befriend my aunt rather than me, right?" Yuejia's eyes widened in shock. Ye Guan had just hit the nail on the head. She thought that dealing with him would be a piece of cake. After all, Ye Guan was young, and she was also quite confident of her appearance. Unfortunately for her, the young man had seen through her scheme. Clearly, she had grossly underestimated him. "My aunt is at Milky Way," Ye Guan said while staring intently at Yuejia. "If you want to get on her good side, go there and look for her yourself." He then turned around and started walking away. "Young Lord Ye," Yuejia cried out, "I admit that I've made a mistake by treating you that way. I apologize." I really want to get to know you. My name is Zantai Yuejia, and Ye Guan shook his head and interrupted her. I don't want to see you again. Ye Guan didn't even stop walking, nor did he look back at her. Zantai Yuejia was furious, and she seethed, that petty brat. Ye Guan was about to leave, but something made him stop and look up. Boom! The space-time above Ye Guan collapsed as a powerful energy swept across him. Ye Guan was shocked. The mysterious energy was a strong no, stronger than the mysterious energy that the old woman had given off earlier. It must be the Eternal Sovereign? Damn it! Ye Guan inwardly cursed. What good timing? The Eternal Sovereign appeared when his aunt had just left. Unfortunately, Ye Guan was still too weak to be the Eternal Sovereign's match. However, he had nowhere to run. He took a stance with his sword and was about to jump into the air when a hand dragged him backward. Ye Guan whipped around and was stunned. The hand belonged to none other than the Adjudication Sword Master. The Adjudication Sword Master's expression was grim as she stared at the oncoming wave of energy. Soon, she took a stance with her sword and slashed out. Swing! The air let out a shrill cry as a ray of sword light rushed to the skies, tearing the oncoming wave of energy apart. However, a colossal hand manifested and swatted downward. The Adjudication Sword Master's eyes narrowed. She turned around and flicked her sleeve, sending a wave of energy to Ye Guan, which blasted him away. She then took a stance once more and rushed toward the colossal hand. Boom! The sword light shattered, and the Adjudication Sword Master was blasted a few kilometers away. The colossal hand was so strong that its shockwaves alone had reduced the underground palace to ashes. The Adjudication Sword Master eventually came to a halt. She wiped her lips with the back of her hand and saw blood. Her expression turned solemn, and she looked up to find three figures in the air. The Eternal Sovereign stood in the middle, a hunchbacked old man stood on his right, and a woman wearing daoist robes stood on his left. Ye Guan appeared next to the Adjudication Sword Master. Are you all right? Ye Guan asked upon seeing blood dripping down her lips. The Adjudication Sword Master was silent. Ye Guan asked, have you been following me? The Adjudication Sword Master's face turned cold, and she replied fiercely, no. Ye Guan chuckled. What are you laughing for? The Adjudication Sword Master roared while glaring fiercely at Ye Guan. And nothing. Ye Guan stammered. The Adjudication Sword Master glanced briefly at Zantai Yuejia before saying, oh, I see. Did I interrupt something? Ye Guan froze and went silent. The Adjudication Sword Master had misunderstood, so he hurriedly explained, there's nothing going on between Lady Zantai and... I don't want to hear it, the Adjudication Sword Master exclaimed, why are you even telling me that? She still sounded fierce, but her voice had noticeably mellowed. Ye Guan was both happy and touched to see her here. She had to have been following him all this while. Otherwise, there was no way she could have instantly responded to the Eternal Sovereign's threat to his life. His emotions got the best of him, and he unconsciously grabbed her hand. The Adjudication Sword Master was embarrassed and angry. She shook her hand free from his grasp and chided, we're not the only ones here, so don't do anything that will make anyone misunderstand. You really are as annoying as always. Ye Guan was stunned. The Adjudication Sword Master was furious, but the blush on her cheeks betrayed her emotions. Saijing, you're such a beauty. Ye Guan muttered unconsciously. The tip of the Adjudication Sword Master's ears and her face became as red as a tomato. She glared at Ye Guan and shouted, what nonsense are you spouting? Ye Guan opened his mouth to speak once more, and the sight made the Adjudication Sword Master feel anxious. She was afraid that he would say something embarrassing, so she chided, speak more nonsense, and I'll stab you to death. Ye Guan stared at the Adjudication Sword Master. He was starting to see her in a different light. Tenderness filled his heart. He was about to say something, but the Eternal Sovereign spoke, Adjudication Sword Master, what game is the true universe trying to play here? The Adjudication Sword Master turned to look at the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign laughed and said, didn't the true universe ask to work together with my eternal civilization? However, you came here to help the Guanxian universe's king. What's the meaning of this? Are you representing the true universe? The Adjudication Sword Master was quiet. Moments later, she opened her hand, and a command token appeared in her hand. She looked down at it for a very long time before flicking her wrist and sending the command token to the ground. I am no longer the commander of the true universe's Jin Guards. I represent no one but myself. Ye Guan was shocked. She was resigning as the commander of the Jin Guards? Saijing. The Adjudication Sword Master's gaze turned cold. I am not doing it for you, don't get too ahead of yourself. Ye Guan suddenly grabbed her hand. The Adjudication Sword Master tried to free her hand from his grasp, but his grip on her hand was too tight. Ye Guan looked at her with a mind full of complicated thoughts, but more than anything, he was touched. He knew about her relationship with True God and the True Universe, but she decisively stepped down as the commander of the Jin Guards to help him. Seeing the tenderness in his eyes, the Adjudication Sword Master got a little nervous. She didn't dare to look him directly in the eyes. She looked away and coldly said, don't overthink it. My resignation doesn't have anything to do with you, do you understand? Ye Guan shook his head. He was about to say something when the Eternal Sovereign chimed in, oh, you're representing yourself? Then, you better do a good job at it. Rumble? A low rumbling echoed as the Eternal Sovereign set a punch toward the Adjudication Sword Master. A terrifying power surged toward the Adjudication Sword Master. The destructive power was so powerful that it annihilated every inch of space-time that dared to stand in its way. Zantai Yuejia's hands and feet quivered, and her expression turned solemn. She picked herself up and decisively retreated tens of kilometers away. The adjudication sword master's eyes flashed coldly. She took a step forward and slashed out with her sword. A colossal ray of sword light long tore through the air, tearing apart everything that stood in its way. However, the ray of sword light crumbled immediately upon making contact with the Eternal Sovereign's attack. The adjudication sword master was blasted away, and blood trickled down her lips as she came to a halt, her face becoming pale. Zantai Yuejia's expression was gloomy as she stared at the Eternal Sovereign. The Zantai clan was in the Swan world, and it was located in an isolated pocket of space. They weren't familiar with this place, and she had just realized that she had underestimated the people of this place. The Eternal Sovereign didn't send another attack. He chuckled and said, "Actually, I'm not that interested in the true universe. However, I would like to meet the true god of the true universe. I want to see if she's as powerful as the legends depict her to be." The adjudication sword master wiped the blood from her lips and suddenly disappeared from where she was standing. A kaleidoscope of sword lights burst out of her and rushed toward the Eternal Sovereign in the form of thousands of sword lights. The Eternal Sovereign chuckled at the sight and clenched his right hand into a fist before sending another punch. Bam! The sword lights shattered. They became countless light fragments that dissipated into nothingness. The adjudication sword master was blasted away, returning to where she was standing earlier. The Eternal Sovereign made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and smiled. "You've always been under someone else's protection from the very first time we met until now. What's wrong? Are you so powerless and useless that you can only rely on women for protection?" Ye Guan ignored the Eternal Sovereign. He appeared in front of the adjudication sword master and took out a spiritual pill. He fed it to her and then gently wiped away the blood dripping down her lips. He finally turned to the Eternal Sovereign and asked, "How old are you?" The Eternal Sovereign's eyes narrowed, but he didn't reply. Ye Guan stared into the Eternal Sovereign's eyes as he said, "You must be over 100 million years old, and even a pig can become a great destiny sovereign if they were given that much time to cultivate. How about me? I'm only 18 years old. I don't think it's shameful to lose against such an old fossil like you." The Eternal Sovereign stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan continued, "On the contrary, I think that it's quite shameful for an old fossil who had lived for over 100 million years to mock an 18-year-old cultivator." Pfft. The Eternal Sovereign erupted into laughter and said, "You're pretty good with words. Sadly, words won't get you anywhere. In the end, what matters is strength. Words are useless because I can still beat you to death, while you can't do the same to me. Your words can't kill me." Ye Guan chuckled and said, "I finally understand the dilemmas that my father had faced during his cultivation journey. People call you the king of relying on others. If you were to call for backup against enemies who are too strong, but if you don't call for backup, your enemies will still mock you for being too weak." I'm sure he was having a hard time back then. Ye Guan shook his head and turned to look at the adjudication sword master. The adjudication sword master said, "He's recovered half of his true power. You should leave and return to the Guanxian universe." Ye Guan reached up to wipe the blood flowing from her lips again and said gently, "I really am sorry for being too weak. I've always been under your protection, and if it hadn't been for you, I would have died long ago. I have nothing that I can offer you, but I can fight with you, and I can die together with you." "Die together with me?" The adjudication sword master stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you sure?" Ye Guan nodded. The adjudication sword master smiled. She pinched his cheeks and muttered, "Even if we somehow survive this, a happy ending isn't guaranteed. With that in mind, I don't think dying together sounds like a bad idea." "Yeah." Ye Guan smiled and said, "I'm actually getting pretty tired as well." He turned to look at the Eternal Sovereign and laughed maniacally before igniting his fleshly body. Boom! Ye Guan's aura surged crazily as entered the time immortal realm, causing the spacetime around him to fluctuate violently. He then activated the Dao imprint, and the burst of power directly shattered the spacetime around him. The Great Sovereign Realm. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed next to Ye Guan, and a mighty conflagration ignited at the same time. The adjudication sword master had ignited her fleshy body? Ye Guan smiled wryly. He stumped with his right foot and turned into a ray of sword light that shot toward the Eternal Sovereign. The adjudication sword master also vanished into thin air as she chased after Ye Guan. Two rays of sword light tore through the air, heading straight toward the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign chuckled coldly, and his eyes were filled with disdain. He had only recovered 50% of his true strength, but he was second only to the great Daoist Brush Master. It didn't matter whether he was fighting a great destiny sovereign or a cosmic spirit, they were all ants in his eyes. The Eternal Sovereign stepped forward and swung his fist. It was an ordinary-looking punch, but the landscape swayed, and the divine ruins quivered violently. The punch contained enough power to destroy an entire world. Boom! The fist's destructive power collided with the two rays of sword light, and the rays of sword light shattered as if they were pieces of paper. Ye Guan and the adjudication sword master were blasted away. The adjudication sword master recovered first, and she snatched Ye Guan out of midair to take him into her arms. The adjudication sword master looked down at Ye Guan in her arms, her blood-stained lips opened as she asked, "Will you remember me?" Ye Guan's expression stiffened as a sense of ominous foreboding gripped his heart. "Saijing!" Ye Guan cried out. Saijing smiled wryly and put her sword in front of her glabella. She then pointed the sword at the sky and exclaimed, "Open!" Boom! The skies were torn apart, and a ray of golden light flew wrapped around Ye Guan. The Eternal Sovereign's face darkened upon seeing the ray of golden light. Ye Guan was both shocked and afraid upon realizing that he couldn't shatter the golden light. He turned to look at the Adjudication Sword Master, and his voice was trembling as he said, "Si Saijing." The Adjudication Sword Master said softly, "Don't struggle. It's a spell that Big Sister had left behind for us. It's called the True God's Sanctuary. It has been millions of years since she left it for us, but it's still not something you can break. I knew that death was my happy ending since I started having feelings for you." The Adjudication Sword Master's eyes welled up with tears, and they started falling like raindrops as she continued. "I can't betray Big Sister, but I don't wish to fight you as an enemy as well. It's really an unsolvable dilemma, and I've gotten exhausted trying to come up with ways to resolve it. We had agreed to die together." Ye Guan roared. The Adjudication Sword Master shook her head and said, "Live well. There are many things out there that you haven't done just yet. You're extremely talented, so even the Eternal Sovereign will not be your match so long as you're willing to work hard." The Adjudication Sword Master looked up and stared at the end of the golden light before muttering, "Second sister, I've never asked you for anything, but today, I have one favor to ask you. Please, take him away." She then turned around and started walking toward the Eternal Sovereign. Boom! Destructive power ran rampant as an incredible conflagration of profound energy burst out of her. The Adjudication Sword Master had ignited her soul. "No!" Ye Guan roared with bloodshot eyes. Terrifying sword energy burst out of him without stopping, but the golden light remained unyielding as if it were cast in solid gold. The True God's Sanctuary. The True God had left it behind for her sisters millions of years ago. The golden light was so strong that even the Eternal Sovereign couldn't damage it, even if he were at his peak. Ye Guan was horrified to see a mighty conflagration surrounding the Adjudication Sword Master. Ye Guan saw through her intentions, and he slammed his hand furiously on the golden light, shattering his own hands. Blood spurted out of his hands, and his ghastly white bones peeked out of the wounds, but he ignored them and pointed forward. His blood transformed into swords that struck the golden light. However, even his mad demon bloodline wasn't strong enough to shatter the golden light. Ye Guan stared frozen in stupefaction at the sight. Moments later, he let loose a piercing cry and started slamming himself into the golden light. Unfortunately, the golden light remained unscathed. Ye Guan was about to go mad when a figure appeared in the golden light. Ye Guan turned but could only make out the figure's silhouette. The silhouette looked familiar. Ye Guan wanted to say something, but the figure whisked Ye Guan away. The Adjudication Sword Master smiled upon seeing Ye Guan's disappearance. She turned and glared coldly at the Eternal Sovereign in the distance. Stomping with her right foot, she turned into a ray of sword light. An unknown amount of time had passed before Ye Guan opened his eyes. Looking around, he found himself in what looked like a house made out of stone. Ye Guan's eyes widened, and he looked as if he had been struck by lightning as he frantically crawled down the bed and rushed out of the stone house. Ye Guan was stunned by the scenery outside. He was in Stone Village? He couldn't be mistaken, as he had followed Saru here to find Ye Guan. "How did I end up here? You're finally awake." A feminine voice echoed, prompting Ye Guan to turn around. A woman dressed in a light yellow robe was standing not too far away. She was a beautiful woman with facial features that were both delicate and magnificent. The beautiful woman was none other than Saru, and she was glaring at him. Ye Guan rushed toward her and stammered, "Si Saijing." Saru waved her sleeve. Boom! Ye Guan was blasted away, and he slammed into the stone house where he had come from. The stone house exploded, sending debris everywhere. Ye Guan desperately tried to get up, but a terrifying pressure swept over him and suppressed him. Ye Guan felt like there were tens of thousands of mountains boring down on him, rendering him completely immobile. Saru walked up to Ye Guan and asked, "Angry? Is your fury going to do anything?" Ye Guan clenched his fists tightly, and waves of sword intent surged within him. However, he still couldn't break free from the overwhelming pressure. Saru looked down at Ye Guan. Her gaze was cold, devoid of any emotion. "Call for help. Ask your relatives for help. Your father is strong, your aunt is strong, and even your uncle is powerful. Ask them for help." "Ayah!" Ye Guan roared, and a boundless sword aura surged crazily from him. However, he still couldn't break free from Saru's suppression. After a while, Ye Guan sprawled out on the ground, exhausted. "How is Saijing?" he asked. "Dead," Saru replied. Ye Guan's eyes turned red as he looked up at her. Saru turned away before the tears could roll down her cheeks. She didn't even want to live. Ye Guan clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his palms. He glared at Saru and said in a shaky voice, Why you're her sister? Why did you? So what if I'm her sister?" Saru shouted, "What could I do when she wanted to die for you?" Ye Guan could finally see the tears rolling down Saru's cheeks, and he realized just then that Saru's revelation wasn't a part of her scheme. Ye Guan felt as though there was a lump in his throat as he struggled to squeeze words out of his mouth. "Cici Saijing, she." Saru's gaze was transfixed on Ye Guan, and her gaze became incredibly cold. "Do you not have any idea just how weak you are?" Ye Guan didn't look away from Saru's gaze, and he allowed her cold gaze to bore into him. "You've always refused to follow your father's old path, and you didn't want to become the king of relying on others. However, have you still not realized that your plain skirt aunt has already become a god in your heart?" Ye Guan's mind went blank. If it hadn't been for your grandfather, do you really think that you could have left the true universe with your life when you had invaded the true universe back then? Remember your battle against the Heaven-Seizing clan? Do you really think you could have bested Sovereign Heaven-Seizing Deo if it hadn't been for your aunt? How about that fight against the old woman in the Divine Ruins? Do you really think you could have escaped with your life if it hadn't been for your aunt's intervention? As for those who have passed on their inheritance to you and established friendly ties with you, do you really think that they did that because of your talent alone? Do you really think that they did that because they value you? Siro asked while staring straight into Ye Guan's eyes. Each and every word was like a knife to Ye Guan's heart. Ye Guan closed his eyes. Have you ever thought about just how powerful my enemies have been so far? Ye Guan asked. He stared at Siro with a pair of terrifyingly red eyes and continued. Just what do you want me to do? It hasn't even been that long since I discovered my true identity and became the king of the Guanxian universe, but I've already faced so many enemies at the supreme elite level. In addition, the true universe has even waged war on the Guanxian universe. Even if I throw my life away, there's no way I can defeat all of you, so tell me, what am I supposed to do? Ye Guan chuckled coldly before continuing. My father and relatives don't want me to rely on others, but what can I do against the true universe, the Heaven-Seizing clan, and the eternal civilization? I've been putting my life on the line, but it has never been enough. It's not enough, so what more do you want from me? Siro unconsciously clenched her fists at Ye Guan's outburst. I know. Ye Guan let out a self-deprecating laugh and said, I know that my grandfather is the reason Seniorin and my other relatives are still here to help me. My aunt had saved me multiple times, and it was all because of my father. And even your schemes against me, Miss Siro, were all because of the 4 powerful swordsmen behind me. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't be worthy of even your attention, not to mention worthy of your schemes, am I right? Siro remained silent while staring at Ye Guan. Ye Guan closed his eyes and said, and Ye she plotted against me because I'm the sword master's son with an invincible aunt behind me. I know. I've long known everything, and it is exactly why I couldn't wait to become even stronger. I've always been worried about failing to meet everyone's expectations, but reality is cruel. Many things are easier said than done. All of you are hoping that I can surpass those ancient old fossils who have lived for millions of years in just a short period of time, but I can't do it. Siro's mouth fluttered open to speak, but she couldn't say anything in the end. Ye Guan got up slowly. He looked at Siro in front of him and asked, Can I see her? Siro shook her head and replied, Her soul has been completely annihilated. Ye Guan stiffened as tears rolled down his cheeks. He stood silent without moving for a long time before he turned around and started walking away. Wait! Siro cried out. Ye Guan stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Siro. Siro opened her palm, and a sword floated slowly from her hand to Ye Guan. The sword was almost a meter long, and it was 2 fingers wide. It was made of an unknown material, and its blade was as smooth as a mirror. It shimmered with a cold and chilling light. She knew that you needed a sword, so she crafted this sword for you. She wanted to give this sword to you personally, but... Siro trailed off and went silent. Ye Guan seemed lost as he stared at the sword floating in front of him. Soon, he opened his palm, and the sword flew into his hand. His heart felt like it was being ripped apart as he gripped the sword tightly in pain. If you want to become a great sovereign, follow me, Siro said before decisively walking away. Ye Guan stared at her departing figure for a long time before putting away the sword and chasing after Siro. Siro brought Ye Guan to the depths of Stone Village. The two soon found themselves standing in front of a teleportation array inside a clearing. Siro entered the teleportation array and looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan quietly followed her. The teleportation array rumbled, whisking the two away. The two found themselves in a vast wasteland with seemingly no borders. The air around them was gloomy, and an oppressive feeling permeated the air. Siro looked at Ye Guan and asked, Do you know where we are? Ye Guan shook his head. We're at the divine battlefield, Siro explained. My big sister fought the great Daoist brush master here. The great Daoist brush master was at his peak at the time, and he had been invincible for millions of years. He wielded the great Dao brush, and the great Dao origin was at the tip of his fingertips. Siro stared at Ye Guan before continuing. The great Daoist brush master was defeated and was expelled. However, there are some traces of the great Dao origin here. If you can gather them and turn your physique into the great Dao physique, you will be able to absorb the traces of divine energy that my big sister had left behind here. How can I obtain those traces of great Dao origin? Ye Guan asked. Are you not going to ask why I brought you here? Siro asked with a chuckle. Ye Guan looked toward the distant sky and whispered, You brought me here because I'm too weak to fulfill your plan. You want to help me become even stronger until I'm qualified to take on the universe tribulation. Am I right? Siro smiled and replied, You're right. Ye Guan nodded. I understand. You saved me because I'm still useful. Siro looked away and said, Go that way and keep going straight ahead. Ye Guan quietly started walking away. Moments later, a young woman appeared next to Siro. She was none other than Sishu. Sishu stared at Ye Guan's departing back and muttered, He hates you because of what you said to him. Siro shrugged and said, He chose the invincible sword Dao, and it's an incredibly difficult path to walk on. Right now, his biggest hurdle is his identity. If I'm gentle on him, he's eventually going to burn out and fall apart. Who wouldn't burn out and fall apart if their efforts weren't being rewarded? I have to admit. He's a hard worker, but his efforts so far aren't enough. Siro sighed softly and explained, We have to push him into a corner until he's on the cusp of breaking. He has to turn that adversity into good fortune so that he can stand on his own. If those behind him can't bear to see it, then there's no other choice. Sisha held Saru's hand and shook her head. He resents you. Saru smiled lightly while staring at Ye Guan's figure, which had become a tiny dot in the distance. I really envy Saijing. She has been doing whatever she wanted without thinking too much about the ramifications of her actions. Sisha sighed and muttered, Saijing. Saru suddenly smiled and asked, are you ready? The great Dao origin that big sister has left behind for you to make a breakthrough is already inside that great Dao puppet. He'll obtain that great Dao origin so long as he defeats that great Dao puppet, replied Sishu. She seemed puzzled as she asked, if you are going to give it to him anyway, why not just give it to him outright? There's a huge difference between working hard for something and receiving something on a silver platter, Saru replied. She seemed to have recalled something as she turned around and looked up. It's about time they reached the Milky Way. Ye Guan walked slowly down the boundless wasteland with a sword gripped tightly in his right hand. It was the sword that Saijing had crafted for him. Saru's words made him understand that weakness was a sin. He had been working hard to become even stronger, but he was still too weak in the grand scheme of things, which meant his hard work so far had been meaningless. Ye Guan revealed a self-deprecating smile and closed his eyes. He couldn't help but feel like a failure after realizing something so obvious so late. He had always been hoping to stay true to his principles, and he believed that he had been managing to do so, but was it really the case? Did he really not grow complacent after hearing about his powerful father, grandfather, and aunt? He had definitely grown complacent. He had never really thought of the Eternal Sovereign as someone of great importance. Why? It was all because he knew that he had people to count on. He knew that once he was pushed into a corner, his relatives would come and help him. Hence, he had never been afraid of the Eternal Sovereign. However, Saru was right, and she had made him realize that he was nothing without his family. He wasn't even worthy of becoming someone else's knife. Ye Guan chuckled, and he suddenly felt relaxed. He relaxed upon seeing where he was standing at the moment. Boom! A puppet landed not too far away from Ye Guan. The puppet was several meters tall, and it seemed to have been made from a special gold iron. A giant axe was in its right hand, and the axe itself emitted a terrifying aura. Ye Guan wasted no words as he rushed toward the puppet in front of him. The puppet swung its giant axe, and Ye Guan's sword light shattered. The remnant forces blasted Ye Guan a few kilometers away. He came to a halt and looked up. His pupils constricted upon seeing the puppet plummeting toward him with its giant axe raised above its head. The puppet swung its axe toward Ye Guan. The attack had yet to reach Ye Guan, but everything between heaven and earth was thrown into an upheaval. The fabric of space-time quivered slightly, but it remained unscathed. Despite that, the tyrannical might of the puppet's attack made Ye Guan feel suffocated. Ye Guan didn't dare to be careless. He stumped with his right foot and shot toward the puppet, leaving behind a dazzling trail of light. Boom! The destructive power of the axe sent Ye Guan flying back to the ground, and a deafening explosion echoed the moment he collided with the ground. A violent tremor ran through the ground. However, Ye Guan remained undeterred. He stood up and charged at the puppet. Ye Guan was far weaker than the puppet, but he fought with reckless abandon. In no time, Ye Guan's fleshly body was soon riddled with cracks, and blood poured incessantly out of his wounds. Ye Guan became ferocious rather than afraid as the battle went on. It seemed like he had gone mad as he would charge at the puppet as soon as he recovered from its attacks. Just like that, the wasteland became filled with a cacophony of noises. The grand battle lasted for a long time. Both Ye Guan and the puppet were riddled with wounds, creating a pitiful sight reminiscent of mad dogs fighting each other for supremacy. Ye Guan looked especially horrifying with all of his wounds. His fleshly body was covered in cracks, and it looked as though his fleshly body would explode into a bloody mist any time soon. Boom! A loud noise echoed as both Ye Guan and the puppet were sent flying away. They crashed to the ground, and the earth shook violently beneath them. This time, neither Ye Guan nor the puppet managed to stand up immediately. The injuries they had suffered were far too severe for them to make quick movements. However, Ye Guan's grit proved much better than the puppet. He slowly stood up and staggered his way over to the puppet with a sword in hand. His footsteps were heavy and unsteady, and blood seeped from his wounds without any signs of stopping. From afar, Saru clenched her fists as she stared intently at Ye Guan. Ye Guan soon reached the puppet, and he thrust his sword into the puppet's throat. The puppet exploded, and a crimson strand of inscrutable energy burst out of it. Great Dao origin? There wasn't anything more special in the world than the Great Dao origin. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the strand of Great Dao origin flew to his hand. The strand of Great Dao origin melted in his palm and instantly patched him up. Boom! A tremor ran through Ye Guan, and he began to spasm. Dao origin physique transformation? Ye Guan sprawled on the ground and closed his eyes, allowing the Great Dao origin to transform his physique. After an unknown amount of time, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Ye Guan. A dark cloud appeared above him, and it contained terrifying arcs of lightning. Ye Guan was about to make a breakthrough into the Time Immortal. He just had to withstand the oncoming lightning tribulation, and he would become an official Time Immortal realm cultivator. Crackle! A thunderous boom echoed as a bolt of lightning rushed out of the clouds and went straight for Ye Guan. Ye Guan's eyes shot open. He stood up and took to the skies in one fluid motion. Boom! The lightning bolt was blasted away into pieces. No, the entire Time Immortal tribulation was obliterated in one move. Ye Guan was now strong enough to contend with great destiny sovereigns, which meant tribulations were no longer of concern to him. Suro walked up to Ye Guan. She examined him from top to bottom and saw that he was emitting a faint purple mist. In addition, his aura was still surging wildly, which Suro found a bit strange. Are you suppressing your cultivation base? Suro asked. Ye Guan shook his head without saying anything. Suppress his cultivation base? He no longer wanted to do that to hell with a stable foundation. Is that so? Suro sneered. So you want to become a great sovereign as soon as possible to take your revenge on the eternal sovereign. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed at the remark. Suro's eyes turned cold, and she coldly spat. Come at me. Ye Guan turned to look at Suro. Attack me, said Suro. Ye Guan was silent. However, Suro flipped her wrist and pushed her palms toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan decisively drew his sword and slashed out 100 stacks of heaven rend one. Boom! Ye Guan's dazzling sword light dimmed in an instant, and he was blasted several tens of kilometers away. When he came to a stop, a drop of blood dripped down the corner of his mouth. Suro appeared in front of him and asked, Do you really think that you'll become invincible once you've become a great sovereign? Ye Guan clenched his fists but remained silent. Suro sneered, You're still not the eternal sovereign's match, even if you reach that realm. In fact, you'll still be too weak to defeat even his powerful subordinates. Ye Guan's head drooped. He stared at the ground for quite a while before saying, I understand. Suro's expression was complex. She tapped Ye Guan's shoulder with her right hand. Boom! A fizzling noise echoed as Ye Guan's aura was suppressed. His cultivation base plummeted until it stabilized at the time immortal realm. Suro took a moment to examine Ye Guan's physique. Indeed, his physique had been transformed, and he was now the proud owner of a great Dao physique. Suro stared at Ye Guan and said, Show me that heaven rend of yours. Use all your strength. Ye Guan nodded and took a stance. Moments later, he drew his sword and slashed out 110 stacks of heaven rend. The power that Ye Guan had on display was so tyrannical that it astonished Suro. Still, she quickly got a hold of her wits and stepped to the side, dodging the attack. Ye Guan's sword struck empty air, and it sent ripples throughout the fabric of space-time. Incredibly, the space-time of this place had remained unscathed despite the terrifying sword slash. Suro stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was silent as well. Suro eventually smirked and asked, Did you want to kill me with that slash? Ye Guan calmly replied, You asked me to use all of my strength. Suro asked blandly, I told you to show it to me, not attack me. I misunderstood, Ye Guan replied, Sorry. Suro suddenly swung his fist toward Ye Guan. Boom! Ye Guan didn't get the chance to react. He was sent flying at least several kilometers away before he crashed to the ground. Fortunately, Ye Guan's physique had undergone a transformation, so he managed to withstand Suro's punch. However, he still felt his organs shake. Ye Guan endured the pain and stood up. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Suro calmly explained, Sorry, my hand slipped. Ye Guan didn't say anything in response. Follow me, Suro said. She turned around and started walking away. Ye Guan spat the blood in his mouth before following closely behind her. Suro remained silent as they walked toward somewhere. Of course, Ye Guan was quiet as well. Eventually, Suro shattered the ice and asked, Calm down. How are you going to fight the eternal sovereign at this rate? How are you going to fight my true universe? How am I supposed to fight your true universe? Ye Guan calmly asked. How am I supposed to resist the desperate scheme you've been looking for millions of years? You even resorted to seduction. How am I supposed to compete? You were the one who fell for it, so it's your fault. Suro said, Did I force you to take action? Did I give you an aphrodisiac or something? You shouldn't blame others for your inferiority. Your schemes run deep, so why did you scheme against me rather than against my father or my aunt? Ye Guan asked. Why else? Suro chuckled. It's all because you're the easiest target. Ye Guan went silent at that. Fuck. Damn it. Ye Guan's face darkened. Suro grinned and added, You're the weakest member of your family. I would be a fool if I hadn't decided to target you. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, Saijing. I told you she's dead. Suro's expression turned cold. Ye Guan frowned. Young master Ye, Suro said, Do you really think that you would have a happy ever after with her, even if she was still alive? Ye Guan didn't respond. Suro sneered, Will you give up the Guanxian universe for her? Definitely not. And she won't betray our big sister as well. However, she doesn't want to become your enemy, so she decided to embrace death. Do you know why? Because she was in pain. She was in so much pain that she decided to end it all. Can you even understand the pain she felt while standing before such a difficult dilemma? I never thought that she liked me all this while. Ye Guan muttered and sighed. Do you like her, too? Suro asked. Ye Guan nodded without any hesitation. What about Ye Guan? Asked Suro. Ye Guan nodded as well. He liked Ye Guan, not Sishu. Suro stared deeply at Ye Guan. Even if Ye Guan and Saijing were around, do you really think that anything good would happen between you three? Do you really think that you can resolve the animosity between the true universe and the Guanxian universe? Have you ever thought of that? Ye Guan had no idea what to say. You've never considered it, right? Suro sighed and said, It's not your fault entirely. Your father gave you too many responsibilities to bear too early, and the enemies whom they had all left behind were now yours to handle. Moreover, their expectations for you are exceedingly high as well. They're hoping that you won't rely on the achievements of the past generations. They want you to become a true supreme elite like your father and aunt. It must be burdensome, right? It must be like climbing up a steep hill. Ye Guan stiffened like a stone statue. You like Saijing, but you've been hesitating to acknowledge it because of her identity. I don't think you're indecisive. You're just confused. You're struggling beneath the weight of the Guanxian universe. You've been living a fast-paced life since you went to the upper realm, and it's so fast-paced that you can't even catch your breath. I truly find you pitiful. Siro stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, you're like an orphan. Ye Guan stared dumbstruck at Siro. A bit of a miscommunication. It seems that the stacks here is just Ye Guan stacking multiple heaven rands in one sword move rather than sword deo. Ye Guan looked at Siro without speaking. Siro asked, are you not angry? Ye Guan calmly explained, I can't defeat you. I'm curious. Siro smiled and asked, if you can defeat me, what will you do? Ye Guan shook his head and asked back, Lady Siro, is it that fun to mock me? Siro looked at Ye Guan without speaking. Ye Guan said, I agreed with your statement about how I had never considered Saijing's situation. Don't worry, I won't let her down again. Is that so? Siro sneered. Sounds great, then. Siro's expression suddenly turned ugly. Did you just sound me out? Ye Guan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Saijing was still alive. The stone weighing down on Ye Guan's chest had finally vanished. He had guessed that Saijing was still alive, and he had made that assumption because of the fact that Siro and Saijing were sisters. Siro didn't seem like she was grieving despite Saijing's death, and Ye Guan also didn't think that Siro would let Saijing die just like that. Do you want to know how she's doing right now? Siro asked. Ye Guan stared intently at Siro. How is she? He asked. Is she okay? Siro shook her head and replied, she wants to die. Ye Guan's eyes welled up with tears, and he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. At the same time, he made a certain vow to himself. Siro stared at Ye Guan and asked, what are you going to do? Ye Guan clenched his fists and said, I'll handle it myself. Siro looked at Ye Guan without saying anything. The two continued on their way. After a while, Siro suddenly stopped walking. An array was standing a few hundred meters away from the two. The array was in a circle, and it covered an area of several kilometers. The incomprehensible symbols were crimson in color, looking as though they had been written in blood. Go there, said Siro. Ye Guan started walking toward the array without any hesitation. Wait, Siro called out. Ye Guan stopped and turned around. Siro stared intently at him and asked, are you not afraid that I'll harm you? I'm still useful to you, right? Ye Guan responded, so there's no way you'll let me die. Siro grinned at Ye Guan's reply. You got it right. Ye Guan nodded lightly before continuing his journey to the array. Swoosh! Siro vanished and reappeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression changed, but before he could react, Siro's finger was already on his forehead. An inscrutable wave of energy burst out from her finger and suppressed him in an instant. Ye Guan froze like a stone statue. You'll have to absorb the power of the true god later, so I need you to be as relaxed as possible. To do that, I will have to need your muscles. Siro smiled before lifting her fist and swinging it, plunging it into Ye Guan's stomach. Boom! Ye Guan's expression distorted from pain, but Siro wasn't done just yet. She sent a couple of kicks and punches, leaving no part untouched. Ye Guan was being suppressed by Siro's spell, so he couldn't do anything other than endure the pain. The beating lasted 15 minutes. Siro clapped his hands and gave Ye Guan a good look. Get ready, she said. Ye Guan glared at Siro without saying anything. Siro raised her brows and said, what's up with that expression? I did that for you. Ye Guan's face darkened. Damn it. Did she really have to beat me up to need my muscles? She could have just given me a massage. Damn it. She definitely beat me up on purpose. Siro waved her sleeve, and Ye Guan could finally move once more. Siro smiled at him. Go ahead. Ye Guan stared deeply at Siro before walking into the array. As soon as he stepped into the array, Siro opened her palm, and an imprint appeared in her hand. She stared at Ye Guan and said, the power of the true god is extremely powerful, so the assimilation process will be excruciatingly painful. I want you to bear with it no matter what. Do you understand? Ye Guan nodded. Understood. Siro nodded and activated the array. The array started trembling beneath Ye Guan's feet, and it started emitting a golden sheen. Siro pointed at Ye Guan and shouted, activate. The golden light shot into Ye Guan's glabella. Boom! Ye Guan's eyes widened, and the veins on his forehead bulged powerfully. It looked as though there were multiple squirming worms on his forehead, which created a horrifying sight. Ye Guan felt like someone was slowly and methodically slicing every inch of his skin with a sharp knife. It was an unprecedented level of pain for Ye Guan, and he let loose a piercing cry as he started trembling like an aspen tree. Siro looked nervous as she stared at Ye Guan. The power of the true god is violent, but it's very purer, even purer and boundless than the great Deo origin. You must withstand it. Overcome the pain, or it will abandon you. You have to withstand it, or everything will go to waste. Ye Guan fell on all fours, and his hands were clenched so strongly that his nails were digging into his palms. He started smashing his head on the array. The power of the true god was relentless in its assault on his fleshly body and soul. Ye Guan knew that it would be difficult to withstand the power of the true god, but he didn't expect it to be this difficult. His fleshly body was starting to crumble underneath its destructive force, and the excruciating pain showed no signs of abating. Ye Guan's vision started to darken and swim. Siro became extremely nervous. A tremor ran through her as she muttered, you can do it, just hold out. Ayah! Ye Guan roared. He clenched his fists, and the mad demon bloodline made a move. A terrifying wave of bloodline power burst out of Ye Guan, but it was instantly suppressed by the power of the true god. And that was when Ye Guan finally started to panic. His mad demon bloodline was incredibly strong, so he didn't expect it to get suppressed by the power of the true god. Your will. Saru shouted, count on your will to keep you going. My will? Ye Guan's face was ugly as endured the excruciating pain. It was his first time experiencing this level of pain, even igniting his fleshly body and soul hadn't been this painful. Saru was starting to panic. This attempt only had one outcome: either Ye Guan devoured the power of the true god, or the power of the true god would devour him. Saru's face was unsightly. She thought that Ye Guan's fleshly body had become strong enough to withstand the power of the true god after it was transformed by the great Dao origin, but clearly, her assumption was wrong. The power of the true god was just too strong. Ye Guan was on all fours as he trembled uncontrollably. He gnashed his teeth, and blood dripped incessantly from his mouth. His vision was starting to swim once more, and he was starting to get disoriented from the pain. However, he remained steadfast. His mind held steadfast to his consciousness, and it was all thanks to his will. His will to devour the power of the true god and become even stronger was standing up to the excruciating pain, preventing him from losing consciousness. The power of the true god began fighting back. A violent tremor ran through Ye Guan's figure, and his will was starting to fade. Ye Guan roared once more, and his will burst into power. However, Ye Guan's vision was starting to darken. He was on the verge of collapse. Saru sighed at the sight. She opened her palms and started chanting an ancient incantation. Moments later, a beam of golden light burst out of her and melted into Ye Guan, connecting her to the latter. One heart, one life, sharing the same fate, sharing life and death. Saru frowned, and her unparalleled beauty started to distort at the extreme pain that struck her. Clearly, she was also finding it difficult to withstand the power of the true god, even though she wasn't the main target. Saru clenched her fists and started trembling like an aspen tree. Her back was drenched in cold sweat, and beads of sweat riddled her forehead. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was sprawled out in the array. He was unconscious, but he was subconsciously suppressing the power of the true god. Fortunately, Saru had chosen to share the burden with him. Otherwise, Ye Guan would have been devoured by the power of the true god. Just like that, Ye Guan's aura began to surge. A violent tremor abruptly ran through the silent, starry river. Powerful auras began to appear in this star field. The star field seemed to boil as more and more powerful auras appeared in it, creating a terrifying sight. A space-time rift manifested in a certain part of the star field. Moments later, a large group of powerful cultivators walked out of the rift. Jing Chen stood at the helm of the group. They were the supreme elites of the eternal civilization. Jing Chen took a deep breath and looked around. We're finally here, he said with a smile. The Milky Way was quite far from the eternal world. If it hadn't been for Saru's help and the fact that she had allowed them access to the true universe's teleportation hubs, it would have taken them a decade to reach the Milky Way. Saru was quite generous indeed, said Jing Chen with a smile. Teleportation arrays were expensive to operate, and the distance between the eternal world and the Milky Way was so vast that the eternal civilization would have had to spend at least 1 billion spiritual cores to get here. After all, they had to cross hundreds of thousands of star fields to reach the Milky Way star field, and every teleport demanded an immense amount of spiritual cores, especially at such distances. Despite that, the true universe had allowed them free access to their teleportation arrays. The true universe was truly generous. Even the distrustful Zhanshi had to agree with Jing Chen's statement. Jing Chen looked around, and his gaze soon landed on a distant blue planet. Zhanshi's gaze also fell on that blue planet. They said that the lady in the plain skirt is on that blue planet. Jing Chen nodded. His brows furrowed as he examined the blue planet. How come that blue planet is so scarce in spiritual energy? He asked. Zhanshi was also puzzled. The spiritual energy of the blue planet was extremely thin. It must be a low-level civilization. Jing Chen exclaimed and chuckled. He then swept his gaze across the other cultivators and said, still, we cannot be negligent. We have to go all out once we see her. Don't even bother talking to her. Attack her on sight and at the same time. Don't give her any chance to fight back. The group of cultivators nodded and got ready to give it their all. Soon, the group started heading to the blue planet. Milky Way, Huaxia. When night falls, the neon signs of Huaxia blink to life along bustling streets filled with people and traffic flowing to and fro, creating a bustling scene. Boundless Club. Inside a luxurious private room, a man was lounging with his legs crossed and a cigar in hand. A scantily clad woman was passionately twirling around a steel pole on a massive circular platform not too far away from the man. The middle-aged man sported a loose robe, exposing his muscular chest. As the music grew louder, the woman's dance became more daring and alluring. The man became increasingly excited as he stood up and peeled off his robe. He started dancing enthusiastically along with the woman. In the heat of the moment, he approached the woman and playfully said, "Girl, your brother Boundless is here." Bang! The door was flung open, and Sang-woo walked in. The woman immediately stopped dancing and moved to the side. The middle-aged man looked as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He lost all his energy as he sprawled on the sofa and pursed his lips. He felt a headache coming as he asked, "Sang-woo, what are you doing here?" Sang-woo walked briskly in front of Boundless. He cupped his fist with his other hand and lamented, "Boundless, how come you've fallen into decadence?" Boundless' temple throbbed in pain. Seng Wu had never failed to visit him every month to talk him out of his new hobby, and he was getting really annoying. Seng Wu hastily continued. Boundless, the Guanxian universe needs your help. Can you just let me go? Boundless asked with closed eyes. The Guanxian universe has an additional enemy, which is the Eternal Civilization. It is a civilization that has produced a supreme elite named Eternal Sovereign. He's extremely strong, and I believe that you're the only one who is his match. I think you should go out and fight him. Boundless rolled his eyes and said, Seng Wu, I've already told you hundreds of times. I don't care about the Guanxian universe anymore. I just want to live a humble life with this club of mine and have fun. Can you please stop coming here? Seng Wu sighed and said, Boundless, I really don't want to annoy you. It's just that whenever I see you so dejected, I'm tired. Boundless cut Seng Wu off with a wry smile. I want to rest. Seng Wu sighed again, helpless. He had come to advise several times, but Boundless showed no intention of returning to the Guanxian universe. Boundless glanced at Seng Wu and asked, how's that kid doing these days? He's in a bad situation, Seng Wu said. He shook his head and explained, the Eternal Sovereign is too strong, so even though the members of the Yang family are assisting him, he's still having issues against the Eternal Civilization. You don't have to worry about him. Boundless smiled and said, his father is there, after all. The Sword Master and Destiny are no longer in the Guanxian universe. Boundless frowned and asked, where did they go? Seng Wu said, I don't know. Boundless said in a deep voice, are they here? I have no idea, Seng Wu replied, all I know is that they left after his wedding. Seng Wu then stared deeply at Boundless and said, I think he's here in Milky Way. You and the Sword Master are brothers, so the two of you can have a good time if he's here somewhere. Have a good time? Forget it. Boundless shook his head and explained, we can have a good time if he's here by himself, but if his sister is with him, then forget it. Seng Wu fell silent. Indeed, if Boundless were to bring the Sword Master to a place like this, he would undoubtedly get a handful of knuckle sandwiches made by Destiny. Seng Wu, I know that you care about the Guanxian universe, but I really have to tell you this, stay out of the Guanxian universe's affairs. You can't handle it. As for me, I'll die if I were to go out there and start messing around without the blessing of the great Dao Destiny. Are you not interested in taking that step? Seng Wu asked in a deep voice. Boundless shook his head and said, Ye Guan spent so long just to take that step. I don't want to work hard anymore. I just want to relax and have fun every day. How about you? Boundless stared at Seng Wu with dazzling eyes and chuckled before saying, are you not interested in returning to secular life? The life here is more enjoyable than you can imagine. My apologies, but... Seng Wu clasped his hands and said, my faith is firm. Boundless laughed heartily, and he then became serious as he said, Seng Wu, I know you're worried about Guanxian universe, but there's really no need for you to get worried. That kid's entire family is exceedingly strong. Once he can no longer truly carry the burden by himself, his relatives won't sit back and do nothing. They're very protective of their own, and I know that you're aware of that more than anyone else. Seng Wu sighed, his spirits dimming. Boundless truly didn't want to go back. He had truly fallen in love with his lifestyle here. Still, Seng Wu was unwilling to give up so easily, so he said, Boundless, I'm still hoping that you'll return to the same Boundless Master I knew many years ago. The unrivaled and arrogant Boundless Master. Boundless picked up the nearby bottle of wine and took a swig. He smiled lightly and said, Seng Wu, my era has ended. Seng Wu froze and remained silent. However, a tumultuous wave of emotions had engulfed his heart. Of course, he wasn't showing it on the outside. Boundless put down the bottle of wine and walked toward the nearby window. He swept his gaze across the skyscrapers standing before him and said, the great Daoist Brush Master has been generous enough to allow me to live for such a long time. I'm going to die a tragic death out there if I were to cross the line. Boundless smiled lightly and added, I really do like this place. My life back then used to be extremely exhausting. Seng Wu was silent for a long time before he nodded slightly. I understand. I've seen that kid, Boundless said, he's not bad, he's much more steady than his old man. Yeti had made a mistake by giving that kid so many responsibilities too early into his cultivation journey. The kid's road is filled with dangers, and I'm sure he has been struggling to carry the weight of all that burden. He's probably suffocating beneath the immense pressure, but he has no choice but to be courageous because he has to be better than his peers. He's the king of the Guanxian universe, after all. The Yang family patriarchs are deadbeat fathers, Boundless said with a sigh. Seng Wu chuckled bitterly. Boundless opened his hand, and a storage ring flew towards Seng Wu. Seng Wu asked, what's in here? Spiritual cores, replied Boundless. Seng Wu was confused. Boundless looked at Seng Wu earnestly and said, I initially wanted to keep you here, but I know you won't stay. If you decide to return to the Guanxian universe, remember one thing, cultivate diligently, recite your scriptures on time, and don't get involved in the matters between the Eternal Sovereign and the true universe. Someone is playing a big game behind the scenes, and you're not qualified to become one of the players at the moment. You can't do anything other than focus on your cultivation and recite your scriptures. Boundless pointed at the storage ring and said, there's a transmission talisman inside that ring. Crush that talisman once you encounter danger. Seng Wu was quiet for a long time. Eventually, Boundless shattered the silence and said, I don't have many friends, so I don't want anything untoward to happen to you. Seng Wu nodded quietly and cupped his fist before saying, take care. Boundless nodded without saying anything. Seng Wu turned around to leave. Left all alone, Boundless sighed softly. He was about to leave when his eyes landed on the street below him. A young woman in her 20s hurried down the street, her waist-length hair swaying behind her. She had tied her hair with a purple ribbon, and she was wearing a flowing white dress. She was carrying several heavy books in her arms. The young woman was extremely beautiful. Her facial features were both delicate and flawless. She also exuded confidence and composure that seemed to intertwine harmoniously with her intellectual beauty. Boundless' pupils constricted upon seeing the young woman. He immediately looked away and disappeared into thin air. The young woman attracted countless gazes from both sexes. The young woman ignored the hodgepodge of gazes as she rushed toward a pedestrian bridge. The bridge was wide, and many people had set up stalls on both sides, selling a variety of items like phone accessories, snacks, and trinkets. The young woman's eyes lit up when she saw an unoccupied space. She took out a blanket beneath the books in her arms and lay it on the ground. Afterward, she started arranging the books in her arms on the blanket. "Sijhen? I thought you wouldn't come today," someone exclaimed. Sijhen turned and saw a young woman seemingly. The young woman was wearing a simple white crop top, and perhaps it was due to the hot weather, but she had rolled her crop top, exposing her belly button. She was also wearing shorts, which revealed her strikingly beautiful legs. Sijhen smiled and said, "It's nice to see you again, Lady Wonor." Lady Wonor approached Sijhen, and her eyes lit up as she stared at the books on the ground. "Is that volume 5 of Seduced in the Sea of Desires?" "Yes, it is," Sijhen said with a smile. Lady Wonor quickly picked it up. Sijhen stared at her, seemingly a bit nervous and a bit expectant. Lady Wonor's face flushed. She closed the book as her heart pounded against her chest. "Sijhen, I think it's about too bold," Lady Wonor muttered. "Really?" Sijhen blinked and said, "But I've already toned it down." Lady Wonor was secretly amazed and shocked. Sijhen had apparently toned it down, but she had still produced something so bold and daring. What kind of monstrosity would she produce if she were allowed to write with all her might? Sijhen walked up to Lady Wonor and cautiously asked, "Was it good?" Lady Wonor nodded quickly and muttered, "It's great, but does it really feel good? I mean, a woman and another woman doing that." A furious blush erupted on the cheeks of Lady Wonor. Sijhen sounded serious as she replied, "I've read extensively and watched countless art films, so I'm confident that it's also going to feel really good between two women." "Oh, really?" Lady Wonor pulled a strand of courage from out of nowhere and grabbed Sijhen's hand. "Does that mean you've tried it?" Sijhen was instantly embarrassed. She shook her head vigorously and said, "I only know how to write it. I don't know how it works." "Really? You're so pretty, Sijhen." Lady Wonor blinked and asked, "Do you really not have a boyfriend?" "Nope," Sijhen replied. Lady Wonor was puzzled. "Why don't you get yourself a boyfriend? You're so pretty. I'm sure any man in the world will be glad to have you as their girlfriend." Sijhen smiled lightly and explained, "I have 3 younger sisters, and if one of us ever fell in love with a man, we vowed to marry that man, so we're going to have the same husband." Lady Wonor was stunned. She then chuckled, thinking that Sijhen was pulling her leg. "Ah, since I'm already here," Lady Wonor started. "On what volume will the book end?" Sijhen thought briefly before saying, "There's one more volume to the book, and I'm going to leave once I'm done writing the final volume." Lady Wonor frowned slightly and asked, "You're going to leave?" "Yes," Sijhen replied with a smile. Lady Wonor was curious, and she asked, "Why?" Sijhen smiled lightly and replied, "I have to suppress something formidable. Once I leave, there's a high chance that I won't be able to come back here." "Suppress something formidable?" Lady Wonor was full of questions. She was about to start asking when someone's roar abruptly pervaded the air. "The anti-pornography team is here again." The vendors cast unkind gazes upon Sijhen. Clearly, she was the only one selling pornographic materials here. "Run, Sijhen!" Lady Wonor exclaimed. Sijhen glanced at the oncoming uniformed personnel as she frantically picked her books up. It took her just a few moments to wrap her books with her blanket and turn around to run away. Lady Wonor returned to her stall. She was a vendor of small trinkets, and her business wasn't particularly good, so she had a lot of free time. She took out the book that Sijhen had written and started reading it. Her face turned redder and redder the more pages she flipped. She felt embarrassed reading it in public, but she seemed unable to resist the temptation to flip more pages. After a while, a tremor ran through her, and she clenched her thighs together. "Hey, boss," a feminine voice echoed from the side. "Are these watermelons ripe?" Lady Wonor turned toward the stall with watermelons for sale. A man and a woman were standing in front of the stall. The man was dressed in a long white robe, while the woman was wearing a plain skirt. One Boundless Master's nickname for Ye Guan? Everyone on the pedestrian bridge stared at the plain skirt lady, and they were stunned the moment they clapped their eyes on her. What a beautiful lady. The plain skirt she was wearing made her exude a pure and elegant charm. Her hair fell down her shoulders like a waterfall, and her delicate fingers lightly tapped a watermelon. The ancient-style clothes worn by the woman and man did not surprise the people on the pedestrian bridge, as cosplay had become commonplace in this day and age. The watermelon vendor was momentarily stunned upon seeing the lady. The lady suddenly picked up a watermelon. She brought the watermelon to her ear and tapped it lightly, seemingly listening for something. Soon, she smiled lightly and said, "This one's great." The white-robed man next to her smiled and took out a coin. "Keep the change," he said before walking away with the plain skirt lady. The watermelon vendor hurriedly put the money away, but his gaze remained transfixed on the plain skirt lady in the distance. He sighed and muttered, "I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. She was as beautiful as a fairy." Everyone on the pedestrian bridge couldn't help but follow the plain skirt lady with their gazes. The plain skirt lady and the white-robed man didn't seem like they belonged to this world. The two were like an immortal couple who had decided to go down to the mortal realm to have some fun. Their looks and demeanor made everyone in the crowd feel ashamed of their own inadequacy. The plain skirt lady suddenly blew a breath, and the watermelon in her right hand instantly split into several vivid red slices. The plain skirt lady picked up a slice and handed it to the white-robed man. "Brother, have a taste," she said with a smile. The white-robed man smiled and took a bite. The watermelon was incredibly luscious. The plain skirt lady casually lifted her sleeve to wipe away the stain on the corner of the white-robed man's mouth. She took another bite of the watermelon and grinned at its sweetness. "It's really good," she exclaimed. The white-robed man chuckled. Together, they strolled leisurely into the distance while talking about a variety of topics. The two of them frowned at the same time and looked up. Something had caught their attention, and the gentleness on the white-robed man's expression had vanished, replaced by an icy coldness. The plain skirt lady said, "Brother, I'll be right back." The white-robed man said, "We're going to confront them together." The plain skirt lady nodded. "All right." Without further ado, the two vanished. Meanwhile, Jing Chen and his group were about to make their way toward the blue planet before them when a white-robed man along with a lady wearing a plain skirt appeared before them. Jing Chen and his group were stunned. Why did their targets seek them out? The battle sovereign frowned as a sense of unease gripped his heart, but he wasn't alone. The expressions of everyone else changed to that of solemnness as they cast wary gazes on the two figures before them. Zhan Shi transmitted, "Brother Jing Chen, be careful." He could feel something amiss. The appearance of the man and the woman meant that the two had spotted them earlier but had chosen to confront them rather than run. Why? There was only one plausible explanation. They were not afraid of them? Zhan Shi's heart was gripped by an inexplicable unease. Jing Chen frowned. Were they about to get ambushed? Jing Chen looked around, but no other powerful auras were in the area. There wasn't anyone else aside from the white-robed man and the lady wearing a plain skirt. Jing Chen turned to the plain skirt lady and asked, "Are you Ye Guan's aunt?" The plain skirt lady took a bite of her watermelon and calmly replied, "What can I do for you?" Clearly, she was in a good mood today. "Do what for us?" Jing Chen burst into laughter. "Do you even know who we are?" The white-robed man chuckled and asked, "Who might you be? And who are you?" Jing Chen asked the white-robed man. The white-robed man smiled and replied, "I'm Ye Guan's father." Ye Guan's father? Jing Chen frowned, but he quickly composed himself and said, "Great. Since you're here, then we might as well settle everything at once." The plain skirt lady took another bite of the watermelon slice in her hand. She looked down at Jing Chen and jeered, "Oh, I'm so scared. What's up with that attitude?" Jing Chen was annoyed. "Are you looking down on my eternal civilization?" Swoosh! The battle sovereign suddenly appeared next to Jing Chen. "Something's wrong," he said. Jing Chen hesitated. He examined the two figures in the distance and saw that they were munching on watermelon slices while staring calmly at Jing Chen. How come they were so calm when Jing Chen's group was made out of 10 great destiny sovereigns, over 100 great time sovereigns, and hundreds of ordinary great sovereigns? It was really strange how it seemed like they weren't afraid of them. Jing Chen's expression soured. A retreat was impossible. They had gone beyond the point of no return, so if they were to retreat without achieving results, they'd become a laughingstock. At the very least, they had to exchange a few moves with their target before leaving. Jing Chen transmitted to everyone. "Let's exchange a few moves with them first before anything else. If they're too strong, we can then retreat. This way, we'll have an excuse for retreating." Everyone inwardly agreed. Jing Chen was right. They'd become a laughingstock if they were to retreat without even exchanging a few moves against their targets. In the worst-case scenario, such a retreat could become a heart demon. Jing Chen looked at the plain skirt lady and smiled, "I heard you're pretty strong. Do you mind if we take advantage of our numbers?" The plain skirt lady replied, "I don't mind it at all." "How confident," Jing Chen sneered, "attack." The battle sovereign led the charge against the plain skirt lady. The battle sovereign's gaze was extremely solemn as he stared at the plain skirt lady. He dared not underestimate her. His instinct had been screaming at him to run the moment he saw her, and whenever his instinct screamed at him, it usually meant that he was standing before a formidable foe. With that in mind, the battle sovereign went all out. A domineering battle intent surged out of him and inundated everyone. The supreme elites of the Eterna civilization also went all out. Zhan Shi even pulled out several unranked divine items, aiming for a cataclysmic strike. The plain skirt lady gripped the watermelon rind in her hand and slashed out. Swish! The watermelon rind flew out, drawing a beautiful arc. Swing! Several thousand heads flew into the air, and their blood instantly melted in the ruthless conditions of the Milky Way star field. Every single supreme elite was killed aside from Jing Chen. Jing Chen felt as though the world was crumbling around him. Everyone's dead. Even the battle sovereign? Jing Chen started trembling, consumed by extreme fear. The plain skirt lady took out a slice of watermelon and started munching on the watermelon slice. Her gaze eventually landed on Jing Chen. "Go ahead and call for help. Don't stop calling for help," she said. Jing Chen's eyes were unwittingly transfixed on the leisurely plain skirt lady in front of him. His face began to fill with disbelief as he stammered, "Why you?" Jing Chen lost his mind due to the incredulity of the scene he had just witnessed. The plain-skirt lady had just killed thousands of great sovereigns in the blink of an eye. Not even the battle sovereign survived? The battle sovereign was one of the 4 strongest great destiny sovereigns of the eternal civilization, but he was killed in just one sword move. His battle intent was torn apart as if it were a piece of paper, and his belief crumbled in one sword move. A tremor ran through Jing Chen as he realized something. He turned to look somewhere and roared, "Saro! Saruyu!" He had finally understood the reason behind the true universe's generosity. It was all Saru's scheme. Jing Chen had fallen for Saru's scheme, and it resulted in the catastrophic loss of the eternal civilization's supreme elites. However, Jing Chen was baffled. Weren't the true universe and the Guanxian universe arch-enemies? How come Saru had schemed against them when the enemy of one's enemy was one's friend? He couldn't understand it at all. Just then, the plain-skirt lady asked, "Are you not going to ask for help?" Jing Chen snapped out of it, and his voice was trembling as he said, "Just you wait. I'll go back and ask for help." Jing Chen turned around to leave, but he abruptly came to a halt. A dull noise echoed as a sword light pierced his forehead. "What a waste of time," the plain-skirt lady remarked with a shake of her head. She turned around to leave, but the white-robed man stopped her. "Wait," said the white-robed man. The plain-skirt lady stared at the white-robed man. "The interruptions are getting annoying," the white-robed man remarked. He waved his sleeve, and a mysterious force enveloped the blue planet below them. The man smiled and explained, "Now there's a barrier around it." With that, he grabbed the plain-skirt lady's hand and disappeared. Meanwhile, the immobilized Jing Chen was forced to stare at where the white-robed man and the plain-skirt lady had disappeared. He couldn't move at all, and when the sword light sticking out of his forehead dissipated, his fleshly body started to dissipate into nothingness. He truly wanted to tell the Eternal Sovereign about the ridiculous scene he had witnessed, but he's too far? Jing Chen's eyelids began to feel heavy. Amidst his darkening vision, he suddenly recalled Ye Guan's words about how one ought to investigate their target's background first before making a move. They had laughed at Ye Guan's words at the time and thought of him as a clown, but it turned out that they were the real clowns all this while. Jing Chen sighed. His eyes were filled with the desire to live. He was unwilling to die just like this. It hadn't been that long since he had regained his freedom after millions of years, but to think that he would meet his end so soon. He had been waiting for millions of years to regain his freedom, but to think that he would soon greet death after finally being freed from the great Daoist Brushmaster's seal. Jing Chen sighed once more, and his soul finally vanished. The thousands of bloody heads behind him slowly descended toward the void down below, and they would meet the same fate as Jing Chen. Ye Guan had long lost his consciousness inside the array, but he was unconsciously absorbing every single particle of the power of the true god inside the array. His aura surged crazily until he started emitting fluctuations that were way beyond the time immortal realm. In addition, his fleshly body was giving off the same golden light as the power of the true god. The power of the true god was tempering his fleshly body. Saru collapsed to the ground. She was strong, but the power of the true god was ruthless, tormenting both her fleshly body and soul. She curled up on the ground and trembled incessantly like an aspen tree. The indescribable pain was so excruciating that it permeated the bones. Ye Guan ravenously devoured the power of the true god, while Saru had chosen to direct all the tumultuous backlash from the power of the true god to herself, sparing Ye Guan from the excruciating pain. Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly. He sat up and clenched his fists tightly. Boom! His aura surged crazily, and a beam of profound energy burst out of him to pierce the skies. The Divine Sovereign Realm. Ye Guan was stunned. "I've become a Divine Sovereign Realm cultivator?" Ye Guan looked down at himself and saw that he was emitting a faint golden glow. Ye Guan swung his fist. Kaboom! The spacetime in front of him quivered violently as if a hammer had struck it. Ye Guan was ecstatic. His fleshy body had become several times stronger. At this point, even a great destiny sovereign would find it hard to harm his fleshy body. After all, his body had been tempered by both the great Dao origin and the power of the true god. Ye Guan opened his palm, creating a sword made out of sword energy. Swing! He took a stance with the sword and slashed out 200 stacks of heaven rend. A massive tear in space manifested before him, and Ye Guan looked down at his hand in disbelief. He had tried it, but he didn't expect that he'd actually be capable of doing it. 200 stacks of heaven rend was just too crazy. He couldn't even come close to 200 stacks as a temporary great sovereign realm cultivator. He was only a divine sovereign, but he had already reached 200 stacks. It was absurd, but Ye Guan knew that it was all because of his fleshly body. "Congratulations, young Lord Ye," a feminine voice said. Ye Guan turned and saw Saru. She had changed into a light blue gown, and her long hair flowed freely behind her. Saru's visage was enchanting, and the light smile on her lips made her seem as refreshing as the spring breeze. Saru was not only beautiful, but she was also exuding a gentle aura. Ye Guan ignored Saru and closed his eyes. He clenched his hands, and power burst out of him. The power was born from his raw physical strength. Ye Guan felt confident. He felt like he could face a great destiny sovereign without using a sword. Saru suddenly said, "You still need combat experience." Ye Guan nodded in agreement. A thought jumped into his mind, and he turned toward Saru. Saru revealed a playful smile and asked, "What's the matter? You want to fight me?" After a brief contemplation, Ye Guan responded, "Let's spar. We're not going to stop until one of us concedes." Saru cast a contemptuous gaze at Ye Guan. "Are you sure about that?" she asked. Ye Guan hesitated. He knew that Saro had been eager for an opportunity to spar with him. If he couldn't win, he might find himself on the receiving end of a brutal beatdown. Still, Ye Guan decided to go through it. Sure, he said. Even if he couldn't win, it didn't mean that he would shy away from the challenge. Saro looked beyond Ye Guan's shoulders and muttered, Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned around, falling into Saro's trap. His expression changed dramatically, and he tried to retreat, but a fist had already found its way into his stomach. Bang! Ye Guan was sent flying. Saro spread her arms wide open, and an array manifested before her. She performed hand seals and started chanting an ancient incantation. The array churned, and Saro pointed at Ye Guan. Rumble! A beam of golden light burst out of the array and struck Ye Guan. Bang! Ye Guan had yet to recover from Saro's punch, so the beam of golden light struck him squarely in his chest. After coming to a stop, a drop of blood dripped down the corner of his lips. Saro stared coldly at Ye Guan and said, What? Did you think you're invincible or something after becoming even stronger? Ye Guan was silent. Saro started walking toward Ye Guan, and her gaze was fixed on the latter as she continued. I know what you're thinking. You must be thinking that you're extremely powerful at your age. Indeed, it's hard to find any young people who can compare to you in this vast expanse, but have you ever thought about your background? How many people out there can compete with you in status and access to resources? Ye Guan was quiet. Saro opened her mouth to continue, but Ye Guan said, I know I'm destined to be unique, all thanks to my background. Of course, my enemies are going to be unique as well. I understand it all, and I'm doing what needs to be done. However, am I not allowed to vent out my frustrations at all? I'm not going to harm the innocent, so what's wrong with expressing my frustration? Ye Guan stared deeply at Saro and said, Lady Saro, I want you to understand one thing. I, Ye Guan, am human with flaws. If you can't tolerate my flaws, fine. However, I'm not the perfect person you've imagined me to be, nor do I want to be perfect. I am who I am, and it's your business whether you like it or not. Saro didn't avoid Ye Guan's cold gaze. Eventually, she looked away, and her eyes became slightly red as she said, I've never asked you to become perfect. I just want to tell you that you're too weak to confront the Eternal Sovereign. If you become reckless and go out there to look for him, you'll end up dead. Ye Guan didn't respond. He turned around and started walking away. Wait. Saro called out to Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned around to stare at Saro. Saro said, You've just made a breakthrough, and now, you need combat experience life and death battles. They'll allow you to unleash your full potential, but the average cultivator out there is no match for you. However, I know a convenient place, and I'm going to take you there. With that, Saro turned around and started walking away. Ye Guan was silent. Saro turned to look at Ye Guan and snickered before asking, What's the matter? Afraid that I'll harm you? Rest assured, you're still useful to me, so I won't harm you until I've squeezed you dry. Ye Guan stared deeply at Saro, but he didn't say anything in the end. The two continued walking without exchanging any words. Saro was walking ahead of Ye Guan, so he couldn't see her face. Ye Guan was the first to break the silence with a question. How is Saijing doing these days? He asked. Saro remained silent. Ye Guan repeated, How is she doing? Saro shook her head lightly and replied, I have nothing to say, but I can bring you to her at the right time. Ye Guan was delighted. Really? Yes. Saro nodded. I usually don't lie to people, you know. Ye Guan stared at Saro with an incredulous expression. Usually? You're the biggest liar out of your entire family? You've absorbed the great Dao origin and the power of the true God. Right now, they're stored inside you, and you need a decent fight to spur them into action, Saro said. Okay, Ye Guan replied with a nod. An improvement to your fleshly body means an improvement to your martial arts. They tap into the power of one's fleshly body. After all, Saro said, Do you still remember the martial arts that Big Sister had left behind? Ye Guan nodded with a smile and asked, Are you talking about eternal moments? Saro nodded and explained, It's a martial art that will give you access to immense power. It's perfect for you at the moment. However, I want you to remember that your core should always be swordsmanship. Both your fleshly body and martial arts should only be an accompaniment to your Dao. Focus on your swordsmanship. Saro opened her palm, and a scroll appeared in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan asked, What is this? Insights into eternal moments that I Big Sister compiled. Saro stammered, It's going to be helpful to you. Ye Guan examined Saro's expression before putting away the scroll. You don't have to worry about the Guanxian universe for now. Everything is calm there, you should just focus on cultivating here. Ye Guan solemnly asked, What about the Eternal Sovereign? I'll handle. Saro trailed off. She smiled and said, Thinking about those matters now won't help. Concentrate on your cultivation first, and let's see if you can make a breakthrough to the Great Sovereign Realm through battle. Through battle? Ye Guan nodded. Got it. As Saro suggested, the immediate priority was to become stronger. Ye Guan noticed that the vast expanse was getting more and more chaotic, and it was all thanks to his aunt suppressing the great Daoist Brushmaster. Great sovereigns and cosmic spirits had become more carefree than ever. Ye Guan had readjusted his mindset. His enemies were no longer his peers but old fogies who had lived for millions of years. Ye Guan sighed softly. He truly wished that he hadn't acknowledged his family so soon. He had thought it would be the pinnacle of his life, but it had plunged him into an abyss of complicated matters instead. Saro came to a halt and looked up. There was a massive arena up ahead. Go up there, Saro said. Ye Guan nodded slightly and started walking toward the arena. Saro stared quietly at Ye Guan. Soon, Ye Guan arrived at the arena. Saro's voice echoed in his ears. I have 3 excellent opponents for you to fight. 3 figures suddenly appeared in the arena. Seeing the newcomers, Ye Guan was stunned. They were none other than Martial Chancellor Wu Qi, the commander of the Expedition Army and the commander of the Divine Dusk Guards. Ye Guan didn't expect that Saro would choose these 3 as his opponents. They were currently some of the strongest cultivators throughout the vast expanse. Wu Qi spoke, I'll go first. Swoosh! He vanished and rushed toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's heart jumped, and he started running toward Wu Qi. He dared not to be careless against Wu Qi, as the latter was the Martial Chancellor of the true universe. Saro glanced at Ye Guan before turning around and walking away. Moments later, she appeared in the True God Hall. There was only one person left there, Left Counselor Feng Qi. Saro sat down across from Left Counselor Feng Qi and asked, How's the Immortal Treasures Pavilion doing? Remember that branch he had built here? Left Counselor Feng Qi replied, Following your instructions, we helped them a lot. They're great at doing business, and they're expanding rapidly. It won't be long before they become the top merchant organization of the true universe. Left Counselor Feng Qi stared at Saro, trying to deduce her thoughts. Saro nodded and said, I have a plan. Saro took out a map and pointed at a certain location. This place is the closest to the Guanxian universe. I want you to make a city here and name it True Guan City, and it has to be bigger than True God City. Once it's built, I want you to invest 10 true spiritual veins in the city. I want the city to have the thickest concentration of spiritual energy throughout the entire true universe. 10 true spiritual veins. Left Counselor Feng Qi's eyes narrowed, and she cried out, but even True God City only had 6 true spiritual veins. However, Left Counselor Feng Qi didn't dare to voice her opposition out loud. Saro ignored her reaction and said, Once you're done investing the 10 true spiritual veins in the city, I want you to contact the Immortal Treasures Pavilion of the Guanxian universe and tell them to build their true universe headquarters in that city. Of course, we'll take half of their profits as usual. Additionally, the aristocratic clans and families of the true universe can move to the city for free. Also, I want you to tell the all worlds that they can also move to that city for free so long as they can meet our standards and requirements. Saro stood up and continued. We must first invite the largest sects and clans of the Guanxian universe to move to True Guan City. They can enjoy the benefits of cultivating in the true universe as if they're denizens of the true universe, and if the aristocratic clans and families of the true universe are willing to accept talents from the Guanxian universe, we'll grant them a certain amount of spiritual cores every year. Left Counselor Feng Qi was left at a loss for words. However, Saro wasn't done yet as she said, Our 3 armed forces will announce an open recruitment to the Guanxian universe and the all worlds. As long as they're talented enough and can satisfy our requirements, we'll accept them. Left Counselor Feng Qi wanted to say something, but Saro didn't give her the opportunity to do so as she continued. Every year, we'll hold a martial contest. All superpowers aside from the true universe can participate in the martial contest. The champion will receive 3 million spiritual cores and the freedom to browse secret cultivation methods and martial arts. I want you to refine this idea. Left Counselor Feng Qi stood up. Her mouth fluttered open and close, but Saro interrupted her again by saying, I want you to lift the seals that the true universe has on the Guanxian universe and the all worlds. If a representative of a world within the all worlds managed to become a part of the top 10 cultivators in the martial contest, they wouldn't have to pay us tribute for the next 100 years. If their representative managed to reach the top 5, the representative's world is exempted from paying tributes for the next 500 years. If they somehow manage to secure any of the top 3 spots, then their world is forever exempted from paying tributes. Lastly, I want you to encourage intermarriage between the denizens of the 2 universes. Regardless of gender and affiliation, a couple from either the Guanxian universe or the true universe will receive legal protection and rewards. Saro, Left Counselor Feng Qi roared, what nonsense are you spouting? Every single one of your demands is extremely challenging to implement. Especially the last one encouraging intermarriage between the true universe and the Guanxian universe. Do you really think that's possible? Saro made a sidelong glance at Left Counselor Feng Qi and said, Feng Qi, our hegemony is over. We've fallen into chaotic times, all thanks to the great Daoist Brushmaster's disappearance. If the true universe continues to assert dominance as it did in the past, the inevitable outcome is destruction. Left Counselor Feng Qi shook her head repeatedly and said, No, 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 absolutely not. If we implement your suggestions, everyone will rebel. The Guanxian universe is the true universe's archenemy, after all. Ye Guan's aunt is suppressing the great Daoist Brushmaster. Saro exclaimed, she's the reason the great Daoist Brushmaster is nowhere to be seen. Left Counselor Feng Qi was stunned. Saro stared deeply at Left Counselor Feng Qi and said, the true universe and the Guanxian universe are indeed archenemies. However, the Guanxian universe is truly strong enough to annihilate the true universe. During the era of the Sword Master, the true universe had only survived that era because the Sword Master wanted to take that step. The true universe would have perished otherwise. Saro shook her head lightly and said, the true universe can't continue oppressing the Guanxian universe. There's only one inevitable outcome for us if we continue to antagonize the Guanxian universe: death. The best thing that we can do here is to allow the people from both universes to interact and encourage intermarriages between them. There must be mutual understanding between our citizens and their citizens. Suro turned and looked outside the hall before muttering, in 100 years at most, the hatred between the two universes will dissolve if we were to implement my plan. By then, the true universe and the Guanxian universe will be like one family. The Four Swords will no longer be the greatest threat to us but the greatest protection. Saijing and him. They won't be in a tough spot anymore. In fact, their relationship would be like the biggest boon for both universes, and everyone will congratulate them. Suro suddenly smiled, but 2 teardrops slid down her cheeks at the same time. That silly girl. She muttered with a wry smile. One in fact, Suro's name in Chinese is, and is normally a term to describe someone being very gentle and warm. Left Counselor Feng Qi's face turned ashen. She slumped into her chair, and a variety of emotions fleeted across her face. She was confused, afraid, and reluctant at the same time. Suro's idea was just shocking. An alliance between the true universe and the Guanxian universe? Was that even possible, given their deep-seated hatred for each other? However, the revelation that the mysterious plain-skirt lady behind Ye Guan had suppressed the great Daoist Brushmaster filled her with fear. In other words, the Guanxian universe had a few supreme elites stronger than the Sword Master. As Suro said, it didn't seem impossible for the Guanxian universe to annihilate the true universe so long as they wanted to do so. Regardless, Left Counselor Feng Qi was reluctant to employ the plan because it meant that the true universe would have to compromise and give up quite a few of its vested interests. This is impossible, Suro, Left Counselor Feng Qi said with a shake of her head. I'm sure your proposal will face a myriad of objections from all sides. It's fine, Suro said. She stared into Left Counselor Feng Qi's eyes and said, so long as the true universe's armed forces are united and stable, those who dare to object will dare not make a move. Silence descended upon the hall. Look at it from a different perspective, Suro said. Left Counselor Feng Qi stared at Suro. Suro explained, we'd still remain as the most formidable powerhouse of the vast expanse if we were to make such changes. We'd have the first mover advantage, and we'd be able to maintain our dignity. If we make a move too late, they'd shape our future for us. Left Counselor Feng Qi revealed a complicated expression as she stammered, has it really come to this? Suro stared deeply at Left Counselor Feng Qi before replying, the early bird will get the worm. We have an institutional advantage over the Guanxian universe, the other universes, and the all worlds. If we handle this well, more and more exceptional individuals will join our cause. Sacrificing a few immediate benefits now can result in a mountain of profit in the future. Left Counselor Feng Qi was quiet as she sank deeper into her chair. Suro looked at her and said, I need your help. Left Counselor Feng Qi turned to Suro. Are you on the true universe's side, or are you on Ye Guan's side? She asked. Suro chuckled lightly and asked, what do you think? Left Counselor Feng Qi walked up to Suro. She stared directly into her eyes and demanded, I want you to tell me. After a moment of silence, Suro replied, no matter what, I will not betray the true universe. Left Counselor Feng Qi was silent for quite a while. I want authority over the 3 armed forces, she said, breaking the silence. Sure, Suro responded, you can use them anytime you wish. Left Counselor Feng Qi nodded lightly. She then turned around and started walking toward the door. When she reached the doorway, she suddenly came to a halt and said, Suro, the Guanxian universe has to cooperate with us for this plan to work. Left Counselor Feng Qi knew that Suro's main goal was the Guanxian universe, and if the Guanxian universe refused to cooperate, it'd be impossible to implement Suro's plan. I'll talk to him, Suro replied. Left Counselor Feng Qi nodded, and then she disappeared into the distance. Left all alone, Suro stood quietly for quite a while, seemingly thinking over something. Eventually, she revealed a light smile and turned around to leave. Suro stepped into a thatched hut in Stone Village. The thatched hut had nothing but a bed, and there was a young woman on the bed. The woman was none other than Saijing. Suro walked to the bedside. She carefully held Saijing's hand as if it were extremely fragile and shook her head. Tears welled up in her eyes, and they dripped down her cheeks like glistening pearls. I told you to wait, but you couldn't wait. You're just like Ye Guan. Both of you have never really listened to me. It has always been like that since we were young, Suro said. The young woman lay motionless on the bed. Suro sat on the bed and stared blankly at Saijing. Even though Big Sister has never come back since that argument back then, I know that she's not angry with us. I'm sure she simply couldn't forgive herself. Before she left, she entrusted all of you and the true universe to me. Suro shook her head and wiped the tears away from her face. Then, a look of frustration suffused her face as she exclaimed, it's all that wretched man's fault. After taking a moment to compose herself, she stood up and walked outside the thatched hut. Once outside the house, Suro's expression turned icy. She turned to her side and said, protect this hut. A group of 6 elders bowed deeply to Suro. Suro didn't even respond to them as she vanished into thin air. The Eternal Sovereign was cultivating in the eternal world, and his eyes suddenly shot wide open. He stood up with a look of astonishment. An elder appeared next to the Eternal Sovereign. The elder spoke solemnly, Jing Chen and the others. The Eternal Sovereign looked up and stared deeply into the starry sky. After a moment, he frowned and asked, they're gone. The elder nodded with a grim expression. No survivors, their souls were annihilated as well. The Eternal Sovereign fell silent. After a while, he chuckled lightly and said, it seems that Milky Way is teeming with elites. The elder's voice sounded heavy. We've suffered a huge loss. The Eternal Sovereign smiled and muttered, interesting. Someone out there is actually capable of wiping out over a dozen great destiny sovereigns in just a blink of an eye. The elder stared deeply at the Eternal Sovereign. He wanted to say something, but he remained silent in the end. Swoosh! Just then, a woman appeared not far from them. She was none other than Sura. The Eternal Sovereign said nothing upon seeing Sura. I'm here to congratulate you, Eternal Sovereign. Sura smiled and said, you've recovered 60% of your true strength. The Eternal Sovereign wasted no time and swung his fist. Siro swung her fist as well. Bam! A deafening explosion echoed as Siro was forced hundreds of meters away. The Eternal Sovereign stood his ground without flinching. He looked at Siro and remarked, I underestimated you. Siro smiled before asking, Eternal Sovereign, is it true that you've never faced defeat during the era of the Eternal Civilization? The Eternal Sovereign fixed his gaze on Siro, responding sternly, you manipulated Jingchen into going to Milky Way. Your intentions are more than just malicious. Siro chuckled and explained, it's not like we're allies, are we? Yes, we're enemies, the Eternal Sovereign said with a nod. I guess it is not strange for you to scheme against us. Siro smiled and asked, how come it seems like you are not sorrowful upon hearing of your subordinate's demise? I've always been alone. I alone am an entire era. Siro locked eyes with the Eternal Sovereign and said, from what I've heard, only the great deist Brushmaster has managed to defeat you, so you have the right to be arrogant. However, the times have changed, Eternal Sovereign. This era has supreme elites whose powers are beyond your imagination. The Eternal Sovereign chuckled and asked, you mean the lady in the plain skirt? Siro nodded. Exactly. The Eternal Sovereign laughed heartily and pointed out, so you want me to go and fight that lady? Siro nodded lightly and replied, indeed. I want to see who is stronger between you and her. The Eternal Sovereign stared at Siro with a smile. I'll fight her eventually, but not now. I have to completely recover first. Is that so? Siro chuckled and said, why does it sound like an excuse? Is it because you're scared? The Eternal Sovereign squinted his eyes. His right hand gradually clenched to a fist. Siro's smile deepened, and she said, I understand. After all, someone who can slay over a dozen great destiny sovereigns in the blink of an eye is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual, even among supreme elites. Your emotions are natural. Mind games are useless against me, Siro, said the Eternal Sovereign. Siro stared into the Eternal Sovereign's eyes and said, according to our investigation, the plain-skirt lady has never needed a second move to kill her opponents. The Eternal Sovereign didn't respond. The war between the true universe and the Guanxian universe is still ongoing despite the millions of years that have passed. Do you know why? Siro asked. Why do you think we haven't been able to conquer the Guanxian universe? It's all because of her. Eternal Sovereign, if you seek to rule the entire universe, your greatest adversary is neither Ye Guan nor the Guanxian universe, it's that lady in the plain skirt. Kill her, and you'll become truly invincible. The Eternal Sovereign remained silent. She once fought the great deist Brushmaster, Siro said. The Eternal Sovereign's eyes narrowed with interest. Who won? Siro sounded serious as she replied, it was a close fight. The Eternal Sovereign was stunned, and then he asked, are you sure? I'm one of the strongest beings of this vast expanse. Do you really think I'd stoop so low as to deceive you? Siro retorted. The Eternal Sovereign fell into contemplation. Siro added, you can verify with that tiny pagoda. It's the best pagoda in the universe, and it's of the living witnesses of that battle. The Eternal Sovereign opened his palm, and a tiny pagoda appeared in his hand. Little Pagoda, did you witness the battle between that lady in the plain skirt and the great deist Brushmaster? Little Pagoda replied, yes, I was there, and I saw it. They fought for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, she couldn't beat the great deist Brushmaster and was suppressed. She's been forbidden from leaving the Milky Way since then. The Eternal Sovereign spoke in a deep voice, is she that plain skirt Destiny whom you mentioned to me? Yes, Little Pagoda replied, yes, I was with the great deist Brushmaster back then, and she inflicted heavy injuries on me. Then, she took me away and gave me to her brother. Really, their entire family bullied me into subservience. The father deceived me, and then the son deceived me as well. I was living a really miserable life while I was in their hands. Interesting, the Eternal Sovereign smiled and said, she must be quite strong for her to have been able to exchange a few moves with the great deist Brushmaster. Siro looked at the Eternal Sovereign and said seriously, I advise you not to underestimate her. I'm sure you haven't forgotten what I told you about how she has never needed a second move to kill her enemies. The Eternal Sovereign chuckled and replied, that applies to me as well. During my era, I've killed every single one of my opponents in just a single move. Of course, the great deist Brushmaster was an exception. Siro was silent. The Eternal Sovereign glanced at Siro. I know you want to use my hand to kill that lady in the plain skirt. Don't worry, I won't underestimate her. Anyone who can contend with the great deist Brushmaster must have some capability. Good. Siro nodded. She glanced at the tiny pagoda before transforming into a beam of golden light that disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. The elder next to the Eternal Sovereign said solemnly, her motives are evil. The Eternal Sovereign laughed and said, she wants me to go all out against that lady in the plain skirt. Once the two of us are injured, she's going to lead the true universe to take advantage of my injuries by then. The elder frowned, and his intuition told him that things weren't so simple. Before he could voice out his concerns, the Eternal Sovereign continued. However, she doesn't know my true strength at all. Back then, the great deist brush master couldn't defeat me by himself. He teamed up with that woman to defeat me. The elder was stunned. Pfft. The eternal sovereign laughed heartily and said, I've always emphasized that the great deist brush master has defeated me himself to make them underestimate me. The eternal sovereign closed his eyes and said, once I've recovered completely, I will kill that lady in the plain skirt. Afterward, it won't take much effort to destroy both the true universe and the Guanxian universe. The eternal sovereign revealed a disdainful smile and added, all schemes and tricks are nothing before absolute strength, and her foolish scheme against me is nothing but adorable in my eyes. A cacophony of clanking noises echoed incessantly throughout the divine battlefield. After his breakthrough, Ye Guan needed life and death battles. As he fought, the power of the great Dao origin and the power of the true God inside of him gradually permeated all over him, strengthening him. Wu Qi was strong. He had been maintaining the upper hand in all his fights so far against Ye Guan, and he was both relentless and ruthless. His moves were so fierce and ruthless that it seemed like he had a personal vendetta against Ye Guan. Bam! Ye Guan was sent flying away. Wu Qi was about to strike when something caught his attention. Siro was here. Siro smiled at Wu Qi and said, attack him together. Wu Qi and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Siro added, just don't kill him. They nodded after a moment of hesitation. They then charged toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan's expression changed drastically. How did this become a group fight? He made a sidelong glance at Siro, but she looked away, refusing to meet his gaze. Ye Guan was left speechless. Soon, Ye Guan's miserable shrieks pervaded the battlefield. The three unleashed a merciless barrage of blows upon Ye Guan. Their strikes were brutal, but they made sure their attacks weren't fatal. Soon, Ye Guan sprawled out on the ground, completely immobilized. He felt as if he had been dismantled and reassembled. His fleshly body was strong, but the pain of the beatdown had permeated his bones, leaving him in complete agony. Wu Qi and the others stopped. A green wave pulsed out of Ye Guan as the divine tree of nature stirred into action. Once he was patched up, he stood up once more and charged at his opponents. And just like that, the relentless beating continued. However, Ye Guan's aura and his fleshy body would grow stronger after each battle. The daily beatings lasted for a moment, and every single beating left Ye Guan sprawled out on the ground. If it hadn't been for the divine tree of nature, this brutal training would have been impossible. Today, the divine tree of nature patched up Ye Guan's wounds, and he stood up once more. He took a stance and was about to rush toward his opponents when Siro suddenly waved her hand, prompting the commander of the expedition army and the commander of the divine dusk guards to take a step backward. Ye Guan glanced at Siro and asked, is it going to be a one-on-one? Siro ignored him. Ye Guan sighed. Bring it on. Wu Qi shouted and disappeared. Ye Guan disappeared as well. He took a stance with his sword and slashed out. 220 heaven rands. Boom! A dazzling sword light briefly inundated the battlefield, and Wu Qi was blasted a few hundred meters away. Everyone stared agape. Wu Qi glanced at his right hand and saw a wound so severe that he could see his bone inside of it. Frowning, he shifted his gaze toward Ye Guan in the distance. He now realized that Ye Guan's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Ye Guan was surprised as well. He hadn't anticipated that enduring a month of relentless beatings would lead to such a significant improvement in his strength. His previous limit was 200 heaven rands, but now, he could imbue the power of 220 heaven rands in 1 heaven rand. Clearly, the beatings he had been receiving over the past month had been incredibly effective. Ye Guan suppressed the delight in his heart and stumped with his right foot, transforming into a streak of sword light that rushed toward Wu Qi. Wu Qi didn't dare to be complacent. He transformed into a beam of light to clash with Ye Guan. Soon, the battlefield was inundated by countless sword lights. A kaleidoscope of sword lights crisscrossed across the battlefield, and the fight grew more intense as the seconds went by. On the sidelines, the commander of the expedition army and the commander of the divine dusk guards observed the battle with grim expressions. It had only been a month since the beatings started, but Ye Guan was already strong enough to contend against Wu Qi. An hour later, neither had managed to obtain an advantage against the other. However, Ye Guan seemed to be growing stronger with each exchange. Boom! Wu Qi was blasted a few hundred meters away. Ye Guan opened his palm, and the sword in his hand disappeared. He jumped and clenched his fists tightly. An ancient illusory figure emerged behind him. The illusory figure exuded an ancient and desolate aura that permeated the heavens and earth. Wu Qi narrowed his eyes, and his expression grew incomparably solemn. He opened his palm, and a mysterious force converged above it. Ye Guan and the ancient illusory figure behind him simultaneously formed hand seals. Ye Guan opened his eyes and pointed at Wu Qi. Shatter! Ye Guan roared. Boom! The space-time above Wu Qi was torn open, and a colossal hand hundreds of meters in size emerged from the rift. It clenched into a fist and made a beeline for Wu Qi, all the while exuding a terrifying ancient aura. The aura around the fist made it seem as though it existed in the past rather than the present. Eternal moments? It was the martial art that the true god had left behind alongside the unbeatable fist art, and Ye Guan had finally mastered it. Wu Qi stomped and transformed into a streak of light. Crackle! The beam of light shattered, and Wu Qi fell straight to the ground. He flipped in midair and landed gracefully, shattering the fortified arena. However, Ye Guan's attack wasn't over. A colossal fist came crashing down. Boom! The arena was obliterated, leaving behind a seemingly bottomless abyss in the ground. A violent tremor ran through the divine battlefield. Commander Yuan Zhen of the Divine Dusk Guards, and Commander Yuan Hao of the Expedition Army stared at the abyss with an incomparably solemn face. Ye Guan's move was so strong that even Wu Qi had barely survived it. In fact, if it hadn't been for the unique space-time of the divine battlefield, the entire battlefield would have been annihilated by that one punch. Ye Guan was shocked as well. He didn't expect that the eternal moments would be that strong. It was so strong that Ye Guan reckoned that it would allow him to be invincible against his peers. Ye Guan stared at Wu Qi, who was struggling to get up. Wu Qi was in a sorry state. His fleshly body was riddled with wounds, and he was drenched in his own blood. Ye Guan was about to make a move when Siro suddenly said, "It's enough." Ye Guan stopped and turned to look at Siro. "Come with me," Siro said. She turned around and walked away. Ye Guan hesitated for a moment before following her. Wu Qi stared at the two and asked in a deep voice, "What is she trying to do?" They had initially refused Siro's request to help Ye Guan become even stronger. They still harbored animosity toward Ye Guan and the Guanxian universe, but since Siro had insisted, they had no choice but to come and spar with Ye Guan. "I don't know, but..." Commander Yuan Hao said, "She's not going to harm the true universe." "Indeed." Wu Qi nodded. Siro would never betray them. Siro led Ye Guan toward a distant mountain range, and the two were quiet along the way. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at Siro and asked, "Lady Siro, when can I meet Saijing?" "Once you've become a great sovereign," Siro replied calmly. Ye Guan was silent. His strength had improved significantly, but he had discovered the existence of a massive chasm between the Great Sovereign Realm and the Divine Sovereign Realm. It was a chasm so big that Ye Guan wasn't confident that he could cross it quickly. Siro glanced at Ye Guan and asked, "Can I give you a piece of advice?" Ye Guan raised an eyebrow. "What advice?" Siro calmly stated, "You know Saijing's personality. She's stubborn, she's cold on the outside but hot inside. However, there's more there is to her than that. I know her more than you, and I can say that she'll get hurt if you were to see her so soon." Ye Guan was quiet, seemingly pondering over Siro's words before saying, "Lady Siro, you're incredibly wise. I would like us to talk about the future of our two universes." Siro stopped and looked at Ye Guan. "Go on," she said. Ye Guan sounded serious as he asked, "Do you really think that the true universe can continue its hegemony over the vast expanse for long?" Siro shook her head without saying anything. "That's right. It can't." Ye Guan nodded and said, "The true universe still has to deal with its universe tribulation, and I'm sure it's riddled with internal strife. I believe that the true universe's destruction is inevitable unless a change is made." Siro stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, "What do you think we should do?" Ye Guan stared at Siro and said, "A complete change is necessary. If I were you, I'd start becoming more generous to the other universes and the all worlds. You should strive to create a scenario where everyone has something to gain. Of course, this requires courage and the ability to be humble, which must be extremely difficult to do, considering how many years you've been the hegemon of the vast expanse." Siro was quiet. After a while, she muttered, "If and I emphasize if the true universe is willing to compromise and do as you say, will you be willing to cooperate with us?" "Why not?" Ye Guan asked and added, "I'm willing if Saijing comes to discuss it with me." "Oh." Siro looked away. Ye Guan's eyes shimmered in contemplation as he stared into the distance. Even while training, he had been contemplating the next actions the Guanxian universe would take. Should they destroy the true universe? There was no way the Guanxian universe could destroy the true universe without the intervention of Ye Guan's planeskirt ant. What if they simply continued the war? How many generations would it take before a victor was decided? "Why can't I discuss it with you?" Siro asked while staring calmly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan looked at her and asked, "Would you mind if I spoke the truth?" "Yes," Siro said. Her gaze seemed unwittingly fixed on Ye Guan. Ye Guan shrugged and said, "I won't say anything then." "I lied." Siro smiled and said, "Go ahead and speak the truth. I don't mind it at all." Ye Guan nodded and said, "Saijing likes me, so she won't harm me. We can talk about anything under the sky. As for you..." Siro chuckled and asked, "What about me?" Ye Guan sounded solemn as she said, "You're too calculative and scheming, Lady Siro. I feel like I have to be always on guard even while talking with you." Siro's eyes quivered ever so slightly as the smile on her lips gradually disappeared. "Moreover, you've never really looked highly upon me. What you truly value isn't me, Ye Guan, but the supreme elites behind me, like my planeskirt ant. Saijing is different. She likes me not because of my backing but because she actually likes me. In other words, she's not going to harm me, and I'm not going to harm her. We like each other, after all." "Oh." Siro looked away and started walking away. Her vision started to go blurry as she picked up the pace. Siro walked ahead, with Ye Guan trailing behind in silence. They soon reached the edge of a towering forest. The trees in the forest were so tall that their canopies reached the clouds, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The entire forest also exuded an ancient air. Evidently, the forest had been here for a long time. When they entered the forest, the rays of the sun vanished and were replaced by darkness. Ye Guan looked around. The ancient trees intertwined like an intricate web throughout the forest. Ye Guan asked, "Lady Siro, where are we?" Siro remained silent, pressing forward. "Lady Siro." Ye Guan asked once more, but Siro chose to maintain her silence, prompting Ye Guan to resign himself to walking alongside her in silence as well. After a while, Ye Guan couldn't resist asking again, "Lady Siro, where are we headed?" Siro didn't respond, prompting Ye Guan to come to a halt. Siro stopped and said, "We're almost there." With that, she resumed her journey. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Guan followed once more. Soon, his gaze was drawn toward a massive ancient tree in the distance. The ancient tree was almost 100 meters in length, making it appear majestic. Ye Guan asked, "What is that, Lady Siro?" Siro calmly replied, "Big sister planted that tree. It's known as the true tree." True tree? Ye Guan echoed, prompting a nod from Siro. She guided Ye Guan to the base of the true tree. A surge of emotions rushed over Siro as she reminisced about bygone days, her eyes welled up in tears once more. "This tree is miraculous," said Siro. "Upon merging with a cultivator, it becomes a second Danshan, a boundless Danshan capable of containing an endless amount of profound energy." "A second Danshan?" Ye Guan exclaimed in stupefaction. Siro closed her eyes. She placed her right hand on the tree and chanted an ancient incantation. The true tree began to tremble as if it had come to life. Just then, a tiny spirit emerged from the true tree and flew over to Siro. A tender voice echoed in Siro's mind, "Siro, you're finally here." Siro looked at the spirit and smiled faintly. "Yes." Siro and the spirit proceeded to talk telepathically. "Are you here to merge with me?" asked the spirit. Siro shook her head. She made a sidelong glance at the curious Ye Guan before saying, "I want you to merge with him." "Huh?" The spirit's eyes widened. She sounded puzzled as she asked, "You want me to merge with him?" Siro nodded. The spirit exclaimed, "Siro, Master said that should you come here again, I should merge with you and help you through any bottlenecks. How come you're saying that you want me to merge with him? Are you giving me to him?" Siro revealed a faint smile. "Yes." Glancing at Ye Guan, the spirit asked, "Do you like him?" Siro calmly replied, "No, I hate him." The spirit was instantly perplexed. Just then, Ye Guan said, "What are you guys talking about? Can I join the conversation? I promise not to tell anyone else." Siro turned to Ye Guan and coldly spat, "We're talking about how to trick you." Ye Guan was stunned. The spirit eyed him curiously. Siro's mouth fluttered open, but Ye Guan couldn't hear her voice. Siro had whispered something to the spirit. The spirit seemed to hesitate as she looked at Ye Guan. Just as Ye Guan was about to speak, the spirit transformed into a ray of green light that melted into his forehead. Boom! The majestic true tree vanished into thin air. Ye Guan's eyes widened, and a tremor ran through him. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Guan closed his eyes, and a powerful aura burst out of him, which stirred the entire forest. Siro stared quietly at Ye Guan. After a while, Ye Guan saw the majestic true tree in his sea of consciousness. Ye Guan was stupefied, and he stared blankly at Siro. Siro calmly said, "The true tree has become your second Danshan. With it, you won't have to worry about running out of profound energy in the middle of battle. You can keep fighting for as long as you wish." Ye Guan hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Is this tree very valuable?" Siro stared briefly at Ye Guan before looking away. "You don't want to owe me a favor?" she asked contemptuously. "Sure. Give me 100 million spiritual cores, and we'll call it even." Ye Guan immediately took out a storage ring. Siro's gaze turned as cold as a 1,000-year-old icy cavern upon seeing that. Ye Guan noticed her icy gaze and put the storage ring away. He shook his head and said, "You don't have to lie to me. The true tree has to be more valuable than 100 million spiritual cores." Siro didn't respond and only stared at Ye Guan in silence. After contemplating for a moment, Ye Guan proposed, "Siro, I genuinely dislike owing favors, so how about this? If there's anything I can do for you, I'll do it." "No need," Siro said coldly. Ye Guan shook his head and said, "In that case, I can only return the tree to you." Ye Guan closed his eyes to uproot the true tree from his sea of consciousness. "Don't," Siro interrupted and said, "that tree is going to be helpful to Saijing." Ye Guan stared deeply at Siro. Siro didn't avoid his gaze and calmly said, "Keep it. It'll really be useful." Ye Guan doubted it and asked, "Really?" "I don't lie," Siro replied and looked away. Ye Guan fell silent. Siro composed herself and sneered, "Do you really think that I'm helping you here? Well, for your information, no. I'm just using you. Why would I do something that'll put me at a disadvantage against you?" Ye Guan cast a deep gaze upon Siro. "Lady Siro, I'm leaving," he said. He then turned and started walking away. Siro suddenly said, "Wait." Ye Guan turned to look at Siro, puzzled. "You've become strong enough that the majority of the great destiny sovereigns are no longer your match," Siro started. "Those capable of threatening your life are especially strong great destiny sovereigns and cosmic spirits." Ye Guan nodded. "I understand. Go on," Siro said with a nod. Ye Guan glanced briefly at Siro, but he didn't start walking away again. "Are you wondering why I'm helping you?" Ye Guan nodded. "As I said earlier." Siro stared at Ye Guan and said, "I'm using you as well." After a moment of silence, Ye Guan nodded slightly and vanished into the distance. Siro stared quietly at the horizon where Ye Guan had disappeared. Swoosh! A young woman suddenly appeared next to Siro. She was none other than Sishu. Sishu stared at the distant horizon as well and muttered, "The great Dao origin and the true tree." "Siro, you. I'll find a way to tell him the truth about your situation when the time comes," Siro interrupted Sishu. "I don't know." Sishu shook her head and said, "I'm sure hates me now. That should be my line." Siro muttered. "You," Sishu started. "Let's go." However, Siro interrupted her and said, "We still have many things to do, and we'll leave once everything is over." Sishu went silent and turned around to leave with Siro. Boom! A ray of sword light crashed in front of the two. When the dazzling light vanished, the two women were stunned to see the figure bathing in sword light. The figure belonged to none other than Ye Guan. However, Ye Guan was quite astonished as well. Obviously, he didn't expect to see Sisha here. Their eyes met, and Ye Guan looked away from her. His gaze fell on Siro, and he sounded serious as he said, "Lady Siro, I'd like to talk to you." "Talk?" Siro asked, sounding surprised. "Yes, I want us to talk about the future of our universes," Ye Guan said. "I thought you wanted no one else but Saijing to talk to you about that?" Siro asked. "No, I was just being impulsive earlier," Ye Guan responded. Siro was stunned by Ye Guan's response. Ye Guan continued in a deep voice. "Lady Siro, forgive me for being straightforward, but I do have some grudge against you, but it's not entirely my fault. You stabbed me in the back, but I guess it doesn't really matter anymore after everything you've done for me. I thought hard and long about it, and I've decided that I shouldn't let my emotions control my decisions. I'm the king of the Guanxian universe, after all. Anyway, if you're sincerely willing to discuss the future of our two universes, I'm willing to talk business with you." Siro walked up to Ye Guan and stared into his eyes. "So why did you say that you only wanted to talk to Saijing? Did you say that to provoke me?" "Yes." Ye Guan nodded and admitted, "I apologize. That was a bit petty of me." "He actually knows how to apologize?" Siro burst out into a peal of hearty laughter. "So what do you say, Lady Siro?" Ye Guan asked. "Sure, let's talk." Siro smiled sweetly and asked, "Wait, are you not afraid that I might scheme against you?" "I just have to be cautious," Ye Guan replied. "Pfft." Siro burst out into laughter. Ye Guan sighed to himself. Women's hearts are really as difficult to fathom as the boundless sea. Siro soon got a hold of herself and said, "Where shall we talk? How about we talk in the Guanxian universe?" Ye Guan suggested. "Sure, why not?" Siro replied. She then looked at Sisha beside her and asked, "Can I bring Sisha with me?" "As you wish," Ye Guan said with a nod. Sisha stared at Ye Guan without saying anything. Soon, the three arrived in the Guanxian universe. A huge rectangular table was inside the assembly hall of the Suhen Holy Hall. Siro and Sisha sat on the left side, while Ye Guan, Nalan Jia, Mu Nian Nian, Li Banzi, and the upper echelons of the Guanxian universe sat on the right side of the rectangular table. Everyone had gathered upon hearing that they would discuss the future of the Guanxian universe. The upper echelons of the Guanxian universe were surprised to see Siro and Sisha. Nalan Jia stared alternatingly between the two women and Ye Guan. However, she didn't say anything in the end. Just then, Siro placed a scroll in front of everyone and said, "My plan is inside this scroll, and we're already implementing it in the true universe. Go ahead and take a look at it." Everyone scanned the scroll with their divine senses, and their expressions instantly turned grim. Ye Guan was shocked as well because Siro's plan was bolder than any of his ideas. Mu Nian Nian looked up at Siro and asked, "Lady Siro, are you serious about this?" Siro nodded wordlessly. Mu Nian Nian stared dumbstruck at Siro. Siro's plan could cause massive internal strife in the true universe, which could lead to its destruction. However, if the plan went swimmingly, the true universe would become more powerful. Siro's plan was basically reforming the established order. The plan was great for the Guanxian universe as well, but it was risky. The true universe might eventually absorb the Guanxian universe if it failed to keep up with the former. The other universes and the all worlds had to face the same risk, too. Every single individual in the assembly hall fell into deep contemplation at Siro's plan. Siro didn't say anything as well and allowed everyone to think about it. "Lady Siro," Mu Nian Nian suddenly said, "if you don't mind, may I ask for the reason behind the sudden change of heart?" Siro smiled. "The true universe wants to befriend the Guanxian universe." Mu Nian Nian stared at Siro and said, "The true universe is far stronger than us, so why bother befriending us? Surely, you jest." Siro shook her head and said, "How can we defeat you when you have the 4 swords?" Mu Nian Nian nodded slightly at the remark and pointed out, "I see, so that means there are 2 reasons behind your decision to stay in the tiny pagoda. You wanted to witness our true strength and to find a new path that the true universe could take for its survival." "You've guessed it," Siro praised. "Lady Nian Nian is truly clever." Mu Nian Nian glanced at the scroll on the table before saying, "Lady Siro, your conditions are great, but if the Guanxian universe agrees to them, I believe that in a few hundred years, there will be no more Guanxian universe in the vast expanse, only the true universe. Of course, your plan is great for both of our universes at the moment, but I would like to talk to you about some things in detail." Hearing that, Siro transmitted her reply through profound energy to Mu Nian Nian. Mu Nian Nian's pupils suddenly constricted. She glanced at Sisha next to Siro and went silent. After a while, she said, "All right, there's no need for further discussions. The Guanxian universe is willing to fully cooperate with you." Mu Nian Nian's swift decision astonished everyone in the assembly hall. Everyone was visibly surprised by Mu Nian Nian's decision. Just what did Siro say to her? Mu Nian Nian smiled lightly in the face of everyone's confusion but chose not to explain. She glanced deeply at Sisha next to Siro before looking away. Ye Guan and the others chose to trust Mu Nian Nian, so they refrained from asking any questions. Siro suddenly stood up and looked at Ye Guan. "We'd like to have a private chat with you." Mu Nian Nian and the others stood up and left the assembly hall. Nalan Jia seemed downtrodden as she swept her gaze across Siro and Sisha. She was about to leave when Ye Guan unexpectedly grabbed her hand and said, "Stay here. We're a couple, so we should face everything together." Nailin Jia's mood was instantly uplifted. She smiled playfully and asked, do you really think that I'm that petty? Since these two ladies want to talk to you alone, they must have something important to say. Go ahead and talk to them. Nailin Jia didn't even wait for Ye Guan's reply as she turned around and left. Siro and Sisha were left with Ye Guan in the assembly hall. Siro smiled at Ye Guan without saying anything. Sisha stared wordlessly at Ye Guan, but she wasn't smiling like Siro. Ye Guan felt a little uneasy under their gazes. Lady Siro, if there's something on your mind, please talk to me about it. Siro shook her head and said, it's the two of you who should talk to each other. She then walked away and sat in front of a distant table to pick up the documents the Guanxian universe had brought over to the assembly hall. However, she was clearly distracted as she would surreptitiously gaze at Ye Guan and Sishu from time to time. Ye Guan stared quietly at Sishu. Talk? Talk about what? He had nothing to say to Sishu, and she wasn't BA1 as well. Still, Ye Guan knew that he had to show her some respect, so he eased up and grinned. Lady Sishu, what do you want to talk to about with me? Sishu? Sishu was taken aback by how Ye Guan had addressed her. A bitter feeling gripped her heart as she stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan's politeness toward her made her feel as if the two of them were strangers. Sishu sighed inwardly. Lady Sishu, will BA1. Ye Guan trailed off. Sishu looked at Ye Guan, and Ye Guan continued. Will BA1 return one day? Ye Guan clenched his fists, feeling hopeful, uneasy, and fearful at the same time. Does young Master Ye wish for her to return? Sishu asked. Ye Guan nodded. My apologies, but she won't return, Sishu said calmly. A tremor ran through Ye Guan, and he looked down, downtrodden. Sishu chuckled and added, however, it's not exactly impossible for her to return. Ye Guan stared wide-eyed at Sishu. Make me happy, and she'll return, Sishu replied. Ye Guan furrowed his brows and asked, what do you mean? I can temporarily seal my memories and replace them with BA1's memories, Sishu explained. If I do that, BA1 will return. Really? Ye Guan asked solemnly. Yes, of course. Sishu nodded and said, but it all depends on my happiness level. How do I make you happy? Asked Ye Guan. Sishu shrugged. How should I know? Ye Guan was speechless. What nonsense is this? How am I supposed to make you happy? Am I supposed to write a raunchy book for you to enjoy? Ye Guan was aware of the three sisters' peculiarity, and it was the fact that they enjoyed consuming raunchy books. The raunchier, the better. Looking at Ye Guan's expression, the smile on Sisha's face grew even brighter. She said, I'm going to Milky Way soon, and I'm planning on going to a certain place. I want you to accompany me. Milky Way? Ye Guan was about to refuse when Sishu added, I can let you see your BA1 before we leave. Ye Guan asked, really? Sishu nodded and said, I usually don't lie. Ye Guan pondered over it before saying, okay. All right, let's go. Sisha grabbed Ye Guan's hand and disappeared. Left all alone, Siro sighed and said, I've been doing an unprofitable business. She looked down at her right hand and stared at the crimson lightning tribulation imprint on her palm. Siro smiled faintly and muttered, time is running out. Sisha brought Ye Guan to a vast grassland. Herds of cattle, sheep, and horses filled the grasslands, creating a surreal scene. The gentle breeze, the warm sunlight, the blue skies, and the pristine white clouds all combined to create a picturesque scene. Ye Guan looked around before turning to Sisha beside him. Sisha suddenly plopped down on the ground and sprawled out. Ye Guan's eyes flickered in a strange light. The way Sisha lay on the ground made her look enticing. Sisha was dressed in a white chiffon dress that made her look like a fairy. Her eyes were sealed shut, and she breathed in deeply as if savoring every single breath. Her expression was no longer cold, and she looked like she was having fun here. Sisha suddenly shot wide open. Her gaze landed on Ye Guan, and she patted the patch of grass next to her. Ye Guan hesitated. Sisha chuckled and asked, are you worried that I'm going to eat you? Ye Guan remained standing while staring at Sisha. Come here, and I'm going to let you see BA1 later, Sisha said. Ye Guan abandoned all reservations upon hearing that and immediately sprawled out next to Sisha. Sisha stared at the blue skies and muttered, I really love this place. The boundless grassland here seems like it encompasses everything. Ye Guan looked up at the blue sky and realized that he felt completely at ease at the moment. Just then, he recalled something and asked, Lady Sisha, do you hate your big sister? Sisha was silent. Siro mentioned that the three of you once quarreled with your big sister. Is it true? Sisha nodded and replied, yes, we had a disagreement many years ago, and big sister left after that argument. We've never seen her since then. Ye Guan asked, can you tell me more about it? Sisha turned to look at Ye Guan and asked, you want to know it? Ye Guan nodded. Sisha smiled and started. Big sister had made a decision that we vehemently opposed, so we argued quite fiercely and for a long time. We ended up saying many hurtful words to each other. I mean, I'm sure you know, but in the heat of an argument, people can say anything just to get an advantage over the other. Sisha stared at the distant horizon, and tears welled up in her eyes as she continued. Looking back, she must have been sad at the time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to avoid us for so many years. Ye Guan was curious. What was the argument all about? Sisha shook her head slightly without speaking. Ye Guan changed the question and asked, are you still angry at her? We all regretted it. We wanted to help our big sister and face the universe tribulation together, but we were too weak, so we started cultivating like crazy. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite catch up to big sister, no matter how hard we tried. In other words, we haven't been able to qualify to share the burden of the universe tribulation with her. Ye Guan frowned and grumbled, so you decided to shift that burden onto me. Sisha smiled sweetly and said, yes, exactly. She didn't bother lying and instantly admitted to it. Ye Guan's face became as dark as the bottom of a pot. Sisha saw that and chuckled before saying, we were enemies, so isn't it normal for me to scheme against you? Yes, it is normal, Ye Guan replied with a nod. And we're still enemies. Look at me. Sisha exclaimed and grabbed Ye Guan's hand. Ye Guan was stupefied. He stared into Sisha's eyes, and his heart suddenly began to speed up. He was about to look away, but Sisha grabbed his chin and forced him to look into her eyes. The two were so close to each other that they could feel the warmth of their breaths. A tremor ran through Ye Guan as he asked, what are you doing? Was the fact that we slept together a bad thing for you? Sisha asked while staring into Ye Guan's eyes. Ye Guan was at a loss for words. I didn't force you to do it back then. Sisha added, in fact, you were quite eager to do it. Sisha blushed lightly as her words echoed throughout the grassland. Ye Guan sighed softly and said, Lady Sisha, I'm not the type to take advantage of others. Yes, I was quite eager back then, but the crux of the matter is the fact that it was all a part of your scheme. My scheme? Sisha asked, what is my scheme? Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Yeah, what's her scheme? What is it? Sisha suddenly snuggled up into Ye Guan's arm. Ye Guan froze upon the sudden impact of softness on his arm. He wanted to push Sisha away, but before he could make a move, Sisha started talking. Let me take advantage of you for a while, and you can have your way with Ye Guan for as many times as you want later. It's a fair deal, right? Ye Guan was rendered speechless by Sisha's logic. Who do you prefer between Ye Guan and Saijing? Ye Guan's reply came a bit late. I like them both. Sisha looked up at Ye Guan and smirked. Both of them? Ye Guan nodded, yes. Sisha laughed and asked, don't you think you're being too fickle? Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, I think I've inherited this trait of mine from my father and grandfather. Yes, that's definitely the case, so you should blame the two of them for being too fickle. I feel like one day you'll get a beating for what you're doing here, Sisha said. Ye Guan smiled and said, I think I'm fickle as well, but I really like both Ye Guan and Saijing. Giving up isn't a choice as well, as it wouldn't be too nice to give up either one of them or even both of them. Ye Guan turned to Sisha and asked, if I can only choose one person, who do you think I should choose? Sisha looked away and calmly said, that's your business, so you should decide for yourself. I want to have a son, Ye Guan said solemnly. Sisha was stunned. The light in her eyes flickered with a tinge of panic as she stared at Ye Guan. Had he discovered something? I'll let my son inherit the Guanxian universe so I can finally enjoy my life, Ye Guan added. Pfft. Sisha burst out into laughter. And you dare to complain about your father? Ye Guan sighed and closed his eyes. I've had a really exhausting life so far, and it's mostly because of my identity. I'm the king of the Guanxian universe, so I have to protect it and everyone living in it. Ye Guan opened his eyes and stared at the blue skies before continuing. I think I'm starting to like this place. The grassland here seems like it encompasses everything, and I don't have to do anything here. Zero responsibilities, enemies, and schemes. A strange light fleeted across Sisha's eyes as she looked away from Ye Guan. Everyone has been telling me about what I should do and what I shouldn't do, but no one has ever asked me about what I want to do. Ye Guan closed his eyes once more and muttered, Saijing made me realize what I truly want. From now on, those daring enough to bully me because I'm weak and those daring enough to harm the people precious to me will find out what it means to be the king of relying on others. I just have to call my aunt, and I will be invincible? The blue skies above the expansive grassland were filled with clouds that stretched for miles, and there were two figures lying next to each other beneath the blue skies. Ye Guan smiled and said, if I could go back in time, I would have chosen not to acknowledge my family immediately after recognizing my true identity. If I had done that, yes, I would have had to live a difficult, lonesome life, but I wouldn't have been under so much pressure like right now. Ye Guan shook his head and said, I'm also convinced that the Eternal Sovereign isn't going to be my final enemy. Once he's dead, I'm sure I'll have to confront enemies more powerful than him. It really is exhausting. If you were to reincarnate and given the chance to choose a family, would you choose to reincarnate in an invincible family? Sisha asked with a smile. Smiled. Ye Guan stared deeply at Sisha and asked back, you recovered the majority, if not all, of your memories on that fateful day in that hot spring, right? Sisha didn't say anything in response. Without my powerful relatives, would you have allowed me to take you on that fateful day? Ye Guan asked. Sisha remained silent. Ye Guan closed his eyes and sighed before saying, Lady Sisha, you don't have to pretend in front of me. I know very well who likes me and who is trying to make use of me. Still, I believe that Ye Guan truly liked me. As for you, you're not Ye Guan. You're Sisha. Sisha finally opened her mouth to speak. I finally understand why you like Saijing and Ye Guan so much. It's all because they've always treated you as Ye Guan rather than the king of the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan smiled lightly and said, I think I'm becoming a bit too spoiled. People can only dream of being in my shoes, yet here I am complaining about my life. Yeah, I think I'm a bit too ungrateful. Ye Guan took a deep breath before continuing. Embarking on the path of cultivation leaves no room for retreat, only forward until reaching the peak. My goal is to reach the summit of cultivation. One day, I'll reach the same heights that my father and aunt have reached. Ye Guan remained optimistic despite his challenging life and the immense pressure weighing down on him. He was well aware of his situation, which was why he had the tendency to vent his frustrations and grumble. He then would continue to work hard after he was done venting. If Ye Guan were asked why he was working so hard, then he would respond that it was all for the sake of his responsibility. Every single individual had their own responsibilities, and each one of them was working hard in their own way. Ye Guan knew to be grateful and appreciative of his situation, knowing that there were people out there living a worse life than him. Ye Guan shook his head and smiled. It's not like I never thought about just giving up and becoming a true nouveau riche. Why did you not do it, then? Sishu asked curiously. It's not like I haven't totally done it. I can still slack off, but would life be really called life if I were to just slack off all the time? I also want to become even stronger than Saijing so I can protect her and help her deal with her matters rather than the other way around. Sishu asked, do you like Saijing a lot? Ye Guan nodded. Oh. Sishu looked down without saying anything. Ye Guan stared intently at Sishu and said, Lady Sishu, I don't know how to make you happy, but I really want to see Ye Guan. Can you let me meet her? Sishu was quiet. Ye Guan pleaded, please. Sishu was silent for a while before smiling wryly. Do you really want to meet Ye Guan? Ye Guan nodded. Sishu said, then make me a meal. Ye Guan froze and went silent. Sishu smiled and asked, you can't do it. I can, Ye Guan replied. His gaze landed on a flock of sheep in the distance. After a while, Ye Guan found himself busy barbecuing some lamb. Soon, a golden brown chunk of lamb was sitting in front of him. Cultivators didn't have to eat to live, but quite a few cultivators had chosen not to forego eating. Ye Guan seasoned it before portioning it to Sishu. Sishu looked at him before taking a bite. She chewed it briefly before swallowing. Her eyes flashed brightly, and she proceeded to wolf down the piece of meat as if she had been starving for a long time. Ye Guan was all smiles. Sishu's manner of eating reminded him of Ye Guan. In addition, Ye Guan's lips were always greasy with oil. He stood up and walked up to Sishu. He then proceeded to use the hem of his clothes to wipe her lips and said gently, eat slowly. No one's going to steal your food. Sishu put down the meat in her hands and looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan unconsciously took 2 steps backward, seemingly disturbed by Sishu's gaze. He finally remembered that the young woman before him was Sishu, not Ye Guan. Ye Guan felt awkward. Sishu grinned and asked, do you want to meet Ye Guan? Ye Guan nodded. Close your eyes, Sishu said. Ye Guan blinked, seemingly confused. Sishu calmly asked, I thought you wanted to meet Ye Guan. Ye Guan hesitated before closing his eyes. A moment later, he noticed that something was amiss and tried to open his eyes. However, he caught a whiff of a gentle fragrance and felt something soft landing on his lips. Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open in stupefaction. What's going on here? Why is she kissing me? Ye Guan tried to push her away, but a powerful and heavy pressure struck him. Is she forcing herself on me? Ye Guan tried to resist, but he quickly realized that resistance was futile. In the end, he decided to give up. Since he couldn't push her away, then he might as well enjoy it. Sishu's lips were like the clouds, soft and ephemeral. A pinkish air enveloped the two, and it lasted for quite a while. After a while, Sishu let go of Ye Guan. A furious blush was on her cheeks, and her eyes were glazed over, seemingly out of bliss. Ye Guan was in a similar state, but he quickly composed himself and stared at Sishu. Ye Guan started. Farewell, Sishu interrupted Ye Guan before he could speak, and her figure became illusory, gradually becoming translucent as the seconds went by. What about? Ye Guan? Ye Guan asked blankly. The tears Sishu had been holding in finally dripped down her cheeks. She smiled at Ye Guan and said, you really are an idiot. She faded into nothingness, rendering Ye Guan speechless. What was that? Ye Guan felt like he had been played like a fiddle. Ye Guan shook his head and left. Upon returning to the Guanxian universe, Mu Nian Nian appeared in front of Ye Guan. Aunt Mu. Ye Guan greeted. Mu Nian Nian nodded and said, Saru told me not to tell you this, but I think I should tell you. Ye Guan's curiosity was piqued. What did she say? Mu Nian Nian looked at Ye Guan and asked, do you know why I immediately agreed to Saru's conditions? I don't know, Ye Guan said with a shake of his head, but I trust you. Mu Nian Nian smiled and said, it's because Lady Sishu is pregnant. Sishu is pregnant. Ye Guan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He stood rooted and stared wide-eyed at Mu Nian Nian. Aunt Mu. He stammered. It's yours. Mu Nian Nian said. Ye Guan shook his head and muttered, no, that's impossible. Mu Nian Nian sighed softly, that child really is yours. Ye Guan was in disbelief. But, and she's that last Ye Guan, Mu Nian Nian added. Ye Guan's pupils constricted, and he asked, Aunt Mu, what are you talking about? Mu Nian Nian sighed and said, foolish child, Sishu is more aloof than you think, and back then, she didn't give your father even a single glance, so do you really think that she would seduce you? That's impossible, and what happened between you two all happened because she was Ye Guan, not Sishu. She didn't want to lose her memories of you, which is why she decisively fought the adjudication sword master for you. It's true that she likes you, and it's true that she has sacrificed herself for you. Her motives still hold true, but she had no idea that she was pregnant until Saru had saved her. Ye Guan was stunned. Saru had promised not to hurt you and that she would try her best to resolve the enmity between the true universe and the Guanxian universe. That's the reason she's still on Saru's side. Saru had told me that they're going to go to Milky Way and meet the true god for the first time in a while, and I'm worried. Mu Nian Nian trailed off. I'm worried that they'll do something stupid. Boom! A deafening noise echoed as Ye Guan disappeared into a ray of sword light. Mu Nian sighed with a complicated expression. Pregnant. With Sisha's pregnancy, there was a high chance that the Yang family's story would become real in Ye Guan's generation. Ye Guan appeared in the true universe. No one stopped him, and he quickly made his way to True God Hall. As soon as he entered, Left Counselor Feng Qi appeared in front of him. Ye Guan looked at Left Counselor Feng Qi and said, I want to meet Siro and Sishu. Left Counselor Feng Qi shook his head. They went to go somewhere. Is it the Milky Way? Asked Ye Guan with narrowed eyes. Left Counselor Feng Qi nodded. Yes. Ye Guan turned around to leave. Left Counselor Feng Qi cried out, Young Master Ye, hold on. Ye Guan came to a halt and stared at Left Counselor Feng Qi. Bring them back, please, Left Counselor Feng Qi said. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed, and he asked, What do you mean? Left Counselor Feng Qi shook his head. Siro gave me explicit instructions for the future of the true universe, and it was really strange. I felt like she was going to do something drastic, which is why she did such a thing. Ye Guan's pupils quivered ever so slightly. Left Counselor Feng Qi stared deeply at Ye Guan and said, I don't know what it is, but they're definitely going to do something. Additionally, she also left a will. Do you know what she wrote in it? Ye Guan shook his head. Left Counselor Feng Qi's gaze flickered in a strange light as she said, 3 years later, the Divine Lord of the Divine Spirits will appear. Our true universe must support the Divine Lord to the best of our abilities. The Divine Lord. Ye Guan closed his eyes. He finally understood Siro's objective. She wanted Ye Guan's son to inherit the true universe? Once that happened, and if the Guanxian universe and the true universe were to fight each other by then, wouldn't that mean that the father and son would fight to kill each other? By then, Ye Guan's father and grandfather wouldn't necessarily stand on his side. To make matters worse, Senior might leave him as well for his son. Ye Guan was furious. He really couldn't let his guard down around Siro. She was going to be the death of him. Ye Guan took a deep breath before turning around to leave. Left Counselor Feng Qi continued. Young Master Ye, Siro wants me to tell you that even though she used you, she never had any intentions of hurting you. Ye Guan was silent for a while before he transformed into a sword light and vanished. Left Counselor Feng Qi could only sigh. Ye Guan returned to the Guanxian universe. Mu Nian stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, Are you going to the Milky Way? Ye Guan nodded. He was really anxious, as he had no idea what Siro and Sisha were about to do. Mu Nian nodded and said, It's time to visit the Milky Way, then. The Milky Way sect is also part of your family's influence. Your elder sister has no intentions of inheriting the Milky Way sect, and Yang Lianshuang also wants to retire. You should reclaim the Milky Way sect once you get there. Ye Guan was silent. He had zero interest in the Milky Way sect. He just wanted to find Sishu and Siro. Mu Nian said, Go and bid farewell to Little Jia and the others. Ye Guan hesitated. They're your family, so you should talk to them yourself, Mu Nian added before turning around to leave. Ye Guan contemplated briefly before going to Nailan Jia's room. Nailan Jia wrapped her arms around Ye Guan's waist and said, Welcome back. Ye Guan returned the gesture in kind and said, Little Jia, I'm going to the Milky Way. Oh, Nailan Jia muttered. Ye Guan hesitated for quite a while. Eventually, he took a deep breath and said, Little Jia, I want to tell you everything. He eventually decided to tell her everything without lying. He didn't want to lie to Nailan Jia. Ye Guan started. However, Nailan Jia shook her head and said, You don't have to tell me that. Ye Guan said, I have to. Nailan Jia lifted 2 fingers and placed them on his lips to shush him. I just want you to come back as soon as possible, Nailan Jia said with a smile. She then retrieved a storage ring and placed it in Ye Guan's hands. I will manage the Guanxian Academy and the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, so you don't have to worry about them. Be careful once you're in the Milky Way. They went there to meet the true God. If she decides to bully you and you can't resist her, you should call for help. Don't force yourself to fight her. I actually don't want you to become invincible. I just want you to live well. I just want you to live well. Ye Guan was moved, and he gave Nailan Jia a tight hug. Nailan Jia suddenly looked up at Ye Guan and said, I hope you're not going to attract more women once you're there. Ye Guan froze and went silent. Even though you're not really the type to flirt with random women, you're still attractive in any woman's eyes. There are some women who are unable to move on once they've fallen for someone, and they might not be able to find a husband for their entire life the moment you reject them. There are also women who will resent you for rejecting them. More importantly, Nailan Jia looked down as tears welled up in her eyes. I get jealous too, you know. Ye Guan hugged Nailan Jia tightly and kissed her silky hair. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. Let's have a child, he exclaimed. Nailan Jia was instantly shy, and her tears vanished in the blink of an eye. Ye Guan stared with eyes full of tenderness at Nailan Jia before him, and he bent down slowly to plant a kiss on her luscious lips. The pair performed 36 positions on that fateful day. 3 days later, Ye Guan finally left Nailan Jia's room. His fleshly body had become extremely strong, but he still had to lean on the wall for support as he left Nailan Jia's room. There were some things that had to be done in moderation. Ye Guan wanted to visit Yeqing, but Yeqing had moved to True Guan City. The True Universe moved quickly, attracting cultivators from the All Worlds and the Guanxian Universe to move into the city in droves. Quite a few sects from the True Universe itself even chose to move to True Guan City. The True Universe's plan received many objections and criticism, but Left Counselor Feng Qi shushed them all. The upper echelons of the True Universe were firm in their decision, so the riffraff beneath couldn't do anything other than make a move in the darkness. Fortunately, the Guanxian universe had decided to fully cooperate with the True Universe. Of course, the dissidents couldn't be quelled so easily. There was a thick tension between the younger generations of the two universes, and they frequently fought each other. Fortunately, a major competition to be held annually was announced on True Guan City, and the younger generation decided to prove themselves in that competition. Ye Qing wasn't alone, as quite a few monstrous talents of the Guanxian universe had decided to pay True Guan City a visit. Of course, they all had one goal in mind: to dominate the True Guan list. The talents of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had also decided to settle on True Guan City to seize benefits for the pavilion. Overall, True Guan City was extremely attractive in the eyes of any power or individual in the vast expanse, which created a mass migration event as everyone flocked to move to True Guan City. Ye Guan was in awe of how quickly the trends had changed. Siro was truly incredible. The animosity between the True Universe and everyone else was starting to mellow down. In addition, the All Worlds and the other universes were willing to work together with the True Universe for the sake of achieving peace. Of course, the Eternal World was an exception. Ye Guan hadn't forgotten about the Eternal Sovereign. Actually, the Guanxian universe was keeping tabs on the Eternal Sovereign. The Eternal Sovereign was currently busy with his recruitment efforts, and Ye Guan wasn't really in the mood to deal with him. His top priority was to bring Sishu, Siro, and Ji Xianwen back. Ye Guan was about to leave for the Milky Way when a young woman appeared before him. Ye Guan froze upon seeing her. She was none other than Nangang Shui. Nangang Shui smiled at Ye Guan. Ye Guan walked up to her and smiled before asking, "How are you?" "I'm doing fine here. I actually like it here," replied Nangang Shui with a slight nod. "Great." Ye Guan grinned. Nangang Shui hesitated before asking, "I heard you're going to the Milky Way." "Yes, I'm going there." Ye Guan nodded. Nangang Shui stared deeply at Ye Guan without saying anything. Ye Guan stepped forward and leaned down to plant a kiss on her lips. Nangang Shui stiffened in stupefaction. "I want you to wait for my return," Ye Guan whispered into her ear. Then, he turned around and disappeared into a ray of sword light without even waiting for Nangang Shui's reply. Nangang Shui eventually came to her senses. She smiled sweetly and turned to the distant horizon. "I'll wait for you no matter how long it takes," she shouted. Ye Guan soon found himself at the ancient Heavenly Dragon clan. He had decided to deal with Ao Qianqian properly to leave no room for regrets. Clan leader Ao Sheng was speechless to see Ye Guan. "He's here again?" Ye Guan smiled and requested, "Senior, I would like to see Qianqian." Clan leader Ao Sheng shook his head and replied, "You're too late." Ye Guan froze and went silent. Clan leader Ao Sheng said, "Qianqian has decided to visit the Milky Way." Ye Guan was surprised. "She's in the Milky Way?" "Yes." Clan leader Ao Sheng nodded and said, "She said she wants to clear her mind there." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Clan leader Ao Sheng looked at Ye Guan and asked, "Are you going to the Milky Way?" Ye Guan nodded. Clan leader Ao Sheng said, "Bring her back." "I will," Ye Guan said with determination before turning around to leave. Clan leader Ao Sheng called out, "Little Guan." Ye Guan turned to look at clan leader Ao Sheng. "She really likes you, and I know her well. She has a stubborn personality, so she's not going to like anyone else, especially after the contract between the two of you. This time, I want you to be more decisive. Don't hesitate, regardless of your decision." Ye Guan nodded and said, "This time, I'll definitely bring her back." "Is that so?" Clan leader Ao Sheng raised his brows. "Then, what are you waiting for? Get lost." Ye Guan laughed heartily before transforming into a ray of sword light that disappeared into the distant horizon. Clan leader Ao Sheng shook his head with a smile while staring at the horizon. Ye Guan visited Nanling Yi. Upon hearing that he was going to the Milky Way, Nanling Yi merely blinked. "What's up with that look?" asked Ye Guan with a chuckle. Nanling Yi smiled and asked back, "What? Are you not coming back?" Ye Guan grinned and held Nanling Yi's hand. "Wait for my return," he whispered. Nanling Yi instantly blushed. "Oh okay." Afraid that he might be misunderstood, Ye Guan brought Nanling Yi closer to him and kissed her softly on the lips. Afterward, he disappeared into the horizon, leaving behind a dazzling sword trail in her wake. "Don't worry, junior disciple Ye. I'm sure we'll meet again soon," she muttered with a smile before walking away. Ye Guan waited silently in the starry sky. "Grandson, we're here," someone exclaimed. Ye Guan's face instantly darkened. Arya and Little White soon appeared in front of him. How could he go to the Milky Way without the two of them? If he had decided to go there without them, it would have been a mistake that Ye Guan would have regretted making. Arya and Little White were thrilled and extremely excited, especially Arya. Her smile was so wide that it reached her ears. Mu Nian Nian was with them. Mu Nian Nian looked at Ye Guan and smiled before saying, "Let me remind you that you're going to the Milky Way for a mission rather than for leisure. Aside from bringing back your cute girlfriends with you, I want you to reclaim the Milky Way sect. Your aunt, Yang Lianshuang, is exhausted. You should persuade her to relocate here, but of course, she'll still make her decision based on your abilities." "My aunt?" Ye Guan grinned and said, "All right, I'll do my best." Mu Nian Nian nodded, and then she spoke seriously, "Also, from what I know, the true god is very likely in the Milky Way. If she shows hostility toward you, don't even try to act tough. I want you to immediately ask for help, do you understand? Ye Guan nodded. Understood. Mu Nian glared sternly at Ye Guan and said, don't just say it, remember it, got it? Mu Nian couldn't help but warn him repeatedly out of worry. The brat was just too different from his father. He was smart, yes, but sometimes, he could be extremely stubborn. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly and said, yes, I got it. Mu Nian nodded and said, the Milky Way's way of doing things is different here, so I advise you to look for your Aunt Lianshuang and ask her to help you become familiar with the way of the Milky Way as soon as possible. Mu Nian then stared alternatingly between Arya and Little White. She was smiling, but she didn't say anything. However, Ye Guan instantly understood the meaning behind her smile. Mu Nian didn't want him to hang out with Arya and Little White. Actually, Ye Guan was quite scared of them as well. Don't worry about the eternal civilization, Mu Nian said. Your aunt and I will keep tabs on the eternal sovereign. No, the true universe will do the same as we've established an alliance. Ye Guan nodded. Okay. Ye Guan truly had no qualms about leaving the Guanxian universe to his aunts. In addition, the true universe had already become their allies. All right, go ahead, said Mu Nian with a smile. Ye Guan nodded. His gaze then landed on Arya and Little White. Arya laughed and said, since we're going to the Milky Way, we have to take you to that place. He. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Mu Nian stared at Ye Guan's departing figure and shook her head. She reckoned that Ye Guan's arrival at the Milky Way would cause quite a stir, especially with Arya and Little White alongside him. After all, those two were overlords of the Milky Way. Soon, Mu Nian turned around and left the starry sky. A middle-aged man was standing quietly somewhere in the vast expanse. The middle-aged man was none other than the Eternal Sovereign. A woman wearing daoist robes and a hunchbacked old man were standing behind the Eternal Sovereign, while there were 12 mysterious cultivators in white standing behind them. 10 coffins were floating 300 meters ahead of them. Every single coffin was bound tightly by crimson chains. The Eternal Sovereign's hands were behind him as he stared at one of the coffins. Sovereign Zhang, have you thought it through? Are you sure you can do what you've promised me? Asked someone in the coffin. Of course, but I have to kill the plain-skirt lady first, said the Eternal Sovereign with a smile. Once she's dead, I can then keep my promise to you. All right, replied Sovereign Zhang. The Eternal Sovereign smiled. He had lost the majority of his people, but he had managed to recruit quite a few people. Most importantly, each of them was far stronger than his deceased men. An elder appeared next to the Eternal Sovereign. Ye Guan is headed to the Milky Way, said the elder. The Eternal Sovereign closed his eyes and remarked, it seems that he has decided to ask that woman for help. Does he really think that woman can protect him from me? What a joke. But this is great. I can kill many birds with one stone. It's about time we make a move. Let's conquer every star field in this vast expanse, starting from the Milky Way star field. 1. It was mentioned on CH 349 that she went to Milky Way on the day of Ye Guan's wedding. Ye Guan, Arya, and Little White flew next to each other across the vast expanse. It had been 3 days since they left the Guanxian universe, so Ye Guan couldn't help but ask, Arya, when will we reach the Milky Way? Arya's brows were slightly furrowed as she stared into the distance. Ye Guan's face darkened, and he asked, we're not lost, right? Arya blinked, but she didn't say anything in response. Ye Guan's expression stiffened. All of a sudden, Arya turned to look at Little White. Little White turned to the distance, and then she waved her tiny paw haphazardly. Ye Guan looked at Arya and asked, what did she say? Use GPS, Arya said calmly. GPS? What is that? Ye Guan asked with furrowed brows. Arya thought briefly and said, it points out the way, and we follow it. Ye Guan's expression brightened, and he asked, who are we following? The GPS. Arya exclaimed. Who is the GPS? Ye Guan asked. The GPS guides us in the way we should go, Arya replied. Is the GPS even a person? It doesn't sound like it, Ye Guan asked. I don't know, Arya replied after much thought. Ye Guan went numb. It seemed asking Arya would be a futile effort. Okay, then let's just go and use the GPS, Ye Guan said. Arya shook her head and said, we can't. Ye Guan was puzzled. Why can't we? Arya swept her gaze across the vast expanse and said, there's no signal here. Signal? Ye Guan frowned in confusion. But we can give it a try, Arya added just as Ye Guan was about to start asking questions. Arya took out a square object from her pocket. What is that? Ye Guan asked. You can call it a communication device. We got it from Milky Way, and you can use it for a lot of things, hehe, Arya explained with a grin. Arya's grin made it clear to Ye Guan that the square object was an extraordinary divine item. Arya fumbled with the communication device, and then she raised it up high. After a while, the square object suddenly emitted a bright light. Arya's eyes brightened as well as she exclaimed, we're connected to Big Dipper now. Big Dipper? Ye Guan frowned once more. Arya fumbled with the communication device once more before pointing to the right. It's there? We have to go there. Let's go, Arya exclaimed. Ye Guan nodded. With that, the three continued on their journey. 3 hours later, the three arrived at a particularly quiet expanse of space. Arya grinned and stared at the distance. We're about to reach the teleportation hub to the Milky Way. She then picked up pace, and the two followed closely behind her. They soon found themselves before a teleportation array. An old man suddenly appeared in front of the three. He bowed respectfully to Arya and said, "This one's name is Shizan. Greetings to Chief Arya." Arya nodded. "Rise." Shizan smiled wryly at Arya's haughty tone of voice. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. "Activate the teleportation array, we're going to the blue planet in the Milky Way star field." Blue planet. Shizan hesitated for a moment before saying, "Chief Arya, there's something fishy going on at the blue planet." Arya frowned slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" "There's definitely something wrong, but I'm not aware of the details," Shizan replied. "It's fine," Arya said calmly, "the three of us are here to deal with it." Shizan didn't dare to say anything in response. He was well aware of Arya and Little White's reputation on the Milky Way's blue planet. Whenever Arya said that she would deal with issues, she would end up creating more issues for others to handle. It had gotten so out of hand that both Arya and Little White had received the sobriquet Blue Planet Troublemakers. Under Shizan's command, the teleportation array was soon activated. As they approached the array, Ye Guan suddenly turned to Shizan and asked, "Do you not recognize me?" Shizan looked at Ye Guan and respectfully replied, "May I ask who you are, sir?" Ye Guan frowned. Arya said, "No one in the Milky Way knows who you are." Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. He followed Arya and Little White into the teleportation array. The teleportation array activated, whisking them away. Arya grinned inside the space-time tunnel and shouted, "I'm back." Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. He knew that Arya's tendency to cause trouble was the reason she got dragged to the Guanxian universe. Of course, the same went for Little White. She was a bit of a troublemaker as well. Arya stared at Ye Guan and boldly declared, "I'm going to take you with me on a journey to enjoy all sorts of delicacies. Of course, that includes a lot of spicy food. We're going to have a great time." "Sure," Ye Guan replied with a smile. Arya revealed an enigmatic smile and said, "I'll eventually take you with us to the Boundless Club, and the three of us can each choose a girl to play with." Little White hurriedly pointed at herself, expressing that she wanted to have fun as well. "You'll have as much fun as you want," Arya declared boldly. Little White grinned and hugged Arya before pelting her with kisses. "What is this Boundless Club?" asked Ye Guan. Arya explained, "It's a place for eating, drinking, and having fun. Moreover, it's owned by an old acquaintance of ours, the Boundless Master. He's like a brother to your dad. According to seniority, you should address him as Uncle." "Uncle Boundless?" Ye Guan was stunned. "He's great." Arya said, "I'll have you know, but every time we go to his place to play, he never asks us for money. He also gives us the best." Ye Guan was silent. He had this nagging feeling that the Boundless Club wasn't a decent place. Pro tip. Arya trailed off and continued in a low voice. "You have to give tips once you're there. No, it's not just in that place. Whenever you go to places like the Boundless Club, you have to be generous with the tips." "Tips?" Ye Guan asked, seemingly confused. "Tipping can give you access to other services such as hidden services." Arya's expression was serious as she stared intently at Ye Guan. "You must not tell Sister An or Brother Yang that we're bringing you there to have fun, do you understand?" Ye Guan nodded. "Yes. Great." Arya grinned. "That's my grandson." Ye Guan smiled wryly. Arya and Little White were thrilled. Arya seemed especially excited, and she even started humming a tune. The joyous mood seemed infectious as Ye Guan started smiling as well. He stared at the end of the space-time tunnel, and he looked like he couldn't wait to see the Milky Way with his own eyes. Arya suddenly said, "We're almost there." Ye Guan nodded. He had already seen the white light at the end of the tunnel. Soon, the three entered the white light, and their faces changed drastically. A mysterious force was suppressing their cultivation bases? What's going on? Ye Guan turned to Arya and found that she was confused as well. Boom! A feeling of weightlessness engulfed Ye Guan, and he found himself falling straight down. Ye Guan's expression turned ugly. He opened his palm, and a formidable sword intent burst out of him, but it was immediately suppressed by the same mysterious force. To make matters worse, the mysterious force had gotten stronger. It suppressed his cultivation to the Earth Immortal realm? Ye Guan was stupefied. He was about to resist with all his might, but the mysterious force seemed to have sensed his attempt. Boom! A rumbling noise echoed, and Ye Guan's attempt to resist ended up being futile. Of course, he didn't give up resisting, but it was no use. Soon, he landed on the ground, and Ye Guan felt as if someone had punched him right in the chin. His vision started to swim and darken. "I'm screwed." Ye Guan screamed inwardly before passing out. After a while, Ye Guan heard some noise. He frowned and opened his eyes, but he was forced to close his eyes once more at the sharp pain coming from his head. Moreover, his head felt heavy, as if it were filled with water. Just then, Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open, and he abruptly sat down. He looked down at himself and was horrified upon realizing that he couldn't sense his cultivation base at all. It was like Ye Guan had never embarked on the journey of cultivation in the first place, like he had been immortal all this while. Fortunately, he didn't seem to have sustained any injuries aside from a concussion. Ye Guan tried to detect his cultivation base multiple times to no avail. To make matters worse, his fleshly body had been suppressed as well. "What happened to my fleshly body?" Ye Guan was beyond horrified. He reckoned that he was under some kind of a seal and a restriction that forbade him from mustering the strength of his fleshly body. Who's the bastard who did this? Ye Guan cursed inwardly. Ye Guan was both shocked and horrified by the revelations, and it was all because his overall prowess was equivalent to a great destiny sovereign. Despite that, someone had somehow managed to suppress both his cultivation base and fleshly body. Ye Guan couldn't even imagine the true strength of such a supreme being. Ye Guan had many burning questions, but one thing was for sure: the Milky Star field had an extremely powerful supreme being. Alarm bells started ringing in Ye Guan's mind. He looked around and was stupefied once more. What are those? Where am I? Towering skyscrapers blotting out the distant horizon stood before him, and there were also strange vehicles speeding across the roads flanked by strange-looking lamps. Ye Guan was staring at the scenery of a strange, unknown world. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. The world before him was completely foreign to him. The people, the buildings, the culture, and even the air were completely different compared to the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan's eyes widened upon recalling something. He looked around, but Arya and Little White were nowhere to be found. Ye Guan's face darkened. Did something happen to them? Ye Guan thought about it, but it was unlikely, as Arya was an extremely powerful demonic beast, while Little White was a spirit progenitor. Ye Guan reckoned that they were still supreme elites even without their cultivation bases. Moreover, they were familiar with the Milky Way, so navigating couldn't be an issue for them. Ye Guan took a moment to compose himself. The top priority was to remove the seal on his cultivation. Ye Guan noticed that people were casting strange gazes at him. He soon understood that it was due to his unique attire. After a moment of silence, Ye Guan came up with a plan. He needed to go to the Boundless Club. The Boundless Club was the only place he knew in this strange world, so he reckoned that he would have to find the owner of the Boundless Club to recover his cultivation base. Ye Guan sat down and rested for a while. Eventually, he got up and approached a passing woman. "Miss, excuse me," he said. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw Ye Guan. Ye Guan was dressed in cosplay, but the point was that he was very handsome. His facial features were both sharp and refined, while his skin seemed silky smooth in addition to being as white as snow. The woman smiled sweetly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan asked, "Miss, can I ask where the Boundless Club is?" The Boundless Club? The woman froze, and all the good impression she had of Ye Guan evaporated into nothingness. She glared at Ye Guan and coldly spat, "You, hooligan." She then turned around and left without even looking back. In fact, she was even cursing Ye Guan as she walked away. Ye Guan was stupefied. "Hooligan? I was just asking for directions." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. He looked up at the night sky and frowned. Which bastard placed a restriction over this place? Ye Guan sighed and took a step forward when, boom, Ye Guan suddenly went flying as a wave of excruciating pain inundated his back. Who attacked me? Ye Guan thought before falling unconscious once more. He was jaywalking, someone shouted from inside the strange-looking vehicle. "Jjuer? I hit someone," a woman shouted in a panic. "Is he dead?" "I'm not sure. He's talking. What is he saying? How dare you?" An unknown amount of time passed before Ye Guan slowly opened his eyes. "You're finally awake." As soon as he woke up, a happy voice entered his ears. Ye Guan looked over and saw a young woman standing beside him. She was about 20 years old and was carrying a stack of books. Wearing tight jeans with a white fuzzy sweater, she was quite tall, about 175 centimeters in height. Her figure was stunning, and her attire accentuated her slender legs. The young woman was also pretty and had on some light makeup. Her big, clear eyes were staring at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was surprised, and he asked, "You are?" The young woman blinked and asked, "You don't remember?" Ye Guan nodded. He truly couldn't remember anything. All he knew was that someone had ambushed him. The young woman hesitated before saying apologetically, "Sorry, I hit you?" Ye Guan was confused. "You hit me." The young woman nodded. "You were crossing at a red light." Ye Guan frowned in confusion. "Red light? What is that?" The young woman looked at Ye Guan and blinked. Eventually, her eyes widened in horror, and she stammered, Why you?" She then turned and ran out. Ye Guan was utterly confused. He looked around and found himself sitting on a bed. There was another bed to his right, and there was an old man on the bed. "Where am I?" Ye Guan was confused. Meanwhile, a white-robed old man in another room fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, his head was injured, so there must be an issue with his head. The young woman was shocked. She instantly looked downcast and slightly regretful. "Will he recover?" she asked. "Yes, but..." The white-robed old man responded and said, "It will require time. If he's lucky, he'll recover quickly. Otherwise, we can only hope for the best." The young woman sighed and turned around to leave. When she returned to the room where Ye Guan was located, she saw Ye Guan staring out into space in a daze. She hesitated before walking up to Ye Guan. Do you still remember who you are?" she asked. Ye Guan looked at her and replied, "Of course." "What's your name?" asked the young woman. Ye Guan replied, "Ye Guan." The young woman asked, "Where do you live?" Ye Guan was silent. "Where do I live?" "The Guanxian universe, of course, but should I say that?" Seeing that Ye Guan hadn't replied immediately, the young woman couldn't help but ask, "Have you forgotten where you live?" Ye Guan sighed before saying, "I want to tell you the truth, but you might not believe me." "Try me," the young woman said. Ye Guan stared intently at the young woman before saying, "I'm from the Guanxian universe, and I am the king of that galaxy. However, the Milky Way is my home, and I'm here to inherit it." The young woman stared blankly at Ye Guan. Eventually, she sighed, feeling extremely rueful. She should have been more careful. If she had been more careful in her driving, the young man before her wouldn't have suffered such a severe injury. Meanwhile, the old man lying on the bed to Ye Guan's right cried out, "Send him to the mental hospital." Ye Guan turned to look at the old man. The old man stared at Ye Guan as if he found the latter pitiful. Ye Guan was speechless. The young woman decided to ask once more, do you remember where you live? If you can give me the contact details of any of your family members, I will contact them for you. Contact details? Ye Guan was silent. I don't even know what you're talking about, and I also don't know how to contact Arya or Little White. Ye Guan felt helpless. He could only shake his head and sigh. I don't know, he replied. The young woman fell silent. Clearly, Ye Guan had truly hit his head pretty hard. If not, then how could it be possible that he had forgotten even the contact details of any of his family members? What was she supposed to do now? The young woman felt distressed. Should I just leave? The young man entertained the idea briefly, but she quickly dismissed it. Her consciousness didn't allow her to do so because Ye Guan's injury was quite serious. If no one were to take care of him, he would surely have issues in the hospital. Ye Guan asked, Miss, can you lend me some money? The young woman looked at Ye Guan and asked, money? Ye Guan nodded. He felt that he needed some money, as he had become an ordinary person. He needed money for sustenance as well, as the strength of his fleshly body had been suppressed to the extent that he would go hungry like an ordinary person. This is absurd. Ye Guan lampooned inwardly. Which bastard had put a seal on an entire planet? The young woman briefly at Ye Guan's request before asking, how much? 1 billion, Ye Guan replied. The young woman's eyes widened in surprise. 1 billion. Yes. Ye Guan nodded and replied, I'll repay you 10 times that amount later. The young woman fell silent, and she stared at Ye Guan as if she was staring at a lunatic. Ye Guan stared intently at the young woman and said seriously, I mean it. I'm not like my dad. I don't lie. The young woman didn't say anything, leaving Ye Guan speechless. Eventually, the young woman said, you should focus on recovering. There's no rush. The doctor said that you'll eventually recover. I have lessons to attend, so I'll just come back and visit you tomorrow. With that, the young woman turned on her heel and walked away. However, Ye Guan grabbed her hand. The young woman froze and slowly turned around. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, I'm hungry. The young woman was startled, and she hurriedly said, give me a minute. Ye Guan let go of her, and the young woman went somewhere. Ye Guan sighed. He tried to sense his cultivation base, but he couldn't sense it. He even attempted to activate the Dao imprint, but nothing happened. It seemed like the Dao imprint had disappeared into nothingness. Ye Guan slowly closed his eyes as he assessed his options. Was this a restriction placed by the Great Daoist Brush Master? He suspected the Great Daoist Brush Master because the former had a penchant for sealing just about anything. But upon second thought, it didn't make sense. My Aunt Chinger is suppressing the Great Daoist Brush Master? Wait, Aunt Chinger? Ye Guan's eyes shot wide open. Was this seal made by Aunt Chinger? Why would Aunt Chinger put a seal on an entire planet? Ye Guan couldn't quite grasp it. Just then, the young woman finally returned with a lunchbox in hand. She placed the lunchbox in front of Ye Guan and apologized, sorry, I forgot that you haven't eaten yet. Thank you, Ye Guan said. He didn't stand on ceremony and immediately started eating. The young woman smiled and sat on the stool next to Ye Guan's bed, observing him with curiosity in her eyes. Right now, the man before her seemed like he had no mental issues. He was also quite handsome and polite. Soon, Ye Guan finished his meal. He wiped his mouth clean and turned to the young woman. Thank you, he said with sincerity. You're welcome, replied the young woman. She took the lunchbox away and said, I have to go now. I'll see you again tomorrow. Ye Guan nodded. Sure. The young woman smiled and turned around to leave. When she reached the doorway, she suddenly turned to Ye Guan and said, I forgot to tell you, but my name is Mu Wanyu. After saying that, the young woman turned around and left. Ye Guan sighed softly on his bed. He decided to close his eyes and think some more. Hey, shouted the old man next to Ye Guan. Ye Guan turned to look at the old man. The old man smiled and asked, you said you're the king of the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan closed his eyes and replied, you will not understand even if I told you. The old man chuckled and said, I understand, I understand. Are you perhaps a military king? Ye Guan frowned and asked back, military king? Yes. The old man exclaimed and hurriedly explained, military kings have achieved extraordinary feats on the borders but got tired of killing, so they return to the city to live a normal life. They show off, date young women, and act like they're cool. Ye Guan stared quietly at the old man. The old man furrowed his brows and asked, I'm wrong? Then, are you the Dragon King? Do you have 100,000 soldiers under your command, and do you have a daughter? Did your daughter do something embarrassing? With just one phone call, you can command 100,000 soldiers to rush back from the border. Ye Guan closed his eyes. He didn't feel like entertaining the old man's nonsense. I'm still wrong, the old man asked before continuing, are you perhaps a reincarnator? You're actually a top cultivator from another world, and you reincarnated here for some reason. However, you became a son-in-law being looked down on by people. Finally, you've decided to reveal your identity and show everyone your true powers, but you somehow got into an accident, which brings us to where you are right now. Did I get it right? Ye Guan decisively ignored the old man. The old man's frown deepened. Am I wrong? How come? Their plots are more or less the same. Old man, Ye Guan interrupted and said, let me ask you a question. The old man looked at Ye Guan and asked, what is it? Ye Guan asked, where is the Boundless Club? What? The old man shot up and glared at Ye Guan. I'm a righteous and upright individual, why would I go to a place like that? Ye Guan frowned slightly and asked, what's wrong with it? The old man looked at Ye Guan with a strange expression. You haven't been there. Ye Guan shook his head. Well, it is a very fun place, the old man snickered. I want to go there to find someone, Ye Guan replied. Hehe, the old man snickered once more and said, I know. Every single one of its patrons always goes there searching for someone. A man's loneliness. I've been there, and I've done that, so I understand. Ye Guan frowned slightly. What nonsensical place did the Boundless Master create? Regardless, Ye Guan decided not to dwell on it and started resting. Ye Guan recovered quite quickly. By the second day, he could already walk. However, he faced a dilemma because Mu Wanyu didn't come the next morning. How was he going to eat without her? Ye Guan sighed on the sickbed. He had truly never thought that he would go hungry one day. Still, Ye Guan knew that he couldn't stay hungry. Ye Guan turned to look at the old man beside him. The old man's meal was pretty good. The old man smiled at Ye Guan and asked, hungry? Ye Guan nodded. Senior, give me a moment, the old man exclaimed. He picked up something and fiddled with it. Ye Guan was puzzled, but soon, a man carrying a lunchbox walked in. He placed the lunchbox in his hand in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan made a sidelong glance at the old man and said sincerely, thank you? His appreciation for the old man instantly skyrocketed. The old man chuckled and replied, it's just a meal. While eating, Ye Guan asked, how should I address you, senior? The old man smiled. It's just a meal, so you don't have to stand on ceremony. Ye Guan nodded. He chatted for quite a while with the old man, and he eventually got a rough understanding of where he was at the moment. He was in Bayun city of Huaxia Qian province. Huaxia was a massive place with 12 provinces. Unfortunately, the old man had never heard of the so-called Milky Way sect, which left Ye Guan confused. The Milky Way sect was in the Milky Way, and the blue planet was in the Milky Way star field, so how come the old man had never heard of the Milky Way sect? While Ye Guan was stewing in his confusion, a young woman rushed in. She was none other than Mu Wanyu. She was holding a lunchbox, and she walked briskly to Ye Guan with an apologetic expression. Sorry, I'm late. I had some issues to handle. No problem, Ye Guan said. He then placed the empty lunchbox aside and said, Miss Mu, I want to leave. He found it too boring to just lie down here. Even if he wasn't injured, he felt like he would eventually become ill with how much time he was spending doing nothing but lying down. He wanted to leave early in the morning, but he was stopped because the bill hadn't been paid yet. In the end, he had no choice but to wait for Miss Mu. Mu Wanyu hesitated and muttered, your injuries. Ye Guan smiled and replied, I can walk properly now. Mu Wanyu hesitated for a moment and then said, why don't you stay a couple more days? I want to leave, Ye Guan said. Mu Wanyu couldn't do anything other than help him settle the hospital bill. Soon, Mu Wanyu and Ye Guan were finally out of the hospital. The two were standing in front of the hospital entrance. Mu Wanyu cast a worried gaze at Ye Guan and asked, do you remember where you live? Ye Guan seemed hesitant as he replied, Miss Mu, I want to ask you for directions to a particular place, but please don't think too much about it. Mu Wanyu's curiosity was piqued. What place? Ye Guan said seriously, the Boundless Club. Mu Wanyu frowned slightly. She had wanted to berate him, but she was neither his family nor friend, and she also didn't find it appropriate to judge others. In the end, she could only say hesitantly, why you shouldn't do any vigorous activities yet. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Mu Wanyu was somewhat speechless as well. It hasn't been that long since he recovered, but he already wants to go to the Boundless Club. What is he thinking? Ye Guan instantly deduced from Mu Wanyu's expression that she had misunderstood, so he hurriedly explained, Miss Mu, I'm going there to find someone, not to have fun. However, Ye Guan's remark seemed to have exacerbated Mu Wanyu's confusion. You're going there to find someone? Yes. Ye Guan nodded and said, to be honest, I lost a portion of my memories, but I still remember that place. Someone I know is over there, and his name is the Boundless Master. Have you heard of him? The Boundless Master? Mu Wanyu frowned and fell into deep contemplation before shaking her head. Ye Guan was silent. Is the Boundless Master a low-key individual? You won't be able to enter the Boundless Club, Mu Wanyu said. Ye Guan was confused. Why not? Mu Wanyu smiled and said, the Boundless Club is the most prestigious club in Huaxia, and only its members can enter it. Ye Guan frowned. Mu Wanyu looked at him. She hesitated for a little while before she took out 2 Huaxian dollars and extended them to him, saying, here, take these. These are yours. Ye Guan looked down in confusion at the paper bills. Mu Wanyu smiled and urged, take them? Can I use them to become a member of the Boundless Club? Asked Ye Guan. Pfft. Mu Wanyu burst out into laughter and asked, what are you talking about? $2 are only enough for a few meals. At the Boundless Club, even a mere fruit platter costs a few $1,000s. Ye Guan sighed. Mu Wanyu placed the money in his hands and said, take care. With that, she turned around to leave. Ye Guan sighed to himself once again. He had truly never even imagined that he would one day fall to such dire straits. To think that I'll one day run out of money, this is just too ridiculous. I don't know what to say. If I told any of the people back home about how I ran out of money, I'm pretty sure none of them would believe me. After all, he had over 1 billion spiritual cores in his storage ring. He had given Nailanjia a huge portion of his finances before he had embarked on his journey to the Milky Way, but she insisted on returning the money to him. Unfortunately, his storage ring had become a useless piece of metal, as spiritual energy was necessary for him to open it. Ye Guan examined his surroundings and found that the spiritual energy here was so thin that it was practically non-existent. What exactly was this place? He was completely unfamiliar with what was going on here as well. He reckoned that finding a place to eat would be a problem, not to mention finding his way to the Boundless Club. He sat on the floor silently, pondering his next move. He had to admit that he was having a hard time adjusting to his plight. Ye Guan suddenly looked up and saw a pretty face. Mu Wanyu had returned and asked, "Not sure where to go?" Ye Guan nodded. "Follow me, then," Mu Wanyu said. She had been watching him, and she felt bad about leaving him when she saw him staring blankly at the ground. She was still feeling rather guilty of hitting him. If she hadn't crashed into him, he wouldn't have sustained the injuries that led to his memory loss. Ye Guan quickly replied, "Okay." He knew that there was no point in putting up a front. "All right," Mu Wanyu said, "let's go, then." He got up and followed Mu Wanyu. Mu Wanyu explained quite a few things to Ye Guan after realizing that his memory loss was more severe than she initially thought. Ye Guan listened attentively. To adapt to this place, he had to be more familiar with it. Soon, they found themselves inside a residential complex known as the Purple County. She brought him into an elevator, and they went up to the 8th floor. They then entered an apartment that wasn't too big, but it had a living room with 2 bedrooms. The place was clean and homely as well. "There are 2 rooms. One of them is mine, and the other belongs to my housemate, so." Mu Wanyu pointed at the sofa and continued, "You'll have to sleep on the couch." Ye Guan nodded and said, "Okay." He was already satisfied with the fact that he now had a roof over his head as well as meals to chase his hunger away. Mu Wanyu put the book in her arms to the side. She then poured Ye Guan a glass of water. Ye Guan accepted the glass of water and expressed his gratitude. Mu Wanyu smiled and sat across from Ye Guan. "You said your name is Ye Guan?" she asked. Ye Guan nodded and replied, "Yes." Mu Wanyu smiled quietly at Ye Guan. There were 2 reasons behind her daring decision to bring a stranger home. First of all, she felt guilty, and the second reason was that she had been observing him closely and found that his gaze toward her had remained pure and without ill intent all throughout. He had never avoided meeting her gaze as well, which meant that he truly held no malice, making him markedly different from the other men she had encountered so far. Just then, Ye Guan said, "Miss Mu, how much money must I make to become a member of the Boundless Club?" "I don't know." Mu Wanyu shook her head and said, "I've never really been to a place like that, so I can't give you an estimate." Ye Guan nodded slightly and asked again, "How about the Milky Way clan? Do you know anything about it?" "The Milky Way clan?" Mu Wanyu was taken aback. "You know it?" Ye Guan was thrilled, and he parried, "You know it? Of course, but..." Mu Wanyu trailed off and said, "I'm more curious about how you know them." "Why's that?" "The Milky Way clan is located in outer space, so most people don't know about their existence." Ye Guan was shocked. "The Milky Way clan isn't in Huaxia?" "Yes." Mu Wanyu nodded and said, "They're located in a star field in outer space." "How can I get there?" Ye Guan asked. If he couldn't get to the Boundless Club, then he had to go to the Milky Way clan? Mu Wanyu sighed and said, "I think it'd be better if you went to the Boundless Club." Ye Guan was baffled. "Do you know how hard it is to get to the Milky Way clan?" Mu Wanyu asked. Ye Guan shook his head. "First of all, you have to become a student of the Milky Way Academy. Do you know how difficult that is? Let me give you an example. There are millions of students here in Bayun City, but every year, only 2 or 3 students are admitted into the Milky Way Academy. Once they're enrolled, only about 10 students in the cohort are allowed to go to the Milky Way clan. Actually, one must be really excellent to get admitted into the Milky Way Academy, as you can learn about ancient spells at the academy. To be honest, becoming a student of the Milky Way Academy is my goal at the moment. It seems that it's more difficult to enter the Milky Way Academy rather than the Boundless Club." Ye Guan was silent, and he sighed. "I guess I'll just earn enough money to enter the Boundless Club." He couldn't help but wonder about what happened to Arya and Little White. "They'll come and look for me, right? Right?" Mu Wanyu fetched a blanket for Ye Guan. "It's cold out here, so use this." Ye Guan respectfully replied, "Thank you, Miss Mu. You're welcome. It's partly my fault that you're like this. I'm glad that you're not blaming me for what had happened," Mu Wanyu said. "It had nothing to do with you, so it's okay," Ye Guan replied. "Rest well." Mu Wanyu grinned before turning around to leave. However, she seemed to have recalled something, prompting her to turn around and say, "My housemate has a bad temper. If you bump into her, just tell her that you're my friend." "All right," Ye Guan said with a nod. Mu Wanyu then walked into her own room and locked the door. She knew that she still had to be cautious. After all, Ye Guan was a stranger. In addition, it was always good to err on the side of caution. Mu Wanyu sprawled on her bed. She originally wanted to take a shower, but she decided not to do so, as there was a stranger outside. She took out her phone and called someone. "Jur, I brought a man home. Is he handsome?" "He's very handsome." "How handsome is he?" "He's the most handsome guy I've ever met." "Give me his number?" "But I think there's something wrong with his head. It must have been when I hit him." "There's something wrong with his head? What do you mean?" "He said he's the king of some universe." "Ah, fuck. What a shame." Ye Guan lay on the couch in the massive living room. He closed his eyes slowly and thought for a very long time before coming to the conclusion that he only had one choice: earn enough money to enter the Boundless Club. However, how was he going to earn money here? He stayed silent for a long time before he decided that he would rob someone. Since time immemorial, robberies had always been one of the fastest ways to earn money. The only issue was, who would he rob? He got up and walked up to the door to Mu Wanyu's bedroom. He knocked lightly, and the door swung open. Mu Wanyu was already dressed in her pajamas that covered every part of her body, making sure that there was nothing for anyone to see. Mu Wanyu stared at Ye Guan with a wooden hammer in her right hand, which she made sure to hide behind her. Ye Guan didn't seem like a bad person, but she still wanted to be cautious. What place has the most money here? Ye Guan asked. Mu Wanyu blinked in confusion before saying tentatively, the bank. Is it heavily guarded? What? What are you going to do? I'm just asking, don't worry. Don't do anything silly. One should live an upright life. If you need money, go and earn it. You shouldn't even think of doing bad things. Well, I've thought about doing some bad things before, but what you're thinking is illegal, do you understand? You're right, Miss Mu. Ye Guan sighed. Why don't you tell me how to earn money? Do you have any diplomas? Mu Wanyu asked. Ye Guan shook his head. Any skills? Ye Guan shook his head again. He had virtually no skills to speak of here. Mu Wanyu went silent at Ye Guan's reply. After a while, she asked, can you endure hardships? I'm really good at that. Ye Guan exclaimed. Then you can work on a construction site and do some bricklaying. Bricklaying. Yes, it's tough labor, and it's extremely exhausting as well, so. Mu Wanyu trailed off and stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was quiet, seemingly pondering over Mu Wanyu's words. Bricklaying? I guess I have to do it, then. I don't really have any choice. Ye Guan couldn't allow himself to become a freeloader. He decided not to think of himself as the king of the Guanxian universe. He knew that he had to face the cold and harsh reality before him, so he had to make sure to adapt to his circumstances. Ye Guan swept all of his worries aside and emptied his mind. He looked at Mu Wanyu with clear eyes and said, Miss Mu, I apologize for disturbing you. Thank you for your help, and I wish you a good night's sleep. With that, Ye Guan turned around to leave. Mu Wanyu watched as Ye Guan walked away. After a while, she turned around and sat down on her bed. She looked down at the wooden hammer in her right hand and shook her head with a smile before putting it aside. She then turned off the lights and went to sleep. Ye Guan slowly closed his eyes as well. Time to sleep? A white-robed man and a lady wearing a plain skirt were at a lakeside somewhere. He's here, said the plain skirt lady. I know, replied the white-robed man. He's having a hard time. Should we help him? The plain skirt lady asked. The white-robed man grinned and replied. Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly, and rays of sunlight landed gently on his face through the window. The rays of sunlight weren't glaring at all, and they brought a warmth that made Ye Guan feel comfortable. He smiled to himself. This was the first time he had slept for so long. His life in the Guanxian universe had been too fast-paced for him to rest properly. He would either be fighting someone or was on his way to fight someone. He had become immortal, but his heart had never been more at peace. It seemed pretty nice to live an ordinary life. He pushed away his blanket, got up, and stretched, feeling completely refreshed. He looked in the direction of Mu Wanyu's bedroom and walked over before knocking gently on her door. He didn't receive a reply. Did she go somewhere? Ye Guan looked around, and his gaze landed on the dining table. There was a bowl of noodles and a glass of milk on the table. There were $2 and a glass of milk on the same table. He sat down at the dining table and did not hold back as he wolfed down the bowl of noodles and drank the glass of milk in one big gulp. He put the key in his pocket, and after doing the dishes, he decided to leave the house. He froze upon opening the door. A young woman was standing in front of him, and she was an extremely beautiful young woman. Ye Guan couldn't think of any other words to describe her other than extremely beautiful. The beautiful young woman appeared to be about 20 years old. Her jet black hair cascaded smoothly down her shoulders, and she had an oval-shaped face. Her skin seemed as smooth as jade, and her profound eyes beneath her long eyelashes resembled the vast starry sky. Her gaze seemed capable of seeing through everything. Her long and tight-fitting black evening gown made her look sexy. Her shoulders and collarbones were exposed, her cleavage could be seen as well. In other words, she had the face of an angel but the body of a demon. If Mu Wanyu were to be described as gentle and elegant, then the young woman in front of Ye Guan could be described as sexy and fatal. The young woman frowned upon seeing Ye Guan. Who are you? She asked with her right hand balled into a fist. Ye Guan realized that the young woman had to be Mu Wanyu's housemate, so he hurriedly said, Miss, I'm Mu Wanyu's friend. Are you her boyfriend? She asked. Ye Guan nodded. You're her boyfriend, the young woman asked once more. Ye Guan frowned. Isn't that what I just said? The young woman frowned deeply, feeling extremely baffled and confused. When did Wanyu get a boyfriend? And they've already moved in together? I thought we agreed not to bring any boys home? The young woman seemed annoyed. Ye Guan noticed that and hurriedly said, Miss, I'm not going to stay here for a long time. The young woman noticed the blanket on the couch and said, You slept on the couch last night. Ye Guan nodded. Yes. The young woman frowned and asked, The two of you don't sleep together? Huh? Ye Guan stammered in confusion. Sleep together? The young woman was confused. She wanted to ask more questions, but her phone started ringing. She stepped to the side and headed to her own room. Ye Guan shook his head before walking out of the apartment. His #1 priority was to find a job. He didn't feel good about mooching off of someone else. Moreover, Mu Wanyu wasn't exactly right. Ye Guan left the building and started walking out of the residential complex. Ye Guan was full of confidence. He was the king of the Guanxian universe, after all, so he was confident that he could survive even without his cultivation base. Soon, it was evening, and Mu Wanyu sat across from her housemate. What? Mu Wanyu's eyes widened. Suzy, he said that he's my boyfriend. Suzy munched on some chips before saying, I asked him, and he said yes. Mu Wanyu fell silent. He's not. Suzy asked. Of course not. Mu Wanyu chuckled bitterly and recounted her meeting with Ye Guan. Suzy frowned and asked, there's something wrong with his head. Mu Wanyu nodded. Suzy remarked, it didn't seem like there was something wrong with him, though. I think so, too. Mu Wanyu nodded and said, but he is a bit weird sometimes. Suzy was about to say something, but the front door was pushed open. Ye Guan walked in, looking despondent. Suzy quietly pulled the blanket to cover her legs. She was wearing loose pajamas, which exposed her fair legs. Ye Guan walked up to the two women and grabbed the glass of water on the table. He drank it in one gulp. Suzy frowned. The glass of water was hers? Mu Wanyu smiled and asked, what's wrong? Ye Guan sighed and said, I went on a job hunt for an entire day, but no one wanted to hire me. They wanted an identification card, but I don't have one. Mu Wanyu laughed and said, you definitely need that. Why did you not tell me that you were going to go on a job hunt? I overslept. You were gone when I woke up, said Ye Guan with a sheepish smile before continuing. Miss Mu, the bowl of noodles you made for me was great? It was really delicious. Mu Wanyu blinked and asked, have you had dinner yet? Ye Guan's face reddened. Mu Wanyu had seen through his thoughts. Not yet. Mu Wanyu asked in bewilderment, didn't I give you some money? Ye Guan hesitated briefly before saying, I ate at a restaurant this afternoon, and I used it all up. Wow. Mu Wanyu's gaze shone in dissatisfaction as she snapped, you truly are a spendthrift, huh? Mu Wanyu was a bit mad. Her income was only about 1,000 Huaxian dollars, so she had been living a frugal life, but the little bastard before her had actually spent $2 on just one meal. Ye Guan felt slightly bad. He took off his storage ring and passed it to her. Miss Mu, this is the most precious item I have on me. Here, it's yours, he said. Mu Wanyu glanced at the ring before shaking her head and saying, forget it. I'm not blaming you, but please don't be so reckless with your spending in the future. Yes, yes, yes. Ye Guan hurriedly nodded and said, take this storage please take this ring. Mu Wanyu wanted to decline, but he shoved it in her hands. Mu Wanyu looked down at it with inquisitive eyes. It was a black ring made out of simple iron. It didn't look particularly expensive, so she chuckled and said, I'll keep it, then. Great. I'll make some noodles for you, said Mu Wanyu. I want some, too, with an egg. Suzy chimed in. Mu Wanyu smiled and said, okay. With that, she walked toward the kitchen. Suzy turned to Ye Guan and stared intently at him. Ye Guan smiled at her and asked, why are you looking at me? Suzy asked, Wanyu said that there's something wrong with your memories. Suzy wanted to ask if there was something wrong with his head, but it seemed disrespectful, so she changed her phrasing. Ye Guan nodded. Yeah. He didn't want to lie, but he knew that a white lie was necessary here. Yes, there's something wrong with my memories? Suzy went silent at Ye Guan's reply. Soon, Mu Wanyu returned with a bowl of noodles in both hands. She put them down in front of them and said, eat up. Ye Guan nodded and started eating with relish. Mu Wanyu smiled at how Ye Guan was enjoying the meal that she had made for him. She seemed to have recalled something as she turned to look at her housemate and said, Suzy, can you help him find a job? Suzy made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan before saying, it's tough to find a job for someone with no skills. Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Mu Wanyu sighed. Just then, Suzy realized that Ye Guan would stay here until he had gotten himself a job, and Suzy didn't want to live with a man under the same roof. Suzy asked, are you willing to take on any job? Yes, Ye Guan replied with a nod, I'm willing to do anything. Suzy said, I can let you work at the company where I am working, but you can only work as a security personnel. Do you know what a security personnel does? Ye Guan turned to look at Mu Wanyu with a questioning look. Mu Wanyu explained, she means a security guard. A security guard? Ye Guan was baffled as he asked, what does a security guard do? They protect people, replied Mu Wanyu. Okay, I can do that. Ye Guan exclaimed. He couldn't access his cultivation base and the power of his fleshly body, but his combat sense and techniques were still there. The blue planet was also teeming with mortals, and Ye Guan reckoned that they weren't his match. Suzy glanced at Ye Guan and said, first, you need to change your outfit. What should I wear? Ye Guan asked. Suzy merely stared at Ye Guan, but she was feeling slightly exasperated. Suzy, I have classes tomorrow, so I don't have time to take care of him. Can you take him away with you? Asked Mu Wanyu. Okay, Suzy replied after much hesitation. She was unwilling, but she decided to agree for the sake of getting rid of Ye Guan as soon as possible. Ye Guan smiled lightly at Suzy and said, thank you. Suzy merely nodded. Just then, Mu Wanyu tugged on Ye Guan's sleeve and asked, do you know what a boyfriend is? Suzy stared at Ye Guan as well. Ye Guan frowned and said, isn't that a boy who is a friend? Mu Wanyu fell silent. Ye Guan hesitated briefly before asking, does it have a different meaning? Mu Wanyu quickly shook her head and said, no, you got it correctly. Ye Guan nodded and continued slurping his noodles. This little bastard. Mu Wanyu lampooned and sighed. The meal was soon over, and the three retired for the night. Ye Guan was sprawled out on the couch and was staring at the chopsticks on the dining table. Soon, he closed his eyes and raised his right hand. He put his two fingers together and flicked them gently toward the chopsticks. The chopsticks trembled as they floated ever so slightly before falling back to the plate. Ye Guan smiled slightly. My sword Dao is still here. Was he no longer a swordsman without his cultivation? Of course not. His sword Dao seemed to have become even purer after he had lost everything. What would it take to be mortal and ephemeral? Was it being weak? No. Ye Guan finally understood what it meant to be mortal and ephemeral. The crux of both words was becoming an ordinary mortal with ephemeral lives. So what if he had lost his cultivation base? He could always start anew. He could rebuild his sword Dao. The vast expanse already had the four swords standing at the insurmountable peak. Why would he follow in their footsteps? Instead of trying to climb up the same peak as them, why couldn't he make his own peak? Rumble? Sword intent burst out of Ye Guan, and at the same time, 5 pairs of eyes in the blue planet turned toward the apartment where Ye Guan was staying. The term boyfriend doesn't exist in Guanshan universe, so Ye Guan thought it means a male friend, like boyfriend with the space. XD? Ye Guan's sword intent was instantly suppressed, astonishing him. His expression changed to that of fury as he exclaimed, how impudent? Do you not know who I am? Boom! A mysterious force struck him, causing him to see stars. Fuck. Ye Guan cursed and promptly lost consciousness. There was a man wearing a white shirt and a plain skirt lady enjoying a movie somewhere. The plain skirt lady suddenly said, to not be disheartened in the face of adversity and to have the courage to start anew. How surprising. So you think he's pretty great? Asked the man wearing a white shirt. Yup, replied the plain skirt lady. Well, he's my son, the white shirt man replied with a grin. The plain skirt lady grinned as well, and her smile looked so bright in the white shirt man's eyes that it made the latter's world go dim. A young woman was in the middle of setting up her stall on a pedestrian bridge. She suddenly looked up to stare somewhere. Sijhen, what are you looking at? Someone asked. Sijhen smiled and said, someone has created a rather interesting intent. What kind of intent? Sijhen merely smiled to herself and continued on setting up her stall. A man was standing at the entrance of a temple somewhere on Mount Fanjing. He looked up at the sky and muttered, it seems that I've underestimated you. Then, he looked in another direction and added, I don't mind that you're suppressing me, but can you at least give me something to eat? It had been months since he had eaten or had drunk anything. A voice abruptly echoed outside the temple. Fine, I'm not going to eat anything, then, the man exclaimed and ran away. Someone outside the blue planet suddenly looked down at the planet. Ye Guan woke up, looking a bit tired after getting hit by that mysterious force last night. Just then, Suzy walked out of her room. She was dressed a lot more conservatively than yesterday. She wore a white inner t-shirt and a knit cardigan over it. She paired it with light blue jeans, which showcased her excellent figure without showing any skin. She looked less sexy but more casual than yesterday. Let's go, she said to Ye Guan. All right. Ye Guan said with a nod and stood up. The two walked out of the apartment, and they attracted quite a few gazes. Ye Guan wore his long, black robe, but no one found it strange. Nowadays, many people had gotten into the hobby of cosplaying. In fact, one could even find a few women and men walking down the street in such clothing. However, the reason they attracted many gazes was their good looks. They seemed like a match made in heaven, but the two didn't say a word to each other as they walked down the streets. Soon, they arrived at a quite luxurious clothing store. A woman welcomed them with a smile and said, it's nice to see you, Sister So. Suzy nodded gently and said, pick out 3 sets of clothing for him. The woman looked at Ye Guan and was visibly shocked by his looks. She unconsciously blurted out, is he your boyfriend? Suzy frowned, looking deeply upset. What nonsense are you spouting, Xiaogu? The woman was stunned, and she stared at Ye Guan and Suzy with surprise. Ye Guan smiled sheepishly and said, Miss, you're mistaken. Miss Su and I aren't friends. I'm a friend of Suzy's friend. Suzy didn't say anything. Ah, I see, I understand. Xiaogu nodded. She then turned to look at Suzy and chuckled. I'm sorry for that, Sister So. Suzy nodded lightly and repeated, pick out 3 sets of clothing for him. Right away, Xiaogu replied. She looked at Ye Guan and said, this way, sir. Ye Guan nodded and followed closely behind her. This clothing store was huge, and it was divided into male and female sections. Xiaogu brought Ye Guan to the male section. She smiled while examining him from top to bottom. She asked him a few questions and found out what he liked to wear. Ye Guan fancied long robes. Long robes had gotten quite rare nowadays, but they were not that rare. A few eccentric professors still wore them to their classes. In the end, Xiaogu picked out 2 long robes and a set of casual wear. When Ye Guan tried on the casual outfit, Xiaogu's eyes immediately lit up. Ye Guan was wearing a plain short-sleeved shirt and a pair of simple, long black pants. He was also wearing a pair of black canvas shoes. Elegant? Xiaogu could only think of that word to describe Ye Guan. In addition to Ye Guan's looks, his posture was excellent as well, which gave people the impression that he was pretty strong and capable. He was also giving off an energetic and debonair air without looking either proud or arrogant. He actually looked gentle, modest, and cultured. Even Suzy was shocked to see Ye Guan. Objectively speaking, Ye Guan was extremely handsome. He would undoubtedly become extremely popular if he were somehow cast in a historical drama. Unfortunately, there was something wrong with his head. Suzy shook her head slightly. She truly found it a shame. Meanwhile, Xiaogu's gaze had never left Ye Guan. Suzy handed a card to Xiaogu. Xiaogu smiled before taking away the card to process the payment. After the bill was settled, Suzy left the clothing store together with Ye Guan. The two then walked over to the restaurant right next to the clothing store. They took a seat, and Suzy ordered a few dishes before she started fiddling with her phone. Miss So, Ye Guan suddenly said. Suzy looked at him. Ye Guan asked, how much money did you spend earlier? It's fine, it wasn't that much money, Suzy replied calmly. How long must I work for to repay you? Asked Ye Guan. Suzy merely stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan chuckled sheepishly. He wasn't stupid, so he could tell that the outfits they had bought were pretty expensive. Guan, you told me about what happened to you, but I don't feel like there's anything wrong with your head, Suzy said. Ye Guan was silent. Do you like Guan Yu? Suzy asked. She has many suitors in the Canaan Academy, are you one of them? Suzy was a powerful businesswoman, which gave her a certain domineering aura. Unfortunately, Ye Guan was a swordsman, and she could only hope to intimidate Ye Guan. Ye Guan revealed a light smile and said, Miss Su, I think you've misunderstood something here. Suzy's eyes narrowed. What did I misunderstand? So, you're not chasing after Guan Yu. So what if I'm chasing Guan Yu? Ye Guan asked back. Suzy froze. She didn't expect that Ye Guan would talk back to her. They both stared at each other without backing down. Ye Guan eventually smiled and asked, am I not allowed to chase after Miss Guan Yu? No, you are, Suzy replied. Ye Guan nodded slightly at that and said, Miss So, I can feel that you're wary of me, but it's completely. I am but a stranger to you, after all. It would have been stranger if you weren't wary of me. However, don't worry. I'll move out once I've found a job. Suzy was about to say something, but their dishes were finally served. Ye Guan asked, Miss So, shall we eat? Sure, Suzy replied. Ye Guan immediately started eating. His visit to the Milky Way had made him realize that he was quite fond of eating. Well, it wasn't a bad thing to feel hungry every now and then, it also made him feel more like a normal human being. Ye Guan even reckoned that perhaps gods sometimes wished they were mortals. Suzy was astonished as she watched Ye Guan eat his meal with relish. Men would often cower in front of her, they were always afraid to look her in the eyes, but Ye Guan was different. His gaze was always clean and pure, they carried not even a hint of ulterior motives. Suzy was starting to wonder if she had become unattractive. Suzy shook her head slightly. What am I thinking? The two finished their meal, and Suzy said, I'll bring you to my company. Suzy sat in the driver's seat of her car while Ye Guan sat next to her. Put on your seatbelt, she said. Seatbelt? Ye Guan was confused. Have you never sat in a car? She asked. After a few moments of hesitation, Ye Guan replied, I don't remember. Suzy pointed at her own seatbelt. Ye Guan fumbled, but he truly had no idea what to do. Ye Guan fumbled with his own seatbelt for quite a while until the cars behind them started honking. She unfastened her seatbelt and leaned over to help. The fragrant scent of her perfume wafted over to Ye Guan. He hurriedly leaned away to distance himself from her. Suzy glanced at Ye Guan without saying anything. She eventually fastened her own seatbelt, and the car started moving. Ye Guan looked out of the window and watched the changing scenery outside. A smile eventually hung on his lips. He was starting to like the Milky Way. The lives of the people here were ephemeral, but it was exactly because they had short lives that they lived far more meaningful and exciting lives than the average cultivator. A period of closed-door cultivation could easily last for hundreds of years. Cultivators lived much longer, but it came at the cost of missing out on the many joys of life. He started seeing why people like the Boundless Master had settled in the Milky Way. Suzy glanced at the grinning Ye Guan, and she couldn't help but feel a bit more curious about him. He seemed happy while staring at the mundane scenery outside, which was a bit strange. Ye Guan was an intriguing individual. Suzy shook her head and focused on her driving. Soon, they arrived at a huge skyscraper. Ye Guan looked up and saw two words emblazoned on the skyscraper, So Corporation. Follow me, said Suzy. Ye Guan nodded, and they both walked into the building. Many people would stop and nod at Suzy in greeting upon seeing her. They also addressed her as Chairman So. Many of them also stared at Ye Guan, slightly puzzled and curious about his identity. Suzy brought Ye Guan to the highest floor. A female secretary walked in, carrying a huge stack of documents into the office. She looked slightly baffled upon seeing Ye Guan, but she didn't say anything. Chairman Su, she greeted. Suzy then picked up her pen and started signing the documents one by one. Ye Guan didn't disturb her. He sat on the side and looked around with curiosity in his eyes. The office was huge, but it felt warm and cozy. There was also a unique aroma in the air. Eventually, Suzy put down the pen and said, Leave us alone. The secretary nodded and left the office with the remaining documents. Suzy asked Ye Guan, Do you still remember where you live? Yes, I do, Ye Guan replied. Suzy frowned and asked, You don't have enough money to get back home. Ye Guan pondered briefly before nodding. Yes, you can say that. Suzy fell into deep contemplation before saying, "You don't seem like a bad person, Mr. Ye. I think you're just in a difficult financial situation. I can lend you some money that you can use to go home. You can just return the money to me later." It hadn't been that long since they met each other, and Suzy had judged Ye Guan as a pretty good individual. In a nutshell, she was convinced that Ye Guan wasn't a bad person, so she decided to help him. Ye Guan was delighted, and he immediately said, "That would be great, but I don't want to go home. I want to go somewhere." "Where?" Suzy asked, feeling a bit curious. "The Boundless Club," Ye Guan answered. "Miss Su, you seem extremely knowledgeable. Do you know how much money I need to become a member of the Boundless Club? I want to." "Shut up." Suzy suddenly roared. She glared at him with eyes full of anger and shouted, "Get lost." Ye Guan was at a complete loss for words. Ye Guan froze in confusion. Suzy pressed a button, and the same female secretary from earlier rushed into the office. Suzy's face was frosty as she ordered, "Escort him out." The secretary was astonished by the order. Ye Guan wanted to explain himself, but Suzy roared, "Xiao Shui, what are you standing there for? Escort him out." Xiao Shui's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly walked up to Ye Guan and said, "Mr. Ye, please follow me." Ye Guan took one last glance at Suzy before leaving the office. Suzy seethed while gnashing her teeth. She grabbed one of the folders on her desk and hurled them to the ground. Ye Guan sighed while standing in front of the Su Corporation's building. "What kind of place did you build, Boundless Master? Why do women always get angry at the mere mention of the Boundless Club?" Ye Guan was starting to feel frustrated. Was this Boundless Club a brothel or something? Ye Guan was starting to believe that it was the case, but Boundless Master was apparently a peerless, invincible figure. Ye Guan couldn't imagine the Boundless Master establishing a brothel. He sighed once again and looked up. "Area, Little White," he muttered. He did want to start relying on himself, but the reality was cold and harsh to him. At this rate, he would starve to death. Making a living in this world was just that difficult. After a few moments, he shook his head slightly and walked into the distance. He could still remember the way home, but now, he had to walk all the way back, as he didn't have even a penny on him. Fortunately, his eidetic memory was still intact. Otherwise, he would probably have to resort to begging on the roadside. Soon, it was evening, and Ye Guan walked slowly down the street while waving a wooden stick in his hand. He waved it around with neither sword energy nor sword intent, but he thought of it as a sword. Ye Guan pondered over the sword as he walked down the street. Now that he no longer had his cultivation or his abilities, he was able to examine and ponder deeply over his swordsmanship. Could he still be a swordsman without a cultivation base or a powerful fleshly body? Of course. What were the innate qualities of a sword? Ye Guan recalled his plain-skirt aunt. His plain-skirt aunt had never cultivated her physique, but she could unleash sword moves strong enough to obliterate a great destiny sovereign. What's a sword? Does it really have to rely on sword intent, one's fleshly body, and cultivation base? Can there be a pure, unadulterated sword? Ye Guan looked at the wooden stick in his hands and hurled it away. Royal sword art? He imagined infusing the royal sword art into the wooden stick. A pure, unadulterated sword intent materialized, but it was instantly suppressed. It wasn't strange, as a sword intent born from nothing but a swordsman's thought was extremely weak. Ye Guan gestured with his hand, and the wooden stick came flying back to him. He looked down at it for quite a while before muttering, "It looks like I'll have to do this slowly." Without the power of his fleshly body and his cultivation base, he had no choice but to take his sword cultivation slowly. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. He smiled and emptied his mind. It was already night when he finally made it back to the Purple County residential building. A car suddenly stopped on the road next to Ye Guan. He froze in astonishment upon seeing the car. The car belonged to none other than Suzy. Suzy was stunned upon seeing Ye Guan. However, her gaze immediately turned cold, and she turned to look at her secretary, Xiao Shui. She handed the keys to her and said, "Help me carry my items." Suzy didn't want to live together with a man like Ye Guan. She was here to move out of the apartment. Xiao Shui made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan before taking the keys and walking into the building. Just then, a van rushed towards Suzy's car. Two masked men exited the vehicle and headed straight for Suzy. Suzy's expression changed drastically, and she quickly took a few steps backward. Before the two masked men could approach Suzy, Ye Guan suddenly stood in front of her. One of the masked men screamed and keeled over at the sharp pain in his groin. He collapsed to the ground and let out a miserable wail. "Kill her," someone shouted coldly from inside the van. The remaining masked man took out a gun and pointed it at Suzy. Suzy's expression fell, but before she could do anything, the masked man pulled the trigger. Ye Guan pulled Suzy behind him and hurled the wooden stick in his hand toward the masked man just as the latter pulled the trigger on his gun. Bang! Ye Guan hurriedly retreated with Suzy. Meanwhile, the wooden stick had lodged itself in the masked man's throat. The masked man's face was filled with disbelief as he coughed up blood. The masked man retreated, and the van sped away. Ye Guan slowly looked down at the burning pain in his chest and saw that blood had pooled beneath his feet. He collapsed to the ground, and Suzy held him in her arms. Her mind went completely blank upon seeing the blood flowing out of the wound in his chest. Her voice trembled as she stammered, "Are you okay?" Ye Guan took a deep breath. He wanted to say that he was fine, but he was struck by a wave of vertigo, prompting him to stammer, and save." He went limp and lost consciousness before he could complete his sentence. Just then, a group of people wearing suits rushed over to the two. Save him, quick! Suzy shouted at them. Mu Wanyu entered a luxurious mansion and saw Suzy. She rushed over to the ladder and hurriedly asked, is he okay? Suzy shook her head and replied, they're still trying to save him. Mu Wanyu became anxious at Suzy's reply, but she seemed to have recalled something and asked, didn't he go to your company? How did this happen? Suzy sighed and recounted everything to Mu Wanyu. You misunderstood him, Mu Wanyu said. He's not going there to have fun. He's looking for someone, which is why he wants to go there. Suzy was taken aback. He's looking for someone. Mu Wanyu nodded and smiled bitterly. He told me that he knows someone from the Boundless Club, but I told him that he had to be a member to enter that place, which is why he's trying to earn some money to go there. Suzy froze and went silent. You kicked him out, so. Mu Wanyu trailed off. He must have walked all the way back home by himself. Suzy clenched her fists and lowered her head. Ye Guan eventually opened his eyes. He instantly noticed the luxurious ceiling and the faint but distinct fragrance in the air. Ye Guan turned and saw a young woman resting her head on the bed. The young woman was none other than Suzy. Ye Guan looked down and saw that his wound had been patched up properly. He shook his head slightly and inwardly lampooned. Good thing he didn't aim for my head. He would have become a laughingstock if he had died here. Was that the great Daoist brush master's scheme against me? Ye Guan frowned at the thought. A man somewhere on Mount Fanjing suddenly exclaimed, scheme, my ass? I can't even guarantee my own safety since my cultivation is sealed. How can I even scheme against you? Fuck. Damn it. Why are you yelling? Someone roared, hurry up and mop the floor in the east wing. Or do you not want your dinner? You don't do anything other than laze around every day. The great Daoist brush master had no idea what to say. Ye Guan tried to sit up. Suzy was awakened by the movement, and she looked up to find Ye Guan staring at her. Are you okay? She asked. Yes. Ye Guan nodded lightly and asked, where are we, Miss Su? We're in my house, she replied. Ye Guan was surprised. Your house? Suzy nodded and stared intently at Ye Guan. Why did you save me? Ye Guan smiled and explained, we're not friends, but you helped me a lot, so I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. That doesn't make sense. Suzy asked, why did you risk your life to save me? Ye Guan belatedly replied, I didn't have time to think about it. Suzy lowered her head and apologized, I'm sorry. I had no idea that you wanted to go to the Boundless Club to look for someone. I thought you were going there to have. Ye Guan smiled and asked with curiosity, Miss Su, what exactly is the Boundless Club? You don't know? Suzy asked. Ye Guan shook his head. It is a place that men love to visit. There are many beautiful ladies there, and as long as you have money. Suzy trailed off. Ye Guan immediately understood. He sighed and inwardly lampooned. Is the Boundless Master crazy? Why did he make something like that? No wonder every woman he had met so far had gotten furious the moment he mentioned his desire to go to the Boundless Club. He laughed bitterly. The Boundless Master had truly made a fool for him this time. Ye Guan vowed to ask his plain-skirt aunt to give the Boundless Master a good beating sometime in the future. Suzy's expression was complicated as she stared at Ye Guan. Ye Guan seemed to have recalled something, and he asked, do you have any idea about the identity of the people who wanted to kill you? Suzy's face immediately turned cold as she explained, the culprit must be among my business competitors. The Su Corporation is bidding for a huge commercial property in Yanjing. Many people are coveting that piece of land, but they can't beat us, so one of them must have resorted to such underhanded tactics. I see, Ye Guan nodded. You better be more careful when you go out next time. Suzy nodded slightly. She was about to say something when Ye Guan's stomach let loose a rumble. Suzy froze, and Ye Guan smiled sheepishly. Give me a moment, Suzy said. She then stood up and left the room. On the bed, Ye Guan took a deep breath. The incident had given him an important and stark reminder that the blue planet wasn't completely safe. He had to focus on recovering his strength. If he couldn't do that, then he had to rebuild his strength. He couldn't possibly ask for his plain-skirt aunt to come and rescue him again the next time he found himself in danger. Just then, Suzy walked into the room carrying a bowl of noodles. She put it in front of Ye Guan. Ye Guan tried to sit up, but a jolt of pain struck his chest, immobilizing him. Suzy hesitated for a few moments before saying, I'll feed you. Ye Guan was a little reluctant. No, I don't think. Can you do it yourself? No. Suzy started feeding Ye Guan. Her hands were trembling ever so slightly, and anyone could tell that she was a bit nervous about all this. Regardless, she continued to feed him without saying anything. Beaded cold sweat had formed on her forehead by the time she was done feeding him. Ye Guan smiled and said, Thank you. Rest well, Suzy said with a nod. She then stood up and left the room to make a beeline for another room. An old man dressed in ancient-style clothes was inside the room. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, but his gaze was sharp. He sat quietly in the room while giving off a strict and dignified air. Grandpa, Suzy greeted. The old man was the actual chairman of the Su Corporation. Sumu. Was he your savior? Sumu asked. Suzy nodded. We have to thank him properly, then, Sumu said. We ought to do so, Grandpa, Suzy said. Is he your friend? Sumu asked. Yes, he's my friend, Suzy replied. What kind of friend? Sumu asked. Suzy was shocked. It seemed that her grandfather had misunderstood their relationship. She was about to explain when Sumyu added, I want to meet him. Suzy immediately felt uneasy. Sumyu saw Suzy's unease and sighed. Silly lass, have you been watching too many television dramas? Do you really think that I'll repay his kindness with enmity? He had risked his life to save you, so he's not just your benefactor, he's the Su family's benefactor as well. Rest assured, I will support your relationship with all my might, even if he's just an ordinary person. I'll keep on supporting you too so long as your feelings remain mutual. Even if his status is low and he has neither money nor power, the Su family can easily give him a career, so the details don't matter as long as you truly love him. Of course, even if I've misunderstood, we still have to thank him properly. Upon hearing Sumyu's words, Suzy felt a wave of emotions. She knew that arranged marriages between rich and noble families were a common occurrence. Suzy explained, Grandpa, we're just friends. Sumyu furrowed his brows. Just friends. Suzy nodded. Yes. How naive. Sumyu sounded frustrated as he said, just friends, and he risked his life to save you. Suzy was at a loss for words. She had no idea how to explain it. She truly didn't expect that Ye Guan would put himself in danger just to save her. Could it be that he had feelings for her instead of Mu Wanyu? It didn't make sense, as it hadn't been that long since they knew each other. How about love at first sight? It seemed too idealistic. Suzy sighed, feeling utterly confused. Sumyu sighed softly and said, Lass, you should be more sensible. You haven't been pursuing romantic relationships, and I have never pressured you throughout these years. As your grandfather, let me offer you some advice. If you find someone you like, you should seize the opportunity. I don't want you to end up regretting it later. Suzy shook her head and said, Grandpa, let's focus on what matters for now. Have you discovered the culprit's identity? Sumyu's eyes flashed coldly. Besides the Li family, who else can it be? The Li family? Suzy's expression also turned somber. In Bayun City, the Li family and the Su family had always been at odds with each other. Still, she didn't expect that the Li family would resort to such underhanded tactics. It was a blatant disregard for the rules. Sumyu said in a deep voice, you should come back here and stay for the meantime. Suzy hesitated for a moment before saying, no. Sumyu revealed a look of displeasure. Suzy hastily explained, he's protecting me. Sumyu frowned deeply. Grandpa, I really don't want to stay here. Suzy's expression turned cold as she continued. This place is like a cage, and I have issues with that woman. Sumyu sighed and finally relented. Do as you wish. Suzy grinned and exclaimed, thank you, Grandpa. I want you to bring him to me once he recovers, Sumyu said. Suzy hesitated, wanting to explain something. I want to thank him personally, Sumyu added. Suzy reluctantly agreed. All right. Suzy eventually left the room. A black-robed old man emerged from a dark corner of the room. He glanced at the door and asked, Old master, are you really supporting the young miss? Sumyu remained expressionless as he said, if that young man is really just an ordinary person, I will not support their relationship. The union between a poor man and a rich lady has always ended badly since time immemorial. She won't understand it, so we must step in. Regardless, we will reward him. He had risked his life to save her, after all, so our family is indebted to him. Sumyu closed his eyes and muttered, let us wait and see first. Ye Guan's eyes were closed in the dim room. The waves of sharp pain radiating from his wound made him vow to focus on strengthening his fleshly body as well, in addition to focusing on his swordsmanship. He had gotten strong enough to manipulate the sword with his mind, but the seal was still there. His real enemy was the one who had sealed him. Suddenly, Suzy entered the room. Ye Guan opened his eyes and found Suzy wearing a loose white woolen sweater and a black skirt. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she stared at Ye Guan with a touch of gentleness in her gaze. Suzy sat Ye Guan and offered him a neatly peeled apple. Feeling any better? She asked. Ye Guan accepted the apple, but his wound made him grimace. Suzy quickly said, let me help you. Suzy brought the apple to Ye Guan's lips, allowing him to take a bite. Miss Su, have you found the culprit? Asked Ye Guan. My grandpa is investigating the matter, Suzy replied, he'll take care of it. Ye Guan nodded and went silent. Wan, you told me that you're looking for someone at the Boundless Club. What is their name? Perhaps I can help you, Suzy asked. Ye Guan hastily responded, I'm looking for the Boundless Master. Suzy nodded thoughtfully and said, all right, I'll remember that. I'll have someone ask around if there's a Boundless Master in the Boundless Club. Thank you, Ye Guan replied with a smile. Suzy cast a glance at Ye Guan and then asked, are you angry at me? Ye Guan was a bit puzzled. Why would I be angry? Suzy lowered her head slightly. You wanted to go to the Boundless Club to find someone, and I misunderstood you. I even kicked you out. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. It's not your fault. It was my fault for not explaining it to you. Are you really not angry at me? Asked Suzy. No, not at all, Ye Guan replied. I'm actually grateful for you. You fed me and even gave me clothes to wear. It's fine as long as you're not angry at me. Suzy smiled and said, I'll go ask around about the Boundless Master. With that, she got up and left the room. Ye Guan slowly closed his eyes, wondering how his father and his plain-skirt aunt were doing. He was curious about how Little White and Arya were doing as well. If they were safe, were they looking for him? Arya was sitting in a private room with Little White in her arms. A dozen women were standing in front of them, each and every woman was tall, sexy, and exceptionally beautiful. Arya swept her gaze across the women and started pointing. You, and you. 3 women were selected. The remaining women were disappointed. After all, Arya was quite generous, and she had never taken advantage of them. Still, they decided to respect Arya's wishes and left the private room. Arya invited the chosen ones to sit down with her. She grinned mischievously, and then she took out her phone. Let's play games. The 3 women were at a loss for words. Little White suddenly pushed Arya away and waved her tiny claw. Arya said, "Don't worry, our grandson will be fine." Little White still seemed a bit worried. Arya noticed that, so she took out a candied hawthorn and handed it to her. Little White's eyes lit up, and she instantly forgot the fact that Ye Guan was still missing. 3 days later, Ye Guan's condition had improved significantly. Now, he could get out of bed and walk around slowly. He walked up and peered through the window next to his bed. There was a garden downstairs with people busily working away. Taking a deep breath, Ye Guan inhaled the fresh air. Just then, Suziai walked into the room. She walked up to Ye Guan and said, "We investigated the Boundless Club. There are a total of 10 Boundless Clubs here in Bayun City, and their managers have never heard of the Boundless Master." Ye Guan frowned. It was unlikely that Arya had lied to him, so he asked, "Where is the headquarters of the Boundless Club?" "It's in Yanjing," Suziai replied. "Yanjing?" Ye Guan's frown deepened. "Is it far?" Suziai nodded. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "The Boundless Club is an extraordinary organization. We have some business dealings with them here, so we can ask questions, but our connections do not go as far as Yanjing." "It's fine." Ye Guan said. "Thank you, Miss Su." "No, you don't have to thank me." Suziai shook her head and said, "Sorry I couldn't be of much help." Ye Guan fell into silence. What if the Boundless Master had decided to use an alias after coming to the Milky Way? If that was the case, Ye Guan sighed. For now, he could only take it step by step. "My grandpa," Suziai suddenly said, "he wants to meet you." Ye Guan cast a surprised gaze at Suziai. "Your grandpa?" "Yes." Suziai nodded and said, "Do you want to meet him?" Ye Guan was curious. "Why does he want to meet me?" Suziai hesitated for a moment before asking, "He wants to thank you personally." Ye Guan thought for a moment before saying, "Bring him here, then." Suziai was stunned. Ye Guan instantly realized his mistake and chuckled. "Bring me to him." Suziai glanced at Ye Guan and nodded. "Okay." Suziai led Ye Guan to a hall where Sumyu had been waiting. Sumyu stared quietly at Ye Guan while emitting an imposing aura. Suziai felt a bit worried while Ye Guan was silent. The old man appeared dignified, but he was nothing in front of Ye Guan. Sumyu was surprised to see Ye Guan staring into his eyes. He glanced at Suziai and said, "You can leave." Suziai immediately shook her head. Sumyu sighed and said, "I can't hurt him, you know." Suziai calmly said, "Grandpa, just say what you have to say." Sumyu shook his head and sighed helplessly. Women really are tied to their men. Suziai blushed slightly and glanced at Ye Guan without saying anything. Sumyu finally turned to Ye Guan and said, "Young man, thank you for saving my granddaughter's life." Sumyu glanced somewhere. A black-robed old man emerged from a dark corner and walked up to Ye Guan with a card in hand. Sumyu said, "That is just a small token of my appreciation, accept it, please." Ye Guan looked down at the card in front of him and asked, "What is that?" "It's an ATM card with 5 million Huaxian dollars. 5 million? Ye Guan was shocked. He had been here for some time, and he already had a rough idea of the living expenses here. 5 million was a substantial amount. However, Ye Guan didn't accept the card. He looked at Sumyu and said, "Old master, I saved Miss Su because I consider her a friend. Miss Su does not see me as a friend, but I still treat her as one. Therefore, you don't need to thank me with money." Suziai immediately rolled her eyes at Ye Guan and whispered, "What do you mean by not seeing you as a friend? You can't even distinguish between a boyfriend and a friend." Sumyu glanced at Suziai, and then his gaze landed on Ye Guan. "Friend?" Ye Guan nodded. Sumyu inquired further, "You two are just friends?" Ye Guan was stunned, and then he replied, "Old master, is there going to be an issue if I consider her as my girlfriend?" Suziai stared blankly at Ye Guan as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning, while Sumyu stared intently at Ye Guan without saying anything. Seeing Suziai and Sumyu's expressions, Ye Guan furrowed his brows. Did the term girlfriend have another meaning? Mu Wanyu had told him that it didn't have any other meaning like the word boyfriend. Forget it. Sumyu shook his head and said, "Your affairs are your own to handle." He waved his hand, and the black-robed old man in front of Ye Guan stepped back. Sumyu smiled at Ye Guan and said, "Regardless, thanks for saving Suziai." "It was nothing, old master," Ye Guan said with a nod. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Sumyu smiled. "Sure." Ye Guan nodded once more before turning around to leave. Suziai followed after him. Sumyu watched as Ye Guan left and asked, "What do you think?" The black-robed old man stared deeply at Ye Guan and remarked, "He is neither too humble nor too assertive. His demeanor is extraordinary, and he is certainly not an ordinary person. Someone capable of using a twig to pierce someone else's throat cannot possibly be an ordinary person," Sumyu said. The black-robed old man fell silent with a solemn expression. Sumyu was right. Ye Guan had done something that an ordinary person couldn't have possibly done. In other words, there was a high chance that he might be a martial artist. Sumyu shook his head with a smile. Let them be. The black-robed old man hesitated for a moment before asking, should I investigate his background? Sumyu thought for a moment before shaking his head. No need. The black-robed old man stared at Sumyu. Sumyu added, there's no need so long as he remains without ill intent towards Suziai. The black-robed old man nodded slightly and went silent. Suziai observed Ye Guan with a curious expression. Each and every person who had met her grandfather had been greatly nervous just standing in front of her grandfather, but Ye Guan showed no signs of nervousness. On the contrary, he exuded composure and an air that seemed to match Sumyu. Just what kind of person are you? Suziai couldn't help but feel intrigued. Suziai suddenly recalled something and asked, why did you refuse my grandfather's money? Ye Guan smiled and answered, I did not save you for a reward. Suziai asked, then why? Ye Guan replied, because I consider you a friend. Suziai looked at Ye Guan and asked, a friend? Ye Guan nodded and explained, I think you and Miss Wanyu are kind people. Suziai fell silent. Ye Guan felt Suziai's gaze on him and scratched his cheek. Is there something dirty on my face? He asked. Suziai shook her head. Ye Guan chuckled and was about to say something when a middle-aged woman walked up to them. The middle-aged woman was wearing a fiery red dress, and her complexion was perfect despite her age. She appeared extremely prim and proper, but Suziai frowned upon seeing her. The middle-aged woman stared alternatingly between Ye Guan and Suziai before her gaze settled on Ye Guan. You're Suziai's boyfriend, she asked. Ye Guan nodded lightly and asked, and you are? Suziai glanced at Ye Guan but remained silent. The middle-aged woman frowned and asked, where do you work? Ye Guan's brows knitted at the question. Suziai sounded cold as she chimed in, Li Mu, his work is none of your business. However, Li Mu ignored Suziai and smiled slyly at Ye Guan. Chasing after someone out of your league may cost you your life, she said. Ye Guan stared quietly at Li Mu. Li Mu then turned to Suziai and said, Suziai, it seems that I have to remind you that Wang Yu won't be too happy to see you around other men. Suziai's face instantly turned cold. That is none of his business. Li Mu chuckled and then looked at Ye Guan. Suziai, good looks aren't enough. A man needs strength and background as well. One should only chase after those on the same level as them, otherwise, one will meet a horrible fate, just like your mother. Li Mu. Suziai roared. She glared fiercely at Li Mu with eyes spewing fire. Speak of my mother again, and I will. What? Li Mu sneered and asked, are you going to hit me? I'm still your stepmother. Hit me, and you'll be in the national news tomorrow, Suziai. What? You think I can't do something like that? Try me. Ye Guan grabbed Li Mu by the throat. Suziai stared at Ye Guan with stupefaction. Li Mu was as shocked as Suziai. She truly didn't expect that Ye Guan would grab her by the throat from out of the blue. Her pupils constricted in horror as Ye Guan tightened his grip on her throat. Ye Guan stared at Li Mu and said, apologize and I'll let you go. How about that? Li Mu was instantly furious, but Ye Guan tightened his grip on Li Mu's throat. Crack! Li Mu's neck started creaking beneath Ye Guan's grip. Li Mu's pupils constricted, and the sense of impending doom made her nod furiously. Ye Guan released her, and the exhausted Li Mu almost collapsed to the ground. Ye Guan looked down at Li Mu and said, now apologize. Help! Li Mu suddenly screamed, help! Ye Guan decisively grabbed Li Mu's hair and slammed her head to the floor. A resounding crack echoed, and the floor shattered beneath Li Mu's face. Blood instantly drenched Li Mu's face, shocking the crowd that had gathered in the blink of an eye. Sumyu had just arrived along with the crowd, and he was in complete shock at the scene that had unfolded before him. Ye Guan remained unfazed by the chaos he had caused and turned to Li Mu. With an eerie calmness, he said, apologize. I'm not demanding your life, I just want you to apologize. Is that too much to ask? Li Mu's face was distorted in both pain and fury. She glared hatefully at Ye Guan and screamed, someone get him. Don't move. Suziai yelled, and the Su family guards came to a halt. Caught between the two commands, they hesitated until finally rushing towards Sumyu. Sumyu stared quietly at Ye Guan. Ye Guan raised his hand to strike Li Mu, but Suziai grabbed his hand and glanced at him, signaling him to stop. Li Mu was a member of the influential Wang clan, and the consequences of provoking them were dire. Ye Guan turned towards Sumyu and said, Old Master Sumyu, you're wise, so why are you keeping a fool like her in the Su residence? A foolish wife can bring calamity to an entire family. In my hometown, people like her are often scorned, so why is she here? I'll spare her life for Miss Su's sake, but she'll have to bear the consequences if she dares to avenge herself. With that, Ye Guan turned around and left. Suziai followed closely behind him. The black-robed old man next to Sumyu said, Old Master, I could feel it. That young man was about to kill her just now. Sumyu emerged from his contemplation and said, investigate his background. The black-robed old man nodded and left. Sumyu cast a disgusted gaze on Li Mu groaning on the ground in pain. If it hadn't been for her connection to the Wang clan, he would have abandoned her long ago. What an idiot! Ye Guan closed his eyes while walking down the street outside the Su residence. He tried to circulate the universe beholdment skill, but the spiritual energy of this planet was so scarce that Ye Guan could barely squeeze a few particles of spiritual energy from the air. Regardless, Ye Guan appreciated it. Suziai walked up to Ye Guan. Ye Guan opened his eyes and stared at Suziai. Suziai asked, are you angry? That woman was your stepmother. Ye Guan asked back. Suziai nodded with a gloomy expression. My father met her at the Boundless Club. Ye Guan's expression went stiff. He finally understood why she got so angry when he mentioned his desire to go to the Boundless Club. Ye Guan pondered briefly before asking, was she the reason you decided to share an apartment with Miss Mew? Suzy nodded and replied, I don't like to stay there. Can you bring me back to the apartment? Asked Ye Guan. Yes, Suzy said and stared at Ye Guan. I want to go back, too. Ye Guan was surprised. Really? Suzy nodded. Ye Guan seemed to dislike the idea. Someone's out for your life, so I think you should stay here, Ye Guan said. What if? Suzy trailed off before suggesting. What if I hired you as my bodyguard? Ye Guan was taken aback. Your bodyguard? You still want to go to the Boundless Club, right? Suzy asked. Ye Guan nodded. If the Boundless Master had made the Boundless Club, then there were bound to be some clues. Ye Guan was determined to visit the Boundless Club here and check the facts for himself. Do you know how much it costs to become a VIP at the Boundless Club? Suzy asked with a smile. Ye Guan shook his head. Suzy raised a finger. You need to spend at least $2 million every year. You should raise 2 fingers for that. Ye Guan pointed out. Suzy grinned and continued. And that's just for becoming a regular VIP. You need to spend at least 100 million a year to become a part of the upper echelons. 100 million? Ye Guan fell silent. I'll pay you $30,000 per month as my bodyguard. Suzy offered with a smile. How does that sound? Ye Guan was surprised, and he quickly nodded. That works. Suzy's demeanor brightened. She handed over a bundle of money worth $30,000 and said, consider this your first month's salary. Ye Guan hesitated. Eventually, he accepted the money and said, all right. You've taken the money, so no backseas now, okay? Suzy asked with a grin. Of course. Ye Guan nodded. Suzy chuckled and said, all right, let's go home. The two got into Suzy's car, and they made their way back to Purple County. Ye Guan was greeted by Mu Wanyu the moment they opened the door. At that moment, Mu Wanyu was wearing a spaghetti strap nightgown, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin. Shockingly, she wasn't wearing anything underneath. The three froze like statues and stared at each other blankly. Mu Wanyu gasped. She turned around and ran back to her room. Ye Guan flushed red from embarrassment. Suzy's gaze locked onto Ye Guan, and she asked, did you see anything? Ye Guan hesitated briefly before replying, no, I did not see anything. He wasn't dumb, and he knew what to say to such a question. Ye Guan looked away, and there was an unspoken tension in the air as Suzy's gaze remained fixed on Ye Guan. Just then, Mu Wanyu emerged from her room. Clad in a long nightgown that clung modestly to her figure, her face was as rosy as a ripe apple as she asked, why are you guys back so soon? I couldn't get used to staying outside, Ye Guan said with a chuckle. Mu Wanyu asked, hungry? Ye Guan nodded. Let me whip up something for you, then. Mu Wanyu exclaimed. 30 minutes later, the trio sat in front of the dining table. Mu Wanyu couldn't contain her surprise as she exclaimed, a bodyguard. Yes. Ye Guan nodded. Once I've earned enough money, I'm planning on visiting the Boundless Club. If my search there ends up futile, I might have to make my way to Yanjing. Yanjing? Suzy and Mu Wanyu both froze at the revelation. Mu Wanyu grinned and exclaimed, perfect. I'm graduating this month, and I've been eyeing a trip to Yanjing. We can be travel buddies by then. Ye Guan grinned as well and said, sounds great. Suzy chimed in, count me in. Ye Guan turned to Suzy, and she met his gaze with a faint smile. We're bidding on a land in Yanjing. The Su family has also been wanting to make an entrance into the Yanjing market for quite a while now. So, if everything goes swimmingly, I'll have to go there as well. Ye Guan chuckled. That works out perfectly. I guess we'll have each other's company by then. Yes, Suzy replied with a grin. Mu Wanyu suddenly chimed in, are you going to ask for girls once you're at the Boundless Club? Ye Guan was taken aback. Girls? Yes. Mu Wanyu nodded. I mean, you need to spend first to become a VIP. Ye Guan was about to speak when he noticed that both women were staring at him without blinking. He smiled awkwardly and said, well. Mu Wanyu glanced at Ye Guan and whispered, I heard the girls there are not only beautiful, but they're exceedingly bold as well. They know how to entice men. Ye Guan chuckled and asked, are any of them as beautiful as you two? The two women were stunned. Ye Guan took a bite of his meal and continued, if they aren't as beautiful as you two, then they won't be able to tempt me. The two women chuckled at the same time. However, Mu Wanyu noticed something in Ye Guan's words and asked, what if they're more beautiful than us? Ye Guan set down his chopsticks and said seriously, then I won't resist. I'll let them do as they please. Mu Wanyu was dumbstruck. She then glared at Ye Guan and said, perv. Suzy could only shake her head and laugh. The trio soon finished their meal. Mu Wanyu stood up with the dishes and said, I'll go wash the dishes. Let me help you, said Ye Guan with a smile. He stood up to follow her, but Mu Wanyu replied, no need. Really, let me help you, Ye Guan insisted. Mu Wanyu revealed a faint smile and didn't refuse this time. Meanwhile, Suzy looked at Ye Guan and became even more curious about him. Just what kind of man was Ye Guan? He had a gentle demeanor, and he always acted like a gentleman. However, he would become extremely terrifying once angry. She could still remember how Ye Guan looked when he was angry back at the Su residence. Suzy was convinced that Ye Guan would have killed Li Mu if she hadn't stopped him. Suzy broke out into a smile while staring at Ye Guan washing the dishes. Ye Guan was an enigmatic man, but one thing was for sure, he was a good man. The night deepened, and Ye Guan was lying on the sofa as he circulated the universe beholdment skill. He was getting but a few particles of spiritual energy every cycle, but it was better than nothing. Ye Guan's Danshan now had a tiny amount of profound energy, enough for him to control his sword using profound energy. Ye Guan could control his sword telekinetically, but his attack range would be too short. On the other hand, his attack range would be at least 100 meters using profound energy. Just then, Ye Guan's eyes flung open. He could hear fighting downstairs. Someone's here. Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. Suzy wasn't living with her family, so Sumyu had to have sent people to protect her in the shadows. Suzy walked out of her room in her pajamas. Clearly, she could also hear the commotion nearby. She walked up to Ye Guan's side, and Ye Guan stared at the door. Footsteps echoed just outside the door. Suzy's face changed instantly, and she instinctively grabbed Ye Guan's hand. Ye Guan picked up the blanket next to him and draped it over Suzy. It's cold, be careful not to catch a cold. Suzy was stunned, and a strange feeling gripped her heart as she stared at Ye Guan. Stay there, Ye Guan said. He stood up and was about to walk up to the door when Suzy grabbed him and whispered, be careful. Ye Guan responded with a light smile. He went to the dining table and grabbed a bunch of chopsticks. Ye Guan walked up to the door. He then kicked it open and rushed outside. Blood-curdling screams echoed just then, making Suzy grip the hem of the blanket tightly. Her eyes flashed in a mixture of concern and nervousness. 5 corpses were in front of Ye Guan, and each of them had a chopstick sticking out of their glabella. A mysterious figure in black was standing just a few steps away from Ye Guan. Their eyes were fixated on Ye Guan, and their voice sounded raspy as they asked, "Are you a martial artist?" Ye Guan stared at the mysterious figure, but he didn't respond to the latter. The mysterious figure asked, "I'm from the Southern Mo family. You?" Ye Guan calmly responded, "I come from the Guanxian Reliance 1 Club, and the Ying family." The mysterious figure frowned. The Ying family wasn't one of the prestigious ancient martial families, and the Guanxian Reliance Club also didn't sound like it was anything of significance. The mysterious figure raised their right hand. A slight breeze swept past them, and their clothes fluttered. Just as their clothes fluttered in the wind, they lunged forward and swung their fist toward Ye Guan. Ye Guan was shocked. He deduced that the mysterious figure had to be a man, and he was stronger than the average person. Ye Guan sidestepped the oncoming attack. The punch missed, but Ye Guan's chopstick struck true, piercing the man's throat. Squelch! The man in black collapsed with his eyes wide open. Ye Guan looted the fallen assailant and found a thumb-sized stone. Ye Guan was stunned upon seeing the stone. The stone contained spiritual energy, so it had to be a spirit stone. Ye Guan was overjoyed, but his expression quickly changed into that of a frown. The spirit stone contained a laughable amount of spiritual energy. Why is the spiritual energy here so thin? Ye Guan wondered to himself as a hint of frustration made his forehead crease. He put the spirit stone away and proceeded to search the bodies, finding over 10,000 Huaxian dollars. Just then, the door swung open, and Suzy rushed toward Ye Guan. She grabbed Ye Guan's hand, and her voice was trembling as she asked, "Are you okay?" Ye Guan smiled lightly and said, "I'm fine." Suzy sighed in relief, but her eyes constricted upon seeing the corpses, and she started vomiting. Ye Guan patted Suzy's back gently and handed her a tissue. She accepted it and muttered, "Thank you." Ye Guan nodded and said, "You should come with me." The two found more corpses, and they saw a young man standing next to a parked car. There was an old man behind the young man. Suzy's face turned cold. "That's Li Zikan, the eldest son of the Li family." Ye Guan frowned. "You're here." Li Zikan saw them and grinned. He made a throat-slitting gesture and exclaimed, "Prepare to die." Hearing that, Ye Guan rushed toward Li Zikan. The old man behind Li Zikan frowned. He lunged forward and swung his fist toward Ye Guan. However, the air let loose a piercing cry as a chopstick streaked across the air and pierced the old man's fist before plunging into his neck. A grotesque noise echoed along with a spurting noise reminiscent of a deflating tire. The old man's eyes were wide open as he collapsed to the ground. Ye Guan then rushed toward Li Zikan and grabbed the latter by his throat before slamming him to the ground. Li Zikan let out a terrified and pained scream. Ye Guan stared at the terrified Li Zikan and sneered. "What did you say just now? Prepare to die." Li Zikan trembled and stammered, Why you? I'm from the Li family. Touch me, and the consequences will be." Ye Guan promptly silenced him with a kick to the face. Li Zikan screamed like a pig in a slaughterhouse. Turning to Suzy, Ye Guan said, "Close your eyes." Suzy stared at Ye Guan and refused. "No, close your eyes." Ye Guan insisted. Suzy shook her head stubbornly. Ye Guan sighed helplessly. "All right." He took out a chopstick from his pocket and slashed Li Zikan's throat. A grotesque noise echoed as Li Zikan's head rolled away. His blood created a pool of crimson on the ground, but Ye Guan remained indifferent despite the gory scene. An enemy had to be dealt with decisively. He disliked leaving loose ends that could bite him back in the future. In his mind, his enemies had to be eliminated completely to make sure that he wouldn't have to deal with them again in the future. Suzy looked as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Ye Guan tossed the chopstick to the ground. He looked around and found 2 spirit stones. The spirit stones weren't of decent quality, and they contained only a meager amount of spiritual energy. Ye Guan pocketed the spirit stones and walked up to Suzy. Suzy was instantly pallid, and she instinctively retreated while staring at Ye Guan with fear in her eyes. Ye Guan was taken aback. Eventually, he turned around and headed upstairs. Sumyu finally arrived at the scene with his men. Sumyu froze upon seeing Li Ziqan's corpse. He stared at Suzy and was about to start asking questions when Suzy turned around and rushed upstairs. Ye Guan washed his hands and collapsed on the sofa. He was about to go to sleep when Suzy approached him. His eyes were half closed, and he was silent. Suzy tugged on his sleeve and whispered, "I'm sorry." Ye Guan still didn't say anything. Suzy started panicking upon seeing Ye Guan's silence, and she hurriedly explained, "I'm not afraid of you. It was just my first time seeing corpses, and please don't be angry at me." Ye Guan shook his head slightly and said, "Miss Su, I'm not angry. Your reaction is normal. I can only say that we're from two different worlds." Suzy's expression stiffened, and her breathing felt stifled. Tears welled up in her eyes, and they silently fell down her cheeks. "You gave me money, so I will ensure your safety this month. After that, I will leave, and we probably won't see each other again." Ye Guan was just a passerby, and he would leave once he was done with his business here. Honestly, he was a bit annoyed with Suzy. He had killed for her sake, but she had looked at him as if he were a villain. Suzy remained frozen, but her heart was pounding madly against her chest. She wanted to say something, but the door to Mu Wanyu's room suddenly opened. Mu Wanyu looked at Suzy on the sofa with a puzzled expression. "Suzy," she asked. Suzy lowered her head slightly. "Wanyu." Mu Wanyu asked, "What were you two talking about?" Suzy shook her head and changed the subject. "Why are you awake?" "I heard some commotion, so I got up to take a look." Mu Wanyu replied. "You two should rest," Ye Guan chimed in. Mu Wanyu stared alternatingly between Ye Guan and Suzy. Suzy looked at Ye Guan and whispered, "I'm sorry." With that, she got up and returned to her own room. Mu Wanyu hesitated for a moment before walking over to Ye Guan. She tugged on his sleeve and asked, "Did you two quarrel?" Ye Guan turned to look at Mu Wanyu and smiled. "Go and sleep." Mu Wanyu whispered. She was crying. Ye Guan was silent. "Let me ask you a question, and you have to answer honestly." "Okay," said Mu Wanyu. Ye Guan cast a curious gaze at Mu Wanyu. "What's the question?" Mu Wanyu stared intently at Ye Guan and asked, "Do you like Suzy?" Ye Guan was momentarily stunned. "Why do you ask?" "I mean, you were willing to sacrifice your life just to save her." Mu Wanyu muttered. "I'm willing to do the same to you," Ye Guan said. Mu Wanyu was astonished. It took her a moment to compose herself. "Really?" Mu Wanyu asked, "Would you take a bullet for me?" Ye Guan chuckled. "I'd take a cannonball for you." Mu Wanyu blinked, and then she smiled sweetly before asking, "If, and I mean if you had to choose between Suzy and me, who would you choose to be your?" Ye Guan was puzzled, and he asked, "Choose to be my what?" "Your girlfriend." Mu Wanyu muttered, and her voice was so soft it sounded like a mosquito's droning. Her face flushed instantly, and her heart pounded madly against her chest. Ye Guan laughed and exclaimed, "I'd choose you too." Mu Wanyu was taken aback, and then she glared at him. "What nonsense are you spouting?" she exclaimed. She then turned around and started walking away, but she soon came to a halt. Seemingly dissatisfied with her outburst, she walked back to Ye Guan and gave him a kick. "In your dreams." Finally, Mu Wanyu rushed to her room, leaving a perplexed Ye Guan behind. Is it a sin to have multiple girlfriends too here? One, the word used here is, which might be a reference to how Ye Guan is the king of relying on others lol. 2. I think Ye Guan still has no idea what it means lol. Ye Guan shook his head, perplexed about the meaning of the word girlfriend in the Milky Way. He thought hard and long but couldn't figure out the answer. In the end, he shook his head dismissively and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Sumyu downstairs was stupefied as he stared at the corpses on the floor. Li Ziqan, the young master of the Li family, was one of the corpses. Ye Guan had killed them all in the proverbial blink of an eye. The black-robed old man walked up to Sumyu. He cast a grim gaze at the deceased elder beside Li Ziqan. With a somber tone, he said, "He's at least in the third stage of the Ye Guan realm." The Ye Guan realm was divided into 9 stages. The majority of Huaxia's martial artists were on the Ye Guan realm. A martial artist in the third stage wasn't that strong, but martial artists like them were worthy of respect in Bayun City. And he was killed with a single blow, the black-robed old man added. Sumyu fell silent, contemplating something. He looked up at the second floor of the building before him and frowned. Just who exactly was Ye Guan? He was not only strong, but he was decisive and ruthless as well. Was he really just interested in Suzy? Sumyu couldn't help but feel a bit worried. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and dismissed his concerns. "Go ahead and clean these up. Send Li Ziqan's remains back to his family." The black-robed old man hesitated. "Should we say it was done by the Su family or by Mr. Ye? Our family did all this, of course." Sumyu was furious. "He's our benefactor, and it's about time we repay the favor." "Understood." The black-robed man nodded and left. An ominous gloom shrouded Li Mingbo's face as he clenched his fists while staring at the lifeless Li Ziqan before him. A middle-aged man stood not too far away from him. Li Mingbo turned to the middle-aged man. "Who was that man?" he asked coldly. The middle-aged man shook his head and replied, "Our investigation bore 0 results." 0. Li Mingbo frowned and asked, "Nothing at all?" The middle-aged man nodded and explained, all we know is that he recently appeared from out of nowhere and got into an accident involving Ye Guan. He was then subsequently hospitalized. After getting discharged, he then got acquainted with the Su family. That's all we know. Li Mingbo remarked, he was extremely ruthless. The middle-aged man nodded and added, every move he made was lethal. Li Mingbo stared at Li Zikan and spoke, we shouldn't act hastily. The Su family is surely on high alert at the moment, so it would be foolish to strike now. Moreover, we lack information about that man. Acting recklessly might bring great trouble, so. Li Mingbo's eyes narrowed as he continued. We'll hire helpers. There was no way he wouldn't avenge his grandson. He turned to the middle-aged man and said, go to the Boundless Club and seek their assistance in investigating that man's background. Understood, said the middle-aged man with a bow. He turned around and left the room, leaving Li Mingbo by himself. Li Mingbo's gaze landed on the lifeless Li Zikan once more, and his expression turned cold as he muttered, you even chopped his head off. Is this a warning toward us? Come, Li Mingbo muttered, and a black-robed figure appeared behind him. Li Mingbo didn't even turn around as he coldly said, I want you to summon the people of the future clan. Tell them that they can set the price. The morning sun spilled into the room, and Ye Guan opened his eyes slowly. He stretched leisurely and turned to the dining table. 2 bowls of noodles and 2 glasses of milk were on the dining table. Ye Guan smiled as he approached the dining table. Just then, Su Ziyi walked out of her room. Today, she was wearing a sleek black dress that accentuated her tall, alluring figure. Fashion in the Milky Way was more daring compared to the fashion in the Guanxian universe. Su Ziyi was somehow effortlessly balancing both boldness and elegance. Su Ziyi's makeup was light, but her vibrant and luscious lips exuded a cool, sensual charm. Sensing Ye Guan's gaze, Su Ziyi's heart quickened. She walked to the dining table and whispered, I want you to come with me to the company after breakfast. Ye Guan nodded with a smile. Of course. He then began savoring the noodles that Mu Wanyo had to have made for him until he noticed that Su Ziyi wasn't eating. Ye Guan cast a curious gaze upon her and asked, why are you not eating? Su Ziyi smiled gently and said, I'm not hungry. Is that so? Ye Guan smiled and said, I'll eat your portion as well. Su Ziyi chuckled. Go ahead. Ye Guan wiped out 2 bowls of noodles and finally turned to Su Ziyi. Ready to go. Su Ziyi nodded, and they went downstairs. 3 cars were waiting for them outside, and there were 3 well-dressed men inside the cars. Ye Guan recognized them. They were Su Ziyi's bodyguards. Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, I think I'll pass on joining you this time. Su Ziyi turned to Ye Guan and asked, why? Ye Guan smiled lightly and explained, you already have bodyguards. No, you have to come with me, Su Ziyi said with a shake of her head. We had a deal, and you're not allowed to back out. Ye Guan thought about it briefly before nodding. All right. The bodyguard opened the door, allowing Ye Guan and Su Ziyi to hop into the back passenger seats. The car soon got onto the road, and both Su Ziyi and Ye Guan were silent as the car ran down the road. Ye Guan gazed out the window at the bustling cityscape. The city was lively and vibrant. Every single person on the street had their own destination and business to handle, but the air was tainted with pollution that Ye Guan could hardly stand. Ye Guan's mindset had shifted greatly during his time here. He had never really understood the daily life of ordinary people, but here, he had to work if he wanted to eat and survive. He truly felt like he was living the life of an ordinary person. Regardless, last night's incident reminded Ye Guan that this world wasn't as kind as he thought. The city was full of hidden dangers, and one would be at the mercy of their own fate so long as they weren't strong enough to fight back against their fight. Ye Guan finally realized that the daily life of ordinary people was more like a daily struggle to survive rather than live. They struggled incessantly, not because they wanted to do so but because they simply had no choice. What are you thinking about? Su Ziyi asked. Ye Guan snapped out of his thoughts, shook his head slightly, and remained silent. Su Ziyi looked a bit disheartened. Clearly, she thought that Ye Guan was still upset about her reaction last night. Stop the car, please, Su Ziyi said. Certainly, miss, replied the driver. The driver parked the car, and Su Ziyi led Ye Guan out. Ye Guan was about to ask her what was going on, but Su Ziyi pulled him and started walking away until they found themselves standing in a shop. Su Ziyi pointed at a smartphone while standing in front of the counter. That one, please, she said. Great choice, the clerk exclaimed. Please help us with the SIM card, Su Ziyi added. The clerk nodded and got to work. After a while, the clerk handed the phone over to Su Ziyi. She fiddled with it for a moment before handing it over to Ye Guan. It's yours? Ye Guan's gaze was full of curiosity as he stared at the smartphone. He could still remember Arya using this gadget before, and he had always been pretty curious about what it was since he first saw it. Su Ziyi blinked and asked, do you know how to use it? Ye Guan shook his head. Su Ziyi's lips curled up into a smile. Let me teach you in the car. Okay, Ye Guan agreed. After leaving the store, Su Ziyi led Ye Guan back to the car. Once the two had settled in their seats, Su Ziyi took Ye Guan's phone and began teaching him how to use it. Ye Guan seemed surprised as he muttered, are you saying that we can talk to each other if I press these numbers? Su Ziyi nodded. That's right. It's like a long-distance sound transmission talisman. Ye Guan muttered. You can say that. Su Ziyi chuckled and said, however, I heard that the Milky Way clan's technology is far more advanced than our blue planet. Ye Guan nodded upon being reminded of Ye Guan's strange artifacts that were so strong they allowed her to take on great sovereigns without making a move herself. Ye Guan curiously explored his smartphone. He had asked quite a few dumb questions, which rendered the driver speechless. Had this guy been living under a rock? At one point, Ye Guan pressed a button. A buzzing noise echoed from Suzy Ai's back. Suzy Ai took out her phone and pressed a button. Hello. Ye Guan was stunned to hear Suzy Ai's voice from the smartphone. Then, he chuckled. Modern technology was indeed wondrous. Ye Guan was no stranger to modern technology, as Ye Guan was his mother. However, Ye Guan never really had the time to fiddle with such things, so Ye Guan vowed to learn more about modern technology upon returning to the Guanxian universe. How much was this? Ye Guan asked. I'll pay you back. Suzy Ai calmly replied, I'll just deduct it from your salary next month. Next month? Ye Guan was taken aback. Hadn't he told her that he was planning on quitting next month? Suzy Ai smiled sweetly when Ye Guan hadn't said anything about her remark. Soon, the two arrived at the Su Corporation's main building. The two found themselves in the office on the top floor, and a female secretary walked into the office with a stack of documents. Suzy Ai started to get busy with work, and Ye Guan chose not to disturb her. He looked around and found a bookshelf. He walked over to the bookshelf and began examining the books on the shelf until his gaze landed on a certain book. Seduced in the Sea of Desires? Ye Guan picked it up. The book was so explicit at the beginning that Ye Guan had almost put it down. However, the captivating story made Ye Guan continue reading. The book was all about a group of 4 women protecting a village from villains. Ye Guan's brow got tighter and tighter the deeper he got into the story. For some reason, the plot was familiar to him. Ye Guan picked up the pace and discovered that even the writing style had gotten familiar in his eyes. Ye Guan decided to flip over to the first page of the book and found the following words written by Stone Village. Stone Village? Ye Guan froze. Was the writer the true god? If that were the case, how come one of her books was here? Was she in the Milky Way as well? Ye Guan was stupefied. The book he was holding was undoubtedly the work of the true god. He had seen some ancient texts that she had written before, and the writing style of those texts was 100% identical to the book in his hand. Suzy Ai's gaze happened to land on Ye Guan, and her face instantly flushed red upon seeing the book in his hand. Why are you reading that book? She asked. Miss Su, do you happen to know the author of this book? Ye Guan asked. No, I don't know. Suzy Ai shook her head vigorously, looking a bit flustered as she said, how would I know when I've never read that book? Ye Guan sighed and explained, I know the author of this book. No, the author of this book is the sister of someone I know. Sister? Suzy Ai asked, sounding puzzled. Ye Guan nodded. I didn't buy this book. A friend from Yanjing sent it over to me, Suzy Ai said. Ye Guan frowned. Yanjing? Suzy Ai nodded. Yes. Ye Guan's expression turned serious. Could the true god be in Yanjing? Don't worry, Suzy Ai smiled and said, we'll meet her tonight. Ye Guan was stunned. Suzy Ai explained, we're going to discuss something related to business, and we'll meet at the Boundless Club tonight. Didn't you say that you were looking for someone and that the Boundless Club might give you clues? Tonight, we'll go there and spend some money to make sure that you'll become a member. Suzy Ai smiled and said, we will then meet the club manager, and you can ask them questions. We had booked a private room at the Cloud Merchants Grand Hotel, but Miss So changed the venue just for you. Mr. Ya, the secretary chimed in. Nosy, Suzy Ai chided and glared at the secretary. How about you go out and prepare the car? The secretary bowed slightly and walked outside with a grin. Meanwhile, Ye Guan stared deeply at Suzy Ai and said, thank you, no need to be polite. Suzy Ai smiled. However, you have to promise me one thing, you must behave once we're there. Sure, Ye Guan said with a smile. Sure. Suzy Ai blinked. The ladies there are very beautiful, you know. Ye Guan shook his head. Can they be more beautiful than you? Am I really beautiful? Suzy Ai asked. You're very beautiful, Ye Guan nodded and added, you're sexy as well. Suzy Ai's cheeks flushed red, and she broke out into a grin. It wasn't her first time receiving a compliment, but Ye Guan's compliment made her feel indescribably happy for some reason. Just then, the secretary walked into the office and said, Miss, the car is ready. Suzy Ai nodded and looked at Ye Guan. Let's go. All right, let's go. Ye Guan replied with a smile. Boundless Club, here I come. It was already dark when they left the Su Corporation's main building. Autumn had set in, so the night breeze was cold. Suzy Ai shivered as the night breeze brushed past her, and she couldn't help but wrap her arms around herself. Ye Guan saw that and took off his own coat. He draped the coat over Suzy Ai. Suzy Ai smiled faintly at Ye Guan, and she felt warm both on the outside and inside. The car was ready, and they would be accompanied by 10 bodyguards. The Su family was extremely concerned about Suzy Ai's safety, so they didn't hold back to ensure the latter's safety. Ye Guan and Suzy Ai got into the car, and the car started moving to the nearest Boundless Club. Ye Guan looked outside with great interest. The scenery outside was riddled with skyscrapers, and the streets were brightly lit. It was a scene one couldn't find anywhere in the Guanxian universe. Ye Guan suddenly felt a breeze. Suzy Ai had leaned on his shoulder, and Ye Guan heard Suzy Ai's gentle snoring. Ye Guan glanced at Suzy Ai, convinced that she was exhausted. While he had spent the afternoon reading in the office, Suzy Ai had been moving about busily the entire time. She didn't even take a break to drink water. Ye Guan sighed inwardly. Suziai was also going through a tough time, just like him. Others could only see the prestige he possessed as the king of the Guanxian universe, but in reality, he had a ton of issues to handle as the king of the Guancan universe. Ye Guan had only experienced 2 days of peace from the time he became the king of the Guanxian universe until now. Needless to say, Ye Guan was incredibly exhausted as well. An hour later, the car finally stopped. Suziai was still asleep, but the driver didn't dare to wake her up and looked at Ye Guan. Ye Guan was officially her bodyguard, but it had long become clear to everyone that he had a unique relationship with Suziai. Ye Guan smiled slightly and signaled to the driver to wait. The driver nodded and walked away. Half an hour later, Suziai opened her eyes slowly. She quickly sat up straight upon realizing that she had been leaning on Ye Guan's shoulder. Her cheeks were flushed slightly as she muttered, "Sorry, I fell asleep." Ye Guan nodded, smiling. "I didn't want to disturb you because you seemed tired." Suziai nodded, but Ye Guan's words made her realize something. She pulled out her phone, and her expression changed as she exclaimed, "Oh, no, we're late? Let's go." Suziai pulled Ye Guan out of the car and ran to a grand building. The building was extremely luxurious and imposing. There were 32 stone pillars in front of the entrance. The pillars reach a height of about 10 meters, exuding an unparalleled grandeur, and there were 30 men in suits standing before the entrance to the grand building. Suziai led Ye Guan to the entrance. A woman in her 30s came forward to greet them. "Miss Su," she greeted. Suziai asked, "Are my guests here?" The woman quickly replied, "They arrived half an hour ago." Suziai went silent and pulled Ye Guan away, but the two were stunned speechless upon entering the building. 20 women were standing in a row before them. Each and every single one of them was clad in a revealing long dress that accentuated their tall and slender figures. Moreover, their long dress exposed a generous amount of their skin in certain areas, making them more amorous than pristine. These women could easily be classified as goddess-level beauties. The group of women bowed deeply and exclaimed, "Hello, boss." Ye Guan's expression stiffened. "Damn it, the boundless master really knows how to have fun." Suziai's face turned frosty as she unceremoniously pulled Ye Guan away. The beautiful ladies laughed while staring at Ye Guan getting dragged away somewhere. "What a handsome little guy," someone said, eliciting another peal of laughter from the other ladies. These ladies had never been afraid of talking frankly, and they were always capable of making any conversation take a dirty turn. Listening to them alone was enough to make Suziai feel quite annoyed. Meanwhile, Ye Guan was shocked. The ladies here were a lot bolder than the ladies of the Guanxian universe. A beautiful woman led Ye Guan and Suziai through the hallways. Ye Guan curiously looked around. The place was both splendid and opulent, resembling the grand halls of palaces. However, the walls were adorned with rather suggestive murals. Ye Guan and Suziai soon arrived at a luxurious private room. Ye Guan saw 2 women inside the private room. One of them looked to be about 30 years old, and she was wearing a dark red low-cut evening gown that showcased her tantalizing cleavage. The woman's facial features were perfect, with nary a single flaw. Her eyes were particularly striking, as they seemed capable of piercing the hearts of just about anyone, regardless of gender, which made it difficult to maintain eye contact with her. A domineering seductress? Ye Guan inwardly lampooned upon seeing the woman. A young woman was sitting next to her, and she seemed to be around 15 to 16 years old. Her attire was rather flamboyant, and her auburn hair was particularly noteworthy. Overall, she was giving off a rebellious vibe. She looked great, but her flamboyant fashion taste made Ye Guan deduct a few points. Suziai grinned upon seeing the beautiful woman wearing a low-cut evening gown. She ran up to her and hugged the young woman. "It's been a while, Sister Yunman." Gu Yunman smiled before responding, "You're actually late today. What happened? This is unlike you." Suziai pulled Gu Yunman to sit before saying, "I'm really sorry, I fell asleep in the car." Gu Yunman glanced at the woman standing by the door. She was the same woman who had led Ye Guan and Suziai to the private room. "Manager Mo, serve the dishes," said Gu Yunman. "Sure," Manager Mo replied before leaving. "Miss Su, I'll go and wait outside," Ye Guan said. Although he was eager to inquire about the author of the book, Seduced in the Sea of Desires, Suziai had come here to discuss business. It would be better to let her finish her business negotiations first before asking any questions. With that in mind, Ye Guan turned around to leave. "Why are you trying to leave?" Suziai asked. "Dinner is about to be served. Are you not hungry?" Gu Yunman was slightly surprised to hear the concern in Suziai's voice. She stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, "Suziai, is he your boyfriend?" Suziai's face turned a bit red at Gu Yunman's remark. She was about to deny it, but the word boyfriend had a different meaning in Ye Guan's personal dictionary, so Ye Guan might feel offended if she were to say that Ye Guan wasn't her boyfriend. Suziai suddenly found herself between a rock and a hard place. Just then, Ye Guan suddenly said, "Miss Yunman, I'm Miss Su's bodyguard." "Bodyguard?" Gu Yunman was surprised. She looked at Suziai, and the latter nodded after a brief hesitation. Suziai made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and thought, "I haven't even said anything? Who are you to decide our relationship?" Gu Yunman stared alternatingly between Suziai and Ye Guan. She smiled knowingly, but she didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the auburn-haired young woman looked at Ye Guan with contempt. "So he's a watchdog," she muttered. Her voice was so soft that neither Suziai nor Gu Yunman heard her, but Ye Guan's sharp senses had picked up on her muttering. He stared at her and frowned, but he remained silent. Soon, the dishes were served, and the table before them was filled with a variety of dishes from all over the world. Ye Guan had no idea of the dishes' names, but one thing was for sure, they all looked sumptuous and delicious. Ye Guan didn't dare to even act like he was leaving. He obediently sat next to Su Ziyi and started eating with relish. Meanwhile, Su Ziyi and Gu Yunmen reminisced about the old days with laughter. After talking for a while, Su Ziyi suddenly asked, Sister Yunmen, do you know the author of that book? Ye Guan placed down his chopsticks and focused on their conversation. Gu Yunmen was slightly startled. What book? Su Ziyi's face blushed as she muttered, that book? You gave it to me, remember? Ah, that book. Gu Yunmen's lips curled slightly in a mischievous smile. Why? Have you gotten so addicted to it that you want to read the other volumes? Su Ziyi shook her head and smiled. No, I just want to ask if you know the author personally. Gu Yunmen shook her head. Nope, I don't. Really? Su Ziyi frowned. Gu Yunmen nodded and explained, I bought it book on a pedestrian bridge in Yanjing. A pedestrian bridge in Yanjing? Su Ziyi's frown deepened, and she glanced at Ye Guan beside her. Ye Guan smiled faintly and said, let's go visit Yanjing when the time comes. Sure. Su Ziyi nodded with a smile. Gu Yunmen glanced at Ye Guan for a moment before directing her gaze onto Su Ziyi. Is he really just your bodyguard? Gu Yunmen asked with a light smile. Su Ziyi's face turned slightly red, and she hurriedly said, let's drink. Su Ziyi raised the glass in her hand and clinked glasses with Gu Yunmen before drinking the wine in one gulp. Gu Yunmen cast a curious gaze at Ye Guan. Su Ziyi had always been reserved before other men, and it was all due to her family circumstances. However, Su Ziyi was acting strangely before Ye Guan. Su Ziyi's face was as red as a tomato. A woman blushing before a man meant that there was something unusual going on between the two of them. Ye Guan didn't think too much about it and focused on eating. He found that the dishes in the Milky Way were much tastier than the dishes in the Guanxian universe. Of course, Ye Guan didn't really think that he would continue eating after returning to the Guanxian universe. He was eating here out of necessity, as he would starve to death if he were to choose not to eat. Su Ziyi and Gu Yunmen drank more and more wine as they talked about a variety of topics while occasionally laughing. Su Ziyi's flushed face had gotten even redder as she drank more wine. Meanwhile, Ye Guan didn't bother with the two and continued eating with relish. Just then, the auburn-haired young woman across from Ye Guan exclaimed, Hey! Ye Guan looked up and found the auburn-haired young woman staring at him with a frown. Have you never eaten a meal throughout your entire life? Asked the auburn-haired young woman. Her voice sounded so low that only Ye Guan could hear the former's question. Ye Guan calmly replied, I'm just extremely hungry. The auburn-haired young woman stared intently at Ye Guan and asked, Are you really a bodyguard? Ye Guan nodded without saying anything. The auburn-haired young woman continued. Don't you know that bodyguards aren't allowed to eat at the table? Bodyguards are like servants, and since when can servants eat at the table with their masters? Ye Guan stared at the auburn-haired young woman with some confusion. Miss, we're strangers. How come you harbor such hostility toward me? I just don't like your attitude, the auburn-haired young woman sneered. Is that reason good enough? Sure, Ye Guan said indifferently. You're not the first one to say that, so I don't mind. Ye Guan had always been the type of person to repay one's gesture in kind. When treated with respect, he would treat the other party with an even greater respect, treat him with resentment, and he would treat the other party with an even greater resentment. Ye Guan would never respect those disrespectful to him, which was why he didn't bother indulging the auburn-haired young woman's antics. He wasn't her father, so why would he do that for her? The auburn-haired young woman's eyes narrowed as she said, Dare to go outside? Sure. Ye Guan nodded and stood up. The auburn-haired young woman followed him outside. Gu Yunmen frowned. Su Ziyi turned to Gu Yunmen and asked, Who was that girl? Gu Yunmen said in a low voice, She's my niece. She's not exactly the kindest girl out there. Her temper is bad, and she often gets into fights. She insisted on coming along, so I had no choice but to bring her with me. Today, I haven't allowed her to leave my side, so she has been in a bad mood since early in the morning. Oh no. Su Ziyi's expression changed, and she exclaimed, We have to go outside. Hurry. Su Ziyi stood up and ran outside, leaving a dumbstruck Gu Yunmen behind. Ye Guan had just walked outside when the auburn-haired young woman swung her leg at Ye Guan's shin. Ye Guan frowned and grabbed the auburn-haired young woman's leg with his left hand. The auburn-haired young woman was shocked. She didn't expect that Ye Guan would be able to respond to her attack. Just as she came to her senses, Ye Guan turned and kicked her in the stomach. Bam! The auburn-haired young woman was sent flying a few meters away. She rolled until she struck a wall, and when she was about to stand up, Ye Guan was already in front of her. Ye Guan stepped on her right hand. Crack! A crisp noise echoed as Ye Guan crushed all 5 fingers of her right hand. Ayah! The auburn-haired young woman let loose a miserable cry. She glared at Ye Guan and cursed, You bastard! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you! Ye Guan's eyes narrowed. He was about to make another move, but he stopped upon seeing Gu Yunmen and Su Ziyi. The expressions of the two ladies changed drastically upon seeing the sight before them. The auburn-haired young woman's bodyguards finally arrived at the scene, and they immediately aimed their guns at Ye Guan. Let go of her, shouted one of them. The auburn-haired young woman glared at the bodyguards. Shoot him, hurry and shoot him, kill. Ye Guan waved his sleeve, sending chopsticks flying toward the bodyguards. The chopsticks pierced the necks of the bodyguards, and they collapsed to the ground. Gu Yunmen's pupils constricted. The auburn-haired young woman was stupefied. Her bodyguards were dead, and they were killed instantly at the same time. The auburn-haired young woman was finally terrified. Ye Guan's eyes were full of killing intent as she glared at the auburn-haired young woman. Gu Yunmen noticed that and hurriedly shouted, "Young master Ye, please have mercy. Dream on." Ye Guan interrupted Gu Yunmen with a glare. He then aimed the chopstick in his hand at the auburn-haired young woman's forehead and got ready to throw it. Ye Guan thrust the chopstick in his hand toward the auburn-haired young woman's forehead. The latter's pupils constricted, and her face turned pale with despair. She could only watch as the chopstick made a beeline for her forehead. "I'm dead," the auburn-haired young woman thought. "I actually provoked such a ruthless person." Just then, Suziai's voice echoed. "Ye Guan." The chopstick stopped about half an inch away from the auburn-haired young woman's forehead. Ye Guan turned to look at Suziai. Suziai hesitated for a moment before saying, "Can you spare her?" Ye Guan nodded. "I can." He put the chopstick away and walked up to Suziai. Suziai breathed a sigh of relief and grabbed Ye Guan's hand, feeling somewhat touched. "Thank you," she said. Ye Guan wasn't the type to respect those disrespecting him, so it was rare for him to stand down against those daring enough to declare their intentions to kill him. The auburn-haired young woman was left trembling incessantly on the ground. She truly felt like she was about to die just a few moments ago, and extreme fear had gripped her heart. It was her first time encountering such a ruthless man capable of killing without hesitation. The commotion had alerted the staffers of the Boundless Club. Manager Mo rushed over with a group of bodyguards. "Manager Mo, please clean this up," said Suziai to Manager Mo. Before Manager Mo could reply, Suziai took out a card and handed it over to Manager Mo. "Please register me as a Diamond VIP member." Manager Mo's eyes lit up. She accepted the card and said, "Leave it to me." She gave a few orders, and the corpses were soon dragged away. Gu Yunmen walked up to the auburn-haired young woman and helped her up. The auburn-haired young woman's eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Ye Guan. Gu Yunmen looked slightly angry as she said, "Young master Ye, did you really have to kill them?" Ye Guan frowned and replied, "Miss Yunmen, I'm sure I look ruthless in your eyes, but you have yet to ask me why I was so ruthless this time. She has been targeting me since we saw each other. I had no plans of giving her any attention, but she went too far. She actually wanted to kill me just because of a small altercation between us. She wanted to kill me, so it is not strange that I want to kill her as well. In fact, she would have gotten the death sentence if this had happened where I live. No, her entire clan would have been annihilated as a result. An idiot like the auburn-haired young woman would eventually offend the wrong person, and it would lead to the inevitable downfall of her entire clan. It seems that you are aware of her personality, yet you made no efforts in controlling or disciplining her, so you are partly at fault, too." Ye Guan said, "Honestly, I want to beat you up as well." Gu Yunmen glared at Ye Guan, and her chest heaved up and down in fury. "I don't think it's a bad thing for her to get a beating. A good beating might curb her attitude and make her turn over a new leaf," Ye Guan added. "Young Master Ye, it is true that she's been quite arrogant, but does she really deserve to die?" Gu Yunmen asked. Ye Guan stared deeply at Gu Yunmen. A chopstick appeared in his hand, and he said coldly, "Say another word, and I'll kill you." Gu Yunmen froze. She was angry, but she went silent. Eventually, she took a deep breath and walked away with the auburn-haired young woman in her arms. Just then, Suziai suddenly said, "Wait." Gu Yunmen turned to look at Suziai. Suziai approached Gu Yunmen and calmly said, "Miss Gu, our Su family will no longer do any business with you." "What are you talking about?" Gu Yunmen stared at Suziai in shock. "Are you sure about that? I'm sure you know how much your Su family has paid to bid for that land in Yanjing." "You." Suziai shook her head and said, "Little Guan's actions are on behalf of my Su family. If your Gu family wants revenge, you can go ahead and target us." With that, Suziai tugged on Ye Guan's sleeve and walked away. Gu Yunmen stared quietly at their departing figures. Ye Guan and Suziai quickly left the Boundless Club. "Sorry for the trouble I caused," Ye Guan muttered, sounding apologetic. "I really didn't like that girl as well, so it's fine." Suziai smiled wryly and said, "What gives her the right to look down on you? Who does she think she is?" Ye Guan hesitated before saying, "But your business." "It's fine," Suziai replied, "we just won't earn as much as we would if we had cooperated with them." Ye Guan was silent. "Let's go and eat." Suziai grabbed Ye Guan's sleeve and dragged him all the way to a restaurant. Suziai ordered a few dishes and some beer. Suziai had been rambling on and on to Gu Yunmen, so she hadn't really been able to eat. Now, she was starving. "Can you drink?" Suziai asked. Ye Guan nodded. "Yes." Suziai opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Ye Guan. She opened one for herself and clinked bottles with Ye Guan. "Cheers," she exclaimed before taking a big swig. The two ate and drank together. Suziai had been drinking earlier, so it didn't take long for her face to become even redder than a tomato. Suziai opened another bottle and was about to drink it when Ye Guan said, "You're drunk. I don't think you should keep on drinking." "No." Suziai muttered and shook her head. "Come on, cheers." She raised the bottle in her hand and took a massive swig of the alcohol straight from the bottle. Ye Guan stared deeply at Suziai and muttered, "If they're not going to do business with you, then." "Ye Guan." Suziai interrupted with a roar. Ye Guan was stunned. Suziai glared at Ye Guan and asked, "Do you really think I'm angry with you?" Ye Guan nodded. Suziai's gaze turned fierce as she roared, "Why would I be angry with you when they're the ones who started it? I'm angry not because I might have lost a business partner but because that girl has no right to disrespect you. Who does she think she is? Suzy shook her head lightly and chuckled. Ultimately, it's all because the Gu family doesn't really care about my Su family. If we were like the other bigger families, like the Qin family or the Yang family, would she dare to look down on you? Ye Guan was quiet. Suzy took out a card and handed it to Ye Guan. Ye Guan was stunned, and he asked, "What are you doing?" Suzy looked at Ye Guan and said, "Though the Gu family is not one of the 4 biggest families of Huaxia, they're still quite powerful. You killed their men and gave their young lady a beating. They won't let you go. This card contains enough money to last you a lifetime." Ye Guan's heart filled with warmth as he stared at the card in Suzy's hand. "They'll take their anger out on your Su family once I leave," Ye Guan pointed out. Suzy remained calm as she said, "Don't worry, I can deal with them." Ye Guan asked, "How?" Suzy fell silent before saying, "Don't worry about it. You should hurry up and leave Bayun City. I'll go and look for you once the situation has settled down. My contact number is in your phone, so make sure not to lose your phone. However, you better not contact me until I contact you, do you understand? You. Okay." Ye Guan interrupted with a nod. "Let's put that aside for now and continue eating." Suzy made a sidelong glance at Ye Guan and said, "Okay, then. Cheers." She clinked bottles with Ye Guan before taking another big swig. Before she could take another swig, Ye Guan raised his hand and said, "Stop it." Suzy shook her head and downed the entire bottle in one go. Ye Guan frowned. Suzy reached out for another bottle, but Ye Guan stopped her and said, "I'll get angry." Suzy looked at Ye Guan with her face even redder than a tomato. It took her a while to process Ye Guan's solemn expression, and when she realized that Ye Guan was truly going to get mad at her, she hiccuped and said, "I'm not going to drink anymore, then." Ye Guan nodded. "Let's go home." He wanted to ask Manager Mo about the Boundless Master, but Suzy was too drunk to be left alone. Ye Guan and Suzy left the restaurant. They got into the car, and Suzy leaned on Ye Guan's shoulder. Before they reached Purple County, Suzy suddenly said, "Stop the car." The driver quickly stopped the car by the roadside. "Let's go out and go on a stroll," Suzy said to Ye Guan. "Sure, why not?" Ye Guan replied with a nod. They alighted and started walking with no destination in mind. Suzy was drunk, so her footsteps were unsteady, so she had to hug Ye Guan's arm. The two looked like a sweet couple walking down the street. Ye Guan tried to retract his arm upon sensing something soft, but Suzy grabbed his arm, immobilizing him. "I'm going to ask you a question, and you have to answer me honestly," said Suzy. "Sure." Ye Guan nodded. "If you were asked to choose between Wan Yu and me, who would you choose to be your girlfriend?" Suzy asked. Ye Guan froze, but he soon composed himself and said, "Can't I choose the both of you? I mean, you two are just going to be my girlfriends, right?" "No way." Suzy glared at Ye Guan. "It doesn't work like that. Does the word girlfriend has any other meaning aside from a girl who is a friend?" Suzy nodded immediately and exclaimed, "Yes." Ye Guan was curious. "What is it?" Suzy thought about it before saying, "A girlfriend is closer." Ye Guan asked, "Like a wife?" "No." Suzy shook her head. "A girlfriend is less than a wife but more than a friend." Ye Guan was puzzled, and he couldn't help but ask, "What kind of relationship is that?" Suzy calmly said, "They're not married yet, but they can sleep with each other." Ye Guan's expression froze. The people of Milky Way really knows how to have fun? Back to my question, Suzy stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, "Who would you choose?" It had to be known that Suzy wasn't this courageous. However, Suzy was currently under the influence of alcohol, and it gave her enough courage to ask such a question. Otherwise, Suzy wouldn't dare to ask such a question even if it were to save her life. Ye Guan pondered briefly before saying, "I'm already married." Suzy abruptly came to a halt and stared wide-eyed at Ye Guan. "And I also have a few other women." Ye Guan muttered. Suzy blinked and asked, "You also have a few other women?" Ye Guan nodded. Pfft. Suzy burst out into laughter and cast a contemptuous gaze upon Ye Guan. "Who do you think you are? An emperor with 3 wives and 4 concubines? No wonder Wan Yu told me that you talk nonsense sometimes." Ye Guan had no idea what to say. Fortunately, he noticed that Suzy's gait had become quite unsteady from the alcohol, and it allowed him to change the topic. "Let's go home," Ye Guan said. Suzy nodded. MMHM. Ye Guan led Suzy back to the apartment. Suzy rushed to the bathroom and started vomiting. Ye Guan rushed to the bathroom and was stunned to find Suzy covered in her own vomit. Ye Guan came to his senses and helped her up. He started wiping her down with a towel, but Suzy suddenly hugged him and asked, "Are you leaving tomorrow?" "Let's not talk about that right now. You should go to bed," Ye Guan muttered. He carried Suzy and placed her on her bed. He was about to turn around and walk away, but he stopped upon noticing that her clothes were emitting a rancid odor. Ye Guan moved closer to Suzy and started undressing her. The drunk Suzy noticed that someone was removing her clothes. She wanted to struggle at first, but she stopped upon realizing that Ye Guan was removing her clothes. She was convinced that Ye Guan would leave her tomorrow, and she had no idea when they would see each other again, so she didn't resist. She relaxed, but her voice was trembling as she said, "Please, be gentle with me. I'm scared of pain." Ye Guan retracted his hands and covered her with a blanket. "Sleep well," he said before turning around to leave. Suzy froze, and she hurriedly asked, do you not want to do it? Do what? Ye Guan asked. Suzy blushed furiously. She pulled the blanket over her face and exclaimed, I didn't say anything? Hurry up and leave. Ye Guan smiled and closed the door behind him. He stumbled upon Mu Wanyu after taking just a few steps outside Suzy's room. Mu Wanyu looked at Ye Guan and asked, are you not going to sleep with her? Ye Guan flicked Mu Wanyu's forehead with his fingers. Get your mind out of the gutter. Mu Wanyu seemed unfazed as she asked, why not? I don't think I should take off the clothes of a woman I'm not ready to take care of for her entire life, Ye Guan replied. In Ye Guan's eyes, sleeping with someone else meant that they would be together for life. However, Ye Guan didn't love Suzy. Wouldn't he be donkey if he were to sleep with any random girl out there? In addition, Suzy was drunk, and she most likely had no idea what she was doing at the moment. Ye Guan wasn't going to take advantage of her. Mu Wanyu fell silent at Ye Guan's reply. Suzy had heard their conversation, and her head drooped. She's drunk. I think you should sleep in the same room as her, Ye Guan said. He then walked over to Suzy's back and took 3 files with him before heading out. Mu Wanyu watched him leave before entering Suzy's room. Suzy's flushed face became even redder than an apple upon seeing Mu Wanyu. She covered her entire face with her blanket, but it seemed insufficient. In fact, she wanted to dig a hole and hide inside of it to save herself from the embarrassment. It was a misunderstanding. She had actually misunderstood his intentions. Ye Guan had no intentions of doing anything to her, but she thought otherwise and had even asked him about it. Arg. I'm so annoyed. No, that was so embarrassing. Ye Guan went downstairs and got into Suzy's private car. Please help me find where Miss Gu is at the moment, Ye Guan said to the driver. The driver had yet to leave and was quite startled by Ye Guan's words. Regardless, he responded, please give me a moment, Mr. Ye. He called someone and turned to Ye Guan once the call was over. Mr. Ye, they went to Bayun Provincial Hospital, said the driver. Bayun Provincial Hospital was the best hospital in Bayun City. Ye Guan nodded. Go to Bayun Provincial Hospital. All right, the driver replied simply, nodding in acknowledgement. He had received instructions to give Ye Guan the same respect as Suzy. Additionally, he was convinced that Ye Guan and Suzy were in a relationship, so he didn't dare to disobey Ye Guan. The car sped down the road, and they soon arrived at Bayun Provincial Hospital. Ye Guan looked at the driver and said, please help me find where those 2 women are right now. Okay. The driver replied hesitantly. Mr. Ye, please give me a moment. The driver once again called someone on his phone and then put it down a few minutes later. Mr. Ye, please follow me, the driver said and led Ye Guan to a luxurious ward. A dozen bodyguards were standing in front of the door to a room inside the luxurious ward. The driver walked over and started talking to one of the bodyguards, who glanced at Ye Guan. The bodyguard then turned around and walked into the room. After a while, the bodyguard came back out, looked at Ye Guan, and told him, you may go in. Ye Guan nodded and started walking into the room. However, the same bodyguard suddenly stopped him and said, no weapons are allowed inside. Ye Guan shook his right hand, and a few chopsticks fell from his sleeve. The bodyguard glanced at Ye Guan again before gently pushing the door open. Ye Guan entered the room and found Gu Yunman and the auburn-haired young woman inside. The auburn-haired young woman was asleep on the bed. Gu Yunman was expressionless as she asked, are you here to silence us? Ye Guan walked up to her. He glanced at the bodyguards behind him and requested, Miss Gu, please tell them to go out. They won't be able to protect you anyway if I ever decide to make a move. The bodyguard's expressions turned cold at Ye Guan's remark. Gu Yunman nodded and ordered, you guys should get out. The bodyguards hesitated, but they reluctantly exited the room in the end. Gu Yunman glanced at Ye Guan, and her eyes eventually landed on the files in his hand. Mr. Ye, are you here to force me to sign contracts? Questioned Gu Yunman. Ye Guan looked at Gu Yunman and said, Miss Gu, come over here for a moment. Gu Yunman frowned slightly but walked over to Ye Guan anyway. Ye Guan pointed at a large tree about 10 meters outside the window and asked, Miss Gu, can you see that tree? Gu Yunman nodded, looking confused. Ye Guan pulled out a strand of his hair and placed it in his palm. He infused a bit of spiritual energy into the strand of hair, and it disappeared. Swoosh! The old tree more than 10 meters away was abruptly split in half, and it slowly fell to the ground. Gu Yunman's pupils contracted. You. Ye Guan looked at Gu Yunman and asked, Miss Gu, you're a wise person, so I believe you won't urge the Gu family to avenge you, right? Gu Yunman stared at Ye Guan in disbelief. Are you a martial artist or a cultivator? Which one is more powerful? Gu Yunman exclaimed, of course, it's a cultivator. Ye Guan nodded. Then I'm a cultivator. Gu Yunman stared at Ye Guan in shock. The concentration of spiritual energy in Huaxia was so thin that both martial artists and cultivators were exceedingly rare. If one wanted to become a cultivator, one would have to go to the Milky Way clan. Of course, those qualified to go to the Milky Way clan couldn't be ordinary people. They either had a powerful background or were extraordinary talents. Could it be that Ye Guan was from the Milky Way clan? Gu Yunman's expression turned serious at the thought. Ye Guan stared quietly at Gu Yunman. He had only been able to gather enough spiritual energy to unleash 3 sword moves, and he'd just wasted one of them. Gu Yunman stared at the files in Ye Guan's hand. How about this, Miss Gu? Ye Guan asked. Sign these documents, and I will owe you a favor. Of course, if you don't want to sign them, that's fine too. Gu Yunmin looked at Ye Guan doubtfully. It's fine if I don't sign. Yes, Ye Guan replied with a nod. He explained, contracts should not be forced upon anyone, so I won't force you to sign them. Then, I won't sign them. Gu Yunmin replied decisively. Ye Guan nodded and turned around to leave. Gu Yunmin was stunned. Just as Ye Guan was about to walk out of the room, Gu Yunmin cried out, Mr. Ye, wait. Ye Guan turned around to look at Gu Yunmin, who walked up to him and grabbed the 3 files in his hand. Once Gu Yunmin was done signing the documents, she returned them to Ye Guan and said, You owe me a favor now, Mr. Ye. Yes, Ye Guan responded, nodding and turning around to leave. Mr. Ye, may I ask if you belong to the Milky Way clan? Asked Gu Yunmin. It's the other way around, Ye Guan replied after much thought. The Milky Way clan belongs to me. With that, he walked out and closed the door behind him. Left all alone, Gu Yunmin took a moment to compose herself before shaking her head. Young people these days have become too arrogant, she exclaimed, sounding both exasperated and helpless. Ye Guan found Mu Wanyu sleeping on the sofa in the living room of the apartment. He walked up to her and scooped her up into his arms. He carried her to her room and placed her on the bed so that she could sleep more comfortably, but Mu Wanyu opened her eyes and stared at him. Ye Guan blinked and asked, Were you awake all this while? Mu Wanyu nodded. Ye Guan smiled. Were you waiting for me? Mu Wanyu nodded again without saying anything. Ye Guan sat next to her on the bed and asked, Do you want to say something to me? Mu Wanyu stared at Ye Guan and said, You're not an ordinary person, are you? Ye Guan shook his head. Mu Wanyu continued, Are you really the king of a universe? Ye Guan nodded once more. Mu Wanyu sat up and stared at Ye Guan. Are you saying that there are many universes out there? Yes. Ye Guan nodded. There are indeed many universes out there. How about gods? Are there any gods out there? Mu Wanyu asked. Ye Guan thought about it before answering. There are people who claim they're gods. How about you? How strong are you? Ye Guan smiled and replied, I can destroy the entire Milky Way with one attack. Mu Wanyu froze before glaring at him. Liar. Ye Guan laughed. Mu Wanyu looked down at the ring on her finger and muttered, Were you telling the truth when you said that this ring is your most valuable possession? Yes, it is, and it'll stay that way while I'm here, Ye Guan replied with a nod. Mu Wanyu stared deeply at Ye Guan and asked, Why did you give it to me, then? Because I like you. Is that reason not good enough? Mu Wanyu blushed and muttered, Don't you like Suzy? Ye Guan smiled upon seeing Mu Wanyu's red cheeks. He couldn't help but tease her. Well, I like you as well. Mu Wanyu was startled, and then she lowered her head before whispering, Dummy, how can you like us both at the same time? Then, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to lie to you? Ye Guan asked, looking troubled. Whenever I'm with you, I keep thinking of her. How can you think of her whenever you're with me? You. Mu Wanyu muttered, looking annoyed. Well, I think of you whenever I'm with her, so what can I do? Ye Guan added. That's. Mu Wanyu stammered, at a loss for words. Ye Guan chuckled and decided not to tease her anymore. He grabbed Mu Wanyu's hand and tucked it beneath the blanket. Then he said, It's late. You shouldn't spend so much time thinking about this. Go to sleep. You have class tomorrow, remember. I don't have any more classes to attend, Mu Wanyu replied, shaking her head. Ye Guan sounded perplexed as he asked, What do you mean? I've graduated. Mu Wanyu grinned. I'll have to go to Yanjing soon? You're going with me, right? Yep. Ye Guan nodded immediately. We'll go to Yanjing together. Mu Wanyu smiled sweetly, but then she suddenly froze as she recalled something. Our graduation party is tomorrow. Will you go with me? Mu Wanyu asked. Ye Guan chuckled. Sure. He tucked Mu Wanyu in and left the room. Left all alone, Mu Wanyu waited a few minutes before taking out a thick book from the nearby bookshelf that said Treatment of Traumatic Brain Injury Sequelae. Mu Wanyu looked down at the book for quite a while before muttering, Preliminary diagnosis, occasional severe delusions. Don't worry. I'll definitely treat you one day. She put the book away and hid beneath the blanket. Mu Wanyu looked down at the ring on her hand, and her lips slowly parted into a charming smile. Meanwhile, Ye Guan closed his eyes on the sofa to absorb the latent spiritual energy in the air using the universe beholdment skill. He still hadn't recovered his true strength, but he was strong enough to beat just about any ordinary people out there. Of course, he knew that he still couldn't afford to be careless. The next morning, Ye Guan opened his eyes and found Mu Wanyu in the kitchen. Just then, the door to Suzy-Ai's room was flung open. She blushed instantly when her eyes landed on Ye Guan. She had truly gotten out of control last night, and she truly felt like digging a hole and hiding inside of it just to hide from Ye Guan. It was just too embarrassing. Then, Suzy-Ai finally noticed the files on the dining table. She walked over to them and saw that every single document inside the files had been signed by Gu Yunmin. Suzy-Ai turned to look at Ye Guan and muttered, You. Ye Guan walked up to Suzy-Ai and smiled. Last night, Miss Gu called me and said that she was willing to sign the contracts with you, so I decided to visit her on your behalf. You don't have to lie to me, Suzy-Ai interjected, shaking her head. Who do you think I am? A 3-year-old child? Did you meet with her? And did you promise her anything? Ye Guan was about to speak when Suzy-Ai added, Did you offer yourself to her? Ye Guan was stunned. Mu Wanyu put down the bowl in her hand and turned to look at Ye Guan with her eyes wide open. Suzy-Ai calmly said, Well, it's not strange. Sister Gu is both sexy and beautiful. I would have done the same if I were you. Is that so? Mu Wanyu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing that. Why do you smell like vinegar one, then? What did you say? Suzy exclaimed and ran over to Mu Wanyu. She pounced on Mu Wanyu, and the two women started tickling each other playfully. The living room was filled with the pleasant laughter of the two young women. Ye Guan smiled at the heartwarming scene and looked out the window, thinking that it was about time he went to Yanjing. He started wondering how Arya, Little White, Saru, Sishu, and Saijing were doing. Were they fine? Ye Guan was especially curious about his father and his aunt. Had his father and his aunt noticed that he was in the Milky Way? Suzy walked up to Ye Guan and said, "Thank you." Ye Guan set his thoughts aside and smiled at Suzy. "No need for thanks between us." Suzy was delighted, and she smiled sweetly at Ye Guan. Soon afterward, Mu Wanyu was done cooking, and the three of them sat at the dining table to eat. Mu Wanyu stared at Suzy and said, "Suzy, tonight is my graduation party, and Ye Guan's going with me. Are you sure you won't be jealous?" Suzy blushed instantly, and she glared at Mu Wanyu. "You really think I care? I won't care even if you two were to sleep together. Is that so?" Mu Wanyu replied, giggling. She pointed out, "I wonder who told Ye Guan last night to be gentle? What does be gentle mean? Can you tell me what it means? I'm sorry, but I just can't understand what be gentle means." You're going to die this time." Suzy roared embarrassedly and pounced on Mu Wanyu. Suzy moved swiftly to tickle, but Mu Wanyu was a fighter and stood her ground, tickling Suzy as well. The laughter of the two young women pervaded the apartment. Ye Guan shook his head with a smile. He moved the plates closer to him and continued eating with relish. Li Mingbo was sitting in the huge living room of the Li residence. An old man was standing in front of him. The old man said softly, "Master, the Su family has managed to establish a business relationship with the Gu family." Li Mingbo's expression turned solemn, but he remained silent. The old man wanted to say something else, but a middle-aged man walked into the living room. The middle-aged man's figure was broad, hinting at his formidable physique hidden beneath his long, black robe. A broadsword was on his back, and his eyes were fierce, emitting a barely perceptible murderous intent. Li Mingbo immediately got up and asked, "Are you perhaps Master Muo?" The middle-aged man nodded and asked, "Who do you want dead?" Li Mingbo's eyes narrowed. "A young man named Ye Guan." The middle-aged man stared at Li Mingbo and said, "You'll have to pay me at least $100 million. "I know the rules," Li Mingbo answered with a nod. Then he added, "But he's extraordinary. So what if he's extraordinary?" The middle-aged man snapped, looking annoyed. "No one is extraordinary before the future clan." Li Mingbo's expression remained solemn as he asked, "Is the clan leader of the future clan perhaps the legendary Vice Pavilion Master of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, Master Yingqing?" A glint of surprise flashed in Muo's eyes. "You've heard of my clan leader?" he asked. Li Mingbo nodded and explained, "I heard about her return when I was in Yanjing." "Indeed. She retired not too long ago and has returned to the Milky Way," Muo replied. Li Mingbo grinned. The future clan and Vice Pavilion Master Yingqing? The job was considered done at this point. He had indeed spent $100 million, but it was money well spent. One, it means being jealous, kinda like how you feel a sour feeling in your gut whenever you're jealous, so it's like you've drank vinegar, which means you'll inevitably smell like vinegar.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.